Dai Mubai. Why do you ask why there are clearly 9 people in Shrek, yet only 8 strange ones? Because Xiao Yin doesn't act like a human. Scar, do you know what kind of life I lead? Hundreds of thousands of grilled sausages can a mere mortal accomplish that? Not even a deity could manage it. Tang San. What do you mean my brother's actions are too inhumane? You're joking you're suggesting my brother has ever been human? Look over there, that old man kneeling outside, kicked out by his wife, and still hasn't entered the door. That's my father, a Limit Douluo. Can you guess why his hair turned white at such a young age? Chapter 1. A journey like Schrodinger's cat Mou, styled as Yin Zhong, is the 3rd child in his family. His parents are both researchers for the state. During his mother's pregnancy, Mo's father became infatuated with the 3 kingdoms and various related subjects, ultimately imposing the surname upon his child. Above him, he has an elder brother and sister. Eventually, inspired by the television series I Am a Special Soldier, Mo's father, filled with patriotic fervor, wished to enlist Mou in the army. However, while boasting about motorcycling to his son, he accidentally caused Mou to end up in the hospital, shattering his aspirations. Consequently, the family consumed durian for 3 months, and the peels were used to punish Mo's father by making him kneel. As these incidents accumulated, Mou and his equally tormented siblings decided that staying with their father was unbearable. To prevent their father from achieving godly feats, the siblings scattered to different locales. Mou, who had always been a slacker, transformed into a pseudo-recluse, captivated by the magnificent creations built by prominent figures in the game Genshin Impact, vowing to establish his own realm. After 3 days and nights of fruitless attempts, exhaustion overcame him, and he fell asleep. In his dreams, Mou found himself on a sidewalk, gazing at the traffic lights. Memories of his father's blunders leading to his hospitalization flooded back. Adhering to the principle that there are countless paths, but safety is paramount, Mou not only refrained from jaywalking, but took a step back. At that moment, a large truck came rushing towards him. It is indeed crucial to abide by traffic regulations. Just as Mou was relieved by his good habits, a mechanical fist came barreling toward him. WTF! The last sight Mou beheld was the truck transforming into a towering mech, aimed directly at him with a powerful punch. So the question arises, did Mou traverse due to sheer fatigue, or was it the truck that struck him? In the Douluo world, at one of the novice villages, Saint Spirit Village, 2 youths sat cross-legged on a cliff, facing the rising sun. With the dissipating of a purple aura, one of the boys, who was not particularly handsome, yet possessed a captivating charm, stretched lazily. Xiao Yin, although our Xiantian skill shows no signs of advancement, that does not grant us the liberty to slack off. The plan for the day begins at dawn. At this moment, the boy beside Xiao Yin, with a hint of affection, chided him while playfully tapping his fingers on Xiao Yin's forehead. "Third brother, I feel you're just bluffing, but I lack evidence." Xiao Yin replied helplessly. By now, everyone could see that Mou, now known as Tang Yin, is the protagonist of this tale. His reincarnation was complete, a twin of Tang San. Tang San, the son of the Douluo world, was right beside him. However, with Tang Yin's intervention, Tang San had vastly improved from the original narrative. He appeared far healthier and robust. All of this was thanks to Tang Yin. Although he was a homebody, his interests spanned wide, from scientific knowledge to wilderness survival, indulging in a variety of videos. Thus, leveraging his agricultural knowledge, Tang Yin guided the villagers, acquiring his first pot of gold from the village chief. Subsequently, drawing from his family's blacksmithing expertise, he innovated the plow and improved farming techniques among other households. With a modest investment, he also raised livestock. As a result, while they were not wealthy, they enjoyed meat with every meal and never faced clothing shortages. "Brother, since we can't break through right now, it's no big deal." Tang Yin dismissed his elder brother's finger resting on his forehead. At this point, Tang Yin felt a tinge of frustration, especially since his brother began tapping his own forehead after witnessing Tang Yin's provocative antics with the village children. Now, Tang Yin increasingly thought his elder brother resembled the unique Uchiha Itachi. What? You ask why Itachi is unique? That's absurd. Just look at an Uchiha with a hedgehog hairstyle. Though as an Itachi use silky shampoo? In the context of the Uchiha clan, that's downright heretical. Wait, considering this, his elder brother and Itachi indeed share similarities. They both possess striking eyes and are adept with hidden weapons. Now they are both part of the same lineage, and their eyes can evolve. With these thoughts, Tang Yin's mind began to wander. Xiao Yin, why are you staring at me like that?" Tang San inquired, feeling an inexplicable chill down his spine. It's nothing." What else could Tang Yin say? He couldn't possibly admit he was contemplating testing his brother's eyes to see if he could create a kaleidoscope of the purple extreme magic eye. All right, I won't pressure you regarding Xiantian's skill, but you must not neglect your training in other martial arts, Tang San said. Somewhat helplessly, he truly couldn't be stern with his brother. Tang Yin understood precisely what his elder brother meant. In his youth, Tang San had imparted all the Tang sect's secret arts to him. Purple extreme magic eye, Xiantian hand, ghost shadow perplexing track, controlling cranes and capturing dragons, and a myriad of hidden weapons. The purple extreme magic eye is a cultivation technique aimed at enhancing eye abilities. Initially, its combat enhancement may be limited, but in the later stages, it becomes a formidable skill. Perception is merely the foundation, allowing one's insight and dynamic vision to reach astonishing heights. Its sole drawback might be that this technique is divided into 4 stages. Overview, intricacy, mustard seed, and vastness, and can only be practiced at the extreme hours of dawn. However, Tang Yin was well aware that mastering it would become an invaluable trump card. The Xiantian hand is a foundational technique of the Tang sect, capable of greatly enhancing the defensive capabilities of one's hands, rendering them immune to toxins and as resilient as rock, and at advanced levels, it can even be used to block attacks with weapons. Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track is a remarkable footwork technique of the Tang sect, significantly increasing one's movement speed and allowing the creation of numerous afterimages. When paired with the Purple Extreme Magic Eye for throwing hidden weapons, it becomes a game-breaking combination. Even a sensitive attack type, Soul Master, could contend effectively. This was also the technique Tang Yin practiced the most diligently, as he had yet to discover any external assistance, whether a system or an elder. The only aid he recalled during his disoriented journey was the mysterious assistance from 3 Remy items. Mistakenly, these were Remy items, which belonged to the DNF game. Even now, Tang Yin was perplexed, as he was clearly playing Genshin Impact. So why did he see items from Tencent's DNF? Could it be that the big company's desperation to seize users has reached such absurd levels, even coveting the external aids of those who have traversed? But if they wish to compete, so be it. At the very least, grant me. A plea from Tang Yin echoing in the depths of his mind. The new work from Era requires your support. Era humbly seeks the esteemed recommendations of all. The new book truly needs the affection and care of everyone. Chapter 2. The ancestral teachings of the Tang family. It is uncertain whether the fierce competition between the 2 major corporations for users has resulted in a paradoxical outcome. But now Tang Yin finds himself in a predicament where no external aids are available. In such an environment, considering that his future adversary is the Spirit Hall, how could Tang Yin not diligently hone his escape technique, Ghostly Shadow Stride? After all, setting aside other factors, his family's martial spirit configuration is quite noteworthy. Although his father is the illustrious Hao Qianduo and his mother the 10,000-year-old Blue Silver Emperor, it is precisely this lineage that makes it highly likely for him to awaken with the blue silvergrass. Indeed, the ancestral teachings of the Tang family explicitly state, descendants of the Haotian lineage, you must prioritize filial piety. From the line of Tang Hao, remember well, raise not a son without nurturing, nor a daughter without care. Sons shall marry soul beasts, starting from 100,000 years. Daughters shall wed not unless they are divine. The herbal waste spirit shall enhance the clan's glory. Capable of both offense and defense, strategize wisely. The grass shall only be passed to sons. Wooing maidens shall not be a challenge. The Haotian lineage excels in aggressive tactics. Daughters pass down skills, safeguarding against wolves. With such teachings, Tang Yin feels certain that inheriting the blue silvergrass is a foregone conclusion. Yet, the reality is that the blue silvergrass is indeed somewhat disadvantaged in its early stages. Even though their variant possesses certain peculiarities, its capabilities remain limited. Ultimately, it is still blue silvergrass, not blue rain, and it cannot wield the light of a sword or invoke curses to torment opponents with mere words. Despite sharing the same hue, these 2 are entirely different entities. Awakening the Haotian hammer is even more improbable, given the long-standing enmity between his father and the Spirit Hall. If a Haotian hammer were to emerge outside the Haotian sect, who knows what troubles might ensue, unless he could, like his elder brother, awaken dual martial spirits. The odds of such a phenomenon are merely 1 in 3. Tang Yin is not inclined to gamble on such slim chances. Thus, it becomes evident how crucial it is to master a formidable escape technique in this alternate world. Sometimes, one must heed their inner voice. The virtue of cautious bravery is worthy of our earnest emulation. Tang Yin's current mindset reflects the absence of extreme cowardice typical in the present Douluo realm. He need not adopt the demeanor of a seasoned recluse. He could effortlessly attain a state of extreme timidity and rely on it to ascend to divinity. Rest assured, brother, aside from a slight deficiency in concealed weaponry, I excel in all other aspects. Moreover, my ghostly shadow stride surpasses even yours, brother. Tang Yin declared with hands on his hips, wearing a proud expression. Observing his younger brother's boastful demeanor, Tang San, unable to suppress his amusement, playfully tapped Tang Yin's head and remarked, "This is precisely why I continually remind you. Little Yin, you possess an unparalleled talent for martial arts that I have never witnessed before. Thus, you must not squander this gift. Dedicate yourself to your training." Tang San spoke with the utmost sincerity, believing Tang Yin's martial talent to be the most extraordinary he had ever encountered in 2 lifetimes. His own prowess stemmed from the solid foundation and experiences of his previous life, whereas for Tang Yin, this was a genuine first experience. This was truly remarkable. And at present, Tang Yin's progress in martial arts, aside from a minor shortcoming in concealed weaponry, is comparable to his own. In fact, Tang Yin's interest in ghostly shadow stride even places him ahead. Consequently, when Tang San noticed Tang Yin's lack of focus on cultivating the Xintian skill, he could not help but express his concern. Meanwhile, Tang Yin's thoughts were remarkably clear. As a transmigrator, he was acutely aware of why the 2 brothers struggled to break through. After all, novels such as Douluo Continent and Battle Through the Heavens had gained immense popularity during Tang Yin's era. He always believed that his failure to gain admission to a prestigious university was due to the captivating nature of those novels. After all, with his lineage, he barely managed to pass into an ordinary institution, teetering on the edge of the admission threshold. Although considerable time had passed, he still retained the main settings and plots in his memory. They were poised for everything. They merely awaited the awakening of their martial spirits and soul rings. Well, let us not dwell on that. Since we are not training, let us return home early. Father is waiting for us to come back for dinner, Tang San suggested, unable to resist the charms of his younger sibling, who was being somewhat playful. After all, he was his cherished little brother. And what else could he do but indulge him? This familial bond was something he had longed for across 2 lifetimes. In Tang San's view, his rebirth was not the greatest gift from the heavens. The love of family before him was. Brother, you're the best. I'll go check on the trap I set yesterday. Whatever I catch today, I shall feast upon. Before Tang Yin could finish his sentence, he had already activated ghostly shadow stride, and his final words were lost in the wind. Observing his younger brother's excitement, Tang San could only shake his head helplessly and follow suit with his own ghostly shadow stride. Speaking of which, Tang Yin was quite curious about the ordinary creatures in this Douluo world. After all, in a fantastical realm inhabited by soul beasts, how do these common animals manage to survive? However, Tang Yin did not dwell too much on such questions, for it was precisely due to the existence of these creatures that he and Tang San never lacked for meat. As a self-proclaimed carnivore, he often remarked, "Humans have evolved for so many years, not merely to consume vegetables." Today, luck was on their side. Tang Yin's trap had ensnared a plump wild rabbit. Gazing at the rabbit in his hands, Tang Yin began to mentally plan a feast. The rabbit's head could be transformed into spicy rabbit head delicacies. The legs coated in breadcrumbs and fried to a golden crisp, an enticing treat that would have the whole village drooling. In that moment, Tang Yin's mind raced with culinary ideas, completely oblivious to the fact that his future sister-in-law was also a rabbit. Meanwhile, in the soul beast forest, Xiao Wu felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine. Since it's a rabbit, how delightful. I enjoy eating those, she mused. Tang San, upon seeing the rabbit in Tang Yin's hands, also wore an expression of anticipation. After all, their Tang sect was located in the Bashu region, which is present-day Sichuan. It is well known that no rabbit ever leaves Sichuan alive. This saying held true for Tang San as well. Upon hearing his elder brother's words, Tang Yin couldn't help but find a humorous angle. "Brother, didn't you previously claim you weren't joking? Shouldn't we say that you, as my elder brother, are truly a Sichuanese? Is merely eating rabbits not sufficient? You even intend to consume a 10,000-year-old rabbit in a different way in this alternate world?" Thus, it seemed Tang San was indeed an experienced driver. akin to the river gods who could deliver tofu on behalf of their fathers. Chapter 3. The Lessons of Speed and Passion. Tang Yin gazed at his elder brother, who was blissfully unaware of his reckless driving, and felt a pang of sympathy for his brother's luscious hair. Brother, you may not realize that the Fast and Furious series has conveyed a vital lesson through 9 films and a spin-off. Driving too fast can lead to baldness. Wait a moment. Are you suggesting you wish to rely on this method to go bald and awaken a passive skill? I grew stronger even while bald? How about we introduce a few new exercise routines starting tomorrow? Perhaps we could do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and run 10 kilometers or something similar. Tang Yin suggested with a hint of compassion. Since we are destined to experience baldness, let us adhere to Master Saitama's method, for his precedent stands as a testament. I'm not foolish like my brother Odo. I cannot help but notice the way Tang San gazes at Tang Yin, seemingly arranging a scheme. It is clear that Odo's thought process is erratic as he brandishes 3 flying daggers, playing with them in his hands, the glint in his eyes dangerously evident. Indeed, the term Odo and similar names are all learned by Tang San from Tang Yin. I sense that the old man is about to awaken. We should hasten our return. Upon seeing his older brother with a knife, Tang Yin promptly decided to change the subject, grabbing the rabbit's ears and dashing homeward. With his younger brother already fleeing, Tang San found himself at a loss. He could not actually throw the flying daggers, so he could only shake his head in affectionate exasperation and follow suit. Upon their return home, the 2 brothers seamlessly coordinated their actions. Thanks to Tang Yin's culinary prowess, he took charge of the cooking, while Tang San assisted with the preparations, such as slaughtering and cleaning the rabbit. After years of living in close quarters, their unspoken understanding was palpable, and within an hour, their dining table was adorned with a standard meal of 1 meat and 2 vegetables. One must admit, with Tang Yin's presence, Tang San's meals were far superior to those in the original tale. As Tang Yin found a place to sit, he remarked, "Brother, please call the old man Xiao Yin. After all, he is our father. Even if he often neglects us, he still deserves our respect," Tang San replied. Tang Yin interrupted, "All right, brother. I trust that the old man has his reasons. How many times have you repeated that, brother?" Tang Yin replied with a hint of pride. In truth, Tang Yin did not harbor strong resentment towards Tang Hao. He understood well the circumstances that led to his father's current state. The loss of their mother had been a profound blow to him. Ultimately, Tang Hao was not merely a titled Duo, but a man burdened by grief. However, Tang Yin believed that this did not absolve Tang Hao of the responsibility of abandoning his children, leaving them to fend for themselves while he wallowed in sorrow. Life is fraught with misfortunes. Although Tang Yin's father in his previous life was not ideal, he rose to the occasion when it mattered. For instance, when their mother fell ill due to exhaustion from her experiments, and with the subsequent tragedies that struck their family, the weight of various pressures bore down upon him. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he managed to support their fractured family through the darkest times. Of course, these reflections were not to compare the merits of 2 fathers. Tang Yin merely felt pity for Tang Hao. Hence, aside from affectionately calling him the old man, he refrained from further actions. He understood well that one cannot comprehend another's suffering without having experienced it themselves. Thus, to criticize his father from a third-party perspective would be no different from those who preach from a moral high ground, causing the most pain to those closest to them. Before long, Tang San emerged from the room with a robust-looking middle-aged man. Despite his relatively young age, exuded an air of weariness. It was hard to believe that this was the youngest titled Douluo in the Douluo world, the Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao. Upon seeing their father, Tang Yin chose not to speak further. After Tang Hao began eating, he served himself a bowl of soup. Tang San felt the familiar tension at the dining table. On one side sat his esteemed father, while on the other was his beloved younger brother. As Tang San began to exhibit signs of brotherly affection, he could only continue to eat in this peculiar atmosphere. Just as they finished their meal, the legendary figure of the Douluo world, Elder Jack, arrived to visit the 2 brothers. To call Elder Jack a legendary figure is no exaggeration. He had scolded titled Douluos and casually interacted with Sea God, even feeding 10,000 soul beasts with ease, transforming Holy Soul Village into Sea God Village. Such airsome undoubtedly qualifies him as a legend. In Tang Yin's heart, the only figure comparable to Elder Jack was the infamous Demon Zong, who once single-handedly subdued the 6th generation and effortlessly defeated the 7th. instilling fear in the hearts of others with mere intent. Xiao San, Xiao Yin, are you home? Elder Jack's voice rang out from outside. Yes, Grandpa Jack. Tang Yin responded eagerly, rising to open the door, all in the spirit of hospitality, certainly not to evade dishwashing duties. As he opened the door, Tang Yin quickly said, Apologies, Grandpa Jack. My old man just went to sleep. Let's discuss matters in the courtyard. He led Elder Jack to a stone chair in the yard, pouring him a cup of water. Tang San smiled at his brother's actions, knowing well that despite his brother's sharp tongue, he held deep concern for their father. Although he spoke harshly to him, in the details of life his care was evident. Naturally, Tang San did not linger indoors either, aware of his brother's intent to avoid washing dishes. But he had nothing to say about it, and soon joined Elder Jack. If only the children in our village could be as considerate as you two brothers, Elder Jack remarked, observing the boys bustling about upon his arrival. Tang Yin felt a bit embarrassed by Elder Jack's compliment, as he was still a young man in his 20s, and being compared to children seemed odd. Grandpa Jack, is there something you need to discuss with us? Both Tang Yin and Tang San found this visit peculiar, prompting Tang San to steer the conversation. Oh, I came to remind you that in 3 days, it will be time for the children in our village to awaken their martial souls. You two brothers are already 6 years old and should participate this year, Elder Jack explained. I know about the martial soul awakening this year, Grandpa Jack. Thank you for coming all the way here this early. We just gathered some eggs today. Please take a few with you, Tang Yin said gratefully, handing some eggs to Elder Jack. No need to trouble yourself with that. I'll be visiting a few more families. It would be cumbersome to carry this bag. You two are still growing, so keep them for yourselves, Elder Jack said, affectionately ruffling the boy's hair. Don't worry, Grandpa Jack, we have plenty left. Our family consists of just 3 members, so we won't eat them all. Consider it a favor, Tang San added. After all, Grandpa Jack is greatly respected by both Tang Yin and Tang San, as their family received considerable assistance from the old village chief during their childhood. Each time, the old chief would find various excuses to deliver food to them. Now that they are in a position of abundance, they wish to show their gratitude to the elderly gentleman. Ultimately, old Jack did not mention the 2 brothers, departing with a bag of fresh eggs. Time continued to pass inexorably, and 3 days felt like a fleeting moment. Today marked the day of awakening for the children of Sacred Soul Village. Over the past few days, Tang Yin was both excited and anxious, largely due to the uncertainties surrounding the awakening of martial souls. The ideal scenario would be for him to awaken a twin martial soul, like his elder brother, allowing one to provide cover while the other dealt damage. The blue-silver grass could perfectly conceal his identity, while the Haotian hammer would serve as a means of reasoning with adversaries. However, relying solely on either of them would present its own drawbacks and complications. This uncertainty left Tang Yin feeling quite conflicted. At present, old Jack was leading Tang Yin and the other children of the same age towards the spirit hall in their village. Does the old man really have to be so lazy? At such an important time, he would rather sleep at home than come. Tang Yin expressed his dissatisfaction regarding the old man, who was likely still at home. Tang San, noticing his younger brother's demeanor, attempted to comfort him, saying, Father must have some matters to attend to. What could he possibly have to do? He hasn't received any blacksmithing orders lately. Apart from sleeping and drinking, what else occupies his time? Tang Yin retorted without reservation. Do not speak ill of our father. Rest assured, with me by your side, no matter what martial soul you awaken, you need not worry. I will support you through it all. As Tang San's older brother, he was acutely aware of Tang Yin's unusual state of mind these past few days. He could surmise the source of Tang Yin's worry based on the timing. The brothers had different backgrounds that shaped their perspectives. Tang San had grown up in a world filled with sex, where conflicts were common and survival was harsh. Thus, he was naturally more resilient to the unknown. In contrast, Tang Yin had lived in a peaceful nation, where the most heated debates revolved around culinary preferences, such as whether zongzi should be sweet or savory. Although Tang Yin had made efforts to adapt over the years, the impending awakening inevitably caused him some anxiety. As the 2 brothers exchanged their thoughts, old Jack had already brought them to the entrance of the village's spirit hall. Upon their arrival, a figure clad in a flowing white robe descended gracefully, standing proudly before the crowd. Indeed, the newcomer was Su Yuntao, the greatest trader in the history of the spirit hall, whose awakening was a spectacle that could encircle the entire hall. He was renowned for his swift agility and steadfastness in awakening. The village chief Jack approached Su Yuntao immediately, offering a slight bow before saying, "Esteemed Soul Master, thank you for making this journey. There is no need for such formalities. I am pressed for time. If everyone is present, let us commence without delay." Su Yuntao replied with an air of indifference, his demeanor impeccably composed. "Understood," Jack responded, promptly turning to introduce Su Yuntao to the gathered children. However, his lengthy discourse soon began to bore Tang Yin, who found himself wondering if all leaders shared such a propensity for lengthy speeches. Indeed, it was not only Tang Yin who struggled to maintain interest. Seeing Jack retrieve a speech from his pocket, Su Yuntao interjected, "Is it truly necessary to deliver such lengthy addresses each year? Becoming a soul master is not so simple. I have visited 6 neighboring villages, yet still have not encountered a single child with soul power or a suitable martial soul for cultivation." Su Yuntao's tone carried a hint of frustration, as those assisting children's awakenings would receive rewards only if a child succeeded in their awakening. After years of serving as village chief, Jack understood this all too well and replied with a hint of resignation. Indeed, most who awaken are disciples of significant sects or noble families. For ordinary folk like us, it is exceedingly difficult. Finally, seeing that Jack had ceased his lengthy speech, Su Yuntao opened the spirit hall doors with his soul power. He was concerned that if he delayed, Jack might resume his monologue. "Follow me," he instructed. As they entered the spirit hall, Tang Yin observed his surroundings with keen interest. Their village lacked soul masters and a permanent presence, making this occasion a rare event. Despite this, he found the hall remarkably clean, devoid of dust. Before long, Tang Yin and his brother stood in a line with 6 other children. His heart raced with excitement. As a transmigrator, the prospect of awakening a power was undeniably thrilling. More importantly, this could be Tang Yin's final opportunity to ascertain whether he possessed any extraordinary abilities. He recalled that in various fanfictions he had read, protagonists often began without any apparent advantages, only to discover their latent powers alongside their martial soul awakenings. Thus, this moment was undoubtedly crucial for Tang Yin. Amidst these complex emotions, a sudden realization struck him like a flash of lightning. He need not be overly anxious. If he awakened the blue silvergrass, it would not attract attention from Su Yuntao or the spirit hall, and a twin martial soul could be concealed perfectly. On the other hand, if he awakened the Haotian hammer, there was no need for concern either. At worst, he could simply refrain from informing the old man. Regardless of his father's perceived ineptitude, threatening a great soul master would be an effortless task, or he could silence anyone who posed a threat. Thus, the one at risk would not be him, but rather Su Yuntao. With this thought, Tang Yin felt a surge of confidence. He looked forward to the awakening of his martial soul with renewed anticipation. Lone wolf. Possession. Just as Tang Yin processed this revelation, Su Yuntao suddenly called out, entering a state of martial soul possession. A canine figure appeared behind him, accompanied by 2 rings of light, one white and one yellow. Tang Yin gazed at Su Yuntao's martial soul, incredulous. "Are you telling me that this is a lone wolf? Look at that black and white fur, the wise gleam in its eyes, and those distinctive flames atop its head. Such high beauty, attainable only through intellect, is unmistakably that of a Siberian husky. Moreover, I am aware that this creature is also referred to as the Siberian sled dog." In the next moment, Tang Yin suddenly discovered a point of contention. After all, if Su Yuntao's martial spirit were indeed a husky, it would be entirely understandable that his various protagonist martial spirits had resolutely devolved into worthless ones. That saying, "God scattered wisdom upon the earth, yet only the husky held up the umbrella," rings true. Consequently, Tang Yin began to look down upon Su Yuntao, as he genuinely felt that Su Yuntao's combat prowess and martial spirit rank were unworthy of a husky. What kind of dog is a husky? 1 husky equals 3 tigers. 3 huskies can sink a battleship. 5 can challenge a deity, 10 can create a new era, 100 can obliterate the galaxy, and 1,000 can dominate the universe. In society, my husky brother boasts an abundance of bravado. He has never lost a verbal spar, nor has he won a physical fight. Commands go unheeded, and destruction is second nature. He cannot bark like a dog, merely whines. If a wolf turns back, there must be a reason, either to repay a kindness or seek vengeance. When a husky turns back, it signifies the end of days. Whether demolishing houses or buildings, the husky's existence is one of chaos. As a national first-class protected nuisance, The husky is striking in youth, but becomes a source of frustration and maturity. Keeping one offers no joy, while having one results in constant irritation. It is a dog more suited to others' homes. A day without punishment is a day of discomfort. As the saying goes, with a husky smile, renovations are complete. It is a creature devoid of aggression, yet transforms its owner into a figure of intense hostility. With such a husky, Su Yuntao is clearly squandering his martial spirit. Those two must be the soul rings that others in the village mentioned. In contrast to Tang Yin, whose thoughts have soared to unknown realms, Tang San maintains a steadier demeanor. From the moment Su Yuntao unleashed his soul power, he has been diligently observing these phenomena, which are quite foreign to him. Ignoring the now oppositional mindset of his brother Tang Yin, the remaining children have lined up, awaiting their awakening. Their martial spirits are nothing more than scythes, hoes, and the like. Among them, Tang Yin notices a girl awakening a frying pan. Though unfamiliar to him, he begins to mourn for her future husband out of sheer humanitarian concern. As Tang Yin and his brother stand at the end of the line, they have the opportunity to witness each martial spirit awakening. However, until it is his brother's turn, Tang Yin does not see the girl from the original story who awakens the blue silvergrass. Is this the butterfly effect of his existence? Has this become excessively exaggerated? While Tang Yin's thoughts drift, Tang San completes his awakening. Upon seeing his brother's blue silvergrass, Tang Yin's scattered thoughts coalesce. He glances back, clearly observing a fleeting flash of heavy black light in his brother's palm, likely the effect of the Hao Yin hammer. If only he could awaken something as formidable as the Hao Yin hammer. Who would dare to chatter then? With a mighty hammer, he could engage in a proper discourse on the laws of physics. Just envisioning that scene fills him with exhilaration. As Tang Yin's mind wanders, a blinding white light abruptly brings him back. In the next moment, he hears Su Yuntao exclaim, "Heavens! A soul power of innate fullness." Uncle, what does innate fullness of soul power mean? Curiously, Tang San inquires, intrigued by Su Yuntao's astonishment. In response to Tang San's question, Su Yuntao patiently explains the concept, albeit with a touch of frustration over his luck. After all, it is rare to encounter innate fullness of soul power. Yet his martial spirit is merely the blue silvergrass, causing the anticipated rewards to slip through his fingers once again. Having finished his explanation, Su Yuntao does not linger and promptly approaches Tang Yin, eager to conclude the awakening process. Tang Yin, too, remains silent and strides to the center of the martial spirit awakening array, his anticipation intensifying. As Su Yuntao activates his soul power, Tang Yin feels as though he is immersed in a hot spring. Simultaneously, the Xiantian skill within him is stirred, seemingly shattering an invisible shackle binding him. With the guidance of this newfound power, Tang Yin distinctly senses an emerging force within him, surging toward his hands. This revelation brings him joy, if he is not mistaken. This sensation signifies the presence of dual martial spirits. As this thought crosses his mind, Tang Yin discreetly places one hand, mirroring his brother's posture. He can distinctly perceive a weighty essence coursing through that hand. However, what truly ignites his excitement is the martial spirit appearing in his hand, which he initially assumed to be blue silvergrass. Truthfully, upon witnessing this martial spirit, Tang Yin yearns for the kind of passive ability that the Bone King possesses, an innate calmness. Thankfully, he had prepared himself mentally, slightly bowing his head due to his height advantage while striving to suppress his emotions, successfully avoiding drawing Su Yuntao's attention. What is this martial spirit? Could it be a mutated form? But what manner of entity is this? If it is a weapon, it is rather short and lacks a blade. Yet it bears intricate blue-silver grass patterns. Was that person your brother? Su Yuntao gazes at the automatic handgun in Tang Yin's hand, perplexed. Indeed, Tang Yin's martial spirit is none other than an automatic handgun. To be precise, describing it solely as an automatic handgun is inadequate. For Tang Yin perceives that he can manipulate his martial spirit to alter its form. More accurately, this automatic handgun can seamlessly transform into a revolver, hand cannon, crossbow, or rifle, all of which are forms he is intimately familiar with, having played with them in his youth. This is the game that once captivated internet cafes, where 1,000,000 warriors stood guard, and every day echoed with cries of another day of spending 70,000. Yet in the next moment, Tang Yin finds himself momentarily speechless. realizing that the assistance he glimpsed during his transmigration, that of Remy, is indeed genuine. Has the cheat code for transmigration reached such heights? As he contemplates this, he instinctively flicks his wrist, sending two automatic handguns soaring into the air, instantly resizing them to fit his grasp, which he catches effortlessly. With an almost instinctive flourish, he performs a dazzling display with the guns, exuding an air of elegance and charm. In this regard, Tang Yin feels quite pleased. Setting aside the power of these dual guns for the moment, he is thoroughly satisfied with their aesthetic appeal. After all, while damage may be fleeting, style is eternal. At this juncture, Tang Yin observes the appearance of the dual guns in his hands. They resemble automatic handguns, yet from the barrel to the grip, they are adorned with intertwining blue-silver grass patterns. The lustrous silver of the guns, complemented by azure accents, creates a striking visual. This combination imbues the already handsome firearms with an artistic allure. Regrettably, despite the potential of the mutated blue-silver grass martial spirit, how formidable could it truly be? Moreover, considering it lacks a blade, it hardly appears suited for combat. It likely pales in comparison to other martial spirits. However, Su Yuntao, upon seeing the dual guns, merely shakes his head in resignation. Tang Yin is not surprised by this reaction, for he understands that he exists in a world where ranged weapons are limited to bows and arrows, and even crossbows may be rare. It is quite understandable to underestimate the potential of automatic pistols. Yet, it is precisely this world that fails to see it. As an individual from another realm, Tang San, being a prodigy in the field of mechanical traps, immediately discerned the intricacies of Tang Yin's martial soul upon first glance. He even recognized that the dual pistols in Tang Yin's hands shared an uncanny similarity with his mechanical weaponry. Little Yin's martial soul is rather intriguing. I must borrow it for further study when I return, he mused. In this moment, the scientific spirit of Tang Yin, the genius of mechanical weaponry, ignited fervently as he began to devise plans to charm his adorable friend, Abudu. Young one, do you know the name of your martial soul? I must register it. If you are unaware, feel free to name it yourself. After all, it is your unique variant, Su Yuntao remarked, uncertain of the martial soul's designation. Blue-silver firearms. Tang Yin Zipli Gon Feed In. This encompassed the entire series of divine firearms, and he succinctly named it blue-silver firearms. He had already contemplated the names for each form, displaying a keen self-awareness. Thus, starting from the automatic pistol, he designated them as blue-silver handgun, blue-silver revolver, blue-silver hand cannon, blue-silver crossbow, and blue-silver rifle. Altering their configurations was merely a matter of Tang Yin's whim, making it exceedingly convenient. Firearms? What a peculiar name. Well, as long as it brings you joy, Su Yuntao replied, not overly concerned with the nomenclature, treating it as a child's playful banter. He then instructed Tang Yin to proceed with the testing of his soul power. All right, Tang Yin felt indifferent towards the upcoming test. Fully aware that he and his brother both possessed innate full soul power, they merely required a soul ring. The earlier concerns he had were now resolved. The Hao Ian hammer remained concealed, and his other martial soul was impressively potent. Tang Yin had already begun contemplating how to navigate the currents of fortune. It is well known that firearms strike swiftly from 7 paces away, and within 7 paces, they are both precise and rapid. It was time to inform the people of this world. Brother, what era are we in? Another with innate, full soul power? And yet, a seemingly useless martial soul? At that moment, Su Yuntao was engulfed in disbelief, reflecting, today has been quite the calamity, awakening 2 soul masters, both of whom possess innate, full soul power. Surely, there must be a reward, but 2 useless martial souls. What value can such a reward hold? The psychological burden on Su Yuntao was considerable. In normal circumstances, awakening 2 innate, full soul power soul masters would qualify him to court a wealthy beauty, ascend to the position of submaster in the spirit hall, and stride towards the pinnacle of power. However, as things stood, all right, the awakening ceremony concludes here. Children, you may return now, Su Yuntao said, his expression one of profound exasperation as he began to gather the crystal ball and several formation stones, his silhouette forlorn. Please wait a moment, Master Su Yuntao. May I pose some questions to you? Just as Su Yuntao was about to depart, Tang San called out to him. He had an abundance of inquiries regarding martial souls and the power structure of this world, driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Observing this exchange, Tang Yin felt compelled to showcase his acting skills, knowing exactly what his elder brother wished to inquire about, yet unable to articulate it. Thus, he feigned the innocence of a curious child, understanding that as a young one, there was no need to labor over excuses. Enough of that. The first rule of Tang's performance art. In the 7th chapter, Preparation for Research, Tang Yin was quite satisfied with his display, embodying a similarly curious child to perfection. Yet, he could not help but marvel at his elder brother's relentless pursuit of knowledge, which undoubtedly contributed to Tang San mastering all of Tang Sek's concealed weaponry at such a tender age. Not to mention, this insatiable curiosity aligned him well with the master. In fact, in Tang Yin's view, his elder brother surpassed the master, as the latter had taken this path due to the weakness of his martial soul, while Tang San's motivation stemmed purely from his desire for knowledge. Seeing his elder brother still yearning for more information, Tang Yin approached him with words of comfort. "It's all right, brother. Didn't Uncle Zhao mention a specialized academy for soul masters? Now that we've awakened our martial souls, we can go there to study." While Tang Yin consoled his brother, Grandfather Jack, having concluded his discussion with Su Yun Tao, approached them. "Little Sam, Little Yin, you are the two children spoken of by the esteemed soul master, who have awakened innate, full soul power." Grandfather Jack confirmed. "Indeed, we are, Grandfather Jack. Is there something you wish to discuss?" After receiving comfort from his younger companion, Tang San quickly regained his composure. He was now contemplating whether their family's finances were sufficient for both brothers to attend school when they were interrupted by old Jack. "It's nothing of great importance. I merely wish to inquire whether you have any desire to pursue advanced studies at a Soul Master Academy. They possess all the knowledge necessary for Soul Masters. Our village has an annual student quota, and combined with last year's unused spot, it perfectly covers the two of you." Old Jack inquired. Although Tang San had begun to develop a keen interest in the martial souls of this world, particularly after discovering the connection between soul power and his Shintian skill, he refrained from immediately responding to old Jack. "I apologize, Grandfather Jack, but this matter is of significant consequence. We must return home and discuss it with our father," Tang San stated, voicing his concerns about whether their father could manage alone if they left and whether there would be enough money remaining. Meanwhile, Tang Yin harbored no such worries. Possessing a perspective akin to that of a deity, if a titled Doa could not sustain himself, it would be quite the anomaly. Observing the unfolding narrative, he felt an inexplicable sense of pride in his clarity amid the confusion surrounding him. Old Jack, upon hearing Tang San's words, agreed with his reasoning. Despite the apparent maturity of the children, they were, after all, still young and should consult their parents regarding such significant decisions. With this thought, old Jack's resolve strengthened. Though he had never held a favorable view of the disheveled man who required care from his children, this time it was for the honor of their village, its development, and the promising futures of these two thoughtful children. He felt compelled to meet that individual. "Let us proceed as you suggest. Little Yin, Little San, Grandfather Jack will escort you home. I shall also have a word with your father." As he spoke, he prepared to have other parents collect their children. "Perhaps it would be best if you refrain from going out of your way, Grandfather Jack. We can handle our father ourselves. If he is unwilling, your efforts would be in vain, and I certainly wouldn't want to upset you." Tang Yin awkwardly scratched his head, acknowledging the future's uncertainties. "Sigh, very well. I shall refrain from going over for now. However, should your father act foolishly, even at the cost of my own vexation, I shall have a word or two with him," old Jack declared with vigor. In that moment, Tang Yin felt that old Jack's presence had reached its zenith. Truly befitting one who could touch the head of the sea god, his demeanor was unparalleled. Titles such as Douluo held no weight here, as he could scold him at will. After parting ways with old Jack, Tang Yin and Tang San swiftly returned home. Upon glancing at the still, slumbering elder, Tang Yin headed straight to the backyard to begin experimenting with his martial soul. With Su Yun Tao previously present, he had been unable to delve into his research. However, the circumstances had changed now. With the elder providing ample protection, Tang Yin felt no trepidation. In the next instant, the blue-silver firearm manifested in Tang Yin's hands, accompanied by the graceful dance of his weapon's blossoms. The blue-silver firearm seamlessly transitioned among various forms: automatic pistols, revolvers, rifles, hand cannons, and crossbows. Finally, Tang Yin settled on the crossbow form. In his previous life, the crossbow had been his favored weapon as a sharpshooter, primarily due to its exquisite feel and the gratifying sound it produced upon firing. As Tang Yin began to experiment with his martial soul, Tang San's gaze remained fixated on the ever-changing blue-silver firearm. Upon seeing Tang Yin pause at the crossbow, he inquired, "Yin, what exactly is the nature of your martial soul? How is it capable of such continuous transformation among so many forms?" With a chuckle, Tang Yin replied, "It's nothing extraordinary, merely a characteristic of my martial soul. It is not a singular weapon, but rather a series. I refer to it as the blue-silver firearm. This series comprises the blue-silver gun, blue-silver revolver, blue-silver hand cannon, blue-silver crossbow, and blue-silver rifle. Each weapon possesses its own strengths and weaknesses. I'm not well-versed in handguns, but I understand the utility of a crossbow. By extension, the primary functions of the other weapons should be relatively similar, otherwise they wouldn't form a cohesive series. So, your martial soul is a long-range type," then Tang San deduced, showcasing his keen analytical skills. Even without understanding the specific weapons, he can infer the core mechanics simply by examining their structure. "Indeed, well done, brother. Your intellect is commendable," Tang Yin praised with a thumbs up. "What's there to commend? However, I do have a question. I recall that a crossbow lacks offensive capability without its bolts. How do you intend to resolve that issue?" Tang San posed his primary concern. "That will be the focus of my upcoming experiments. Let's rearrange the backyard, brother," Tang Yin suggested, immediately setting to work with his ghostly agility, reminiscent of a child with a cherished toy, which amused Tang San. Without further ado, Tang San observed his brother's playful chaos with a mix of amusement and concern. Although his brother excelled in martial arts and possessed unparalleled talent, his errata personality made it difficult for Tang San to feel at ease. Reflecting on this, Tang San glanced at his other hand, where a pitch-black hammer materialized. Its mere presence drained his soul power significantly, unmistakably demonstrating its formidable nature. Although he was uncertain about the specifics of this martial soul, he had faith in its strength. But that's all right, as long as Xiao Yin is happy. No one can harm him as long as I am here. Tang San resolutely reassured himself. As an orphan in his previous life, he yearned for familial bonds. He could forge the most powerful concealed weapons through his talent, yet the emotional connection was something beyond his reach. Thus, upon realizing he had this in this life, he cherished it even more. That negligent father was one matter, but the bond with his brother, whom he spent countless days and nights with, held even greater significance. In terms of emotional weight, Tang Yin surpassed even their father, Tang Hao. "Brother, hurry up. What are you doing? I'm ready to begin over here. If you take any longer, we might miss our chance," Tang Yin called out, having prepared his side of the work. "I'm coming," Tang San replied, a smile returning to his face as he stepped into the sunlight to join Tang Yin. They were setting up in the yard, which Tang Yin had expanded for nurturing plants and crops to better cultivate their family's innate abilities. Consequently, the yard was quite spacious. Now, the advantages of this space were evident. To facilitate his training, Tang Yin had set up wooden stakes ranging from 30 to 100 meters apart. Seeing his brother approach, Tang Yin activated his ghostly agility and swiftly moved to the experimental site. In truth, the creation of arrows and ammunition was relatively simple, yet when he employed different firearms, his soul power would adapt to generate suitable projectiles. As Tang San arrived, Tang Yin began to explain. However, he soon realized that his brother's bewildered expression indicated a lack of understanding, which prompted Tang Yin to clarify the concepts of firearms and ammunition. "So, all this knowledge comes from your martial soul? How convenient," Tang San remarked, somewhat enviously. "There's no need to envy. Let's commence our experiment," Tang Yin declared, picking up the automatic pistol and directing it towards the distant wooden stake for a series of test shots. Tang Yin was quite satisfied with the results. All forms of the blue-silver firearm demonstrated commendable attack power. Even the automatic pistol, deemed the weakest in his arsenal, had an effective range of around 40 meters. Not to mention, as his own strength increased, so too would the potency of his weapons. Furthermore, Tang Yin could regulate the consumption of soul power to adjust the firearm's attack power. However, what concerned him most was the soul power consumption of this martial soul. Despite engaging in various experiments throughout the afternoon without pause, he still retained a third of his soul power. It was noteworthy that he currently possessed only level 10 soul power, yet this level of endurance was reassuring for someone like Tang Yin, who had a fear of insufficient firepower. Tang San was equally astonished. To better understand Tang Yin's weaponry, he had compared them with the Zhuge Divine crossbow as a reference. Remarkably, Tang Yin's crossbow was already nearing 1/3 or 1/4 the power of the Zhuge Divine crossbow, given that the crossbow was among the weaker weapons in Tang Yin's arsenal. This was quite alarming. With such destructive capability and minimal power expenditure, it felt as if they were defying the laws of energy conservation, energetically dancing upon the very coffins of renowned physicists. Do not be mistaken. It was merely that the coffins could no longer contain the exuberance of this power. Even Tang Yin found humor in the absurdity of it all. Despite existing in a fantastical realm, his martial soul was an entity that defied comprehension, one that could not be confined by the principles of physics. In terms of range, the rifle was the most distant, followed by the revolver, then the crossbow, and lastly the handgun, with the hand cannon having a maximum range of merely 5 meters. Although the hand crossbow appears to possess the least technological sophistication among a multitude of firearms, discussing physics in the presence of this extraordinary contraption is nothing short of farcical. Tang Yin has finally comprehended that the efficacy of these devices aligns perfectly with their representation in the game. Much like the automatic pistol, which boasts the weakest attack power, yet possesses a remarkably high magical damage bonus. However, further inquiry into these matters awaits Tang Yin's acquisition of a soul ring. When it comes to destructive capability, the hand crossbow reigns supreme. After all, a single shot is sufficient to encapsulate its might. For a more objective assessment, one need only observe the wall that Tang Yin has reduced to rubble with a single blast. Is this your justification for demolishing my room? Tang Hao appeared, his expression shrouded in a veil of discontent, casting a dangerously scrutinizing gaze upon Tang Yin and Tang San. It was evident that unless Tang Yin and his brother provided a satisfactory explanation, he would ensure they experienced the true essence of paternal wrath, akin to a landslide or stir-fry of bamboo shoots and pork. If you hadn't suddenly summoned us to cook, would I have been startled? Would I have crashed into our own wall if I hadn't been frightened? Tang Yin confronted his father head-on, maintaining an unwavering demeanor. What a title, Douluo! There are always those who dare to confront the might of thunder. Tang San, witnessing the impending clash between father and son, felt a headache brewing. He swiftly intervened, seeking to redirect the conversation. These are mere trifles. We can summon Master Qian to repair shortly. By the way, father, today both Xiao Yin and I awakened our martial spirits. What martial spirit did you awaken? Dan Hao In Guit, In Dai Feng, Blue Silver Grass. Tang San replied, relieved to have successfully shifted the topic. Upon hearing the name, Tang Hao's previously despondent demeanor visibly shifted, revealing a glimmer of concern. Indeed, due to Xiao Yin and I being endowed with innate full soul power, Grandfather Jack wishes for us to attend the Soul Master Academy in Nodding City to study knowledge pertinent to Soul Masters. At this juncture, Tang San conveyed Grandfather Jack's intentions to his father. However, Tang Hao seemed to disregard Tang San's words, muttering the name Blue Silver Grass under his breath as if entranced. Suddenly, he raised his head and emphatically declared, no, absolutely not. Blue Silver Grass is ultimately a worthless martial spirit. What benefit could arise from your cultivation of it? His tone brooked no argument. Upon hearing his father's dismissal of his mother, Tang Yin instinctively felt the urge to retort. It was one thing for others to speak such words, but to hear it from his own father regarding his mother was unacceptable. Silently vowing to confront him, Tang Yin prepared himself for a verbal exchange. As a denizen of Zhuan, he had never shied away from a debate. Yet, just as he was about to launch into his rebuttal, a hand rested upon his shoulder. Turning to see his elder brother, shaking his head, Tang Yin decided to heed his brother's unspoken advice. While he chose to disregard his father's disdainful remarks, he was increasingly agitated by the situation, feeling as though he was losing ground. Ultimately, he produced a small notebook from somewhere and began to write on the most recent page. Douluo calendar, January 31st. Today, my father declared that my mother is inherently worthless. I shall remember this grievance on her behalf. Gazing at his nearly filled notebook, Tang Yin's spirits lifted considerably. Look at how your father treats you, mother. I shall remember this, and when I resurrect you in the future, you may confront him yourself. He mused. Am I truly one to be trifled with? "Father, you may currently overpower me, but once mother is revived, I shall present this record to her, allow you to experience the depths of despair." Tang Hao, oblivious to the gravity of his son's note-taking, had observed Tang Yin compile several such notebooks before, and thus, he paid little heed to it. He remained unaware of the dire consequences that could arise from his son's actions. Tang Yin, undeterred by his father's scorn, felt a profound confidence in his plan, rooted not only in his faith in the original narrative and his brother, but also in the latent abilities of his martial spirit. During his recent experimentation, he discovered an unmanifested passive skill. Every 3 years, he would receive a revival token. Indeed, this token, once cast, would restore him to full health and mana, regardless of his prior state. Although the tokens would not stack if left unclaimed, once retrieved, they would continue to replenish. Moreover, these tokens could be gifted to others for their use. As he envisioned presenting a revival token to his mother upon visiting her, he chuckled at the thought of confronting his father with newfound strength. Additionally, he recalled that his future sister-in-law had also perished once. Should such an event recur, he could extend a revival token to her, alleviating numerous tragedies. He remembered from the original narrative that when his brother resurrected Xiao Wu, all her sacrificed soul rings were returned, but the revival tokens were unnecessary, allowing her to return in full health without his brother needing to reclaim her soul rings or bones. This extraordinary advantage seemed to defy the very laws of their world, as it even undermined the constraints of Douluo. What if, he contemplated, he could propose to his sister-in-law that she perish once every 3 years, thus ensuring a stable source of soul rings and bones? This arrangement would not disadvantage Xiao Wu. She could absorb the soul bone she produced herself, potentially enhancing her combat prowess due to their intrinsic compatibility. In this way, the brothers could secure the 10 soul rings of the Haotian hammer, totaling 20 rings between them. If they played their cards right in 60 years, they could emerge in full divine regalia. With an additional 20 10,000-year soul rings, they could still retain 2 for themselves. After all, his brother already possessed external soul bones, so they could offer the last 2 to their sister-in-law, ensuring a perfect balance. Thus, with 10,000-year soul bones and rings, who could stand against them? That year, I strolled with my hands in my pockets, unaware of the meaning of an opponent. Tang Yin became increasingly exhilarated by his own imaginings, oblivious to the potential repercussions of such unorthodox thoughts being voiced. Meanwhile, in the Stardow Forest, Xiao Wu felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine. Hurry up and clean this place, then come in to cook. Oblivious to the peril that loomed over him, Tang Hao continued to direct his 2 sons. Having recorded his thoughts, Tang Yin shrugged off any grievances with his father and suggested, "Brother, why don't you go fetch Master Qian to assist with the repairs? After all, we caused this mess, and there rests quite a bit to tidy up. If I don't act swiftly, Sango will surely seize this laborious task. I'll handle it. Let you go to Master Qian." Indeed, Tang San was about to reach for Tang Yin's tool, only to have it evaded by Tang Yin's ghostly shadow. Tang San wished to pursue further, yet the ghostly shadow was not as formidable as Tang Yin. "Ah, brother, leave this to me. You should hurry to fetch Master Qian. Our father is still hungry." Observing that his elder brother showed no signs of surrender, Tang Yin promptly invoked their father. With such words spoken, there was little more Tang Yin could say. He could only hasten the ghostly shadow to wrap things up swiftly and return to assist Tang San. Unfortunately, by the time Tang San returned, Tang Yin had already made considerable progress, with only the final touches remaining. With Tang San's assistance, those final details were resolved even more swiftly. Once the backyard was in order, the 2 brothers began preparing dinner. They initially hoped to invite Master Qian, who had repaired the wall, to join them, but that did not come to fruition. Tang Yin and his brother did not press the issue. After settling the payment, the family once again gathered around the dining table. The atmosphere, as usual, remained peculiar. Each time they reached this moment, despair enveloped Tang San. Yet, just as despair took hold, Tang Hao unexpectedly spoke. "If I do not allow you to become soul masters, would you be disappointed in me?" Tang Hao's voice was somewhat somber. Chapter 10, Grudge's Father, It's All Right. In fact, I believe being a blacksmith is quite commendable. Moreover, did you not promise to teach us the art of blacksmithing a few days ago? I am confident that if we master this skill, we can sustain ourselves, Tang San replied. Hearing these words, Tang Hao finally turned his gaze to his son. yet his tone bore an inescapable melancholy. Soul masters? What does that even matter? What use is a soul master? Even possessing the most elite spirit amounts to nothing. Even if one becomes the strongest soul master, they may still end up as a mere waste. Indeed, possessing only a top-tier spirit can be quite limiting, Tang Yin supported. After all, with 2 top-tier spirits, he felt fearless. What? Are you suggesting that Tang San's blue silver grass is not a worthless spirit? Nonsense. My brother possesses the blue silver emperor. Mind you, it's merely a matter of awakening thereafter. Tang Hao remarked, I sense you were implying something about me. Though I had no evidence back then. Tang San sighed. He felt that the atmosphere painstakingly crafted by their father was abruptly shattered by his younger brother's words. So, what does that have to do with us? We possess 2 spirits, don't we, brother? Dan yin vi ma dietz mi sin. What? You both have 2 spirits? This time, it was Tang Hao who expressed surprise. Upon witnessing his father's astonishment and inquisitive gaze, Tang San did not conceal the truth. After all, he wished to inquire about the nature of his hammer spirit. Without hesitation, he summoned his second spirit, and a small black hammer appeared in his hand. At the sight of the hammer, Tang Hao swiftly approached Tang San, seizing the hand that held the Hao Yin hammer. With Tang Hao's firm grip, the once burdensome Hao Yin hammer felt significantly lighter. However, what truly resonated with Tang San was the warmth emanating from the bloodline connection. Father, is there something wrong with my spirit? Tang San inquired. Yet, Tang Hao did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he spoke with excitement, a twin spirit. My son possesses a twin spirit. Tang Yin quipped, that's not right, old man. If it's not a twin spirit, then he is not your son, is he? Tang Yin replied, albeit a bit begrudgingly, but then he pondered that perhaps his father's statement had merit, given that from his brother's generation onward, children began with twin spirits. Thus, his father's words held some truth, especially since he too was a twin spirit. Wait, does that mean our father is a prophet? Tang Hao felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Just as he was about to respond to his younger son, he noticed that Tang Yin had also summoned a Hao Yin hammer. Tang Yin had certainly experimented with the Hao Yin hammer, for as a ranged shooter, who would harbor a desire for close combat? As Lu Sun once stated, a marksman who cannot engage in close combat is not a good traveler. This time, Tang Hao was even more exhilarated. He had not anticipated that both of his children would possess twin spirits. All right, old man. You should release your hold on my brother's hand. Are you not aware that this hammer consumes a significant amount of soul power? We've been experimenting for an entire afternoon, and we're starving, Tang Yin remarked. Oh, then let us eat. Tang Hao's spirit visibly lifted, much improved from before. Seeing their father finally in good spirits, the 2 brothers felt a sense of joy, making this meal one of the rare occasions they dined happily. After dinner, Tang Yin returned to the courtyard, once again summoning the blue-silver gun to establish a connection. To be honest, Tang Yin harbored some concerns, fears that he might endure the same tribulations as his father and brother in the original narrative. As the saying goes, the best way to dispel fear is to confront it. Therefore, Tang Yin aspired to grow stronger, and with the aid of his abilities, he possessed the means to do so. This provided him with ample motivation to strive forward. Not to mention, the notion of tapping into the powers of the great physical masters and the coffin boards of the Douluo world filled him with confidence. After all, in the eyes of adventurers, as long as there is a health bar, even gods can be slain. That night, beneath a sky full of stars, Tang Yin lay comfortably atop his roof. To be honest, he was quite pleased to share a joyous meal with Tang Hao. Tang Yin always considered himself a fortunate individual. Despite being let down by his father in his previous life, he felt genuinely happy. When he first arrived in this world, he often thought of his family from his past life. Fortunately, he was not an only child, sparing him the burden of worrying excessively for his parents. As for his siblings, they had always been the ones fretting over him. As Tang Yin began to embrace his new life, Tang Hao remained as he had been before. Even though he understood the reasons behind it, Tang Yin felt a mix of anger and disappointment. However, witnessing his father begin to thaw, how could he not feel elated? After all, what enmity could exist between father and son? As his thoughts wandered, Tang Yin instinctively summoned his 2 spirits. He could not help but notice that the Hao Yin hammer indeed consumed a great deal of soul power, and the difference became even more pronounced when both were summoned together. This spirit configuration was quite commendable. After all, what ranged shooter did not possess a yearning for close combat? Tang Yin Mu said, Little Yin, are you all right? Just as Tang Yin's thoughts began to return to focus, he heard Tang San's voice behind him. "Oh, I'm fine. Just taking a moment to relax and observe my spirits," Tang Yin replied, not in a hurry to retract his spirits. For this was home, a place where he would never need to conceal himself. "That's good to hear. You surprised me earlier with your training. It seems so intense all of a sudden," Tang San noted, gesturing toward the now ruined courtyard. "Well, it's nothing. I merely wish to familiarize myself with all the attributes and characteristics of the blue-silver gun. I intended to experiment with this hammer, but the consumption is so great that it's impossible to practice," Tang Yin expressed with a hint of frustration. "Moreover, unlike the blue-silver gun, this one provided me with no information whatsoever." Feigning innocence, Tang Yin continued, "Speaking of which, I wanted to ask our father about it during dinner. But the atmosphere was so pleasant that I completely forgot." Tang San sat beside Tang Yin, smiling as he recounted how enjoyable the meal had been. He was particularly pleased to witness the easing of tensions between Tang Yin and their father. Yet this was a matter of Tang San overthinking, as Tang Hao was indeed Tang Yin's genuine father in this life. How could he truly harbor hatred? Of course, not harboring hatred did not mean that grievances should go unaddressed. His reputation for holding grudges is not unfounded. Ultimately, Tang Yin is simply pained by Tang Hao's self-destruction. Chapter 11. The blue-silver grass in the courtyard. Tang Yin's mood has mellowed considerably now, and he chuckles at the transformation of his father, while also observing the unevenness of the courtyard. A sudden thought flashes through Tang Yin's mind. "Hey, brother," he calls to his elder sibling lying beside him. "What is it? Let's plant some blue-silver grass in the backyard tomorrow." As he speaks, Tang Yin conjures the blue rain spear in his hand. Upon seeing the delicate blue-silver grass patterns on the blue rain spear, Tang San smiles and conjures a blue-silver grass stalk, which sways gently in the breeze. "Sounds great." Tang San zippily beaming. The next day, as the two brothers finish their training with the purple extreme demon eye, Tang Yin eagerly pulls his brother to start uprooting the grass. After all, to transplant blue-silver grass, it's most convenient to uproot it directly along with the soil. Along the way, the brothers greet the villagers who are busy with their morning chores. The sight of the two young boys, each carrying a bundle of blue-silver grass, is quite endearing. After several trips, when no one is around, Tang Yin decides to unleash his ghost shadow, Misty Step. And what was initially meant as mere decoration turns into a joyous spree as he fills the courtyard with blue-silver grass. I must say, the sight of the blue-silver grass together is rather beautiful, Tang Yin observes as he admires the courtyard they have redecorated together. Indeed, Tang San agrees, marveling at the view. "Hey, it's quite late. Why haven't you two started breakfast yet?" At that moment, Tang Hao's voice calls from inside the house. Perhaps due to the boys' work in the courtyard, they have neglected their breakfast duties. However, when Tang Hao opens the door, the scene outside leaves him momentarily stunned. The soft morning sunlight filters through the thin mist, illuminating the blue-silver grass in the courtyard, bringing it to life. For a brief moment, Tang Hao perceives a figure he has long yearned for approaching him, the unique blue hair billowing in the wind. "In, Tang Hao mu mu sopti," barely audible to Tang Yin and Tang San. "Did I truly err?" He continues to whisper, seemingly questioning that non-existent figure. In the next moment, the apparition dissipates with the wind, merging into the blue-silver grass. "Father, are you all right? Do you feel unwell?" Tang San asks, concern etched on his face upon noticing Tang Hao's unusual demeanor. Tang Hao, pulled back to reality by his son's voice, looks down to see Tang San's worried expression. "I'm fine. You two should hurry and prepare breakfast." "All right. By the way, father, do you recognize this hammer spirit from yesterday?" Tang San asks, recalling a question he had forgotten to ask earlier. Noticing his son's curiosity, Tang Hao replies, "You need not concern yourself with that. Just remember, when the time comes, you must use your left hand's hammer to protect your right hand's grass. Always." Hearing his father's words, Tang Yin finds himself overwhelmed with incredulity, offering a silent 3-minute tribute to his blue-silver grass. After all, it is rather humorous to speak of protecting the blue-silver grass when it is the grass that shields the hammer. Just look at the initial stages of development. Was it not the blue-silver grass that carried the weight, while the hammer merely awaited experience points for level-ups? And consider what Tang San's blue-silver grass has endured. Countless torn strands, not to mention being scorched and frozen, ultimately achieving attribute immunity. Is this truly protection for the blue-silver grass? one cannot help but ponder the psychological trauma suffered by the blue silvergrass. For a moment, Tang Yin's thoughts scatter like a wayward puppy, while Tang San continues to contemplate his father's gravity and the origin of the hammer. Poor Tang San. Both his father and brother are fully aware of the reality, yet none wish to divulge the truth to him. Is this a perversion of humanity or a loss of morality? As Tang Yin and Tang San remain lost in their thoughts, Tang Hao's voice resounds once more. Xiao Yin. Xiao San, I ask you, do you truly wish to become soul masters? To this question, both brothers respond with unwavering confidence. Good. Since this is the path you have chosen, pursue it relentlessly. This is your decision, and you must bear the consequences. Now, go prepare breakfast. Afterward, meet me in the forging room. Tang Hao Yin's. Hearing this, Tang Yin's eyes brighten. This signals the beginning of their training in the hammer method. This realization fills him with excitement. He envisions himself executing a kite-flying tactic against opponents, frustrating them to no end. When they finally close in, ready to retaliate, Tang Yin will swiftly draw a hammer larger than any other, delivering a barrage of strikes to their faces. Just the thought of it brings him relief. After breakfast, the brothers, under Tang Hao's guidance, enter the forging room, a space they seldom visit. Tang Hao regards his two eager children and states, "Since you have chosen the path of a soul master, be prepared for hardship, for you are not yet capable of wielding the hammers in your hands. We shall begin by relying on some external tools for practice." He gestures toward two prepared hammers. "Before we begin, I have a question for you. What do you think defines the best blacksmith?" Tang Hao inquires earnestly. Tang San contemplates briefly before replying, "A blacksmith capable of forging divine weapons should be considered the best." He recalls hearing the term divine weapon in the village. "And what of you, Xiao Yin?" Tang Hao turns to him. "If all blacksmiths could compete at their fullest, wouldn't that reveal the best blacksmith?" Tang Yin responds nonchalantly, as he is indifferent to this matter. His sole focus is on mastering the hammer method. Upon hearing Tang San and Tang Yin's responses, Tang Hao's expression conveys a hint of disdain, and he retorts, "A divine weapon competition? Do you even understand what a divine weapon is? Do you know what materials are required to forge one? Do you comprehend the standard of excellence?" Tang San reflects for a moment before answering. Using the finest materials, combined with the most suitable pairings, should yield a divine weapon. However, Tang Hao raises a finger and shakes it in front of Tang San. "Xiao San, you must remember, if you wish to become a truly qualified blacksmith, you must recognize that merely using top-tier materials to forge a divine weapon does not make one the greatest blacksmith. Such a person is merely an assembler of materials. It is those who can forge divine weapons from ordinary iron that are the true blacksmiths." Chapter 12. A true embarrassment hearing his father's perspective. Tang Yin cannot help but roll his eyes. After all, he only partially agrees with this viewpoint. Not to mention, could the elite hidden weapons of the Tang sect have been forged solely from ordinary iron? This is akin to the tale of the ugly duckling. Did the ugly duckling transform into a swan merely due to its efforts during that winter? It was inherently a swan from the beginning. Moreover, consider the characters from Naruto, such as Naruto and Sasuke. Their prowess is undeniable. Yet, without the intervention of the Sage of Six Paths, neither Kaguya nor Madara would have been defeated. Why then is Kaguya so powerful? Was it not the case that they were inherently born into this world in Rome? Indeed, there exists the notion of the obsolete martial spirits, akin to the master. No matter how diligently one endeavors, the limitations remain. Even in modern times, they continue to unearth new materials. Relying solely on ordinary iron is simply insufficient. However, Tang Yin refrained from voicing such thoughts, as his ambitions were distinctly defined. He was there to learn the art of forging, not merely to engage in blacksmithing. The old man's exuberance in his explanations was of little consequence to him. Soon, it was time for the lessons from Tang Hao, and the rhythmic clanging of metal filled the forge. This continued until Old Jack arrived at their home. Old Jack found himself in a predicament. He had been anxiously awaiting news from his fellow brothers, and, as the day wore on without any updates, he grew concerned about Tang Hao's irresponsibility as a father. He resolved that it was better for them to become soul masters. Thus, he decided to pay a visit, even if it meant enduring some frustration. "Continue your practice. I shall have a word with Old Jack," Tang Hao stated. "Of course, father," replied Tang San. Once Tang Hao departed, Tang San turned to his sibling, Tang Yin, with a smile and asked, "Little Yin, Did you decide to tidy up the backyard with blue silvergrass because of father? Oomph. What does that old man have to be concerned about? Tang Yin Zito, somewhat prideful, insisting that it was simply his desire to play. I should have anticipated this, as our martial spirits are derived from our parents. If father's spirit is a hammer, then the blue silver grass must surely be mother's, Tang San mused, realizing that this was Tang Yin's subtle way of comforting their father. He looked fondly at his sibling, who had already entered a state of prideful defiance. It was only when he saw their father lost in thought while gazing at the blue silver grass that he comprehended. I've already said it was merely a coincidence. Tang Yin exclaimed, turning away in silence. Time passed, and after Tang Hao consented to allow the two brothers to become soul masters, they successfully secured spots for this year and the next. During the 3 months of forging practice, Tang San successfully completed his first hidden weapon, the sleeve arrow. Tang San had crafted 2 sets, intending to gift one to Tang Yin, but Tang Yin declined, stating that he already had the blue-silver firearms, which sufficed for ranged attacks. Ultimately, they reached a compromise, with Tang Yin taking one while the other was reserved for Tang San's future sister-in-law. Throughout this period, Tang Yin diligently trained with the blue-silver firearms. Perhaps due to his studies of the purple extreme magic eyes, combined with his foundational practice in hidden weapons, he exhibited remarkable talent in marksmanship. Within just 3 months, he had earned the title of sharpshooter. The day had arrived for the brothers to depart from Shenghun village and journey to the primary Nodding Academy. Tang Yin was acutely aware that this farewell would span several years. Although it was likely that Tang Hao would observe them from afar, the complexity of emotions weighed heavily on him. The previous evening, much like in the original tale, Tang Hao had cautioned them against placing soul rings on the Haoyin hammer, emphasizing that it should only be used in life-threatening situations. The brothers had no objections to this request. That morning, Tang Yin and Tang San finished their breakfast early, awaiting the arrival of Grandpa Jack. Today, old Jack had donned what he believed to be his most spirited attire, appearing considerably younger. Little Yin, little San, let us set forth, he called out. Where is your father? Surely he isn't still asleep at such a crucial time? Old Jack remarked, noticing the 2 brothers still engaged in their tasks. Upon hearing old Jack's call, Tang San immediately gestured for silence. Grandpa Jack, please keep your voice down. It is not yet time for our father to awaken. He requires his rest undisturbed. After saying this, he picked up a piece of burning charcoal and began to write on the ground. When he finished, he turned to Tang Yin. Little Yin, do you wish to write something? Looking at the charcoal, Tang Yin shook his head. He genuinely did not know what to say, for farewells were not his forte. Thus, he chose to focus on preparing a meal instead, ensuring it would be special, as it was their last meal together in years. Seeing his brother so wholly engrossed in his task, Tang San understood Tang Yin's intentions and spoke to Grandpa Jack. Grandpa Jack, please wait a moment. Once little Yin finishes, we shall depart. Very well, take your time, old Jack replied, unable to refuse the heartfelt request of the 2. Before long, Tang Yin completed the breakfast, and the brothers cast one last glance at the home they had lived in for 6 years before quietly leaving with old Jack. Just as Tang Yin and Tang San's figures were about to vanish from sight, the door curtain of Tang Hao's room suddenly lifted, revealing a tall figure. Tang Hao's demeanor showed no trace of sleepiness. As he observed the 2 brothers gradually disappearing from view, he remained motionless until they were entirely out of sight. After a moment, he was struck by a thought, swiftly turning to rush back, where he first noticed the message left by Tang San. The 2 interrupted sentences read, Father, little Yin and I are setting off with Grandpa Jack. Please take care of yourself. Drink sparingly. Little Yin has prepared your breakfast, which is in the pot. Try to eat it while it's warm. Upon seeing Tang San's note, Tang Hao did not hesitate. He approached the stove, lifting the covers with a swift motion. Instantly, the fragrant aroma of rice and mushroom chicken filled the entire room. In stark contrast to Tang Hao's hurried breakfast, Tang Yin felt a peculiar sense of emotion. After all, his journey of learning had spanned from primary school to high school and ultimately to university. He felt embarrassed for not pursuing further studies. As the second update of the day arrived, the narrative implored readers for their support, humbly requesting votes and collections. Old Jack, after all, was not a true soul master and possessed only a rudimentary understanding of the craft, gleaned from the village folk. Hence, throughout the discourse, only Tang San paid keen attention, while Tang Yin remained somewhat disengaged, as he was well versed in these matters. His curiosity lay in what the Soul Master Academy would impart. He wondered if there were 3-year Soul Masters or 5-year Soul Beasts. Tang Yin appreciated the scenery along the roadside, though he had resided in this world for 6 years. He had spent all that time in the village, with the furthest distance traveled being the mountain where the brothers practiced. The distance between Shenghun Village and Notting City was not great, yet it was not trivial either. The trio walked for over half a day, pausing briefly for sustenance before continuing their journey. By the afternoon, they finally beheld the city walls of Notting City. While Notting City may not be regarded as a large city in the Douluo world, its proximity to the border of the Tiandou Empire necessitated sturdier construction and stricter inspections. After undergoing a thorough check by the guards, the three successfully entered the city. Little Yin, Little San, once Grandpa Jack has escorted you to the academy. I shall return home. While you are at the academy, be sure to heed your teacher's instructions and refrain from leaving without cause. After the conclusion of your studies this semester, Grandfather Jack will come to escort you back. By then, it should be close to the new year, he gently assured the two brothers. Rest assured, Grandfather Jack, I will take good care of my elder brother, Tang Yin replied, his expression conveying confidence. He noticed his elder brother's unease regarding the unknown, so he jested. You should focus on taking care of yourself first. This playful banter eased Tang San's initial apprehension about the forthcoming uncertainties. Haha, I have faith in you two brothers. This academy is right here, Grandfather Jack chuckled as he watched them begin to playfully tussle with each other. The brothers followed Jack's indication and approached an imposing archway, which stood over 20 meters wide. This was remarkable, considering it was merely a primary Soul Master School situated in a small city like Notting. This illustrates the esteemed status of Soul Masters in this world. As they passed through the arch, Tang Yin could clearly see the quaint pathways within the academy, adorned by harmonious landscaping and meticulously trimmed plants, showcasing the institution's exceptional design. The sign above the entrance, Notting Academy, gleamed even more brilliantly in this splendid environment. Jack led Tang Yin and his brother to the entrance, but before they could take any further action, a young guard stationed outside yelled at them. Hey, what are you doing? You don't belong here. This is a Soul Master Academy, not a place for you country bumpkins to gawk at. Hurry up and leave. Don't disturb us. Tang Yin felt a wave of irritation wash over him. He recognized this scenario all too well. Such individuals deserved a good beating, and he was merely waiting for an excuse. While Grandfather Jack attempted to explain and presented their credentials from the Spirit Hall, the young man continued to insult them based on their attire, even deriding Jack's village as a beggar's settlement. Over the years, Tang Yin and his brother had received considerable care from Grandfather Jack. Seeing this, Tang Yin decided not to give his elder brother a chance to intervene. With a swift motion, he conjured a hand cannon and aimed it at the guard's chest, firing. Boom! With a moderate explosion, the guard was sent flying 4 to 5 meters before crashing to the ground. Tang Yin intended only to teach a lesson, not to kill, so he did not unleash his full power. Nonetheless, this left the guard incapacitated momentarily. Seeing his younger brother take action, Tang San, adhering to the principle of eliminating threats at their roots, prepared to launch a hidden dart. However, just then, a somewhat hoarse voice intervened, halting Tang San's movements. The brothers turned to see a lean man clad in black, sporting a neat crew cut. He appeared quite ordinary. Yet there was something distinctly unique about this middle-aged man in his 40s who approached them with a somewhat lethargic demeanor. Recognizing him, Tang Yin thought, this must be his elder brother's master. If the master could develop a muscular physique, he could easily pass for a paladin with a change of attire. Tang Yin mused. Speaking of which, I also wield a hammer. Perhaps I should consider transitioning into a paladin as well, given that we both strike enemies with hammers. After all, the best support is to crush foes before they reach my teammates. While Tang Yin pondered how to configure his soul rings to achieve a paladin-like effect, the guard, finally managing to rise from the ground, froze upon seeing the master. He limped toward the master, his previously furious expression morphing into one of obsequiousness, a rapid transformation that was almost comical. The guard bowed and stammered, Master, why have you returned so early? The master, silent, merely cast a sidelong glance at the guard, ignoring him entirely. He then turned to Grandfather Jack, asking, Sir, could you please show me the credentials issued by the Spirit Hall? Having witnessed the earlier events, the master deemed the guard's behavior entirely deserved. Once confirming the authenticity of the credentials, the master apologized on behalf of the academy, expressing regret for the earlier incident. "These two children will henceforth be under my guidance," he stated, glancing at the credentials. Grandfather Jack's vanity swelled with satisfaction upon receiving an apology from a significant figure within the Soul Master community. "Oh, it's quite all right. No need to apologize," Jack replied hastily. "We have our faults as well. Master, I entrust these two children to your care. San, Xiao Yin, follow this master inside, and remember to behave and study diligently." The brothers exchanged glances, acknowledging their grandfather's words without protest. As they entered the academy, the master began to analyze their soul powers, demonstrating remarkable expertise that left Tang San in awe of the master's vast knowledge. After completing the formalities, Tang San discreetly signaled to Tang Yin, suggesting that he should also present himself for evaluation. The master had already reviewed Tang Yin's background and expressed interest in his soul power, directing his gaze toward him. Never mind. Since my elder brother has already become your disciple, we are now family, so I shall pass." Tang Yin awkwardly scratched his head. This was not due to any disdain for the master. Rather, the master was renowned for his unparalleled theoretical knowledge in the world. Yet, Tang Yin could not bring himself to kneel before someone he had just met, especially since he had never knelt before anyone in his previous life. "Very well. Since this is your choice, I shall respect it. Now, let us proceed to the administration office for enrollment," the master said, turning to lead the brothers toward the academy's administrative office. The events that followed were consistent with the original narrative, prompting Tang Yin to reflect on how his butterfly effect had inadvertently disrupted the story's flow. As they left the registration office, the brothers overheard the teachers inside mocking the master, but Tang San paid little attention, instead turning to Tang Yin to inquire. "Xiao Yin, what are your thoughts on the master?" Tang Yin, still contemplating how to wield his hammer effectively, was momentarily distracted by his elder brother's question. "Oh, I believe the master is indeed an excellent teacher. Just relying on a single soul power credential, he managed to analyze our conditions with remarkable accuracy. It is evident that he stands at the pinnacle of knowledge in this field. In my view, for a race, formidable military strength is not of paramount importance. What truly matters is the knowledge that can be passed down through generations, continuously evolving and renewing," Tang Yin asserted with unwavering conviction. Although it is true that the master may fall short in certain aspects, in terms of professional expertise, the achievements he has attained are beyond the reach of those who mock him throughout their lives. Moreover, even if the master lacks genuine talent, once you have chosen him as your mentor, he becomes a family member whom I acknowledge. "Brother, do you think I would look down upon my family?" Dan Yin Zima. While Tang Yin and Tang San conversed, they remained unaware that their words were overheard by the master, who had not wandered far away. "Xiao Yin, once we reach the dormitory, be sure to get along well with your roommates, understand? Do not bully others," Tang San advised as he headed towards their dormitory. After all, he had been with Tang Yin since childhood, and he worried that his little brother might struggle to interact with peers of the same age. So he had been chattering incessantly along the way. All right, Tang Yin replied with a weary demeanor, genuinely feeling that his brother was increasingly embodying the qualities of Tang Song. After all, they both share the surname Tang. It wouldn't be too much to let the Haotian hammer moonlight as the 9-section staff, as both are ultimately instruments for striking. In due time, when I transition into a holy vocation, my brother shall take on the role of Tang Sanzang. Perfect. Xiao Yin, be more serious. Do not wear such a nonchalant expression. With you acting like this, how can I? Tang San began, but as he opened the dormitory door, a figure suddenly hurtled toward him, aiming a punch at Tang Yin's face. However, who is our third brother? Having once navigated the underworld in a past life, he quickly detected the incoming attack. Though the timing was somewhat tight, Tang San adeptly evaded the strike with finesse. The assailant, realizing their punch had missed, followed through with their momentum and dashed towards the brothers once more. Just as Tang San raised his head to step outside, he was met with the sight of a gaping black void. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the assailant was sent flying backward at an even greater speed than before. However, this time, Tang Yin's attack was somewhat less forceful than the previous one against the gatekeeper, as he was keenly aware that the intruder bore no ill intent. Thus, a symbolic strike sufficed. What? You ask why I used a hand cannon? Please, if I'm retaliating against my brother, the fact that you're still standing is commendable. At this scene, Tang San could only bury his face in his hands, realizing that his previous words had been in vain. He could clearly see that his brother had held back. Furthermore, the confrontation stemmed from his own actions, making it impossible for him to reprimand Tang Yin. Yet, having already blasted two individuals upon entering school, how would they navigate the days to come? Initially, Tang San intended to further counsel his younger brother, but upon seeing Tang Yin's innocent expression, as if to say the hand cannon was self-activated, he decided to abandon that thought. What could he do? After all, Tang Yin was his brother. Even if the school were to reprimand him, it would ultimately fall to him to shoulder the blame. Tang San cast a helpless glance at his younger brother and approached the still-recovering classmate, pulling him up while inquiring, "Who are you, and why did you suddenly attack us?" Regardless of whether his brother's actions were excessive, Tang San had to first establish some ground. Hello, my name is Wang Sheng, and I am the leader of this dormitory. I would like to thank your friend for sparing me. Wang Sheng managed to get up, somewhat disheveled. According to the rules of our dormitory, since you have defeated me, you are now the leader of this dormitory. Wan Sheng Tang Yin, who had just retracted his hand cannon. Leader? Never mind that. He is my brother, and such matters are more fitting for him. Tang Yin decisively threw his brother under the bus. After all, how could he not do so when it would allow him to witness the classic domestic drama that was about to unfold? Tang Yin insisted that he was merely looking out for his brother's future happiness, and certainly not trying to put him in a bind. As for the popcorn now in Tang Yin's hand, do not inquire. It was simply a matter of hunger. All right then, from now on, you shall be the leader of this dormitory, Wang Sheng declared alongside the other dormitory members, even bowing to Tang San. Tang San looked at Tang Yin, who was already munching on popcorn, and felt a wave of exasperation. He turned to the group of roommates and said, "I apologize. We are here to study, and we truly have no interest in this leadership business. That won't do. This is our rule. Whoever is stronger is the leader," Wang Sheng insisted earnestly. "Yes, that is the rule," the other students chimed in. Tang San could only bury his face in his hands in resignation. At that moment, two more figures appeared in the corridor. One of them, a girl with pink hair styled in scorpion braids, asked, "Excuse me, is this the 7th dormitory?" The female lead was about to make her entrance, not wanting to disrupt the original narrative, as each pair had touched the author's heart. The request for recommendations and collections was made. Thank you, esteemed readers. Chapter 15, Spring Dawn, Recognition Edition. Upon hearing the voice, Tang Yin knew that the long-anticipated spectacle of domestic drama was about to commence. Alas, he currently lacked a recording device. Otherwise, his brother's sordid past would surely be documented. He mused that if he were to become a mechanic in the future, he would promptly acquire a recording device. As Tang Yin turned to look in the direction of the voice, he was taken aback. There were indeed two girls. One was Xiao Wu, easily recognizable. But who was the other? In his line of sight appeared two youthful and vibrant maidens. One being the distinctive Xiao Wu with her pink scorpion tail braid and matching attire, exuding an endearing charm, especially with her headband resembling rabbit ears and her bunny-themed bag, as if she were the very embodiment of the Douluo female protagonist. After all, she was destined to be his future sister-in-law. So Tang Yin was well aware of her identity. But who was the girl beside Xiao Wu? With her pristine white hair and adorably antler-like headpiece, she emanated a lively and enchanting aura. Though clad in a simple white garment, she exuded an ethereal and otherworldly grace. Even in appearance, she rivaled Xiao Wu, further piquing Tang Yin's curiosity about her identity. How could he not have any recollection of such a beautiful young girl? Despite his profound curiosity, Tang Yin replied, "Indeed. This is the 7th dormitory. Are you also part of this year's work-study program?" "Yay, we finally found the dormitory. I told you to follow me, Yao. You can't deny how many circles you let us in on this floor," Xiao Wu exclaimed cheerfully, boasting to the girl named Yao beside her. All right. My Xiao Wu is the best," the girl named Yao replied with a despairing expression. "Princess Yao?" Upon hearing Xiao Wu's address, a hypothesis emerged in Tang Yin's mind, and he instinctively probed, "Are you?" Upon hearing his words, Yao looked at Tang Yin in surprise, her eyes reflecting disbelief as she asked, "You mean?" "I am Tang Yin, the younger brother of Tang San." Observing Yao's reaction, Tang Yin responded with a hint of excitement. After Tang Yin finished speaking, he cast an expectant gaze towards the other party. If the other individual were truly a fellow traveler like him, they would undoubtedly be aware that the original Tang San in this world had no connection to Ododo. The ensuing silent exchange of glances between Tang Yin and Yao created a tension in the atmosphere that was almost palpable. To Tang San and Xiao Wu, this scene resembled two swordsmen discovering their lifelong adversaries, poised to engage in a life-and-death duel. Both Tang San and Xiao Wu sensed that the atmosphere had shifted uncomfortably, prompting them to weakly inquire about the situation from those nearby. Spring slumber, unaware of dawn. At that moment, Yao suddenly called out to Tang Yin. Upon hearing this familiar verse, Tang San's expression mirrored his surprise. Before he could fully register his astonishment, Tang Yin continued, "Everywhere mosquitoes bite." "What on earth?" Tang San exclaimed. "Last night the big bear came." Yao chimed in. This unexpected exchange left Tang San feeling as though he might have recited a false version of Spring Dawn. They were indeed compatriots. Under normal circumstances, such excitement would warrant an embrace, especially given how rare it was to encounter a fellow countryman in a foreign realm. However, observing the bewildered crowd around them, both Tang Yin and Yao adeptly restrained themselves. "Ahem, this is my recognized sister, Xiao Wu. We have been close friends since childhood," Yao explained, adopting the manner of Tang Yin and sharing her background. Since Xiao Wu was recognized as her sister, it implied that they were not biological siblings. Growing up alongside Xiao Wu also subtly indicated to Tang Yin that, like Xiao Wu, she too had undergone a transformation over the course of 100,000 years. In essence, she had conveyed her circumstances and information to Tang Yin. Naturally, since this compatriot had placed such trust in him, Tang Yin felt no need for concealment. He summoned his martial spirit, for there was nothing more telling than the manifestation of his weapon. Their mutual trust was not solely based on their shared origins. After all, in a few years, their names would be inscribed in the same family tree. "Hey, big brother, quickly show them what you're made of." A roommate interjected while Tang Yin and Yao were conversing. Every time a newcomer arrived, it was customary for the leader to engage in a duel with them. Wang Sheng then approached Tang San, confirming the unspoken rule. Being well-versed in the plot, Tang Yin seized the opportunity to enjoy this rare spectacle of familial conflict. Adhering to the principle that big brothers are meant to be pranked, he encouraged his older brother. "Indeed, big brother, I support you in spirit." On the other side, Yao shared a similar sentiment. "Xiao Wu, I also support you in spirit." After expressing their support, Yao moved to Tang Yin's side, munching on popcorn and enjoying the unfolding drama, entirely oblivious to the fact that they were pushing their older siblings into the fray. In their eyes, they were like divine assistants on a romantic journey of their siblings, a veritable fighter among support units. Meanwhile, Tang Yin and Xiao Wu, inexplicably thrust into confrontation, felt increasingly aware of being set up. Despite their exasperation, Tang San turned to Xiao Wu, saying, I'm Tang San, the newly appointed dorm leader. May I call you Xiao Wu?" Having heard her name mentioned earlier, he proceeded without hesitation. "Of course," Xiao Wu replied, slightly dazed by the situation. Observing their enthusiastic support, Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged a look of silent disbelief. Chapter 2 concluded, and once more, a plea for recommendations and collections was made. In Chapter 16, a sense of annoyance arose. In their dormitory, there was a rule that required any new student to showcase their abilities. Thus, Tang San awkwardly suggested to Xiao Wu, "If you don't mind, shall we spar?" He felt uncomfortable about engaging in a fight with someone he had just met. "Oh, are you sure?" Xiao Wu perked up at the prospect of a duel. After all, she was a mischievous rabbit who had lived for 100,000 years, and fighting was her favorite pastime during that long stretch. "Yes, I'm sure," Tang San affirmed. "All right, let us begin," Xiao Wu declared, tossing her small bag to Yao, who was still trying to snatch popcorn from Tang Yin. "Hey, wait. Don't grab that yet. It's about to start." Tang Yin, hold that, signaling for the bag while also catching his own luggage thrown by his older brother. What followed was the long-anticipated spectacle of family conflict in Douluo. After all, the sight of his older brother sprawled on the ground would serve as excellent fodder for future conversations with younger generations. Observing Tang San fall due to his carelessness, Tang Yin couldn't resist teasing. "Oh, big brother, you've underestimated your opponent. Congratulations on becoming the dorm leader with the shortest tenure in history." "Who are you to talk?" Tang San shot back, casting an exasperated glance at Tang Yin. He had no intention of probing into the circumstances surrounding Tang Yin and Yao, just as Tang Yin had never inquired about the origins of his various martial techniques. Even among family, there existed secrets, yet their bond mandated unconditional trust. After all, they were the closest kin in this world. "Hey, Silver, how about you come over and have a match with me?" Xiao Wu called out to Tang Yin, her curiosity piqued by the one who could engage her younger sister in conversation. I'll pass. You're not my match, and it would be pointless." Tang Yin replied with a smile, considering her future status as a sister-in-law. It would be embarrassing to be defeated. Upon hearing Tang Yin's words, Yao slapped her forehead in disbelief. How could he be so oblivious? By saying that, aren't you just provoking Xiao Wu to want to fight you even more? Indeed, Xiao Wu was quick to respond. Now that you've said that, I'm even more inclined to challenge you. Without allowing Tang Yin a moment to retort, she charged at him. As Xiao Wu approached, Tang Yin felt a headache coming on. After all, she was his older brother's future wife. Setting aside their familial ties, he couldn't bring himself to harm someone he had grown up with. Ultimately, Tang Yin activated his ghost shadow perception, swiftly creating distance between them. With a flick of his wrist, 2 blue-silver pistols materialized in his hands. Relying on his agility, he began to predict Xiao Wu's next movements and landing spots, striking as soon as one of her feet left the ground. A single shot struck Xiao Wu, causing her to lose her composure. Subsequently, a barrage from a machine gun targeted her legs, completely undermining her balance. In a desperate lunge, she made intimate contact with the ground. "Are you all right?" Tang Yin inquired as he noticed Xiao Wu had come to a halt. After all, this was the least harmful solution he could conceive. Hey, isn't this a bit excessive?" Yao remarked, glancing enviously at Tang Yin, who wielded his stylish handgun with finesse. As a citizen of the 21st century, who could resist the allure of modern weaponry? Moreover, being a support character only intensified her desire to deal damage. With this thought in mind, Yao summoned a yellow soul ring beneath her feet and declared, "Sister Xiao Wu, fear not. I shall come to your aid." A century-old soul ring, gasped their classmates in unison upon witnessing the ring beneath Yao. "Yao, spirit of the divine deer, level 11, support, soul master." As she spoke, Yao unleashed an energy orb towards Tang Yin. "Do you require assistance, Xiao Yin?" Tang San asked, observing the unfolding situation. "Oh, that won't be necessary. It's merely a trivial matter," Tang Yin replied. However, as he shifted his gaze to his elder brother, he found him comfortably munching on the popcorn he had just prepared, entirely lacking any intention of offering help. This was not due to Tang San's indifference, but rather because, after engaging with this girl named Xiao Wu, he had ascertained that her speed was such that even if he sprinted, he would never catch up to Tang Yin, who had activated his ghost shadow mistranslation. It was clear that even if Yao joined the fray, the outcome would remain unchanged. If one could not catch Tang Yin, they could only brace themselves for the ensuing agony, for his spirit was indeed formidable. Do not ask how he knew. To elaborate would only bring tears. Moreover, this was under the condition that he possessed high-frequency range countermeasures. In contrast, Yao's soul powerballs were a mere formality, and Tang San began to silently mourn for them. First soul skill, independent on the mountain. In the next instant, Yao transformed into a spectral figure, hovering above Xiao Wu, who was enveloped by a circular shield. "Hey, come on. Isn't this a bit much? You're activating your ultimate right off the bat." Tang Yin continued to utilize Ghost Shadow mistranslation. He recalled this skill well and speculated that its effects would likely be enhanced. Yet, regardless of its enhancements, the increase would only pertain to attack power and shield strength. Yao and Xiao will remain Tang Yin's living targets. After a barrage of bullets, Yao was joyfully knocked off Xiao Wu by Tang Yin's firepower. "Ah, I'm done. Your spirit is far too overpowered. Why are you still attacking? How do you have so much soul power left?" Yao lamented, frustrated by the stark disparity in their abilities despite both being traversers. Throughout the encounter, he could strike her, yet her range attacks failed to connect, and Tang Yin could even deflect her projectiles with his bullets, leaving her utterly vexed. Chapter 17. Tang Yin seemed to be sacrificing his sister-in-law. However, Yao's observations were indeed accurate. After all, Tang Yin's opponents were his own kin. Thus his attack strength was naturally moderated. His training earlier, where he unleashed his full power for an afternoon, barely consumed half of his soul power. and the current expenditure was outpaced by his recovery. Even now, Tang Yin's soul power drain was solely due to his continuous use of ghost shadow mistranslation. Given the circumstances, how could Yao and Xiao Wu possibly contend? In reality, Yao fared better, floating above Xiao Wu. The one truly exhausted was Xiao Wu, who had been relentlessly pursuing Tang Yin, straining to keep him within Yao's attack range, depleting her soul power in the process. All right. To make amends, my brothers will treat you to dinner tonight, Tang Yin announced to Yao and Xiao Wu, aware that they had just arrived in the human realm and likely lacked funds. It also served as a subtle assist to his elder brother, as his friend, the best wingman, Tang Yin, was now online. In contrast, they were considerably wealthier than their counterparts in the original tale. The small sum Tang Yin had brought was already sufficient for him and Tang San's living expenses for the year. Tang San naturally acquiesced to his brother's proposal. After all, he had inadvertently harmed the girls. At that moment, a middle-aged instructor in his 40s entered the dormitory, calling out, "Who are Tang San and Tang Yin?" "We are," Tang San replied, approaching with his younger sibling. "I am Teacher Mo, and Master sent me to deliver bedding for you," he stated, handing 2 sets of bedding to Tang Yin and Tang San. "Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Mo." The brothers responded gratefully as they accepted the bedding. Teacher Mo then briefed them on their responsibilities as work-study students and reminded them of various school regulations before departing. As for the dormitory leader, the role eventually fell to Xiao Wu. Originally, it had been decided that Tang Yin would take the position after defeating her and Yao. But adhering to the principle of letting his elder brother handle such burdens, he passed the responsibility to Tang San. However, Tang San, having been bested by Xiao Wu previously, declined to accept it, leading Xiao Wu to refuse as she had never defeated Tang Yin. The group seemed trapped in a loop, unable to progress. Ultimately, Yao suggested they determine the leader through a sacred game of rock, paper, scissors. With her advantage of choosing paper, Xiao Wu decisively defeated both brothers, thus claiming the leadership position. To celebrate the new leader's ascendance, Wang Sheng, as a senior, treated everyone to a meal, transporting Tang Yin back to his university days. Back then, his bond with a few close friends had been exceptionally strong. What? You wonder why Tang Yin maintained such a good relationship with his roommates? Ridiculous. Would you begrudge your 5 sons? The most frequent bonding moments occurred when someone helped with meals or treated others. Witnessing Wang Sheng's demeanor evoked a wave of nostalgia in Tang Yin. Thus, the group made their way to the cafeteria, and due to the earlier skirmish, they did not encounter the master there, sparing them from any further humiliation. However, on their return, the master sent word, requesting their presence in his office after dinner, as he wished to assess the true nature of their spirits. True to his reputation, the master had nearly deduced the brothers' background upon seeing the Haotian hammer and, like Tang Hao, cautioned them against attaching any soul rings to it before discussing their future paths as soul masters. For Tang San, the trajectory was clear. Control was his optimal choice. Yet for Tang Yin, the master faced a dilemma. Given Tang Yin's range capabilities, strong control seemed fitting. But his remarkable speed suggested that a focus on agility could also be advantageous, as speed was a crucial factor in range combat. Ultimately, it was Tang Yin who made the decision to first examine the skill of his initial spirit ring before determining the subsequent direction for his upgrades. The master concurred with this approach. "May I inquire why both you and Father disallow us from attaching spirit rings to this hammer spirit?" Tang San posed the question. Upon hearing his brother's words, Tang Yin could not help but cover his face. After all, it was a matter that was quite simple to comprehend. When reading the novel, Tang Yin had sensed that this was undoubtedly a straightforward issue. By the time Tang San arrived at Shrek Academy, he already possessed a wealth of knowledge regarding spirits and spirit beasts. Yet, despite the clarity of his understanding, he still failed to grasp the matter at hand. Moreover, Tang Hao had previously informed them that a twin spirit could achieve a normal breakthrough relying on just one. Thus, once they reach a certain level, wouldn't it be easy to allow the hammer to absorb spirit rings? Yet, such a simple question left the remarkably astute Tang San, often likened to a cunning old fox, perplexed. It could be said that had it not been for Dugobo's reminder, it would have taken him even longer to unravel this conundrum. "Brother, where has your usual cleverness gone? Why are you faltering on such a simple matter?" Tang Yin lamented. Xiao Yin, have you figured out the reason?" Tang San asked curiously, as he recalled that his brother often acted unpredictably. But intelligence was certainly not a characteristic associated with his younger sibling. The master has already stated that each spirit level has a corresponding limit on the absorption of spirit rings based on years, Tang Yin explained. I understand that. But how does that relate to our hammer? Tang San inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. At that moment, the master turned his gaze toward Tang Yin, surprised that his previous statement had led Tang Yin to discern the deeper meaning behind their father's prohibition on attaching spirit rings to the hammer. Consider this. When we reach level 70 or 80, or even become titled Douluos, if we were to attach spirit rings to our hammer at that point, wouldn't we be able to obtain spirit rings that are tens of thousands of years old? Tang Yin et la bozette. As he contemplated the notion of the Xiao Yin hammer being imbued with such ancient spirit rings, he felt an urge to pay homage to his sister-in-law. Chapter 1 is presented, and I humbly request a wave of recommendations and collections. The new book requires the support of all esteemed readers. But can my body truly withstand the burden imposed by so many spirit rings? After all, that would mean possessing 9 additional spirit rings beyond the norm. Tang San expressed his concerns. The master, observing the brothers engage in a discussion about a singular issue, was struck with admiration. He had not anticipated that Tang Yin and Tang San would exhibit such wisdom, delving so deeply into the implications of a mere observation. Brother, if I were to say you have lost your wits, that would be an understatement. Did the master not just mention that absorbing spirit bones could enhance our physical attributes? Tang Yin asserted. Tang San did not react much to this statement, but in the master's mind, a sudden epiphany struck, akin to a flash of inspiration. Indeed, enhancing physical strength through the absorption of spirit bones could effectively remedy the drawbacks of twin spirits, which grow increasingly burdensome with the addition of more rings. Did you achieve it through this method? A figure materialized in the master's thoughts. Shaking his head, the master dismissed the vision and refocused on reality, acknowledging that some truths, even if discovered, remained immutable. Precisely, that is our intention. However, to be candid, we had not considered the burdens that an excess of spirit rings could impose on the body. Yet, Tang Yin's idea presents a promising avenue. Enhancing physical capabilities through spirit bones could very well be the final piece of the puzzle leading to your ultimate success. The master's tone brimmed with a rare excitement as he identified a valuable research topic. He resolved to thoroughly investigate the feasibility of this concept, pondering how many years would be required for spirit bones if their second spirit rings were of tens of thousands of years. I must organize and evaluate the methodologies proposed by Xiao Yin. You two may return for today. Tomorrow I shall accompany you to acquire spirit rings. With that, the master, visibly animated, ushered Tang Yin and Tang San out, leaving the two brothers momentarily bewildered. Nevertheless, the master remained concerned for their well-being, especially regarding their nutrition. As he closed the door, he handed each brother a paper-wrapped parcel containing a hearty chicken leg, a substantial meat bun, and some side dishes. You are at a vital stage of growth. Ensure you pay attention to your diet. Should finances prove insufficient, feel free to come to me. With those words, he closed the door, embodying the essence of a dedicated researcher. As night fell, Tang Yin and Tang San were engaged in a discussion with Xiao Wu regarding the tasks awaiting them upon their return from acquiring spirit rings. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Wu voiced her complaints. You're leaving right after school begins? What about the work? Are you two boys expecting us girls to handle it all? Apologies, apologies. Upon our return, we shall compensate you for the workload, considering it a form of restitution. We can treat you to a meal as well, Tang San promised. While the older siblings conversed about their responsibilities, they were unaware that they were not the only ones who had chosen to remain on campus that night. Not far away, on a rooftop, Tang Yin and Yao sat at the edge, observing the first date between their respective older siblings. Today truly astonished me. I never expected to encounter a fellow townsman in this world, Tang Yin remarked with a sense of wonder. I'm even more surprised. Do you have any idea how I've managed these years? I was intrigued and meticulously recorded relevant memories upon discovering I had arrived in the Douluo continent. However, I found them to be of no use in recent years. Now it appears that it was indeed your butterfly effect at play, Yao reflected, given that Tang Yin had only been in this world for a few years, whereas she had spent a full 100,000 years. Hey. While it's acceptable to toss things around, one mustn't speak carelessly. I have never left Holy Soul Village since arriving in this world. The only butterfly effect I experienced was meant to witness a girl awakening the blue silvergrass, but instead, I encountered a boy awakening a frying pan. Tang Yin dozet, quickly denying any responsibility. Moreover, it's hard to imagine that the butterfly effect was not yours. Considering your age, he nearly faltered, sensing a palpable aura of danger directed at him. Xiao Yin, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Yao responded with an innocently sweet smile, speaking slowly and deliberately. Cough, cough, it's nothing. I just suddenly felt that the sun today is particularly round. Haha. Tang Yin awkwardly attempted to change the subject. Yao, unfazed by his illogical excuse, remarked, You'll understand when the time comes. I eagerly anticipate your expression then. By the way, I must say, your memory is quite remarkable. Even after all this time, you still recall these details, Tang Yin expressed with a hint of envy. To speak frankly, Tang Yin believes that if he were to live for 100,000 years, he would probably forget even his own name from a past life. TCH, just because you can cheat, does that mean I cannot? Yao retorted with a hint of playful arrogance. By the way, what exactly is your cheat? Tang Yin inquired with curiosity. Well, I traversed here while playing Honor of Kings. As for the hero I used, just look at my martial soul, Yao replied. That's what I'm most curious about. After all, with your passive skills, you only have 4 abilities, which means 4 soul rings at most. What about the others? Tang Yin asked. His curiosity piqued as he had pondered this for quite some time. Let me correct you. It's actually 3, since the passive skill was innate. However, at present, my skills have no cooldown, meaning all control skills are ineffective against me. The only true counter is when I'm in deer form, during which I cannot attack. Yao explained. With that, the second chapter is presented, and I humbly request another wave of recommendations and collections. The new book needs the care of all esteemed readers. Chapter 19. The Master is confounded. Oh, now I understand. Simply put, your passive ability is akin to a low-tier version of a Beidou's Kamui. That alone is quite impressive. One passive skill that requires no special activation. Furthermore, when you transform into a deer, you enter an invulnerable state, rendering you impervious to damage. What more could you desire? But what about the subsequent soul rings? Tang Yin asked, still intrigued. This is my cheat. At level 10, I'll gain an additional skill slot, which can accommodate any summoner skill. After changing once, I must wait until midnight to change again. My summoner skills, like my regular skills, do not require cooldowns, Yao stated with pride. After all, summoner skills in Honor of Kings are exceptionally useful, providing robust support and versatility. There are 10 skills in total. Sprint, Execute, Healing, Finishing, Frenzy, Disruption, Stun, Transformation, Weakening, and Flash. These range from attack enhancements to various status buffs and healing, as well as diverse control over enemies. Just imagine the sheer power of the finishing skill. Yao's infinite executions would be utterly devastating in a low-health scenario, given the nature of true damage. My goodness, that's a bit excessive, Tang Yin mused, clearly contemplating the terrifying implications. He could already envision the dread of a world dominated by Yao's executions. As for why I remember my past so vividly, it's due to another cheat of mine. It may not be entirely accurate to call it cheat, as it's an innate ability I possessed upon arriving in this world. My innate spiritual see and accompanying absolute memory, Yao elaborated. I possess an innate spiritual see. So you mean to say, Tang Yin began to feel envious of Yao. Despite being fellow traversers, the disparity in their capabilities was striking. Indeed, just as you surmise. Due to my divine deer lineage, my mental prowess begins where yours culminates, Yao declared with a haughty demeanor. It could be said that were Yao able to wield the purple extreme demon eyes, she would become an embodiment of Uchiha Yao, initiating an endless Tsukuyomi in a Douluo setting, rendering her invincible in the early stages. Precisely as you have deduced. My divine deer heritage grants me this mental advantage. Yao continued. Why is it that while we are both traversers, I am limited to the blue-silver gun martial soul, while you possess so much more? Woe is me. Tang Yin lamented, looking at Yao with earnest admiration. Apologies, but I am merely a humble support-type soul master, Yao replied, as another soul ring appeared beneath her, and in an instant, she transformed into a spirit, hovering above Tang Yin. When it comes to being an accessory, I am truly the expert. So, strive hard, young one, Yao said in a tone reminiscent of certain time-traveling chicken. Given Tang Yin's remarkable and potent ranged martial soul, this was undoubtedly his finest mount. Rest assured, I will not betray my teammates. As an accessory, I am utterly professional. Allow me to introduce the national server Yao. Yao continued, assuming Tang Yin's silence was rooted in fear of her potential betrayal. It was not until this moment that she finally expelled the frustration of having been defeated by Tang Yin. What does it matter if you have a powerful ranged cheat? I still possess more words than you. However, upon finishing her statement and still receiving no response from Tang Yin, Yao turned her gaze curiously towards him. In contrast, Tang Yin remained silent, merely gazing upwards. Ah, teacher, were we to seek our soul rings? In a horse-drawn carriage, Tang San yawned while posing the question. What's going on with you two brothers? You seem rather out of sorts. Xiao Yin, what's with that bruised face? The master observed the visibly unwell brothers with concern. There was no way around it. They felt akin to boys who had opened a mysterious door one fateful night, returning multiple times. It's nothing. I just accidentally bumped into a door while getting up to use the restroom last night. Tang Yin replied vaguely, recalling the less-than-innocent antics of the previous evening. And you? Xiao San? The master shifted his gaze to Tang San, who appeared slightly better off than Tang Yin. I'm fine, just anxious to obtain my soul ring. I didn't sleep well last night. Tang San offered a casual excuse, knowing he had returned later than Tang Yin and the others due to extended sparring with Xiao Wu. Don't worry, we are both fine, teacher. Please continue sharing your knowledge about martial souls, Tang San encouraged. Very well. Typically, soul masters differentiate soul beasts by their age. The master began his serious lecture. Yet, for Tang Yin, the concepts being discussed were already well known. Now, they merely served as the world's most exquisite lullaby. The more the master elaborated, the more Tang Yin felt his eyelids growing heavy. To prevent himself from succumbing to slumber, he decided to pose questions about aspects he was unaware of. Master, may I ask why soul rings change color based on their age? Tang Yin queried intermittently. Huh? The master was momentarily taken aback by Tang Yin's sudden questions. Why can a soul ring only be a ring? Why is it circular and not triangular or square? Furthermore, why do soul masters have soul rings while humans do not? Why do humans possess martial souls, but soul beasts do not? Is there a relationship between our beast martial souls and the beasts themselves? If so, what about various weapon martial souls? The master was utterly confounded. These questions, I believe, were not addressed in the original work by the esteemed author. My apologies for any oversight, as I was unable to find answers. This may be due to my limited engagement with Douluo, which unexpectedly has led to these queries. Thus, I sincerely apologize to all readers. In the midst of his confusion, Tang Yin's barrage of questions left the master utterly flabbergasted. After all, these were inquiries he had never contemplated, akin to how, prior to Newton, no one pondered why apples fall from trees rather than float away. Often, matters that seem commonplace may be overlooked entirely. Chapter 20. Entering the soul-hunting forest in an instant. The master was left bewildered by Tang Yin's relentless queries. To be frank, these questions were not merely unexamined. They had scarcely garnered any attention at all. No need to speak of others. Even a master, who is theoretically at the pinnacle of his field, suddenly finds his research to be somewhat lacking. After all, the issues presented by Tang Yin are relatively straightforward for him. It should be noted that his most remarkable research achievements merely conclude that the level of innate soul power is proportional to the strength of the martial soul. There are only weapon martial souls and beast martial souls, with no others. Weapon martial souls are predominantly supportive, while beast martial souls primarily focus on offense. Each soul master has their own developmental direction. In comparison, the master himself feels that his research path is rather superficial. Yet he remains revered as an invincible theoretical authority within the martial soul community. If we could understand the formation of soul masters, could we not create artificial soul rings? If artificial soul rings were achievable, could we not artificially extend the lifespan of soul rings? Tang Yin continued to ponder these questions, though his voice grew increasingly faint. These inquiries stem from his experiences reading novels and browsing forums. At this moment, he was curious to ask, for the pinnacle of theoretical discourse in this world comes from the master himself. However, the master's 10 theories seem to contain some personal bias to Tang Yin, to say nothing of the assertion that there are no useless martial souls, only soul masters who cannot refine them. This is clearly a self-comforting statement. He might argue that his elder brother utilized blue silvergrass, but come now, is his brother's blue silvergrass normal? That is the blue-silver emperor. Even without a complete awakening, Dugubo has stated that Tang San's blue silvergrass is far superior to ordinary blue silvergrass. Meanwhile, the master realized he had been thoroughly questioned by a child, and the atmosphere in the carriage grew awkward, perhaps due to the lack of response from the master. Tang Yin could no longer restrain himself and unexpectedly leaned against his elder brother's shoulder, falling asleep instantly. "Ah, I apologize, teacher," Tang San remarked, perceiving the awkwardness in the air and wishing to defend his younger brother. However, since Tang Yin was currently using him as a pillow, he found himself unable to move. Before Tang San could speak, the master waved his hand, saying, "It's fine, I am not so upset." Each of the questions posed by Tang Yin represents a research direction I had not previously considered. If we could successfully explore these avenues, it would undoubtedly be an unprecedented achievement for humanity, even a revolutionary breakthrough. Tang San, please hold on for a moment. I will note down Tang Yin's questions, and then we shall continue our lesson. The master grew increasingly animated in his discourse. In that instant, he even regretted not having taken Tang Yin as a disciple earlier. This child possesses an extraordinary thought process, allowing him to identify numerous research-worthy topics. Having known Tang Yin for just a few days, the master found his list of research topics expanding rapidly. As time passed in the master's lesson to Tang San, just as in the original narrative, the master gifted his soul guide to Tang San. Observing the 24 compartments within this soul guide, Tang San named it 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night. Tang Yin slept quite soundly, proving that the quality of the Tang San pillow was indeed exceptional. He slept all the way until they reached their destination. Upon being awakened by his elder brother, Tang Yin immediately heard shouts nearby. 20 gold coins to assist in hunting a 100-year soul beast, with 2 spots available. Forming a team to hunt a fire-type soul beast. We need 1 supporter. Forming a team to hunt a 1,000-year soul beast. We have a token, a supporter, and we need 1 defensive or agile attack soul master. Various team invitations and sales calls echoed around him. Hearing these, Tang Yin experienced a momentary sensation akin to a nostalgic return to an online game. The scene was strikingly reminiscent of his past experiences in virtual dungeons. Noticing the lack of enthusiasm from the 2 brothers towards forming teams, the master began to explain the composition and relationships between soul masters and teams, as well as the optimal team configurations. This gave Tang Yin the impression of a novice playing a game, with an expert by his side providing strategic guidance. As he prepared for his very first hunt, Tang Yin felt a surge of excitement. "Master, before we set off, let's find a restaurant to dine," Tang Yin suddenly proposed. For what kind of hunter would venture out to hunt without a meal? Although this world lacks Ilu cats, substituting with human delicacies would suffice. After all, he had yet to experience the local gourmet offerings of Douluo. Ha, indeed. I recall a delightful restaurant not far from here. It shall be an excellent opportunity to adjust our state before we proceed, the master agreed, acknowledging the need for a break after their long journey. While dining, the master began to elucidate the significance and origins of the martial soul tokens required for entry, though Tang Yin paid little attention. "You speak your piece. We are mere food enthusiasts indulging in our meal. You lot who lack enthusiasm for dining are surely misguided. We food lovers refuse to be categorized alongside you." The master subsequently took the brothers to purchase a variety of ingredients, such as white radishes, sweet potatoes, and beans. These items were placed into Tang San's 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night. Observing the master's actions, Tang Yin felt an inexplicable chill. Let us not speak of it. While the damage might be minimal, the humiliation is profound. Thus, while imparting various knowledge, the master guided the brothers to the entrance of the soul-hunting forest. Upon presenting the martial soul hall-issued token to the guarding soldiers, their demeanor immediately shifted to one of utmost respect, even though the token bore merely 3 distinct markings. The soldiers promptly made way for the master and his young companions. Witnessing this scene, Tang Yin marveled at the status of soul masters in this realm. After all, the guards did not question the master's entry into the soul-hunting forest with 2 small children, even though he was a master often looked down upon in the soul master community. A profession with little productive capacity can command such vast resources, and it is no wonder that this world faces numerous calamities. As they traversed the Iron Gate, The master and the brothers swiftly entered the depths of the soul-hunting forest. As they ventured deeper, the cacophony of sounds gradually faded, replaced by the fresh air surrounding them. Whether it was merely a psychological effect or not, wandering through this forest provided a sense of tranquility and elation. However, Tang Yin dared not lower his guard, for even the master, who had once appeared somewhat despondent, now displayed a serious and focused expression. The master then summoned the brothers, gesturing with his hands in a manner reminiscent of a ninja performing seals, and declared, "Come forth, Luo San Pao." Tang Yin found himself at a loss for words, nearly choking on his own surprise. "Master, what era are we in? Who performs seals like a proper ninja anymore?" Yet, despite his internal musings, Tang Yin refrained from voicing them, realizing that the master was not truly a ninja. Thus, emulating the likes of Hoshigaki Kisame in performing seals was not entirely unreasonable. Despite the myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, Tang Yin was genuinely intrigued by the master's martial soul. Suddenly, a soft pop resonated as a faint lavender soul power erupted like mist, accompanied by a wave of energy, revealing a creature before the master. "Master, you must have trained in the realm of Naruto. This is clearly a summoning technique." Upon witnessing the series of special effects, Tang Yin's spirit of sarcasm grew ever stronger. However, his attention was drawn to the creature before the master, which was none other than the master's spirit, Luo San Pao. This creature bore a resemblance to a dog. Yet in terms of size, it was more akin to a pig, measuring over 1.5 meters in length and with a similarly substantial girth. Its appearance was perfectly suitable for training the national football team. Its entire body was enveloped in a soft lavender hue, with 2 fluffy ears drooping on either side, and a pair of intelligent little eyes that blinked like those of a Siberian husky. Yet, there was an undeniable gentleness in its gaze. Atop its head were 2 small, round flesh-like lumps, further enhancing its adorableness. As soon as Luo San Pao appeared, it bounded towards the master, its round body bouncing with each step, exuding a charmingly clumsy demeanor. It nestled against the master's leg, prompting the emergence of 2 yellow soul rings at the master's feet. Tang Yin, having no resistance to such a fluffy, endearingly clumsy creature, was on the verge of reaching out to pet it, had he not been concerned about the master's feelings. The master then introduced it to Tang Yin and the others. "This is my martial spirit, Luo San Pao. You may simply call him San Pao." San Pao seemed to comprehend the master's words, understanding that the children before him were companions of the master, and its gaze towards the 2 brothers held a hint of eagerness for approval. Seeing this expression, Tang Yin could no longer resist and began to stroke San Pao. Originally, Tang San had intended to inquire more about Luo San Pao, but Tang Yin's actions halted him. Their little exchange did not escape the master's notice. And sensing Tang Yin's concerns, he reassured him, "Little Yin, there's no need to worry. That was a long time ago, and I no longer dwell on it." Tang San, hesitant, responded to the master, "Are you implying that your martial spirit is a physical entity, unlike other beast martial spirits?" He realized that this question might touch on a sensitive subject for his teacher, leaving him at a loss for words. The master, revealing a bittersweet expression, explained, "It's quite simple. My martial spirit is, in fact, a mutated one. Unlike Tang San's blue-silver spear, which mutated in a positive direction, my martial spirit took a turn for the worse. Due to my innate talent, I awakened with only a level 1 soul power, resulting in this outcome. Had my soul power been higher, things would have been different. Regardless of how hard I strive in the future, my soul power will never exceed 30 levels. This is why I have devoted my life to theoretical research." Tang San had previously heard whispers about his teacher's past at the academy, which made him acutely aware of the master's unwavering dedication. This passion mirrored his own obsession with hidden weapons in his previous life, fostering a deep understanding and empathy within him. Perhaps it was this reflection of his past self in the master that made Tang San never regret choosing him as a mentor. It was a bond of mutual respect. Seeing the sudden silence between the teacher and student, Tang Yin felt a mixture of helplessness and frustration. "Can't you two learn from me? While I may be preoccupied with this unknown species, I have never ceased to be vigilant." Even before Luo San Pao issued a warning, Tang Yin had already summoned his blue rain revolver, its faint purple glow flickering as he swiftly locked onto several targets and fired multiple shots in rapid succession. Tang Yin's actions jolted the still silent master and Tang San back to attention. At that moment, Luo Sanpao leapt towards Tang Yin, adopting a defensive stance. Simultaneously, as the echoes of Tang Yin's gunfire subsided, they were met with a chorus of dog-like whines from several approaching wolf-like soul beasts. Indeed, a moment later, they found themselves surrounded by several spectral wolves, each nearly 1.60 meters in length, their iron-gray forms inching closer. They are phantom wolves. Do not worry, Lilene. Little San, put these on. The master immediately recognized the species and their age, tossing 2 masks to Tang Yin and Tang San. Tang Yin was well aware of Luo Sanpao's attack style, and the masks were donned with remarkable efficiency. Tang San, initially wanting to ask a question, followed suit upon observing his brother's swift actions. Once both brothers had secured their masks, the master promptly donned his own, and in the next instant, the first soul ring at his feet flickered to life. The master, with an air of disdain, declared, "A mere pack of 10-year-old pups dares to attack me?" Sanpao. Upon hearing the master's command, Luo Sanpao assumed an attacking posture, its 4 short legs firmly planted as it let out a low growl followed by a deep inhale. As it inhaled, its form began to swell. Witnessing this spectacle, Tang Yin couldn't help but entertain a bizarre thought. What if all Luo Sanpao truly was an inflatable doll? Chapter 22. Azure Star Tang Yin shook his head, dispelling any errant thoughts, and refocused on the master. At that moment, the master raised his hand, and with emotion, a soul ring ascended from beneath him, encircling Luo Sanpao like a Russian nesting doll. The master then proclaimed loudly, thunderous fart of cataclysm. Luo Sanpao. Upon receiving the master's command, Luo Sanpao's eyes sparkled with intelligence, its blue orbs gleaming as it was enveloped in the swirling yellow soul rings. Its voice grew increasingly thunderous, and with a powerful kick of its short legs, it leaped to a height of 5 meters, positioning itself above the phantom wolves and unleashing a sound akin to a thunderclap. Even with their masks firmly in place, Tang Yin could not escape the indescribable stench that assaulted his senses, a foulness that could only be likened to canned herring, rivaled perhaps only by fermented sea swallow. He could only imagine what the unmasked wolves, known for their keen sense of smell, must be experiencing. As he observed the wolves, now foaming at the mouth and convulsing, Tang Yin could only offer a silent prayer. May there be no Luo Sanpao in heaven. Having dispatched the phantom wolves that had initially sought to surround them, the trio swiftly vacated the area. The stench was not something that would dissipate quickly, and even the master dared not linger. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Tang Yin busied himself feeding Luo Sanpao carrots. Having always harbored a fondness for pets in his previous life, he had never had the opportunity to own one, which was why he chose to cultivate poultry for prosperity in this life. Now that he was away from home with nothing to nurture, he felt a pang of dissatisfaction until Luo Sanpao came along. With Luo Sanpao's keen sense of smell, their movements through the forest proved rather convenient. Along their journey, they encountered soul beasts. The master imparted to the 2 brothers the name, type, characteristics, habits, identification methods, weaknesses, and other essential knowledge regarding the soul beast they encountered. In that moment, Tang Yin felt reminiscent of watching the animal world in his past life. The variety of soul beasts they encountered along the way was quite rich. Although it was an exaggeration to say there were dozens, there were certainly 20 to 30 types. Remarkably, the master was able to effortlessly provide information about these soul beasts without hesitation. Frankly speaking, to an uninformed observer, it might appear as though the master was merely fabricating tales. Unfortunately, by nightfall, they still had not found a suitable soul beast. Those they encountered were either unsuitable or did not meet the required age criteria. Consequently, they had no choice but to clear a patch of ground to prepare for the night. This first experience of camping outdoors ignited a small thrill of wilderness survival in Tang Yin, though he wondered if there were any wild instant noodles around. Tang Yin and Tang San assisted in clearing away the weeds, while the master scattered some powder to repel snakes and insects, effective only against the weak and ordinary ones. During this time, the master continued his impromptu lessons, sharing knowledge about wilderness survival, which greatly intrigued Tang Yin, as he had always been fascinated by survival shows in his previous life. Now, with the opportunity for practical application, he was even more enthusiastic. Just as Tang Yin was playfully considering changing his name to Tang Bear Grylls Yin, Luo Sanpao, who was beside him, suddenly became alert. Noticing Luo Sanpao's unusual behavior, the three immediately sensed something was amiss. Without hesitation, the two brothers moved into position, activating their purple extreme magic eyes. Their stances perfectly complementing each other's field of vision, an unspoken synergy honed over years of training together. There, Tang Yin pointed his dual guns toward a specific direction, and in the next moment, Tang San had already launched a firecracker as a concealed weapon, accurately landing it at the spot Tang Yin indicated. The master turned his gaze as well, and in the flickering firelight, they beheld a massive serpent. Its body was cloaked in dark green scales, and its triangular head bore the mark of a venomous snake. It seemed to realize it had been discovered, lifting its entire body upright, its ruby-like eyes fixated on Tang Yin and the others, the flicking of its tongue conveying imminent danger. Thankfully, the prepared powder had some effect, preventing it from attacking immediately. Upon recognizing the serpent, the master's breath caught in his throat. This is the mandrake snake, a ferocious and malicious soul beast. Why are we encountering such a dangerous creature at the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest? He exclaimed. I can only hope it is not yet 100 years old. Is the mandrake snake truly that fearsome? Are you not its match? Tang San inquired. The master replied, somewhat pensive. Indeed, the mandrake snake is a highly venomous species. Its venom not only possesses devastating neurotoxic effects, but is also remarkably paralyzing. Among venomous soul beasts, the mandrake snake ranks among the most formidable. Furthermore, its body is exceptionally resilient, with scales that are remarkably tough. There are virtually no weaknesses besides its eyes and mouth, and it excels in guarding its vulnerabilities. Coupled with its speed, it is a troublesome predator of the jungle. Wait, with its toxicity and resilience, wouldn't it be the perfect soul ring for my brother? Tang Yin pondered, aware that despite the creature's various abilities, it could ultimately serve as his brother's soul bone. Now that they had encountered it, there was no reason to retreat. They could secure the soul ring and enjoy the serpent's meat. Calm down, little Yin. This snake is highly dangerous, the master cautioned. But before he could finish, Tang Yin's blue-silver gun had already discharged several rounds, targeting the mandrake snake's eyes. What are you waiting for? Since we've encountered it, let us charge ahead. In a narrow encounter, the valiant prevail. I grew up watching Brightsword. It's all about this. Cavalry, charge, Tang Yin urged, while internally he added, your friend, Azure Star, has logged on. Chapter 23. The astonished master in his previous life, Tang Yin had relished the thrill of battling monsters. Indeed, he embodied the essence of a player who thrived on the challenge, perfectly illustrating the adage of a monster tormenting him 1,000 times while he remained infatuated. Reflecting on those times brought him immense joy. As a player who had successfully earned the title Azure Star, Tang Yin believed that no issue could not be resolved through a hunt. If worst came to worst, they could simply hunt again. Experiencing setbacks was nothing new. Tang Yin was undeterred. Hey, little Yin, seeing you start with 2 shots and then maneuvering, what do you think you're doing? The master intended to interject, but was promptly interrupted by Tang San. Don't worry, master. Right now, Tang Yin is having a blast. Tang San replied confidently, fully trusting his younger brother. Since awakening his martial soul, Tang Yin had never lasted more than 10 minutes in practice matches. Tang San was acutely aware of his brother's prowess. Master, take this opportunity to learn about Tang Yin's martial soul, as well as the characteristics and power of little Yin's martial soul. As Tang San busied himself, summoning blue silvergrass to assist his brother, the master's gaze fell upon Tang Yin once more. Tang Yin moved with astonishing speed, employing the ghost shadow misty steps to perfection. In the midst of their skirmish, even a famously swift mandrake snake struggled to keep pace with him, especially since Tang San had not yet imposed any restrictions. With Tang San now engaged, blue silvergrass and various small stones launched continuous attacks. It was essential to remember that Tang Yin, as a sharpshooter, was a long-range combatant. His initial volley of attacks had already taken out one of the mandrake snake's eyes. Now, Tang Yin's blue rain gun had transformed into a revolver. Although the revolver boasted slightly less power than the rifle, its firing speed and agility were significantly enhanced. As Tang Yin danced around, every bullet found its mark on the mandrake snake. each time the snake managed to approach, as Tang Yin previously mentioned. He also felt that the mandala snake was exceptionally suitable for Tang San. Although Tang San harbored some lingering doubts, he understood that his teacher would never harm him. Regardless, it was prudent to eliminate the mandala snake first. From a moment the mandala snake appeared, Tang Yin had already envisioned it as his elder brother's soul ring, and thus had no intention of delivering a final blow. Tang San accepted the dagger handed to him by Tang Yin and approached the nearly lifeless mandala snake, striking it down in a swift motion. Accompanied by a flash of blood, a yellow soul ring materialized before him. Upon witnessing this yellow soul ring, Tang Yin instinctively reached for some food to offer to his cherished Ailu cat, though the absence of the feline left him feeling somewhat disoriented. Humans are peculiar creatures. During mundane moments, they may feel nothing, yet in times of emotional resonance, they can weep for extended periods while listening to a song. Tang Yin's initial excitement had now subdued somewhat. Just then, Luo San Pao had already approached Tang Yin and devoured the provisions he held. Observing Luo San Pao's gleeful demeanor as it nudged against him after finishing the meal, Tang Yin thought that perhaps the current moment wasn't so bad after all. Meanwhile, the master, having regained his composure, turned his gaze back to the carcass of the mandala snake upon seeing the soul ring appear. Now, Tang Yin had fully recovered, wielding a small knife to slice the meat. After all, one should never turn down a complimentary dinner, and besides, what hunter would complete a hunt without gathering some materials? Watching Tang Yin happily carve the snake meat, the master still found it hard to fathom how a mere child could slay the mandala snake in just a few minutes. And so effortlessly at that. It hardly resembled the effort of someone employing a powerful technique. However, that explosion earlier, who could doubt it was a special move? Master, do you want me to absorb this soul ring? But our martial spirit is plant-based. Is it really safe to absorb a soul ring from a creature? Tang San curiously inquired, gazing at the yellow soul ring. The master, having adjusted his mindset, reassured Tang San, rest assured, the mandala snake, over a millennium. For each additional year, its length increases by 1 centimeter. This particular mandala snake has reached approximately 4 meters, indicating its cultivation is around 400 years. This age coincides with the upper limit for a soul master's first soul ring. Coupled with your innate, full spirit power, absorbing it should pose no problem. I told you it was perfect for my brother. So, brother, how will you thank me for procuring such a fitting soul ring? Tang Yin chimed in, having already cut 3 satisfying pieces of snake meat. What do you expect me to do? Thank you. Little Yin, I've noticed you've become quite arrogant since you started winning against me. Tang San replied, affectionately ruffling Tang Yin's hair, leaving it tousled. As the two brothers, fresh from battle, began to playfully tussle, the master suppressed a smile, but feigned a cough to redirect their attention back to him. Enough of your antics, little San. Do not worry, I understand your concerns. You are apprehensive about your martial spirit being plant-based, while the mandala snake is animal-based, fearing that absorbing it might provoke a rejection or conflict, correct? The master spoke patiently. Yes, that's right. With the serious matter at hand, Tang San ceased his playful demeanor, recognizing the significance of his martial spirit's growth. After all, he needed to become strong enough to protect his mischievous little friend. Now the master had finally regained his composure from the shock of Tang Yin's martial spirit. Speaking of his theories, the master's eyes once again sparkled with confidence. Based on my research over the years, I have proposed the theory of the 10 core competencies of martial spirits. One of these pertains to the adaptability of martial spirit forms and their functional simulations. With your blue silvergrass, you may not be limited to absorbing only plant-type soul rings. Certain beast-type martial spirits that share similar appearances or functionalities with blue silvergrass could also exhibit high compatibility. Therefore, under the right conditions, both beast-type and plant-type martial spirits can absorb each other in specific situations. After sharing this, the master did not rush to continue, but allowed Tang San a moment to digest the information before resuming. Previously, in my office, I mentioned your martial spirit's development direction and its advantages. The primary benefit of blue silvergrass lies in its inherent weakness, which results in its non-exclusivity. This lack of exclusivity broadens the scope of available soul rings, facilitating the integration of other types. In summary, you will encounter no issues absorbing this martial spirit. After articulating all of this, the master regarded his soul disciple with utmost seriousness, regardless of whether they are ordinary soul masters or members of the spirit hall. The current Soul Master community dismisses my theory on the 10 core competencies of martial spirits. No one believes it, and thus there are no precedents. With a more solemn tone, he continued, Little San, are you willing to take this leap of faith? Although I hold complete confidence in theory, there are no precedents to substantiate it. Ultimately, practice is the only criterion for validating truth. In that moment, Tang San perceived a familiar fervor within the master's demeanor, a fervor born from his own martial spirit's mutation. The master would never ascend to the pinnacle of soul masters. Yet, despite this, he had not relinquished hope and had devoted every ounce of his energy to the study of martial spirits. This dedication mirrored Tang Yin's past life as merely an outer sect disciple who, driven by a passion for hidden weapons, undertook numerous endeavors. Tang Yin genuinely admired this aspect of the master. While he certainly had his flaws and shortcomings, those could not be overlooked. Yet in this regard, the master was indeed deserving of respect. Teacher, allow me to be the first to test your theory. It would be a great honor for your research to have its inaugural subject, Tang San declared, his gaze resolute, a recognition of kinship. Under the master's guidance, Tang San commenced the process of absorbing the soul ring. Although it appeared perilous, Tang Yin was fully aware that it would proceed smoothly. After all, he had resurrection coins. Even if his elder brother faltered, 3 years hence, he would emerge as a formidable figure once more. Wait, does that mean I will be 3 years older than my brother? When that time comes, who will address whom as brother? Tang Yin mused, lost in thought. As Tang San began the absorption, the master was also engaged, contemplating the future and how to address Xiao Wu, whether as sister-in-law or sister. Once Tang San had successfully absorbed the soul ring. After hearing Tang Yin's various intriguing ideas about his martial spirit, the master felt an overwhelming urge to have Tang Yin switch to using the Haotian hammer for an upgrade. He was convinced that if the Haotian hammer were the strongest melee martial spirit in Douluo, then Tang Yin's blue-silver gun would undoubtedly be the most formidable ranged martial spirit. With such a remarkable martial spirit, combined with Tang Yin's extraordinary shooting accuracy and swift mobility, he was destined to become the most powerful ranged soul master in this world. Yet, the most astonishing aspect was that the conventional weakness of ranged soul masters, close combat, was entirely irrelevant in Tang Yin's case. Consider a formidable opponent who, after much effort, finally reaches Tang Yin's side, just as he thinks victory is within grasp. Tang Yin swiftly produces a treasure even larger than his opponent's and strikes him squarely in the face. The mere thought of such a scene causes Master to wince in pain. Given the current circumstances, our foremost concern is to enhance our advantages even further, particularly by prioritizing speed in the selection of soul rings. After all, with the presence of hand cannons, you lack neither power nor attack potential, the master observed. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. If there are skills that can augment my mental agility, that would be splendid. Such abilities would significantly enhance my shooting accuracy during high-speed maneuvers. Of course, skills that generate bullets with control attributes would also be beneficial, Tang Yin responded. As the master noted, the existence of hand cannons means he is not deficient in explosive power. Rather, increasing control, restriction methods, or enhancing one's reflexes should take precedence in terms of soul skills. Your thoughts are quite commendable. Tonight, we shall take turns guarding the third, and tomorrow we will seek out a soul ring for you following this plan, the master concluded. One night passed in silence, and by the next dawn, Tang San had successfully absorbed his martial soul. While savoring roasted snake meat, he excitedly introduced his first soul skill, entanglement. Following this, Tang San demonstrated the new characteristics obtained by his upgraded blue-silver grass. Once he finished, the trio had completed their breakfast, and after a brief rest, they set off once more. Unfortunately, as they ventured deeper into the forest, they encountered no suitable soul beast for Tang Yin. Let us proceed a bit further. If we find nothing, we shall return. After all, venturing deeper could be perilous. Upon our return, I will contact a friend to assist you in acquiring a soul ring, the master advised, recognizing that they were nearing the territory of thousand-year soul beasts, a realm beyond their current capabilities. Tang Yin remained unperturbed, aware that this was a period of peaceful development for them, allowing time for everything to unfold gradually. As for the master's friend, Tang Yin could deduce without hesitation that it was Fred, the esteemed headmaster of Shrek Academy, known as one of the Golden Triangle alongside the master. Suddenly, A loud crash echoed nearby, drawing the attention of the trio. The sound suggested that two soul beasts were engaged in battle. Let us investigate to see if there is a suitable match for Xiao Yin. If so, we may benefit from the situation, the master proposed, quickly calculating the approximate sizes of the two battling soul beasts in his mind. Cautiously, Tang San and his companions made their way toward the source of the sound, revealing a rare clearing within the forest. In this clearing stood two soul beasts facing each other. One, a massive scorpion cloaked in purple-black armor, and the other, a two-tailed cloud cat with two fluffy tails and a mane reminiscent of a lion's, its fur predominantly pale yellow with black markings around its ears and forehead, and red eyes fixed intently on the scorpion. How peculiar that a purple poison scorpion and a two-tailed cloud cat, whose habitats do not overlap, should engage in combat. The master remarked, recognizing both creatures and voicing his confusion. Why do you say that, master? Tang San inquired, intrigued. The two-tailed cloud cat is known for its gentle nature, primarily residing near rivers in the forest. In contrast, the purple poison scorpion typically inhabits drier environments. Under normal circumstances, they would never cross paths, let alone engage in a fierce battle, the master explained. It is for the sake of its young. Tang Yin's voice trembled, for he had activated his purple extreme magic eyes and could distinctly see a tiny two-tailed cloud cat behind the larger one. This scene epitomized the phrase the softest of mothers can become the fiercest of protectors. It reminded Tang Yin of his own mother, who had sacrificed herself to protect their family. While he may have only felt a fleeting sympathy when reading about it, the reality of such sacrifice resonated deeply now, enhancing his understanding of its significance. Xiao Yin, if this two-tailed cloud cat is of an appropriate age, it would be an excellent match for the Master SRA. He stated firmly, I must save them. Before the master could respond, Tang Yin had already made his declaration. What? No, it's too risky. Although I cannot observe closely, their sizes suggest they are both 100-year beasts. One misstep, and you may not return, the master cautioned immediately. It is indeed perilous, Xiao Yin, Tang San echoed, concern etched on his face. This was not a matter of cruelty or indifference to suffering. Rather, it was a fundamental principle of nature. When one protects a sheep from a wolf, one inevitably condemns the wolf to starvation. In the natural world, it is a cycle of life and death, where the weak prey upon the weaker. However, Tang Yin's desire to rescue was not born from nobility. He simply chose to ignore the consequences. What does it matter to me if I destroy you? He thought. Since learning of his existence in the Douluo world, he understood that some realities were unavoidable. His goal was straightforward: to protect his family and prevent the tragedies foretold in the original narrative from occurring. The sight of the two-tailed cloud cat fiercely defending its offspring stirred memories of his own mother, whom he had yet to meet in this life. That alone was his motivation to intervene. Having spent considerable time with Tang Yin, the master recognized his character. Noting Tang Yin's resolute demeanor, he solemnly inquired, What is your confidence level? Tang Yin assessed the external attributes of the purple poison scorpion, recalling the sounds of its attacks, along with the firepower of his revolver, rifle, and hand cannon. 70%. With my brother's new soul skill providing support, I am confident at 90%. He proclaimed earnestly. Very well, I will prepare the artillery. The master conceded. Observing Tang Yin's determination, Tang San placed a reassuring hand on his brother's shoulder. He understood all too well why Tang Yin felt compelled to rescue the soul beast mother and child. Although the soul ring from the two-tailed cloud cat would be a perfect fit for Tang Yin, the fact that he was willing to help them was reason enough. Go ahead. I am here for you, Tang San encouraged, summoning the blue silvergrass with one hand while preparing to call forth the Hao Yin hammer with the other, ready to assist should Tang Yin encounter any danger. Understood. Tang Yin nodded earnestly, activating the ghostly shadow technique at the first opportunity. He needed to act swiftly, for he had discerned that the mother of the two-tailed cloud cat had succumbed to poison. Moreover, the toxin was now proliferating within her body, exacerbated by the ongoing battle. Just as Tang Yin dashed forth, flames erupted from the four limbs and the tail of the mother cloud cat, signaling that she was about to unleash her final desperate effort. Observing the charred remnants around, it was evident that she had previously employed this skill, only to relinquish it out of caution after becoming poisoned, in order to conserve her strength to protect her offspring. Now, as she forced herself to activate such a powerful ability once more, the poison within her would only spread and corrode her faster. Tang Yin did not linger for the perfect moment. As he surged forward, Tang San acted in unison. Blue-silver grass entangle. Although Tang San's current blue-silver grass was only strengthened by a single spirit ring, binding their foe completely was beyond reach. However, Tang Yin did not intend to hold the creature for long. As the blue-silver grass emerged, dual pistols appeared in his hands, unleashing a rapid succession of 4 shots aimed directly at the creature's eyes. The sudden assault from Tang Yin and Tang San caught the purple poison scorpion off guard. Even as it struggled violently to break free from the blue-silver grass, it still lost one of its eyes to Tang Yin's concentrated fire. Seizing the opportunity presented by the scorpion's blind spot, Tang Yin closed the distance, wielding his hand cannon, adjusting its power to the maximum. With a resounding blast, the scorpion's damaged eye was utterly destroyed, and the entire soul beast was knocked back by the force of Tang Yin's shot. At this moment, he found himself positioned between the two beasts. The reactions of the two creatures were starkly contrasting. The purple poison scorpion, enraged by the loss of its eye, let out a furious roar directed at Tang Yin, while the mother cloud cat, witnessing the scorpion's retreat, sighed in relief. However, this moment of ease drained her strength entirely, rendering her weak and her howls feeble. Ignoring the reactions of the two soul beasts, Tang Yin transformed his hand cannon into a blue-silver revolver, continuing to execute the ghostly shadow technique with agility. His dual pistols remained relentless, firing a barrage of rapid shots, primarily targeting the gory remnants left from the hand cannon's explosion. Simultaneously, he maneuvered in a direction that would lead the purple poison scorpion away from the mother cloud cat. With Tang Yin's onslaught, the purple poison scorpion abandoned its pursuit of the mother cloud cat, fixating solely on Tang Yin. It unleashed its full fury with surprising speed, rivaling that of the mandragon snake from the previous day, even surpassing it slightly. Its venomous stingers were poised to strike at any moment. Be careful, Liline. That purple poison scorpion is a millennium-level soul beast. Hurry back. The Master's expression changed upon noticing the scorpion's tail, revealing 16 segments. It was common knowledge that for every century, the number of stingers increased by 1, starting from an initial count of 6. This scorpion was newly over a millennium old. No wonder, Tang Yin thought, realizing that aside from the initial wounds inflicted by his hand cannon, the scorpion's attacks had only served to interrupt and repel him. This revelation brought Tang Yin some frustration, yet he was not without recourse. Despite being constrained by Tang San's blue silvergrass, the purple poison scorpion was closing in on him. Soon, Tang Yin found himself within the striking range of its lethal tail. Time was of the essence. As the scorpion approached, Tang Yin maximized the capabilities of his purple extreme magic eye, precisely tracking every movement of the creature. Just then, the scorpion's tail lunged at him. This was the moment Tang Yin had awaited. He leaped back instantly, transforming his revolver back into a hand cannon. He raised both cannons before him. Boom! In the next instant, Tang Yin propelled himself backward with unprecedented speed. Indeed, it was the familiar flying cannon technique that all players knew well. An intense explosion erupted where the scorpion's tail connected with the next segment. The weakest link was struck by the full force of Tang Yin's most powerful shots, causing the purple poison scorpion's stinger to be blasted off. The flying cannon technique, employed by sharpshooters to navigate through the air using the recoil of their weapon, was most effective with a hand cannon due to its immense force. Some even designated this particular technique as flying cannon. Tang Yin utilized this skill in that critical moment, accomplishing 2 feats, delivering maximum damage to his opponent while creating distance between them. The purple poison scorpion howled in pain, its upper body rising momentarily in a display of defiance, but this was fleeting. In an instant, Tang San seized the opportunity. As the scorpion attempted to regain its footing, several strands of blue-silver grass ensnared its remaining limbs, pulling it down. The once mighty creature, who had just roared defiantly, was now toppled onto its back, unable to rise due to the agony in its tail. Without hesitation, Tang San channeled all his spirit power, maximizing the restraining effect of the blue-silver grass to keep the scorpion immobilized. At this point, Tang Yin had appeared beside the fallen creature, positioned near the wound caused by his previous attack. This exemplified the brothers' synergy. Once Tang Yin executed his flying cannon technique and left the scorpion momentarily vulnerable, Tang San anticipated this was the perfect moment for Tang Yin to strike again. Reappearing within the scorpion's line of sight, Tang Yin unleashed a full barrage from his hand cannon, almost point-blank. The scene was a perfect embodiment of explosive artistry. With the purple poison scorpion pinned to the ground and its tail incapacitated, it struggled to maneuver. Although it was a millennium-level soul beast and endured Tang Yin's onslaught, it still clung to life. "This is your doing," Tang Yin called out to the master. "Master, have Luo Sanpao deliver a shot with its first soul skill." The master was taken aback. If Tang Yin's hand cannon failed to defeat the scorpion, how could the first soul skill of Luo Sanpao succeed? Yet, the scorpion's struggles were waning, and recognizing the urgency of the situation, Tang Yin resolved to end it swiftly. Though the master could not decipher Tang Yin's intentions, he still summoned Luo Sanpao to comply. Following Tang Yin's directive, the cannon aimed at the scorpion's face and unleashed a thunderous blast. Tang Yin had been waiting for this moment, as he activated the hand cannon simultaneously. It was widely known that gas could ignite, comprising primarily nitrogen, hydrogen, carbon dioxide, methane, and oxygen, with hydrogen and methane being flammable in air. Thus, the high concentration of Luo Sanpao served as an excellent igniter. To amplify its power, Tang Yin had even procured some flour from his elder brother. The resulting explosion was colossal, surpassing all previous attacks Tang Yin had unleashed. A powerful gust of wind swept away the recent Tang Yin and Luo Sanpao. These Tang Yin had already devised a plan, using Luo Sanpao as a cushion after being propelled backwards by their own attack. Thus, they suffered no consequences. However, the purple scorpion was not so fortunate. Heaven knows what it had just endured. The ancient soul beast, perishing from a gaseous assault, surely left a significant psychological shadow on the purple scorpion. Now, the pressing question arises, was the purple scorpion slain by Tang Yin or by the master? The astonishment was palpable, particularly regarding the sheer potency of Luo Sanpao's gaseous emissions. What kind of thought process leads one to such a conclusion? Pondering this, the master found himself mournfully contemplating the purple scorpion's fate, lamenting that it was defeated by a mere child who had yet to become a soul master, and moreover, that it met its end in such an ignoble manner. "It seems I have underestimated the uniqueness of Tang Yin's thought process," he mused. "Third brother, come quickly. This two-tailed cloud cat has been poisoned." Tang Yin immediately redirected his focus to the ailing two-tailed cloud cat, disregarding the ancient soul ring hovering nearby. He was not foolish enough to entertain the notion that he could absorb it, considering his physical prowess was on par with his elder brother's. Furthermore, the manner of the purple scorpion's demise was laden with sorrow that Tang Yin could sense even without absorption. Today's second update finds the husky beseeching everyone for recommendations and collections with an earnestness. Chapter 27. Tang Yin's first soul ring. Tang Yin possessed a clear understanding of himself. Thus he paid no heed to the purple scorpion's soul ring and instead hastened to the creature's side. Upon observation, he noted that the tissue at the site where the two-tailed cloud cat had been struck by the purple scorpion had begun to necrose significantly. It was not merely the wound. Other parts of its body exhibited similar deterioration. In such a situation, Tang Yin's first thought was to consult his elder brother. For when it came to poison, who could rival his brother's expertise? Originally, Tang San had endeavored to teach Tang Yin about various toxins. But after nearly poisoning himself 9 times in 3 days, Tang San resolved never to let his uniquely minded younger brother handle poison again. After all, Tang Yin's approach seemed to be one of reckless abandon, believing that as long as he did not perish, he could push the limits. Thankfully, he had his elder brother to rely on. It is evident that the experiences of Tang Yin's previous life had a profound impact on him. In that life, his father became enamored with wilderness survival documentaries and, in a fit of enthusiasm, took Tang Yin and his siblings to build an ice house, where they ended up having hot pot. Had their mother not returned home early, their family may have faced dire consequences. Such stories, if shared, would be hard for anyone to believe that a scientist could engage in such folly. Of course, Tang Yin's father was not the only one with such illustrious tales. The 3 siblings had their share of notable escapades. For instance, after watching a horror movie late at night, they felt compelled to light candles for comfort, ultimately resulting in their home being set ablaze. As they left their house, they couldn't help but wonder if their father's antics were a subtle hint that he expected them to work harder for an additional 40 years. Thus, It is clear that reckless behavior had become ingrained in the mindset of Tang Yin's family from his previous life. After all, how else could one explain nearly poisoning oneself 9 times in 3 days? Upon hearing his younger brother's call, Tang San adjusted himself and hurried over, immediately commencing an examination of the two-tailed cloud cat's condition. Meanwhile, the small cloud cat, who had been beside its mother since she collapsed, was now nuzzling her cheek, its eyes brimming with tears as it licked her face repeatedly. "I'm sorry, little Yin, but there is no hope left," Tang San lamented. "The poison can be countered, but we lack the time to gather the necessary materials." After a brief observation, he expressed regret that had the two-tailed cloud cat not been so impulsive, it might have endured long enough for Tang Yin and the others to find a remedy. However, time was no longer on their side. Tang San hypothesized that the two-tailed cloud cat had charged headlong into its confrontation with a purple scorpion, seeking mutual destruction. "I'm sorry," Tang Yin said sorrowfully as he gently stroked the two-tailed cloud cat's forehead. Witnessing his younger brother's guilt-ridden expression, Tang San placed a reassuring hand on Tang Yin's shoulder, saying, "Little Yin, you have done remarkably well. This is not your fault, and you should not bear any burden." At that moment, the two-tailed cloud cat gazed at the two figures before her, as if having made a profound decision. She uttered a few soft cries to her offspring. Although Tang Yin and Tang San could not discern her words, they observed the small cloud cat shaking its head vigorously, ultimately bowing its head in resignation. As Tang Yin pondered the significance of this exchange, the two-tailed cloud cat approached him, affectionately nuzzling his palm. She emitted a weak cry in his direction. Tang Yin, sensing the moment, tentatively inquired, "Do you wish for me to adopt your child?" The two-tailed cloud cat weakly nodded in affirmation. "Very well, I shall grant you this promise. I regret that I am still rather weak and cannot offer you the assurance you seek. However, I can guarantee that if your child perishes, it will only be after my own demise," Tang Yin solemnly declared. Upon hearing his vow, the two-tailed cloud cat nodded weakly and called out to her small offspring. Responding to their mother's voice, the small two-tailed cloud cat trembled as it retrieved a dagger from Tang Yin's side and placed it beside its mother. Tang Yin, witnessing this scene, was struck by disbelief. The two-tailed cloud cat said nothing but gestured towards herself with her paw. Tang Yin understood her intention all too well, yet he found himself incapable of fulfilling such a request. To execute the mother in front of her child would be an act of unimaginable cruelty. "I'm sorry, I cannot do this," Tang Yin's voice quivered with emotion. The tuta after Tang Yin uttered these words. He could distinctly perceive the gratitude emanating from the two-tailed cloud cat's countenance, as if it had relinquished all burdens and closed its eyes in tranquility. However, in contrast to the serene anticipation of the two-tailed cloud cat, Tang Yin's hands, which clutched a dagger, began to tremble. Sitting cross-legged, a yellowish hue tinged with purple enveloped his being, a soul ring floating around him. It turned out that this two-tailed cloud cat possessed over 900 years of age, which perhaps explained its ability to momentarily restrain the millennium-old purple poison scorpion after unleashing its racial talents. Under normal circumstances, a soul ring of such antiquity would be far beyond Tang Yin's capacity to absorb, as its age exceeded the upper limit of his second soul ring. Yet, the peculiar aspect of this soul ring was that it harbored no resentment from the two-tailed cloud cat. On the contrary, it seemed to willingly facilitate Tang Yin's absorption, even merging excess soul power to enhance his physical resilience. The entire integration process unfolded even more smoothly than Tang San's previous experience. Initially, there was a twinge of discomfort, but shortly thereafter, it felt akin to soaking in a hot spring. Unbeknownst to Tang Yin, as he absorbed the soul ring, his crossed legs underwent a transformation, engulfed by two flames. This is an external soul bone. The master, who had been safeguarding Tang Yin, exclaimed in astonishment. On this day, the third update, the two-hued hound beseeched everyone's support for recommendations and collections. The master never anticipated that Tang Yin would obtain an external soul bone, a gift from the two-tailed cloud cat. Unlike ordinary soul bones, external soul bones evolve alongside their owner's growth in strength, a capacity that standard soul bones do not possess. Thus, acquiring an external soul bone at an early stage is undoubtedly advantageous. The master hoped that both Tang Yin and his brother would one day have the fortune to obtain external soul bones. But he never imagined that Tang Yin would achieve this with his first soul ring. One could only wonder how advanced the external soul bone would become by the time Tang Yin reached the rank of Title Douluo. In that moment, the master felt genuinely elated for Tang Yin's seemingly extraordinary luck, and the absorption of this soul ring had proceeded exceptionally well, consuming even less time than Tang San's previous endeavor. Once Tang Yin completed the absorption, he did not immediately check his current soul power level or skills. Instead, he raised his hand and created a deep pit in the ground with a hand cannon to lay the two-tailed cloud cat to rest. After accomplishing this, Tang Yin's expression turned peculiar. Upon hearing the booming sound of Tang Yin's hand cannon, Tang San understood that the absorption had concluded and approached with the little two-tailed cloud cat in tow. The trio paid their respects to the deceased mother of the little two-tailed cloud cat before officially embarking on their journey home. "You shall now accompany me," Tang Yin declared, gazing at the somewhat downcast little two-tailed cloud cat. "Meow." The little two-tailed cloud cat tilted its round head curiously, its large eyes filled with wonder and confusion. A state so endearing it melted Tang Yin's heart. Observing the appearance of the two-tailed cloud cat, a name flashed through Tang Yin's mind. From now on, you shall be called Yinmu. How's that sound, little Yinmu? Tang Yin had long thought the two-tailed cloud cats of this world resembled Yinmu from the anime Inuyasha he adored in his previous life. And now the name seemed fitting. Meow. The little Yinmu mewed adorably, evidently pleased with the name. As the master noticed Tang Yin had finally emerged from his sorrowful mood, he inquired, "By the way, little Yin, what soul skill did the mother of the cloud cat bestow upon you?" About that. Tang Yin recalled his unique situation, his expression turning rather odd. Master, I need to confirm something with you. A soul ring can only grant one soul skill, right? Tang Yin spoke with a hint of awkwardness. Indeed, that's correct. Except for rare 10,000-year soul rings that might confer two soul skills, each soul ring typically provides only one, the master affirmed. Well, my situation seems to be quite exceptional. I have a few soul skills, Tang Yin said, scratching his head sheepishly. After absorbing the martial soul, a wave of information surged into his mind. It was then that Tang Yin realized his unique advantage had an extensive array of features. Indeed, Tang Yin had not merely acquired a single soul skill. He had received several at once. To be precise, he now possessed all skills from levels 1 to 10 of Dungeon Fighter Online. The first soul ring detailed skills from levels 1 to 10. The second covered skills from levels 15 to 20, and the third encompassed skills from levels 25 to 30. Remarkably, these skills bore no gender restrictions, meaning Tang Yin possessed not only the male sharpshooter skills, but also the female sharpshooter's abilities. Imagining the various awakenings of 9 distinct professions, including first, second, and even devastating third awakenings, coupled with his ability to defy energy conservation with soul power consumption, Tang Yin felt a thrill of excitement. He could proudly declare that he was a one-man army. Moreover, these skills would automatically upgrade. Every time Tang Yin's soul power increased by 2 levels, certain skills would rise by 1 level, until they reached their maximum potential. In that instant, Tang Yin no longer envied Yao's unique advantages. His own capabilities were far more formidable. "What do you mean by a few skills?" the master asked, clearly bewildered by Tang Yin's statement. Not just a few. It's more like around 10, Tang Yin replied timidly, concerned that the master might shatter his worldview once again. What? Both Tang San and the master were utterly astonished. What was happening? Why did he possess so many soul skills? Wait a moment, little Yin. Please hold your tongue. Let me gather myself. At that moment, the master felt the need to reconstruct his understanding of the world, as his previously stabilized perspective crumbled once more. After a considerable pause, the master finally managed to speak with a trembling voice. "Little Yin, please enumerate all the skills you've acquired." "All right, first is this floating bullet," Tang Yin exclaimed, summoning a blue-silver handgun and aiming it at a distant wild boar soul beast. He fired a bullet imbued with blue luminescence, which struck the wild boar and sent it soaring into the air before it crashed back down. The floating bullet is a powerful projectile that levitates the target unless they employ a defensive soul skill or a body enhancement technique. Otherwise, they cannot resist its floating effect. Dan Yin a lu si dat. Next, he demonstrated 2 kicking techniques, one called knee charge and the other back kick, both capable of launching opponents into the air. As he performed a knee charge, an aura of energy enveloped him, and blue soul power coated his knee as he executed the kick, sending the wild boar soaring once more, only to be struck again by his back kick. There are also two other similar kicking techniques, namely knee charge and back kick, all capable of sending enemies airborne, complete with body enhancement criteria. Wait, little Yin, what do you mean by body enhancement? The master inquired. Body enhancement is the energy that enveloped me when I executed the skill just now. As long as I remain in the state of invulnerability, my attack shall not be interrupted, unless I am ensnared by a grappling skill, Tang Yin remarked. Wait, what exactly is a grappling skill? The master observed that more and more questions emerged. Allow me to demonstrate, Tang Yin declared, as he delivered a decisive kick to the wild boar spirit beast that had just attacked him. The creature, which had charged with ferocity, seemed immobilized under Tang Yin's foot. He then unleashed a series of shots upon the beast, though he deliberately refrained from delivering a fatal blow, for he still needed to showcase his abilities. The wild boar, exasperated, retorted, "You think you're superior, treating me as mere fodder for your experiments. I have something to say." Meanwhile, Tang Yin was already lost in his thoughts, congratulating himself for achieving the player milestone. At 6 years old, nearly defeating a wild boar. This, he continued, is the essence of grappling skills. I currently possess two, the previous stomp and the impaling shot. These grappling skills exhibit formidable control effects. An opponent ensnared appears utterly unable to move. However, I cannot ascertain the limits of such control, Tang Yin explained. Moreover, while invulnerability prevents my attacks from being interrupted, the damage I sustain remains unchanged. I endure the full brunt of any assault. He then spoke of two kicking techniques, the aerial shovel kick, the spinning kick, and the upward kick. With a swift motion, he executed a Thomas spin, sending the wild boar soaring. Following this, he performed an aerial shove, which, enhanced by his soul power, not only propelled the opponent, but also had a similar effect to the aerial blast. Whenever Tang Yin employed his kicking techniques, blue soul power surged around his feet. At this point, the master was utterly bewildered. Wait, you possess just one spirit ring, yet your spirit abilities seem somewhat exaggerated. Is it feasible for a grappling skill to confer such control effects? This seems excessively powerful, coupled with the invulnerability skill he had just heard of. The master's understanding of the world crumbled once more. These are the skills related to martial arts. Next, I shall delve into firearms and machinery, Tang Yin continued, leaving no opportunity for the master and his brother to regain their composure. Hey, having numerous skills is one thing, but you categorize them too. The master felt his worldview shatter yet again. Just as the master finished his thought, Tang Yin produced a 137mm Gatling gun, directing it at the descending wild boar, delivering a single shot, followed by a barrage that sent the creature soaring into the sky. Wild boar, you are just a hair's breadth from the ground. What on earth is that? Is it a soul guide? No. What connection does it have with martial souls? The master continued to grapple with his rapidly collapsing understanding. This is my heavy weapon type soul skill, known as the 137mm Gatling gun. Its function is straightforward, overwhelming firepower for suppression, a hallmark of heavy weaponry. My initial strike with the Gatling gun was a heavy weapon strike, a passive skill, Tang Yin explained. There is one final skill within heavy weaponry. The only single target attack among the group-oriented heavy fire skills, he stated, executing a rear kick against the wild boar, followed by another onslaught from the Gatling gun aimed at the airborne creature. While unleashing his attack, Tang Yin elaborated. It is a derived skill that can suspend my airborne opponent at a certain height rather than continuously launching them as before. However, it is an attack-type grappling determination. Against an opponent in a state of invulnerability, only knee strikes or rear kicks can inflict damage. As Tang Yin adjusted the output to the lowest level, he relentlessly assaulted the wild boar while explaining, eliciting astonished expressions from the master and Tang San, who could only think as a fellow human. How can you be so exceptional? Hey, no need to look at me with such strange expressions. I still have mechanical skills, ammunition types, and unique alloy types to discuss, Tang Yin remarked, oblivious to the mental strain of his brother and the master, who were on the brink of collapse. In terms of alloys, I currently possess two skills, the displacement skill, overclock, suppression, and the smoke bomb. As the wild boar landed before him, Tang Yin's legs were instantaneously enveloped in various mechanical enhancements, followed by an explosive burst of energy, allowing him to appear on the opposite side of the wild boar. The powerful energy momentarily halted the beast in midair. As it continued to descend, Tang Yin turned and unleashed a series of rapid-fire shots in the ground, each bullet erupting in clouds of smoke that could potentially harm the opponent. Lastly, each of the mechanical and ammunition types possessed one skill. That is all. Dan Yin gon ge soon. However, his reassurance failed to comfort Tang San, who buried his face in his hands, rendered speechless by his brother's absurdity. At that moment, Tang Yin summoned a small, square robot and readied his pistol. The robot advanced toward the wild boar amidst the hail of bullets, which were now infused with both light and electrical properties, as Tang Yin perceived light and electricity as inseparable. Silver bullets. Could you equip my dual pistols with 30 special bullets possessing light and electrical attributes? This is an ammunition-type skill. The small robot was known as the 78 Pursuer. A mechanical skill. The 78 Pursuer? Such peculiar names, and it moves so slowly. Why is it called a pursuer? The master queried, intrigued by this unfamiliar entity. Before he could finish, the 78 Pursuer reached the wild boar and detonated in a seamless explosion. Tang Yin did not hold back this time. The sheer force of the blast was fully revealed, sending shockwaves that bent nearby trees. Yet, despite the overwhelming explosion and fire, neither Tang Yin nor the master nor Tang San suffered any harm. What is happening? The master wondered, utterly confounded. This is a characteristic of my soul skill. As long as I designate allies, my soul skills will not affect them, Tang Yin explained. Even he felt despair over his own abilities, which seemed to transcend the laws of physics, leaving even the most formidable scholars of the past in disbelief. Previously, he had not spared the great minds of his past life, and now he showed no mercy to those of the Douluo world, a display that bordered on madness. Not to mention, is it truly acceptable for you to possess such a multitude of skills? Your display of prowess must leave the likes of Xiao Wu and the other 10,000-year spirit beasts feeling inadequate. However, Tang Yin harbored a suspicion that this phenomenon might not solely be attributed to the spirit rings. He even speculated that the rings were merely tools, assisting him in elucidating his skills rather than bestowing them upon him. 15 skills in total? At this moment, the master's expression had grown vacant, as if he had been utterly defeated. On the other hand, Tang San was equally at a loss, but no one cared about the wild boar, which was now a mere shadow of its former self. Requesting an assessment of the wild boar's psychological trauma area, Tang Yin announced, concluding his second update for the day, humbly seeking votes and collections from his audience. In the final chapter, the master spent the remainder of their journey attempting to re-establish his shattered worldview, forcing Tang Yin into a unique category. As a result, the master had no time to inquire about the nature of Tang Yin's external soul bone during their journey. Observing the master's state, it seemed unlikely that he would recall this matter anytime soon. Tang San, on the other hand, was somewhat better off, as he had just begun his studies, and the impact of his companion, Ododo, was still relatively limited. However, witnessing Ododo's triumphant smile prompted Tang San to roll his eyes at Tang Yin. He had not seen Tang Yin's external soul bone and was unaware of its significance, hence he refrained from asking. Tang Yin, eager to experiment with the effects of his external soul bone, found no urgency in doing so at the moment. The most pressing matter for him now was to indulge in some cat cuddling. The two-tailed cloud cat bore a striking resemblance to Yun Mu from Inuyasha and was undeniably a genuine feline. Pondering the size of Yun Mu's mother, it felt akin to owning an adorable northeast golden-shaded cat. In his previous life, Tang Yin had been an experienced cat caretaker. So with such a charming little kitten now, he certainly wouldn't miss the chance to pamper little Yun Mu. During the return journey, Tang Yin completely ignored the bewildered master, delegating all responsibilities of caring for him to his elder brother. After all, the master was his mentor, and it was only natural for a disciple to care for his teacher, wasn't it? Thus, was there anything wrong with the little cat's contented demeanor? Yunmu, what? Mama, I'm not clean anymore. Disregarding the already despondent little Yunmu, Tang Yin buried his head in her belly, inhaling deeply before exclaiming, indeed, indulging in cat cuddling is quite an addictive activity. Reflecting on his past life, Tang Yin had taken up Monster Hunter simply to be able to own an Ailu cat. However, his parents had prohibited him from keeping a cat, leading him to frequent cat cafes instead. Yet, in hindsight, he was relieved he hadn't owned a cat. For had he done so, and suddenly departed that world as he did now, what would have become of the cat left at home? Shaking his head, he cast aside the thoughts of his previous life. Just as he managed to shake off those memories, Tang Yin found himself once again enveloped in frustration. Friends who had traveled by train would understand that if one could sleep soundly on a train, it was a blessing, much like Tang Yin's journey here. However, if one could not sleep, it was a torturous experience, and that was precisely how Tang Yin felt now. At that moment, he longed to have awakened his powers, envisioning deploying the gunner skills to create a miniature version of himself in the sky, paired with the technological support of a mechanic to devise a mobile device. Perhaps even establishing an internet of sorts to turn this world into a society of head-down individuals. The thought excited him. Time slipped away in Tang Yin's whimsical musings, and after a lengthy carriage journey, the trio finally returned to the Soul Master Academy, since his elder brother still needed to escort the master to his untested accommodation. Tang Yin decided to seek out Xiao Wu and the others, recalling a notable confrontation from the original storyline during his brother's time at the academy. Curious about whether that event still transpired, he made his way towards their dormitory. While approaching, he overheard a few clearly upperclassmen discussing something, and he distinctly caught the term work-study students. Intrigued by this, Tang indiscreetly drew closer and employed his soul power to eavesdrop on their conversation. The first voice remarked, "Those work-study students are quite overestimating themselves. They are merely a group of underclassmen, yet they dare to challenge the formidable Xiao Lao from the 6th year. I wager that by tomorrow, we may no longer see those work-study students around." The second voice countered, "We cannot be so certain. I've heard that these work-study students have some backing. Apparently, there are two exceptionally strong girls among them, Xiao Wu Jie and Xiao Yao Jie. This whole ordeal was instigated under their leadership. Indeed, I've heard similar tales. It seems their stakes are quite high. Should Xiao Lao win, the work-study students will become their pets, whereas if the work-study students prevail, then Xiao Wu Jie and Xiao Yao Jie will belong to the entire academy." The last voice added. Upon hearing their words, Tang Yin couldn't help but facepalm. While he was uncertain how to articulate his own butterfly effect, he felt a sense of joy at the unfolding events. After swiftly dealing with the trio, he proceeded towards the location of the confrontation. Though he had forgotten the reason for the battle, he knew it was far from the simplistic narrative they suggested, with the source certainly not being his compatriots or sisters-in-law. Curiosity about their misguided assumptions fueled his interest, prompting Tang Yin to deliver a decisive response. As he playfully petted little Yunmu, he made his way to the designated meeting spot for Xiao Wu and the others. Upon his arrival, he could distinctly see two factions confronting each other from a distance, with his sister-in-law, Xiao Wu, leading one side. "You little girls, if you regret this now, I could offer you an opportunity, as I just happen to be in the mood to raise a rabbit and a silly roe deer. If I recall correctly, your martial spirits resemble a rabbit and a silly roe deer, don't they?" Came a brazen voice from across the way. Tang Yin couldn't suppress a laugh at that remark, for indeed, a silly roe deer was in fact a type of deer. This notion struck him as amusingly apparent. His laughter attracted the attention of everyone present, and as they turned to look at him, he endeavored to regain his composure. After all, the one being mocked was his own compatriot, and he was trained to handle such situations with grace. "Cough, what is the situation here? Such a significant event occurs without my brother and me present?" Tang Yin asked, attempting to maintain a calm demeanor. Who needs your perverted assistance?" Upon seeing Tang Yin, Yao was momentarily pleased, as having his strength on their side would surely tip the scales. Yet, recalling the events of that fateful night, she became irate, even if it was her own mistake that had led to this confrontation. In a sudden twist, Tang Yin stood before Yao, and before she could react, he pinched her forehead with 2 fingers and inquired, "Oh, if I were to say that I intend to pursue you now, what would you think?" The unexpected gesture momentarily left Yao speechless, while the surrounding work-study students erupted in a chorus of excitement. Hey, what are you doing? Making a scene right upon your return," Yao exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment. Tang Yin, unfazed, turned his attention toward Xiao Lao. For this matter was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. He had contemplated it deeply the night before his departure. To assert that Tang Yin had developed feelings for Yao at this stage would be a stretch, as he was neither a fan of younger girls, nor would he stoop to such impropriety towards someone as young as Yao appeared. Tang Yin's thoughts stem from the simple fact that Yao is perhaps the only person in this world with whom he can set aside all worries and engage in conversation. That evening, witnessing his elder brother's date, Tang Yin truly experienced an unprecedented sense of ease. The feeling of communicating without any reservations, where the other party comprehends every word, is simply wonderful. Tang Yin cherished this sensation, and after a period of contemplation, ultimately made a decisive choice. This explains why he unceremoniously abandoned his elder brother to seek out Yao and her companions. After all, what could possibly be more important than a potential partner? Moreover, their family's ancestral teachings clearly state, under Tang Hao, remember this well, a man marries a soul beast, starting from 100,000. A woman marries an external aid. Only a deity will do. See, even our ancestral teachings are quite professional in tone. As the son of the Hao Yin, what issue could arise from courting a spouse who is 100,000 years my senior? Do not tell me that Yao and he are still children and thus inappropriate. In their previous lives, they were both adults. The age difference of 100,000 years is merely a formality. The saying goes, a woman 3 years older brings wealth. A woman 30 years older offers kingdoms. A woman 300 years older grants elixirs. A woman 3,000 years older ascends to the celestial ranks. A woman 30,000 years older is fed by the Queen Mother. A woman 300,000 years older stands before the Buddha. Clearly, this is a substantial gain. Now, Tang Yin's immediate task is to deal with those potential rivals who may be drawn to his future wife and sister-in-law's beauty. Hey, I say, hurry up. Come at me all at once. I am rather busy here. Tang Yin summoned his blue-silver hand cannon, resting one cannon on his shoulder while aiming the other at the group led by Xiao. Who are you? A somewhat intimidated sixth grader stammered, attempting to regain some semblance of bravado. Me? I'm the strongest elementary student in history. Wang Depai Tang Yin. Strongest elementary student indeed. Don't be too arrogant, kids. Since he seeks a fight, let us all join in and take him down. Xiao was infuriated by Tang Yin's audacity. After all, he was the reigning leader of the school, and here was this little brat who was even more brazen. What? Do you think you're the one who smashed a wine bottle over the 4 emperors and stomped on the future pirate king? As the group began to advance towards him, Tang Yin chose to ignore them, transforming his hand cannon into an automatic pistol. There was no need to look overly impressive. He was competing now, and using a cannon might risk eliminating them too quickly. Thus, he opted for the weaker blue-silver handgun. As the throng of students drew near, a resonant melody echoed in his mind. Loving you, I walk alone through the dark alleys. Loving you, I stand unwavering. The visual impact was too potent. With a swift motion, Tang Yin discharged several rounds at the legs of the foremost attackers, causing them to meet the ground rather abruptly. After all, since they refused to kneel, they might as well lay flat. Embracing the principle that rowdy children often deserve a good lesson, he executed a sliding tackle into the crowd, knocking one over, followed by a swift spinning kick that sent those surrounding him sprawling. While it is true that in terms of physical prowess, Tang Yin did not differ significantly from his peers, this was not merely a matter of raw strength. His abilities were enhanced by his soul power. Moreover, thanks to the nurturing of his mother, his soul power was undoubtedly the highest present, given that it was derived from a 900-year-old soul ring. Heaven knows what level of soul power Tang Yin possessed now. Thus, effortlessly kicking 4 or 5 individuals away was a trivial feat before the spinning kick concluded. Tang Yin executed a backward leap, leaving behind a white afterimage as he escaped their encirclement. With a swift turn, he drew forth a gremlin machine gun, unleashing a barrage upon the small army of students he had just downed. Stop. We surrender. We give up. After all, they were merely children, and Tang Yin had no intention of causing any serious harm. Thus, he moderated the machine gun's firepower, ensuring each bullet carried the weight of a single punch. Following this onslaught, they appeared as though they had faced a barrage from Wang Lufei's rubber machine gun, sporting bruised and battered faces, a truly pitiful sight. Sister Xiao Wu. It's done. Tang Yin stowed away the gremlin machine gun, gesturing for Xiao Wu to come collect her subordinates. Hey, Tang Yin, weren't you and your brother off hunting for soul rings? Where's your soul ring? Xiao Wu, observing Tang Yin's series of maneuvers, suddenly inquired with curiosity. In response to Xiao Wu's question, Tang Yin placed a hand on his forehead in exasperation. He had mentioned that his soul ring was merely a tool ring. Typically, A soul master's skills would elicit specific reactions from their corresponding soul rings. However, for him, his soul ring was simply an emotionless unlocking mechanism. Moreover, Tang Yin sensed that his soul power consumption for skills was likely comparable to that of the blue energy used in games. It had only been a short while, yet he felt his soul power was nearly replenished. This meant that even with reckless skill usage, depleting his soul power would be quite challenging. Pondering this, he realized that his advantage was indeed rather excessive. Here, as the first update for today. Era, facing the rolling crowd, pleads for everyone's votes and collections. Thank you. Chapter 32. The Forgotten Little Yumu apologies. I almost forgot to display this soul ring, Tang Yin said, somewhat helplessly. In the next moment, a yellow soul ring with a hint of purple materialized beneath him. Is that gremlin machine gun your first soul skill? Isn't this a bit excessive? Yao remarked, momentarily a loss for words, as she watched Tang Yin put away the gremlin machine gun. Not really, Tang Yin shrugged, explaining as he stowed away his tool ring. Huh, not really? Then what's your soul skill? And what's the deal with that gremlin machine gun? Yao asked, intrigued. Oh, the gremlin machine gun is one of my soul skills. To be precise, I possess over 10 soul skills. Tang Yin replied with a mock expression of exasperation at his own strength. Say what you will, Yao retorted, ignoring Tang Yin's eager expression and turning to leave. Hey, wait a moment. Aren't you going to ask? Tang Yin called out, hastily catching up to her. If you're upset, I can share details about the soul skills I just acquired. There was no way around it. Although the situation had been an accident, Tang Yin felt fortunate that he had not invented the dreaded safety shorts at that moment. Xiao Yin, you've indeed come to join the excitement. Came Tang San's voice from nearby. Huh, brother, what is going on? Has the master made arrangements? Tang Yin asked as he approached Tang San. Yes. The master has instructed us to first go to the spirit hall to assess our soul master rankings. This way, we can receive a gold coin subsidy from the empire each month, Tang San informed him. Oh right, being a soul master comes with some monetary benefits, Tang Yin recalled, realizing that there were indeed rewards for those reaching the first 30 levels. He then turned to Yao and the others, asking, Are you all going? No, I've already gone with Sister Xiao Wu. Yao spoke to Tang Yin, acknowledging that as a fellow traveler, she was well aware of the foundational settings. The day after Tang Yin and his companions departed, she, along with the newly upgraded Xiao Wu, went to handle their own matters. In truth, the simple exchange of words that evening was not solely a source of ease for Tang Yin. Yao felt a similar relief. Coming from disparate worlds, their differing perspectives and values fostered a profound sense of isolation and loneliness. This sensation bore resemblance to the solitude described in the legend of Rolling Down the Mountain, where one finds themselves alone in the wilderness. Even amidst a bustling city, an alienating loneliness persisted. Yet the feeling shared between Yao and Tang Yin stemmed from the chasm between their entirely different realms. However, that night, they engaged in a relaxed conversation. While Tang Yin had only experienced 6 years in this world, Yao had endured a staggering 100,000 years. Thus, it would be implausible to assert that Yao felt no special connection to Tang Yin. After all, in this alternate realm, it would not be an exaggeration to claim that their souls resonated on a profoundly close level. Of course, the notion of them developing romantic feelings for one another at this juncture would be utterly misguided. Yet, both harbored a willingness to explore their budding affections, as their initial impressions of each other were quite favorable. As for what the future held, it remained uncertain. At present, their feelings hovered somewhere between friendship and the potential for something deeper, particularly since Yao felt a twinge of embarrassment due to her earlier oversight. Before Tang Yin prepared to accompany his older brother to collect some currency, Yao approached him and softly said, In light of your gallant act of saving me, I shall grant you an opportunity. Without allowing him a moment to respond, she swiftly moved to Xiao Wu's side. Tang Yin, brimming with excitement, waved his hand, momentarily forgetting about the little Yunzi he had left behind in the commotion. He was eager to explore, determined to procure a gift for his unofficial betrothed. As for the little Yunzi, it pondered, so love can indeed vanish, cannot it? Previously perched on Tang Yin's shoulder, it had leaped down when he revealed his martial spirit. Yao, aware that this little two-tailed Yunzi had arrived with Tang Yin, felt a sense of helplessness upon seeing him forget it. She picked up the little Yunzi, reassuring it. Do not worry, Xiao Yin will return shortly. The little Yunzi, having observed the bond between its caretaker and the one who had held it, did not struggle to escape, but instead reveled in the affection being bestowed upon it. Meanwhile, Tang Yin and Tang San promptly completed their soul master registration. After absorbing the soul ring, Tang San ascended to the 13th level, while Tang Yin, benefiting from a higher initial level, reached the 15th. This was aided by the soul ring of Yunzi's mother, which had contributed some of its energy to facilitate Tang Yin's absorption. With a considerable amount of accumulated power, Tang Yin now possessed a golden soul coin. He eagerly dragged his brother out to explore the market, hoping to find a suitable gift for Yao. Tang San, not idly standing by, sought out a blacksmith shop. He recalled that on the eve of their departure, their father had specifically instructed them to find work at a blacksmith upon their arrival at the academy. He also wished to seize this opportunity to craft some defensive weapons for himself and Tang Yin. Xiao Yin, that appears to be a blacksmith shop over there. Let us hurry and confirm. Tang San pointed toward the shop emanating warmth and displaying weapons outside. Wait, older brother. Mr. Shopkeeper, I would like to purchase this, and this. Please wrap them up for me. Thank you. Tang Yin stated decisively, demonstrating his straightforward approach to shopping, as he rarely haggled and simply bought what caught his eye. Certainly, these are the items you requested. Please take care of them, the shopkeeper replied warmly, handing the items over to Tang Yin. Older brother, please stow these in your 24-bridge bright moon, Tang Yin instructed, appreciating the convenience of space-enhancing tools. Do you remember what our father told us the night before we left? Tang San said with a resigned expression, tapping Tang Yin's forehead lightly. There was no way he could be too harsh with him. Huh? Did the old man give us any instructions before we left? I recall he was snoring away, making it difficult for me to concentrate, Tang Yin replied, his expression bewildered. From the sidelines, Tang Hao commented, this is the second update for today. The dog eagerly seeks everyone's support for votes and collections. Thank you. Chapter 33. The Psychological Shadow Area of Little Yunzi, seeking votes and collections. That was our father's guidance on what we should be mindful of upon arriving at the academy. Tang San said, feeling a sense of despair regarding his brother's obliviousness. It will suffice if you simply follow my lead. Having resolved to guide his somewhat clueless brother, Tang San took charge, leading Tang Yin towards the blacksmith shop. As they approached the entrance of the blacksmith shop, a powerful wave of heat welcomed them. Despite their own family's blacksmithing background, the facilities in their small workshop paled in comparison to this establishment, with the sheer intensity of heat serving as a stark contrast. Upon entering, the brothers' attention was immediately drawn to the vast hall, particularly to the right side where various completed ironworks were displayed. The array of iron products ranged from agricultural tools to armor, from kitchen utensils to weaponry, showcasing an extensive inventory. This made sense, for while this land was known as Douluo continent, ordinary people remained the majority, and the number of soul masters was ultimately limited. Everyday items and military weaponry were in high demand. Within this blacksmith shop, military standard weapons were noticeably more abundant than domestic ironware, leading Tang Yin to surmise that weapon crafting constituted the primary revenue stream of the establishment. As Tang San beheld the weapons, memories of his previous life in the Tang sect flooded back. The profits from the various intricate traps and hidden weapons they manufactured had accounted for a significant portion of their sect's income. Despite the myriad restrictions imposed on the Tang sect's sales, the demand for their crafted weaponry remained insatiable. Unlike Tang San, who reminisced about the past, Tang Yin began contemplating a different issue. He aspired to transform this world into one dominated by those who bowed their heads. Yet he faced a critical question. With the knowledge of corresponding gunners, mechanics, ammunition experts, wandering marksmen, and alloy warriors accompany him along with their skills after he attained his first soul ring? Due to the influence of his elder brother, Tang Yin's future is undoubtedly tied to the Tang sect, and he has even contemplated his position, aspiring to become the vice master. After all, the master is responsible for managing affairs, while the vice master can simply enjoy life. If, as the vice master of the Tang sect, he were to acquire advanced technological knowledge, could he not establish a fully mechanized production line for hidden weapons? Or perhaps a production department? Just imagine, with ample materials, producing hundreds of Buddha's Fury Lotus each day would make battles exceedingly exhilarating. While Tang Yin was deep in thought, a resounding voice interrupted his musings. Children, what are you doing here? Are you looking to make a purchase? If so, you should call your parents over. This is not a place for you to play around. The two brothers looked up to find a burly man standing before them, his upper body bare and muscles bulging, wielding an oversized forging hammer that exuded an overwhelming sense of intimidation. It was evident that he had just concluded a strenuous task. "Hello, sir. We were hoping to inquire if you were accepting apprentices," Tang San said, his youthful voice clear even amidst the cacophony of the bustling forge. Tang San felt somewhat helpless, as his companion, Dudu, had disregarded their father's instructions, leaving him to ask the questions. Upon hearing Tang San's inquiry, several blacksmiths in the shop paused their work, intrigued by the friendly smile on Tang San's face. In the Douluo continent, blacksmiths occupy a low social status, often hailing from impoverished backgrounds, relying solely on their physical strength for sustenance. Their rugged appearance, shaped by years of labor, often leads to disdain from society. However, both Tang Yin and Tang San understood that most blacksmiths are inherently kind-hearted. The burly blacksmith scrutinized the two brothers after hearing Tang San's words, ultimately shaking his head and saying, "Little ones, it would be best if you didn't cause a ruckus here. This place can be quite hazardous. Besides, with your current attire, you hardly resemble aspiring blacksmiths. You are far too young, and we do not accept apprentices of your age. If you genuinely wish to become blacksmiths, focus on growing strong and return when you are older." Realizing their clean and tidy uniforms were indeed unsuitable for such an environment, Tang San quickly responded, "My apologies, sir. That was our oversight. Please give us a moment. We will be right back." With that, he urged Udu, who seemed to have forgotten something at school, to leave. As Tang Yin was pulled along by his brother, his train of thought was abruptly severed. However, he suddenly recognized a terrifying reality. If this continued, he would be required to work here every day, leaving him no time to pursue his romantic interests. Contemplating this, he wished to suggest that his brother take on the task alone, but he knew Tang San would never agree. Thus, under his brother's insistence, Tang Yin reluctantly donned the blacksmith's work attire. Clad in the simple garb, he cast a resentful glance at his elder brother. "Brother, you do realize that your actions might lead to your own demise, right?" Indeed, Tang Yin remained oblivious to the psychological shadows cast by his beloved. "Uncle, what do you think of our current appearance? Are we suitable to become apprentices here?" Tang San inquired once more as they returned to the forge, hoping to shift the conversation away from their previous embarrassment. The blacksmith, noticing the stark contrast between their current attire and the previous elegant uniforms, appeared taken aback. "Children, are you truly not here for amusement?" he asked incredulously. Tang San, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Of course not, sir. Our situation is as follows, judging by our former uniforms. You might have guessed we are students from the Nodding Academy. However, we are merely work-study students. We have no classes in the afternoons, leaving us ample free time. Therefore, we wish to earn some money during this time. Our family has a legacy of blacksmithing, and we have been learning the craft from our father since childhood. We simply wish to earn our keep here." Listening to his brother's earnest explanation, Tang Yin realized there was no escape from this situation. However, he understood that mastering the chaotic wind hammer technique was crucial for his future confrontations, and he could not afford to be negligent in this regard. A wave of frustration washed over him as he pondered who to blame for his inability to date his beloved. His brother was out of the question, as Tang San's intentions were undoubtedly well-meaning, much like their father's. Perhaps he could place the blame on the Spirit Hall. For if not for the foolishness of their previous pope, he might not have had to strive so hard to grow stronger. He could have easily lived a carefree life. Yet, contemplating this only fueled his motivation to train. If he could achieve a soul power breakthrough to level 50 before the Soul Master competition, he would be able to utilize his awakened skills. At that moment, if his beloved or sister-in-law were to be exposed for some unforeseen reason, he could unleash a satellite ray or an ancient particle cannon upon them. In that instant, an intriguing thought crossed Tang Yin's mind. If he could indeed possess his own satellite, it would grant him the ability to launch attacks from anywhere in the world using satellite rays. He envisioned the future, where he and his brother would engage in battles in the City of Carnage, while simultaneously bombarding the Spirit Hall with satellite rays. The daily routine would go something like this. Feeling good today, let's send a few satellite rays to the Spirit Hall. It seems we've been a bit too aggressive today. Let's tone it down with a few more satellite rays to ease the tension. Today, Bibi Dong's female disciple enticed her own brother, without hesitation, to deliver several satellite beams to the Spirit Hall for her sister-in-law. Today, She finally acquired the domain of the god of killing and presented the spirit hall with a substantial gift of satellite beams, tentatively numbering between 30 to 40. In an unexpected twist, a certain anticipation began to brew within the scene. In the next moment, a thought flickered in Tang Yin's mind. He recalled that the life lake, where Xiao Wu and the others resided, was devoid of any obstructing trees, right? During their years apart, if Yao were to indulge in the lake. Tang Yin chuckled at the thought, finding it rather inappropriate. Shaking his head, he forcibly expelled the increasingly bizarre thoughts from his mind. At that moment, Tang San had concluded his negotiations with the local proprietor, preparing to showcase their skills. Xiao Yin, get ready. We shall proceed together, Tang San urged. Noticing Tang Yin's momentary distraction, although Tang Yin had not paid attention to the conversation between his brother and the proprietor, he quickly grasped his brother's intent upon seeing the scrap metal Tang San pointed to. It was well known that the two brothers had trained rigorously under Tang Hao for a full 2 months. Coupled with their childhood sparring sessions, they had developed an unbreakable synergy, enabling them to strike a piece of iron in a continuous rhythm. Such synchronized hammering demanded immense coordination. A moment's lapse from either party would disrupt their rhythm, potentially halting their efforts. Yet, through this demanding practice, the brothers managed to master the chaotic wind hammer technique by the second day. No problem, Tang Yin declared, moving towards the bellows to increase the airflow. Despite his enthusiasm for watching blacksmithing videos in his previous life, he found the practical application rather lackluster. His primary focus was on practicing the chaotic wind hammer technique, leaving all other tasks to Tang San's capable assistants. In fact, during their initial lessons, he had unconsciously tuned out much of the instruction. Consequently, aside from hammering, his sole responsibility was to operate the bellows, relying on his brother for everything else. Thus began the brothers' performance. Their hammers fell in a rhythmic cadence, with the clanging sounds merging into a harmonious symphony. Under their relentless strikes, a mundane piece of cast iron was forged into a refined form in no time. The distance between the iron they were shaping and high-quality steel was merely a matter of heating and tempering. Could this be the long-lost chaotic wind hammer technique? One of the blacksmiths exclaimed, seemingly astonished by their feat hearing this. Tang Yin couldn't help but roll his eyes. When he first read this narrative, he had suspected that it was indeed a legendary technique, especially since it was claimed to be lost to time. How could someone who merely heard of it demonstrate the chaotic wind hammer technique so effortlessly? Wasn't that a tad too hasty? As the day drew to a close, Tang Yin was disheartened by the missed opportunity to spend time with his beloved wife, silently seeking legal recourse against those employing child labor. Regrettably, such thoughts remained confined to his mind as he channeled his frustrations into his work, unleashing the chaotic wind hammer technique upon the cast iron before him. The brothers labored throughout the afternoon, and as they finished their shift and prepared to head to school after dinner, Tang San suddenly tapped his forehead and turned to Tang Yin. Xiao Yin, I forgot to mention that our teacher asked me to meet him when I had the chance to discuss your external spirit bone. Oh, right. I almost forgot about my external spirit bone. Prompted by his brother's reminder, Tang Yin recollected the matter, having momentarily overlooked it due to the delightful company of Xiao Yimu. After returning and solidifying his relationship with Yao, he had forgotten all about it. Wait, where is Xiao Yimu? At that moment, Tang Yin remembered what he had neglected. Surely, Xiao Yimu must be with Yao. Shall we go find a master? Brother, would you like to come along? Feeling apprehensive about how thoroughly he had forgotten Xiao Yimu, he addressed his brother. Let's go together. We can bring some dinner for the teacher. Besides, I am quite curious about what this external spirit bone is like. Tang San replied. What is there to be curious about? Trust me, you will have one in the future, Tang Yin teased, unintentionally revealing a spoiler. However, to Tang San, it sounded like a comforting reassurance, prompting him to respond, such matters are best left to fate. Let us hurry. Indeed, Tang Yin, concealing his prowess, placed a hand on his brother's shoulder, and together they walked toward the academy's dining hall under the golden hues of the sunset. Teacher, Xiao Yin and I have arrived. Upon reaching the master's office, Tang San knocked on the door. Shortly after, the master emerged, stating, Now that you are both here, let us venture to the outskirts. The darkness is descending, and some matters are best kept from prying eyes, lest they become troublesome. As an external spirit bone is one of the most coveted treasures among spirit masters, the master harbored concerns that someone might resort to violence for it. After all, Tang Yin had only recently acquired the external spirit bone, and claiming complete integration was evidently impossible. Moreover, he lacked the strength to protect Tang Yin at present, so it was prudent to keep certain things concealed. The master was already aware that these two brothers were the offspring of the Limit Douluo, especially since their father was not by their side at this moment. Under the cloak of night, the master led the brothers to a mountainside just outside the city, where a clearing awaited them, enhanced by the lanterns he brought along, creating a decent visibility for the examination of spirit bones. Xiao Yin, you may begin, the master instructed. Meanwhile, Tang San felt an inkling of worry, as he still struggled to comprehend the concept of an external spirit bone, fearing it might pose harm to Tang Yin. All right, Tang Yin replied, focusing on the external spirit bone at his feet, channeling his soul power toward it. In the next moment, flames erupted around Tang Yin's feet, revealing a pair of boots resembling either fashionable shoes or athletic sneakers. Huh? Does it possess fire attributes? The master pondered, observing the flames emanating from Tang Yin's soul ring. Indeed, Tang Yin confirmed. However, he primarily manifests in the form of flames, though it seems I can adjust their temperature. As Tang Yin spoke, accompanied by a decrease in his soul power, the master and the others also sensed the diminishing heat of the flames at Tang Yin's feet. I felt that they provided a certain enhancement to my strength, perhaps around 20 to 30%. As Tang Yin continued, he began to run, his figure flickering before he had already arrived at another location. His speed of movement had increased by approximately 50%. Tang Yin assessed the situation and expressed satisfaction with the outcome. As a ranged profession, the advantage of speed enhancement was self-evident, while the increase in strength would also elevate the attack power of his various martial skills as a wandering gunman. With this in mind, Tang Yin executed a series of knee strikes, sweeping kicks, spinning kicks, and upward kicks, each showcasing a noticeable boost in power. Indeed, quite impressive. With this soul bone, your agility and close combat abilities will see significant improvement. Unlike other soul bones, this external soul bone will grow as your soul power advances, and its attributes are perfectly suited for you, the master remarked. Wait, master, it seems the soul bone also possesses a passive skill, Tang Yin interjected, having felt it during his recent movement. He then stepped forward as if ascending stairs, and with the flames at his feet burning brightly, he stood upon the void. To his astonishment, this soul bone had inherited the unique ability of the two-tailed cloud cat to stand in the air. Xiao Yin, your luck is truly remarkable, the master said, watching Tang Yin with a hint of admiration. Master, what is happening? Tang San exclaimed in surprise, observing Tang Yin in the air, stepping lightly as he called out Moon Step. This is an ability that the two-tailed cloud cat may awaken after 500 years. When in a combat state with its limbs engulfed in flames, it gains the capacity to run in the sky. Not to fly, but to run. While its linear speed may not match that of flying, it is far more agile in the air, the master explained. Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous roar echoed from above. When the master and the others redirected their gaze to Tang Yin, they found him in a running posture, his two hand cannons positioned behind him like propellers, propelling him swiftly through the air. Master, it seems the drawbacks you mentioned do not apply to Tang Yin, Tang San remarked to his teacher. The master, today, as second update, the two-haired one is humbly requesting everyone's recommendations and collections. Thank you. Chapter 36. In the dormitory, all right, Xiao Yin, stop playing and come down, the others urged, having been rendered speechless by Tang Yin's extraordinary abilities on numerous occasions. The master had developed a degree of tolerance. After all, it's merely a matter of reconstructing one's worldview. What's the big deal? Okay. Meanwhile, Tang Yin, still reveling in his aerial antics, felt a lingering desire to soar through the sky. After all, who among ordinary people wouldn't he wish to fly freely? This was merely his first experience of flight, so it was entirely reasonable that he wanted more. Xiao Yin, please be cautious. For the time being, refrain from practicing or using your soul bone. Remember, an external soul bone is a precious treasure that must not be discovered by others. As for training with it, there is no need to rush. I have already selected the academy for you after your graduation here, where you can engage in various training sessions with instructors who possess protective abilities, the master said earnestly. Upon hearing the master's words, Tang Yin understood exactly which academy he was referring to. Indeed, he was quite looking forward to Shrek Academy. Absolutely. I understand the principle of having a treasure can lead to trouble, Given my current limited capabilities, I should proceed cautiously and develop my strength. When I am more powerful in the future, anyone who dares to provoke me will experience the repercussions of their folly, Tang Yin thought. Just be aware of the pros and cons. It's getting late. Let us return, the master said, leading the two shorter ones back towards the academy. Yao Jiang, guess what I brought back for you? Upon returning to the dormitory, Tang Yin immediately sought to enhance his girlfriend's fondness for him. Meanwhile, the little cloud cat in Yao's arms expressed its discontent with its owner for forgetting it due to a new girlfriend, letting out a cute meow. Hee little cloud cat. You are the most obedient. Don't worry. I prepared a gift for you too, Tang Yin said, producing a cat teaser and a small ball. He placed the teaser aside and first offered the small ball to the little cloud cat. Upon sniffing the ball, the little creature began to scratch at it vigorously, tumbling from Yao's embrace, but managing to keep the ball safe in its paws, its little legs kicking away in excitement, its head shaking as if in drunken revelry. Little Cloud Cat, what a fitting name, Tang Yin mused. By the way, what is up with Little Cloud Cat? Yao inquired, immediately grasping the meaning behind the name Tang Yin had chosen. However, she was puzzled by the little cat's antics. Have you ever heard of catnip? Dan Yin Juka. Catnip? Does this world even have that? Yao asked, genuinely surprised and curious. Indeed, it does exist, though it's referred to by a different name here. The material for this ball was something I had to source with my brother's help, Tang Yin explained. Impressive. I didn't realize you could craft such things, Yao replied, somewhat astonished that, given their previous life as academic pressures, Tang Yin had found time to learn this. Come on, back in elementary school, aside from what the teachers taught, I didn't learn anything else, Tang Yin said proudly. He recalled how vendors outside the school would sell materials for crafts, allowing children to create items and earn double the pay for completed works. It was due to these vendors that Tang Yin, who had little interest in studying in his past life, had managed to maintain decent grades, as most of his time was spent playing with such crafts. How can you say that with such pride? Hurry and apologize to your teachers, Yao exclaimed, unsure how to respond to Tang Yin's boastfulness. That is not important. Yao, here, this is for you, a token of our meeting, Tang Yin said, producing a necklace adorned with a small deer pendant. The lustrous, colorful deer looked remarkably lively and charming. Noticing Yao's delight in the necklace, Tang Yin gently asked, shall I help you put it on? Okay, Yao replied softly without elaborating. Seeing this, Tang Yin carefully took the necklace from its box and delicately placed it around Yao's neck. As they drew close, they could even hear each other's breaths. Others in the dormitory. If I am guilty, let me be punished, but don't just inundate me with dog food. Do you not care about the well-being of the dogs? At that moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu returned from outside. Tang San had gone to see the master off, and on his way back, he ran into Xiao Wu, who had just returned from a late-night snack. Observing the unusual gathering of their dorm mates, Tang San curiously asked, everyone's here? Have you all finished eating? What's going on? A group of roommates turned to the source of the sound, and what met their eyes were Tang San and Xiao Wu walking side by side. The dormitory members thought to themselves that if they were aware of what a clown truly was, they would collectively exclaim, the clown is indeed myself. When Tang San spotted his dear do, he saw that Tang Yin had already prepared a necklace, and the two were playfully teasing Xiao Yunmu with cat toys. Observing this scene, Tang San curiously inquired, when did Xiao Yin and Yao's relationship become so close? Are you not aware of this? Xiao Wu replied, her tone laced with a hint of resentment. Your brother publicly declared this morning, right before a fight, that he intends to pursue my sister. There was a vexing feeling for her. It was as if the precious cabbage she had nurtured for countless years was suddenly uprooted by a 6-year-old pig. And worst of all, she felt powerless against this pig, which was quite frustrating. What? Xiao Yin has decided to pursue Yao? When did this happen? Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. His surprise caught Tang Yin's attention, and upon seeing his elder brother return, Tang Yin greeted him, saying, brother, you're back. Did you finish Master S class? As Tang San looked at Ududu, greeting him, Tang Yin felt a profound sense of comfort. He never expected that the pig he had just raised for 6 years would soon begin to root around in someone else's cabbage. The third update of the day. Erha beseeches everyone for their support and recommendations. Chapter 37. Return home 1 year later. Today marked the day when Tang Yin and Tang San were to return to Shenghun village together. Tang Yin recalled that at this time, their father should be somewhere nearby. waiting for them to leave so he could chat with the master. After this conversation, the master would receive an orange item, the Pope's Order. Although this item was only used once in the original story, its significance was still profound. However, Tang Yin's current concern lay solely with his elder brother. Unlike Tang San, who had a tumultuous past, Tang Yin's previous life had been quite fulfilling. Thus, he didn't harbor a strong attachment to their father, Tang Hao, as he and his brother had become independent from a young age. Now, Tang Yin viewed Tang Hao with the sentiment of a child who has just started working. Being together would be ideal, yet their separate lives would pose no issue. This was not a matter of preference, as they both understood that should the other need assistance, they would do their utmost to be there. In contrast, Tang San, having grown up as an orphan, held a deep-seated attachment to their father despite the fact that Tang Hao had shown little concern for them after they became aware of the world. Much of their daily lives had been managed by the brothers themselves. Nevertheless, Tang San held great respect for their father, and this impending departure would undoubtedly be a heavy blow for him. I must tell my brother with this, Tang Yin resolved, retrieving a year-old notebook from his pocket. He flipped to the latest page and began to write. Today, my brother and I finally returned home after a semester of study outside, only to find that our father has abandoned us, leaving the 7-year-old brothers to fend for themselves. Mother, look at the kind of husband you chose. Not only is he useless, but he also leaves his 2 sons behind. With such a husband, feel free to take your frustrations out on him. After all, even if you were to kill him, I have plenty of revival coins. As for the brothers returning home, it was only natural to bring along their respective companions. After all, it would be rather excessive to return home alone. One should always bring their partner along, right? Surely, no one goes home for the new year without their partner? Surely not. Oh, but it seems some huskies do just that. Well, never mind then. Over the course of the year, Tang Yin and Yao had clearly established their relationship. As for Xiao Wu and Tang San, while they appear to be merely close classmates, their younger siblings were well aware that the two would eventually end up together. Yao, do you think our parents noticed us at school? Does that count as meeting the in-laws? Tang Yin teased, sidling up to Yao. How can you say that? You could have at least given me a heads up about such an important matter. I completely overlooked it. Oh my. Just imagining your father seeing me acting like the big sister at school makes me blush. Yao's face flushed as she thought about it, and she playfully punched Tang Yin. Hee hee. Tang Yin found her reaction utterly adorable. By the way, what are your plans to comfort him when you get home? With her exceptional memory, Yao was well aware of the story's developments and understood how deeply this situation would affect Tang San. Don't even mention that old man. The more I think about it, the angrier I become. With that thought, Tang Yin felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had been troubled by this matter for quite some time. Should he simply follow the original story and throw his sister-in-law at his brother like a hidden weapon, allowing Xiao Wu to resolve the situation? Yet, despite his vexation, Tang Yin knew he must not let it show on his face. Overall, the atmosphere among the four was quite pleasant. They laughed and chatted along the way, resembling a group of elementary school students on a field trip. Now, these little ones had all become soul masters, and even though they were still children, their stamina was not something ordinary folk could match. Last time it took them most of the day. This time, they completed the journey in less than half a day. Upon returning to Shenghun village, the brothers felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia in this familiar environment. When they had left, they were merely novices who had just awakened their martial spirits, and now, Tang San's soul power had reached level 17. While Tang Yin had just broken through to level 20 the previous night, they would soon be able to obtain soul rings upon their next return to the academy. Tang Yin's rapid progress was not solely due to his innate talent surpassing Tang San's. The contribution of Yunmu's mother was significant, as her soul ring had propelled Tang Yin's soul power close to level 16. This advancement brought Tang Yin one step closer to achieving his goal of reaching level 60 before the Soul Master Finals. Soon, they arrived at the edge of Shenghun village, where Tang Yin's family resided. As they entered the village, Tang San excitedly pointed to a room with a sign for the blacksmith shop and smiled at Xiao Wu and Yao. We've arrived. That is our home. With home in sight, Tang San's excitement grew, and he couldn't help but smile broadly. His footsteps instinctively began to follow the patterns of the ghost shadow mysterious steps. Though he did not channel his soul power to enhance his movements, he still moved with a certain grace. Within Tang San's heart, he held a gift prepared for his father, which included a brand new forging hammer and some fine wine he believed to be the best in Notting City. Seeing his elder brother's joy, Tang Yin felt a familiar urge to write in his notebook. "Father, I have returned," Tang San called out as he reached the entrance of their home. This excitement was a sight that Xiao Wu had never witnessed since the day she met Tang San. Thus, a certain curiosity lingered behind Tang San, who observed his companion and then glanced at Tang Yin, who appeared exceedingly calm in comparison. This only deepened his intrigue. After all, in the little rabbit's mind, Tang San was a friend of remarkable gentleness and composure, albeit somewhat taciturn. He always seemed occupied or en route to some pressing task, with myriad responsibilities awaiting his attention. Aside from that, he exhibited little else in terms of emotion. Even in the face of defeat during sparring sessions, where feelings of anger or excitement were utterly absent. In stark contrast, Tang Yin's demeanor was wholly opposite to that of his brother. He delighted in play, spending his days immersed in various amusements aside from training and study, displaying a broader spectrum of emotional expression. Therefore, in such circumstances, shouldn't it be Tang Yin who felt more exhilarated? Why did the brother situations diverge so completely? At that moment, the little rabbit's mind seemed insufficient to comprehend the disparity. As the narrative unfolds, we encounter the third update of the day, where the protagonist humorously beseeches for votes and support. Chapter 38. The six brothers of Ultraman are but juniors before the two sisters. Naturally, Tang San remained indifferent to the musings of a certain rabbit with a limited intellect. As he walked, he called out toward home. Upon reaching the doorstep, he beheld the courtyard, which appeared unchanged, a chaotic blacksmith shop that seemed even more disordered than when they had departed. Various miscellaneous items lay scattered haphazardly about. Yet, despite the dilapidated state of the room from any angle, it evoked a profound sense of warmth in Tang San. After all, their blacksmith shop often descended into such disarray, and he and Tang Yin would diligently tidy it each day, returning everything to its rightful place. Unlike Tang Yin, who had already entered the courtyard when Tang San opened the door, a gentle voice resonated from behind them, old Jack's voice. Aware that his father was no longer present, Tang Yin, upon entering the courtyard and seeking out Xiao Wu and Yao, turned toward the source of the voice. Upon recognizing the visitor, he greeted, "Long time no see, old Jack." Tang San, hearing Tang Yin's words and subsequently spotting old Jack, promptly returned the greeting while inquiring, "Old Jack, what brings you here? Where is my father?" Old Jack, approaching Tang San with a bittersweet smile upon noticing his earnest gaze, retrieved a note from his pocket and gently handed it to Tang San, saying, "You might want to read this for yourself. Your father left this letter at my doorstep today. I had intended to seek him out to accompany you home, but as I stepped outside, I found this note. Hearing your voice, I rushed over." As Tang San's gaze fell upon the letter in old Jack's hand, an inexplicable sense of unease crept into his heart, rendering him somewhat anxious. Even Tang Yin, upon seeing the letter, felt a flicker of anticipation despite knowing its contents, akin to a child returning home from afar, yearning to catch a glimpse of their parents. Hastily, Tang San accepted the letter from old Jack, tearing open the envelope to reveal its contents. At that moment, Tang Yin silently approached his elder brother's side. "Dear Tang San, by the time you read this letter, I will have long departed from Holy Soul Village. There is no need for you two brothers to search for me. You would not be able to locate my whereabouts now. I suspect you are the one holding this letter. If it were known that I left in such a manner, little Ian would likely be quite upset with me. You are still quite young, yet you both possess remarkable independence. Thus, I harbor no concerns regarding your future. In my heart, you are like fledgling eagles. Only by spreading your wings independently can you soar higher and venture farther. There is no need for you to worry about me. Tang San, you have inherited much of your mother's delicacy in your character, which is commendable. As for your father, I am but a useless man, incapable of offering you much assistance. You are growing up, and little Ian will require your care, for he tends to be rather careless and often overlooks the consequences of his actions. I am about to retrieve some belongings that rightfully belong to me. But fret not. I believe there will come a day when we shall reunite. In truth, I find myself in a quandary. I wish for you to ascend and grow stronger. Yet I also desire your safety, hoping you do not become excessively powerful. However, these concerns pale in comparison to the choices you make and the paths you select for yourselves. Should you ever find yourselves disenchanted with the profession of soul master, Return to this village and follow in your father's footsteps as a blacksmith. Take care, Tang Hao. Drat, that old man. Dang Yin et Galim. Feeling frustrated after reading his father's letter. Despite anticipating these events, he found himself at a loss. Observing the brothers' melancholy, old Jack offered words of comfort. Subsequently, he greeted Xiao Wu and Yao, presenting a carrot as a gesture of goodwill, though the scene of an ordinary man feeding 200,000-year-old beasts went unappreciated. Before departing, old Jack also left a bag of rice for Tang Yin and Tang San. Grateful, the brothers began tidying up their home, while Tang Yin was unconcerned about the mess. Having foreseen it, he quickly regained his composure. However, he recognized that his elder brother was particularly vulnerable at this moment, prompting him to assist Tang San. During this time, Xiao Wu and Yao remained steadfast in their support, helping the Tang brothers clean the house. "Oh, brother, it's all right. It's not as if we will never see our father again. Besides, you are not alone. You still have me and Xiao Yun," Tang Yin reassured, playfully placing Xiao Yun into his elder brother's embrace, for the adorable little creature had a knack for soothing spirits. "You still have us, your friends. If you desire more familial bonds, Xiao Wu and I would gladly assume the role of your sisters," Yao comforted, also lending a hand to uplift her elder brother. "Indeed, everyone at the academy calls me Sister Xiao Wu now, even little Yin, except for you, who insists on being unique," Xiao Wu chimed in. Since Tang Yin and Yao had solidified their relationship, he had taken to referring to her as Sister Xiao Wu. In this regard, he felt no burden. After all, not only was she his beloved, but she also bore the title of sister in the eyes of their peers. Moreover, the age difference, Xiao Wu was 100,000 years his senior, made his use of the term sister all the more agreeable. While those acquainted with Douluo might consider 100,000-year soul beast commonplace, it is worth noting that the history of our nation spans merely 5,000 years. The age of Xiao Wu, therefore, was an astounding 200 times that. Reflecting on the earth 100,000 years ago, one can only marvel. Even the revered Ultraman mother and father were but 14 and 15,000 years old, respectively, while his beloved and future sister-in-law were not far behind. In this context, when it comes to Tang Yin, the 6 brothers of the Outyin are but juniors before the 2 sisters, and given this hierarchy, Tang Yin willingly addresses her as sister. Today's second update finds Erha humbly beseeching everyone's support in terms of recommendations and collections. Erha expresses gratitude. In Chapter 39, will the living currency be insufficient? You see, brother, there's truly no need for you to feel overly distressed, for we are not alone in this journey. Moreover, did not the elder say that his departure was intended to hone our growth? To succumb to sorrow now would be to contradict his intent. Shouldn't our focus be on becoming stronger? Tang Yin remarked, only to find herself momentarily stunned by her own logic. After all, following this line of thought, could it be said that her elder brother sought to find her father? If so, this path seems misguided. Should one not seek strength through their mother instead? Not to mention the legendary Shun Xiang, who traversed mountains to rescue his mother. Even a certain enigmatic dark entity has harbored countless thoughts of splitting the moon to save its mother, ultimately merging with her. As for finding their father, the last one who undertook such a quest was a certain alchemist. Wait, did that alchemist not also have a younger brother? In an instant, Tang Yin felt as though she had ensnared herself in a conundrum. Tang Yin began to drift into her usual whimsical state, yet her words had a certain impact. Indeed, we are not alone. Tang San, glancing at the ever-present Xiao Wu and Yao, recollected the teachers waiting for their return at school, and the emptiness within him caused by his father's absence seemed to find a modicum of solace. Ultimately, his gaze settled on Xiao Wu, as if a resolution had formed within him. "Xiao Wu, come with me once more. I wish to take you to a special place." Upon hearing Tang San's words, Tang Yin and Yao exchanged knowing glances, aware that a most beautiful scene in this narrative was about to unfold, a moment so exquisite that they could not possibly miss it. "Brother, we are going there?" In this instant, Tang Yin once again showcased her talents, performing impromptu before the one she adored most. Was this a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? "To the mountaintop where we practice daily." Tang San promptly took the lead, pulling Xiao Wu along as they dashed towards the back mountain. Witnessing this scene, Tang Yin could not help but smile, her mind replaying the joyous moments akin to a successful hand-holding in a romantic show. Naturally, after assisting her elder brother, Tang Yin felt compelled to extend an invitation to Yao. "Would you care to explore our childhood memories?" Indeed, Yao replied with a gentle smile, enchanting as a spring bloom. With Tang Yin and Tang San leading the way, their journey proceeded smoothly. However, by the time they reached the mountaintop, they had somewhat forgotten their initial intent. Tang Yin and Yao, wishing to afford their elder sister and brother some precious time together, deliberately slowed their pace, not at all for their own enjoyment of solitude. When they finally arrived at the mountaintop, Xiao Wu had already agreed to become Tang San's younger sister under the witness of countless fireflies. Now, standing hand in hand against the backdrop of a starry sky and shimmering fireflies, the scene was so breathtaking that it stirred deep emotions. If only there were a camera at this moment, Tang Yin mused, unable to contain her admiration for the beauty before her. Indeed, this moment is truly splendid, Yao echoed. Although she had gazed upon similar sights in the Soul Beast Forest for 100,000 years, the current atmosphere felt utterly unique. The closest ones stood before them, their most cherished ones beside them. After observing Tang San and Xiao Wu seated together, admiring the scenery, Tang Yin and Yao finally made their entrance. As they stepped forward, Yao swiftly remarked, "Tang San, you are quite cunning. If you were to have my sister as your younger sibling, does that not mean I have also unwittingly become your sister?" Tang San, now feeling more at ease, retorted, "Oh, what is so surprising about that? Haven't you already become my sister-in-law?" Yao blushed slightly at his response. "I never said I would marry this fellow." With this playful exchange, Yao playfully kicked Tang Yin's foot. But is little Silver so easily bullied? Surely, the reputation of being vengeful is not unfounded. Tang Yin stifled his pain and replied, "Brother, your words are not without merit. They say the eldest brother assumes a paternal role, so I suppose this counts as introducing my wife to you. What say you, brother? Do you consent to this sister-in-law?" "Consent, consent. I wholeheartedly agree. Xiao Wu, as the elder sister, what is your opinion?" Tang San turned to Xiao Wu, who had just acknowledged him as her brother. Embracing the principle that sisters are meant to be sold, she joined the jovial atmosphere, declaring, "I too consent. I am quite satisfied with little Silver as my brother-in-law." "Wait, Xiao Wu, why are you joining in their antics?" Tang Yin protested. "I don't care. You need to convince Xiao Wu, for I have yet to agree." "Your mother?" Yao's comment piqued Tang Yin's interest as she realized that Yao, like Xiao Wu, might have a mother of note. Given that humans were to be excluded from the Soul Beast Forest, could it be that the only candidates were the formidable female beasts residing deep within? This thought only intensified Tang Yin's curiosity. Regrettably, following this lesson learned, no matter how Tang Yin schemed, neither Yao nor Xiao Wu uttered a word. Tang Yin found himself at a loss, gazing at Yao, who appeared to be preparing for his future embarrassment. What could he do about his mischievous girlfriend? He could only continue to indulge her. Thus, the next segment involved Tang San's gift-giving, and due to Tang Yin's influence, Tang San crafted a pair of silent crossbows for him using the blacksmith's workshop in Nodding City. This second set of crossbows was not to be underestimated. The two brothers each presented one as a gift. Upon receiving the silent crossbow, Yao eagerly began to experiment with it. After all, having arrived in the Douluo world, how could she refrain from trying Tang San's various inventions? She had anticipated this hidden weapon for 100,000 years. Seeing Yao so delighted, Tang Yin was more than willing to share, personally instructing her on the safe methods of use. After all, for a support-type soul master, concealed weapons held significant value for Yao's safety. This was ultimately for the protection of his girlfriend, and certainly not for any ulterior motives. Tang Yin was not one to indulge in youthful aesthetics. As for Yao, with her age of 100,000 years, did that have any bearing on her? Nevertheless, Tang Yin took the teaching quite seriously as it pertained to the safety of his beloved. Both Tang Yin and Yao were acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead of them. Although Tang Yin may not have been as adept with hidden weapons as Tang San, he could still manage tasks such as striking a mosquito on its wing without causing harm. His talent for shooting made such feats relatively effortless. Due to Tang Hao's departure, Tang Yin and Tang San did not linger long in Holy Soul Village, staying only 2 or 3 days so that Tang Yin could share his childhood memories with Yao. After their explorations, the 4 of them began their journey back to Nodding Academy. After all, a home without parents held little significance for them. Conversely, at least there was Master in Nodding City. For Tang Yin, it was a place worth returning to. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. And now Tang Yin and his companions had arrived in the southern region of the Tiando Empire, specifically in the Bala Kingdom. This nation is in close proximity to the Fasnu province, sharing a border with it. although it is categorized as a kingdom. Its land area is roughly 3/4 that of Fasna province. It is neither too large nor too small. Politically, it is a kingdom under the dominion of the Tiando Empire. Despite its size, it remains one of the largest kingdoms within the Tiando Empire. Consequently, the royal family here is comprised of relatives from the Tiando Empire. The geographical position of this country is notably unique. While part of its territory is enveloped by the Tiando Empire, it also shares a border with the Xingluo Empire. Thus, in order to deter potential attacks from the Xingluo Empire, the military strength of the Bala Kingdom is considerably more formidable than that of the other three kingdoms of similar rank. It would not be an exaggeration to call it the gateway to the Tiando Empire. However, as time elapsed, while these nations and certain principalities outwardly continued to adhere to their larger sovereign powers, they had indeed evolved into true nations within nations. Politically speaking, aside from the necessary annual tributes, they had gained significant autonomy in other matters. Had it not been for the formidable military strength of the two empires, which firmly suppressed them, various internal conflicts would have likely erupted long ago. In this regard, the situations in both empires are quite similar. Presently, although the two empires remain relatively powerful, they have begun to show signs of decline in various aspects. Such a development often signals the onset of tumultuous times. Returning to the Bala Kingdom, the most pivotal cities within it include two, one being the capital, which serves as the political and economic heart of the Bala Kingdom, and the other being Soto City, known for its fertile lands, making it ideal for agriculture. This city is also referred to as the Granary of Balak. However, the city's greatest claim to fame lies not in its agriculture, but rather as the birthplace of Shrek Academy. For figures emerged, bathed in sunlight, at the western gate of Soto City. These four appear to be just over 10 years old, each displaying a slightly worn appearance, yet carrying no luggage. Indeed, these four were our protagonists. Over the course of the past 5 years, Tang Yin and his companions had undergone significant transformations. Notably, every one of these 12-year-old children stood around 170 centimeters tall. If viewed from a distance, many would be inclined to approach them. Among them, Tang Yin's growth was particularly remarkable. Perhaps due to the influence of his martial soul, Tang Yin had inherited the stature of the divine marksman from the Zhongtian realm, now nearing 1.8 meters in height. As for appearances, the two brothers had yet to fully awaken the bloodline of the blue-silver emperor within them, so their looks remained quite pleasing, exuding a familiar warmth. In contrast, the girls accompanying them could be described as breathtakingly beautiful. Xiao Wu, with her signature pink scorpion braid, had hair that cascaded down to her knees. Although Tang Yin was unsure, he imagined that each time Xiao Wu washed her hair, it consumed quite a bit of time. In terms of height, Xiao Wu now stood slightly taller than Tang San. Clad in vibrant shades of pink, her developing figure was snugly encased, and despite her youth, she could still see her toes while looking down. However, her slender waist, which could be encircled by a single hand, evoked envy in all the women who beheld her. Yao's transformation was equally striking. Unlike Xiao Wu, she possessed long, flowing white hair that fell freely down her back, reaching her waist. Similar to Xiao Wu, she had a captivating figure, yet her stature was even more impressive, prompting admiration from Xiao Wu. Tang Yin felt that Yao's development could rival that of a certain pirate empress. Yet, despite such allure, Yao emanated an ethereal, almost celestial presence. The combination of their enchanting figures and their youthful faces evoked a sense of wonder. Today, as the second update of the day, the author humorously implored readers for their recommendations and collections. In these past 5 years, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Yao had all reached the 29th level. With only a thin line separating them from the 30th level, a breakthrough was merely days away. Due to the nearly 1,000-year-old soul ring inherited from Yun Mu's mother, Tang Yin initially surpassed his older brother by 2 or 3 levels. Moreover, owing to the high age of his first soul ring, Master decided that Tang Yin would attempt to absorb a 1,000-year soul beast for his second soul ring. This event transpired shortly after the four returned to Nodding Academy. As Tang Yin achieved his 20th level, Master summoned Flender to assist in hunting the 1,000-year soul ring for him. In truth, compared to Master's high standards for soul ring ages, Tang Yin was relatively unconcerned about the longevity of his soul rings. From his perspective, regardless of the year of the soul ring, it could not grant him any skills. it was merely a tool ring. To simplify matters, Tang Yin even entertained the notion of casually using a 10-year soul beast to unlock a skill. After all, he recalled that in the second season of Douluo, a million-year soul ring was somewhat close to being white, so utilizing a 10-year soul ring for a brief moment was not entirely out of the question. Moreover, the 10-year soul ring had an element of deception. Just imagine, while others considered his soul ring to be worthless, Tang Yin could unleash a satellite ray to their astonishment. However, Tang Yin refrained from voicing his thoughts on the master's perspective, knowing that absorbing higher-year soul rings had its advantages, enabling him to elevate his levels significantly after breakthroughs. It was essential for him to reach level 50 in the Soul Master competition, as only with awakened skills could his ambitions come to fruition. Tang Yin was acutely aware that in terms of cultivation speed and talent, he was on par with his elder brother. Thus, relying solely on conventional training to achieve his expectations was implausible. Some hardship was inevitable. Acquiring a second 1,000-year soul ring further advanced Tang Yin's soul power. Combined with the 30-level soul ring he obtained this time, his soul power level had reached 33. Upon acquiring his second soul ring, Tang Yin realized he had misunderstood its properties. His soul ring granted him soul skills. This meant he could change his attire instantaneously to that of a gunner mechanic, ammunition expert, wandering gunman, or alloy warrior, without any additional attributes or enhancements. It was the purest form of transformation. So much so that when Tang Yin comprehended the effect of this soul skill, he felt an urge to shatter the soul ring in frustration. On a positive note, the skills related to his martial spirit, as Tang Yin initially suspected, directly unlocked all professional skills from level 15 to 20 for the sharpshooter. And these skills could be employed without any cooldown, even allowing for cross-profession usage without any hindrance. There was no cumbersome requirement of changing attire to utilize specific professional skills. Thus, Tang Yin's second soul skill was a pure form of transformation, leaving a significant psychological impact on him. Nevertheless, Tang Yin did not allow himself to become complacent due to this seemingly nonsensical skill. Excluding the Hao Yin hammer, his current melee skills were limited to those of the wandering gunman and alloy warrior. Melee combat remained a slight shortcoming. Hence, before he could access his Hao Yin hammer for a substantial strike, Tang Yin resolved to create his own soul skill. Upon discovering he could attach his soul power to his feet, allowing him to adhere to tree trunks and walls, inspiration struck him. From that moment on, Tang Yin vowed to master the creation of a perfectly rounded sphere, drawing inspiration from the neighboring prince of the Naruto universe, believing he too could utilize spheres to save the world. The essence of the spiral sphere lies in the transformation of energy. As long as one can perfectly control their energy, replication is feasible since soul power is fundamentally a form of energy. Through his recollections of the original work and continuous practice in reality, Tang Yin successfully crafted a remarkably round and full sphere before graduation. Subsequently, he began to instruct his partner in the art of creation, leading to daily interactions that were both enlightening and enjoyable. Given the nature of the spiral sphere, as long as one possesses soul power, it can be utilized. The power of the sphere is directly proportional to the amount of soul power input. This implies that, theoretically, there is no upper limit to the skill's potency, allowing them to wield it from this moment onward until they reach title or even ascend to divinity. Just look at a certain prince who carries a fox spirit within. He has risen from a mere pawn to a formidable entity, wielding a single sphere to conquer the world. This perfectly illustrates the notion that there is nothing a sphere cannot resolve. If there is, then simply craft another. If that is insufficient, gather companions for an even grander sphere, or, if all else fails, like a certain protagonist of indomitable spirit, enlist the aid of his father to create an even larger one. Following Tang Yin's successful research on the spiral sphere, even the master could not help but commend the skill. It could be said that mastering this skill would grant even auxiliary soul masters a degree of combat prowess. Just a couple of days after delving into the spiral sphere, Tang Yin broke through to level 30. At this juncture, Master called upon him to assist in hunting for a soul ring, and upon witnessing Tang Yin's spiral sphere and its derivatives, Flender awarded him the first special admission slot in history. Even when hunting for Tang Yin's third soul ring, Flender contemplated secretly whisking Tang Yin away to prevent any change of heart from the master. However, The master ultimately discovered this plan and insisted on Tang Yin learning more theoretical knowledge first. Now that Tang Yin and his companions had successfully graduated, the master would no longer impede their progress. Flinder intended to directly escort Tang Yin. Yet, given the journey's nature, Tang Yin insisted on accompanying his partner, refusing to leave with Flinder. Thus, the four of them had just arrived in Soto City. As a side note, both Xiao Wu and Yao wore necklaces, each adorned with a resurrection coin. Indeed, these two resurrection coins were products of Tang Yin's martial spirit's passive skills over the past few years. Upon learning of the extraordinary nature of Tang Yin's resurrection coins, even the master expressed astonishment at the potency of his martial spirit. Xiao Wu's coin was intended to search for any remnants of her mother in the Stardow Forest, hoping to resurrect her through these relics, while Yao's coin served as a precautionary measure for the sister's safety. Though these were not the most remarkable aspects, the most astonishing was Tang San, who possessed 11 resurrection coins. One might wonder, aren't resurrection coins supposed to appear only once every 3 years? How then does Tang San have 11? Initially, Tang Yin was quite curious. After gifting the first resurrection coin to his partner, he discovered the cooldown for the next coin reduced to 1.5 years, then to 9 months, and thus began to decrease progressively. Now, it had reached the point of generating 1 coin per day. Yet, 1 coin per day seems to be the limit, as the cooldown for the resurrection coin requires Tang Yin to be devoid of any coins. With this daily acquisition, Tang Yin speculated it might resemble a game mechanic where one can receive a free resurrection coin the following day as long as they were used. Realizing this, a question emerged in Tang Yin's mind. If resurrection coins exist, then what of my marketplace? Where has my vast marketplace gone? Ultimately, Tang Yin discovered the reason behind this peculiar absence through the subtle connection with his martial spirit. His martial spirit had forgotten how to access that aspect. In that moment, Tang Yin began to contemplate the 108 methods to dissolve his martial spirit, knowing not what he had lost. This was no trivial goal or a fleeting desire. It was a weight that burdened his spirit profoundly. Thus, it seems in this world, there exists no miraculous herb to restore lost faculties. Otherwise, Tang Yin would surely seek to rectify his martial spirit's deficiencies. This concludes the lengthy chapter, comprised of over 2,400 words. I humbly request your support through recommendations and collections. Thank you. Chapter 42. A complete absence of vengeful intent over the years. Not all news has been unfavorable. At least after Yao and the others obtained their resurrection coins, they discovered an unexpected phenomenon. The existence of these coins could obscure their soul Besuras. This is indeed splendid news. Consequently, in the upcoming finals of the Soul Master competition, Tang Yin shall effortlessly assume his sister-in-law's position, thereby allowing Xiao Wu and Yao to remain off the battlefield, significantly reducing their chances of exposure. After all, if one can withdraw safely and unscathed, why engage in a strenuous struggle? At that time, as long as Xiao Wu and her companions can comfortably hide in the lounge, the Spirit Hall will be unable to trouble them. This might even prevent the Spirit Hall from attempting to hunt down Xiao Wu and her friends in the Stardow Forest. Thus, their early development will be remarkably untroubled. Although Tang Yin is acutely aware that should any complications arise, his father will certainly come to their aid. He cannot ignore the fact that his father's injuries pose a considerable challenge, as facing numerous titled Douluos alone is rather daunting. To claim otherwise would be disingenuous. At times, Tang Yin even contemplates the possibility of eliminating his father for the sake of resurrection using a revival token. After all, such an action would restore his father's health without the need for future amputations. His strength would remain unaffected, which is quite advantageous. Perhaps at that juncture, Tang Yin might even acquire a forbidden skill. So, dear father, would you believe me if I claim that I killed you solely to save you? Rest assured, there is absolutely no vengeful intent. My notebooks would serve as ample evidence. Regardless of Tang Yin's thoughts, Xiao Wu has already begun to wipe her sweat, exclaiming, "Heavens! We have finally arrived at this city whose name starts with T. Is this truly the location of our future academy, as the master mentioned?" However, she expresses her dissatisfaction, questioning why only Xiao Yin received the admission notice when they are clearly a unit. If you had a third spirit ring like Xiao Yin, you would possess so many soul skills, even developing your unique technique akin to the spiral sphere, alongside skills such as walking on water and climbing trees. The esteemed Dean Flanders would surely grant you a special admission quota, Tang San affectionately remarked, ruffling Xiao Wu's hair. His tone imbued with an air of pride, as if he were speaking of himself. Indeed, indeed. See, Sister Xiao Wu, once we were in the academy. Senior Tang Yin will look out for you. Tang Yin teased, playfully adjusting his words as he noted. Oh, calling you sister seems somewhat inappropriate now, as you are merely junior Xiao Wu. Oof. Yao, your friend is bullying your sister. Quickly assist me in dealing with him. Xiao Wu pouted, storming over to Yao for comfort upon hearing Tang Yin's words. All right, how long are you going to flaunt this? You've been going on about it the entire journey. Do tone it down a bit. Yao sighed, observing her smug boyfriend with a mixture of exasperation and affection. Nevertheless, she found herself at a loss, as despite her stern demeanor, she could never truly scold him. Deep down, she understood that while Tang Yin claimed to be developing a melee skill, the underlying reason was his concern for her safety. The techniques derived from the spiral sphere, such as climbing trees and walking on water, were merely recently introduced, and they had yet to practice them extensively. The master wholeheartedly supported the learning of these skills, recognizing their practical utility in real combat, even if they might not serve much purpose in a competitive arena. Yao, you cannot spoil Xiao Yin to such an extent. Your excessive kindness may lead to future troubles. Xiao Wu remarked, observing how tenderly Tang Yin spoke to Xiao Yin. Oh dear, this is my cherished treasure nurtured for 100,000 years. How could it be so thoroughly uprooted by Tang Yin? She lamented. Hey. Sister Xiao Wu, do refrain from making such wild claims. When have I ever bullied my dear Yao? Tang Yin countered, playfully scratching the chin of his companion, Xiao Yunmu. Xiao Yunmu let out a cute sound, expressing her support for her caretaker, her adorable demeanor perfectly encapsulating what it means to be mischievous. Xiao Yunmu, you traitor. We were on the same side. Have you forgotten how I took you out for a meal? Xiao Wu exclaimed, her expression a mix of indignation and heartbreak. Indeed. And then you left Xiao Yunmu behind in the restaurant. How can you still bring that up? Tang Yin retorted, delivering a merciless jab. Enough, Xiao Yin. Do not bully Xiao Wu any further. Xiao Wu, did you not express a desire to explore this city? Let us find a hotel to rest before embarking on our adventures. What do you say? Tang San consoled. Brother is the best. Let's set off, Xiao Wu declared, waving her hand enthusiastically. The city of Soto, being superior in rank to Nodding City, naturally boasted a larger flow of people and a grander scale. Merely observing the continuous stream of individuals was a sight unseen in Nodding City, as the four companions, along with their feline friend, sought accommodation while sampling local delicacies. Xiao Wu soon discovered a uniquely styled hotel. This establishment, comprising 3 stories, presented a modest faade, yet its decor was uniformly adorned with various roses, evoking the sensation of a blooming rose garden. The overall design leaned towards a Western aesthetic while incorporating its own stunning elements. Rose Hotel. I adore this name. Yao, shall we stay here? Xiao Wu said with delight. In contrast to Xiao Wu's enthusiasm, Tang Yin and Yao exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with intrigue. They could only marvel at the whims of fate. As the first update of the day, I humbly request your support in the form of votes and collections. Thank you kindly. Chapter 43. What is wrong with me giving my son a good thrashing? Yao turned to observe the eager Tang Yin, who was giving her a thumbs up, and felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. She understood his intent. He wished to take matters into his own hands. Just be mindful of your strength. After all, he is still your brother. And do not harm yourself, Yao advised as she approached Tang Yin. You need not worry with your man's strength. Can you truly doubt my capability? Tang Yin assured her. Tang San, noting the whispered exchange between Tang Yin and Yao, glanced at the excited Xiao Wu. Seeing that the group had reached a consensus, they all agreed to Xiao Wu's choice, and the 4 of them stepped into the Rose Hotel. Upon entering, they were immediately enveloped in the fragrant aroma of roses, a scent that invigorated the senses and eased the spirit. The hotel's decor, dominated by shades of white, silver, and rose red, created an inviting and warm atmosphere, adding a touch of elegance to the establishment. As the team's diligent worker and leading model, Tang San approached the front desk first. Could you kindly provide us with 4 rooms? Thank you. As the service personnel noticed Tang San leading the group, they glanced at Xiao Wu beside him, along with Tang Yin and Yao who were engaged in hushed whispers. The staff exchanged a knowing look with Tang San, leaving him bewildered. Hello? Is something amiss? Or is there something wrong with your eyesight? Tang San inquired, perplexed by the odd gaze directed at him. Oh, my apologies. I got lost in thought. I'm sorry. I just checked, and we have only 2 rooms left, the staff member replied. Behind Tang San, Tang Yin understood the staff's look all too well. It was clear there were more than 2 rooms available. However, appreciating their discretion, Tang Yin chose not to expose the truth. 2 rooms? Tang San furrowed his brow upon hearing the staff's words. But considering he and Tang Yin would share one, and Xiao Wu and Yao the other, 2 rooms would suffice for their one-night stay. As Tang San contemplated, the staff reiterated, Sir, although we only have 2 rooms left, you needn't worry about space. Our rooms are well equipped, accommodating 2 guests comfortably. The staff even flashed Tang San a suggestive look. However, Tang San seemed oblivious to the implication. Since space was sufficient, he agreed without further hesitation. This unexpected decision astonished Tang Yin. Was it possible that his older brother had finally come to his senses and agreed to such arrangements? Tang Yin hadn't considered the implications of them sharing a room, especially given the hotel's decor and ambience, which left little doubt about its nature. Just as the staff was about to proceed with the check-in process, a loud voice interrupted from behind them, startling the staff into a halt. Are you mistaken? If these 2 rooms are the last, one should belong to me. Upon hearing this, Tang Yin recognized that Shrek's leader, the one about to face a beating, had arrived. The group turned to see 3 figures approaching from outside. Among them, 2 were young women, flamboyantly dressed and seemingly in their late teens, but what captured attention was that they were identical twins. Tang Yin's gaze quickly shifted to the central figure, Dai Mubai, as Yao pinched his side. Any slight movement on his part could provoke a painful response. It was worth noting that Dai Mubai's appearance was undeniably striking. Standing over 6 feet tall, he towered over Tang Yin, with broad shoulders and a chiseled, handsome face that exuded a rugged charm. His golden hair added to his formidable presence. However, it was his eyes that truly captivated those around him. Dai Mubai possessed a unique double pupil, not merely side by side, but one encased within the other, creating a mesmerizing effect. The icy blue hue lent him an air of coldness, and when he locked eyes with others, it felt as though one was being cut by a blade. Thus, in terms of sheer looks, Dai Mubai would inevitably become the center of attention wherever he went. Though Tang Yin and Tang San's gazes were fixed on Dai Mubai, the latter's focus briefly flickered towards Xiao Wu and Yao, acknowledging their beauty before returning to the matter at hand. Approaching the counter, Dai Mubai's dual pupils seemed to exert a pressure upon the staff as he demanded, You must be new here. Do you not know that one room must always be reserved for me? The staff, feeling flustered, wished to explain that there were indeed rooms available, but hesitated, aware of the presence of Tang Yin and his companions. It would be inappropriate to suddenly change the story. The staff finally managed to ask weakly, And you are? Dai Mubai dismissed the inquiry, stating coldly, Call your manager over. Knowing that the manager would be aware of the situation, he opted for a more straightforward resolution. The staff, intimidated, hurried to fetch the manager. Meanwhile, Tang San attempted to interject, but Tang Yin preemptively stopped him. He stepped forward and addressed Dai Mubai. This is my brother. We booked and paid for these rooms first. Tang Yin was aware that Dai Mubai had a prior reservation, but this did not deter him from wanting to confront him. After all, they would be brothers from here on out, and preserving some leverage for future encounters seemed prudent. This was Tang Yin's plan to gather blackmail material on Shrek, and whether it would succeed was of little concern to him. Dai Mubai, however, paid no mind to Tang Yin's words, instead replying coldly, And what of it? He had no intention of explaining himself, adhering to the belief that those who did not dare to cause trouble were the weak. If circumstances permitted, he would only stoke the flames of misunderstanding further for leverage. At that moment, Xiao Wu interjected, It's nothing. We just want you to leave. Tang Yin silently applauded his sister-in-law's straightforwardness. With that, Dai Mubai found the situation to align with his intentions, eager to resolve matters in a direct manner. As Dai Mubai turned, his icy gaze fixated on Xiao Wu, he sensed the soul power emanating from Tang Yin and the others. A slight smile graced his lips as he said, Very well. To be honest, it's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like that. I can sense your soul power, indicating you are soul masters, correct? Since you are soul masters, let us settle this as such. You may all come at me. If you can defeat me, I will leave immediately. But if you lose, then you must demonstrate just what leave means. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's challenge, the two twin girls beside him chuckled, fully aware of Dai Mubai's strength and confidence. They were unfazed, fully supportive of his approach. The two individuals departed from Dai Mubai's side, seamlessly transitioning from participants to mere spectators. Just as the atmosphere between both parties grew increasingly tense, the waiter who had previously sought out the manager emerged from the hotel's rear, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Their expressions, marked by evident panic, suggested they had overheard the earlier conversation between Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu. In a state of agitation, the manager shouted while running, "Esteemed soul masters, let's discuss this calmly. Please do not resort to violence. Our humble establishment cannot withstand it." Meanwhile, Tang San approached Tang Yin and said, "Leave this to me." He recognized the formidable strength of the man before him and, despite being aware of Tang Yin's prowess, preferred not to expose him to any risk. There was no need for his brother to intervene in dealing with this individual. Tang Yin, understanding his brother's intentions, gave a thumbs up in agreement. Observing Tang Yin's steadfastness, Tang San felt a twinge of frustration. At that moment, Yao joined Tang San's side and remarked, "Brother San, let Xiao Yin have his fun. He is quite excited right now." Over the years, Yao had noticed that her boyfriend, Tang Yin, was somewhat of a spirited character, especially when he channeled certain anime personas during moments of high enthusiasm. Such behavior was not entirely out of place in this world, where skills were often accompanied by vocalized names. Tang San, however, remained oblivious to this nuance, as he could not grasp the anime references Tang Yin occasionally made. Yao was acutely aware that Tang Yin was currently echoing Naruto's words as he returned to save the day during Pain's invasion of Konoha. Seeing the mutual encouragement in Tang Yin and Yao's eyes, Tang Yin ultimately consented. At that moment, the hotel manager hurried over. Dai Mubai glanced at the manager and remarked, "Manager Wang, your business seems to be thriving." Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Manager Wang, already sweating from the exertion, spoke even more cautiously. "I apologize, young Master Dai. You have misunderstood us. This incident truly stems from my subordinate's negligence. He only joined us yesterday and is still unfamiliar with our protocols and client information. I'm sincerely sorry. Let me arrange your accommodations right away." Turning to Tang Yin and the others, Manager Wang expressed, "I apologize, esteemed guests. There has indeed been a misunderstanding. Young Master Dai had made prior arrangements with us. Would you consider sharing a room together? If that does not suit you, perhaps your group could seek accommodations elsewhere." "We refuse. Why should we leave? Do you think we are easy targets? Our sister Xiao Wu is not one to be taken advantage of." They were resolute. This confrontation was inevitable. After all, they were well aware of Tang Yin's strength. With the three of them combined, they would not last even a few minutes against him. Tang San, ever the protective elder brother, was intent on standing in front of Tang Yin, while Xiao Wu held unwavering confidence in him. Such confidence had been forged through countless battles. In response to Xiao Wu's declaration, Dai Mubai let out a derisive snort. "Your words do not instill fear in me, even if you wish to leave. It won't be so simple. One cannot insult others and then walk away unscathed. Such things do not happen in this world." The hotel manager, sensing the escalating tension, found himself increasingly unnerved. After all, as a mere employee, any chaos that erupted would jeopardize his livelihood. Understanding the manager's apprehensions, Dai Mubai, intent on avoiding entanglement with an ordinary person, coldly stated, "There is no need for further discussion. Any losses incurred will fall on me." "Brother, you are truly magnanimous. Then all will be accounted to you," Tang Yin replied, adhering to his principle of frugality. With a sharp gaze, Dai Mubai observed Tang Yin's confidence, then channeled his soul power into a powerful punch, launching himself towards Tang Yin with unadulterated force. In that instant, all of his momentum, strength, and speed coalesced into that singular blow, his most formidable strike without the aid of soul skills or spirit embodiment. Such mastery could only be achieved through extensive combat experience. In stark contrast to Dai Mubai's fierce assault, Tang Yin remained at ease, activating his purple extreme demon eye to perceive Dai Mubai's every movement. Just as Dai Mubai's soul-powered fist was about to connect with him, Tang Yin had already transformed into an afterimage. This afterimage indicated that Tang Yin had moved. Yet Dai Mubai remained oblivious. The specifics of whether he realized it were inconsequential, for in that fleeting moment, Dai Mubai found himself struck twice in the chest with overwhelming force, leaving him no opportunity to react. As he struggled to regain his footing, Tang Yin, having executed a spinning kick, once again became an afterimage, propelling Dai Mubai backward at an alarming speed. Instant kick, a level 15 skill of the roaming Gunslinger, possessing immense repulsion effects and a measure of disorientation. Dai Mubai braced against the powerful impact, but when he lifted his head, the Tang Yin who had just kicked him had already morphed into an afterimage, while the real Tang Yin brandished an automatic pistol. Bang! A floating bullet shot forth towards Dai Mubai. In the blink of an eye, 3 skills had been executed by Tang Yin, yet the afterimage from his initial spinning kick had yet to dissipate. This was Tang Yin's passive skill, stylish gunplay, which allowed him to forcibly interrupt the execution of one skill in favor of another, leaving behind an afterimage with each forceful cancellation and recasting. Though the practical applications were manifold, the sheer flair it introduced during battle was undeniably impressive, something Tang Yin relished. After all, while power may be fleeting, style is everlasting. Today marks the 3rd update, and I humbly implore everyone for their support and appreciation. Chapter 45. The Enlightenment of Dai Mubai. You might as well unleash your martial soul. Since a confrontation is inevitable, it would be wiser to accumulate combat experience, Tang Yin remarked casually, stretching his neck with ease. Witnessing this display, Dai Mubai's expression darkened considerably. The kick from Tang Yin had sent him crashing against the wall, not to mention the various tables and chairs he had collided with along the way. Now, having risen from the debris, Dai Mubai had to admit he had underestimated his opponent. Despite appearing significantly younger, the individual before him possessed remarkable strength. Just the series of attacks he had endured left him with no chance to react. Then I shall grant your wish. White Tiger, manifest! With a powerful shout, Dai Mubai unleashed his soul power. In the next moment, he spread his arms wide, transforming from a somewhat disheveled figure into one of formidable stature. With the enhancement of his potent soul power, Dai Mubai appeared even taller, his muscular form evident even through his clothing. Behind Dai Mubai, an even more colossal humanoid, White Tiger, emerged. The formidable soul power surged alongside the appearance of the White Tiger, enveloping Dai Mubai. With the presence of the White Tiger, an aura reminiscent of a sovereign radiated from him, causing the very air around to feel more oppressive. At that moment, Tang Yin began to crouch slightly, his 4 eyes shimmering with intense, ghostly light. Despite not having yet undergone the trial of killing, Dai Mubai exuded the aura of a relentless killing machine. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings manifested alongside Dai Mubai, a configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple, showcasing his extraordinary prowess as a member of Shrek Academy. A 1,000-year soul ring? Tang San and Xiao Wu gasped in astonishment, realizing that this seemingly youthful figure was, like Tang Yin, a soul master over level 30. Dai Mubai, martial soul, White Tiger, level 37 battle soul master. Please advise. The current battle had transcended previous encounters. With his name proclaimed, this was the true confrontation. Regardless of his opponent, Dai Mubai would not retreat, embodying an unyielding spirit. This time, I challenge you, Yin. Well then, I shall also display my soul ring as a mark of respect. Tang Yin responded, twirling his blue-silver handgun to create a flourish. As he uttered the words, a radiant light enveloped him, and in an instant, a set of armor resembling Iron Man's nanotech appeared, replacing his original attire. Clad in a purple trench coat and a black cowboy hat, Tang Yin emerged before the onlookers in a Gunslinger-esque ensemble. Initially, Tang Yin had intended to engage casually, but he found Dai Mubai's martial soul manifestation truly impressive, reminiscent of the battles he had experienced in his past life. Suddenly, he felt an urge to transform, despite their weapon martial souls. After all, his second soul ring granted him a soul skill. It was not armor he wore, otherwise he might have exclaimed armor fusion. Yet, Tang Yin's focus lay elsewhere, as his mind wandered to another matter entirely. What? 2,000-year soul rings? Dai Mubai exclaimed in shock. Tang Yin, martial soul, blue-silver firearm. Level 33 attack type weapon soul master. As Tang Yin adjusted his cowboy hat, one eye remained shrouded in shadow, perfectly inheriting the traits of a certain reaper. The question of whether he could win was secondary. What mattered was making an entrance with style. Was a blue-silver firearm? Is it a mutated martial soul? Why does your martial soul change your attire? Isn't blue silver grass a useless martial soul? Dai Mubai pondered, confusion swirling in his mind. Tang Yin, however, had no desire to explain, casually quoting a master. There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. For reasons unknown, Dai Mubai sensed that Tang Yin was toying with him, yet he lacked proof. Let us begin, no holding back, Tang Yin declared. At the sound of his words, Dai Mubai recalled his previous attacks. Now, he was exceedingly cautious, and hearing Tang Yin's directive made him even less inclined to hesitate. First soul skill, White Tiger Barrier. Third soul skill, White Tiger Transformation. Dai Mubai initiated his attack with two state-enhancing soul skills, the latter being his most potent 1,000-year soul skill. With the first skill enhancing his defenses, he invoked the third, causing his aura to swell and the White Tiger's phantom behind him to grow clearer and more imposing. In this state, both his offensive and defensive capabilities, as well as his fundamental strength, surged to double their original potency. It was fair to say that Dai Mubai had reached the pinnacle of his state. Recalling Tang Yin's attacks, Dai Mubai realized that aside from physical techniques, Tang Yin's assaults stemmed from his weapon. Given Tang Yin's identity as a weapon soul master, it was evident that whatever he wielded possessed ranged attack capabilities. The essence of engaging a ranged martial soul was unequivocal. Close the distance. Without hesitation, Dai Mubai, already in a crouched position, erupted into action, transitioning from stillness to explosive movement. Charge! Yet every move he made was laid bare before Tang Yin's purple extreme demon eye. Seizing the moment, Tang Yin unleashed his sharpshooter-esque binding skill. In this realm, such a skill was nothing short of divine. Once ensnared, no creature could move until the skill's conclusion. Even Frank, in his true martial soul form, would find himself immobilized if caught. However, the crux of the matter was that Tang Yin's skill had yet to dissipate, leading to an unending cycle of oppression. Thus, the ensuing battle unfolded in this manner. Dai Mubai, behold my prowess. Tang Yin, you are beneath my foot. The exchanges continued, with Dai Mubai consistently finding himself suppressed by Tang Yin's relentless onslaught. After enduring such humiliating treatment, Dai Mubai lay on the ground, his expression one of utter defeat. At that moment, he appeared to have attained enlightenment, pondering the profound questions of existence. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? These quintessential inquiries of life weighed heavily on his mind. In the first update of the day, the narrator whimsically requested votes and collections, expressing gratitude. Chapter 46, A Dark Past. Observing Dai Mubai's despondent demeanor, Tang Yin realized he might have gone overboard in his enthusiasm. Although he had carefully controlled the power of his weapon strikes, it was evident that he was now level 30. The manner in which he had dominated the fight perfectly illustrated the concept of low damage but high insult. My apologies, brother. I got a bit carried away after not encountering an equal opponent for so long. I'm truly sorry, Tang Yin said, feeling a touch awkward, especially after having promised his significant other to exercise restraint. As Dai Mubai gathered himself, he began to process that the earlier attacks, while painful, were not at the level of a 30-level soul master. It was clear that Tang Yin bore him no ill will. The damage inflicted was likely akin to the banter exchanged with his sister-in-law. However, Dai Mubai was mistaken. Tang Yin merely sought a sparring match while collecting some amusing tales from Shrek Academy's peculiarities. Unbeknownst to Dai Mubai, he was not one to take defeat lightly. And with Tang Yin showing restraint and even offering an apology, he felt there was little left to say. No worries. I must thank you for your leniency. I apologize for my earlier words. The rooms will be left for you. Boss, please include the expenses for the four of them on my tab. Spoke with great confidence, generously covering the accommodation expenses for Tang Yin and his companions. Brother Dai, your boldness is commendable. I am fortunate to have made your acquaintance. It seems we have forged a bond without prior conflict. Tang Yin, noticing someone willingly treating, instantly warmed up to Dai Mubai, even casually draping an arm over his shoulder. This swift change left Dai Mubai bewildered. Was this individual truly capable of such rapid mood swings? Allow me to introduce my brother, Tang San, Tang Yin said, eager to facilitate introductions, recognizing the importance of establishing rapport for their future camaraderie. Greetings, Tang San. I'm a level 29 control system soul master. My apologies, My brother can sometimes act recklessly when he is having fun. At this moment, Tang San approached Dai Mubai, intrigued by the unexpected reimbursement of their accommodation by a stranger. Observing Dai Mubai's demeanor, Tang San discerned that he too possessed a warm heart beneath a cool exterior, a quality that made forming a friendship worthwhile. No need. My words were laced with provocation. And it appears I have met my match this time. Dai Mubai laughed, accepting his defeat with grace. Tang Yin then pointed to the small, two-tailed cloud cat perched on his shoulder. This is Xiaomu, my companion. The adorable creature mewed in response to the introduction. Hello, Xiaomu, Dai Mubai remarked, evidently charmed by the little feline, his tone softening significantly. This is my sister, Xiao Wu. Perhaps she should introduce herself. Indeed, the nature of Xiao Wu's relationship with Tang Yin was difficult to define. As their interactions continued, it seemed inevitable that she would be seen as a sister-in-law. Yet, Tang Yin's brother, a quintessential man, regarded her as a younger sister, complicating matters. Thus, from that perspective, Xiao Wu could still be considered his sister, as she was merely a few minutes younger. However, given that his fiancée, he referred to Xiao Wu as sister, it became a tangled web of relationships that left Tang Yin in a quandary during introductions. Initially reluctant to engage with this rival, Xiao Wu also harbored disdain for his twin companions. Nevertheless, recognizing his goodwill and the reimbursement of their accommodation, she introduced herself. I am Xiao Wu, a level 29 assault system soul master. Another level 29? Given your brother's status, how old are you both? Dai Mubai pondered, his curiosity piqued by the unexpected revelation. While he had anticipated Tang San's level, the emergence of another equally formidable individual caught him off guard. Yao, too, is a level 29 support system soul master. Tang Yin interjected, satisfied with Dai Mubai's astonished expression. After all, support system soul masters face considerable challenges in their progress, yet manage to keep pace with their peers. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's introduction, Yao added, Hello, I apologize. My boyfriend simply loves to play. Please don't take offense. Dai Mubai, noting their levels and talents, surmised they had come to enroll in Shrek Academy. His confidence in the academy was unwavering, stemming from his profound belief in its excellence. Not entirely. They are here to enroll at Shrek, but I am not, Tang Yin clarified. What? Brother Tang, are you not planning to attend Shrek Academy? I do not mean to boast, but I genuinely believe there is no other institution in this city that can match Shrek's caliber, Dai Mubai asserted. Oof. That vain fellow, Xiao Yin, is merely leveraging his special admission from Dean Flender, which means he is already a Shrek student without needing to enroll, Xiao Wu retorted, her tone laced with irritation. What? Dean Flender has granted a special admission? This is unprecedented for Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai exclaimed, astonished, as he was well aware of the Dean's character. Brother Dai, you have heard of Dean Flender? Are you also a student of Shrek? Tang San inquired, intrigued by Dai Mubai's reaction. Indeed, I am one of the few students currently enrolled at Shrek, Dai Mubai confirmed. You too are a Shrek student? Few? Is our academy so small? Xiao Wu questioned, surprised by the coincidence that they had encountered a future classmate during a skirmish. Yes, I am one of the 3 students at Shrek, Dai Mubai reiterated. 3? What is going on? Even Tang San was taken aback, and the astonished expressions of the two were captured by the miniature camera adorning Xiaomu's collar. Merely a decorative piece, certainly not intended to document the current escapade. Tomorrow at school, you will learn more about it. Who would have thought this would happen? Nevertheless, given your strengths, entering Shrek should pose no challenge. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. See you all at school tomorrow. With that, Dai Mubai gestured to the twins and prepared to depart. A clear understanding of the situation evident to all. Tang Yin, wishing to respect Dai Mubai's intentions after their previous encounter, refrained from interfering. See you tomorrow, Brother Dai. He waved as Dai Mubai exited. Afterward, Tang Yin prepared to escort his fiancée, back to their room, but was promptly whisked away by his brother. An hour later, Little Yin, have you finished your staring? You have been looking at me with that gaze for an hour. Do you still need your eyes? Tang San, somewhat exasperated, broke his meditation state, addressing his brother. Brother, do not speak. Today I, Uchiha Tang Yin, shall defeat you with my gaze. Tang Yin declared, unwavering in his intent, even as the blood vessels in his eyes began to strain from the intensity. Unfortunately, the purple extreme magic eyes lacked the lethal potency of the Sharingan. Enough of the antics. Xiao Wu and the others should be nearly ready. Let's go join them, Tang San suggested, aware he may have unintentionally disrupted Tang Yin's plans. However, as they had all matured, it was natural for him to share a room with Xiao Wu. Upon hearing they would reunite with his fiancée, Tang Yin temporarily relented, silently cheering for his sister-in-law to win over his brother. The two brothers exited their room, finding Xiao Wu and the others had already tidied up and freshened themselves. Observing Yao's still damp hair, Tang Yin realized he had missed a significant moment and cast a reproachful glance at his unhelpful brother. Ahem, Xiao Wu, did you not mention wanting to explore the city? Let us set forth now, Tang San urged, pushing Xiao Wu towards the exit. Look at what you've become. Eventually, when we arrive at Shrek, everyone will part ways. So you must get accustomed to it, dear brother. Yao approached Tang Yin and playfully lifted his chin with a finger, speaking in a tone that was both innocent and commanding. Without granting Tang Yin the opportunity to respond, she activated her first soul skill, transforming into a spiritual form that soared above Xiao Wu's head before descending upon her. Not a single chance was afforded to Tang Yin. Yao, just you wait. You'll only have these last few years to frolic about. Once I come of age, I shall reclaim everything. With interest, Tang Yin declared, pulling out a small notebook to start recording his thoughts. Previously, Tang Yin's notes solely chronicled his father's exploits. But ever since Yao realized that Tang Yin was still too young to pose a threat, she began to tease him with increasing frequency, giving him no chance to retaliate. This notebook was already the second of its kind. Ignoring the dejected Tang Yin, the others had already begun exploring the city with Xiao Yunmu. After half an hour, Xiao Yunmu had moved from Tang Yin's side to Yao's, as there was no longer any space for her on Tang Yin. The Tang brothers were now enveloped in various packages. If you wonder why Tang Yin didn't store these items in the 24 bridges under the bright moon, it was simply because it was already stuffed to the brim. However, let there be no misunderstanding. It was primarily Tang Yin's own belongings that filled it, not the items Yao and the others had purchased. When Tang Yin obtained his second soul ring, he didn't just acquire skills. He also inherited the knowledge of all professions associated with a gunslinger, with the most extensive knowledge being that of a mechanic, followed by that of an alloy warrior. It was this vast reservoir of technological knowledge that enabled Tang Yin to construct a miniature camera on Xiao Yunmu the cat. With this newfound understanding, Tang Yin's first endeavor was to extend his influence over the various robots he summoned. After all, what man doesn't revel in dismantling various electronic devices? In his previous life, Tang Yin often indulged in such activities, trusting that whether he could reassemble them was merely a matter of luck. Upon examining the robots he had summoned, Tang Yin discovered that if he removed their self-destruct systems, they would not explode. Thus, these harmless robots embarked on a delightful spree of disassembling various physical gadgets. However, the dismantling was so thorough that it included not just the original physical entities Tang Yin was familiar with, but also the esteemed scientists among them. The reason was simple. All the robots stripped of their self-destruct systems possessed energy cores akin to an infinite energy source, providing boundless power for their movements, thus perfectly violating the law of energy conservation. Tang Yin then repurposed these infinite energy robots into household assistants. 8 were designated for cleaning, with 6 stationed in their dormitory and 2 tasked with maintaining the master's quarters and office. He also created 4 cooking robots. Initially, he only intended to make 2, but they were too short to reach the stove, necessitating the addition of another pair, which he creatively stacked atop one another. Furthermore, with the aid of his artificial intelligence, Tang Yin equipped each robot with its own independent AI. One might wonder how Tang Yin managed to obtain such artificial intelligence without any infrastructure. This brings us to the second soul skill he deemed seemingly useless, the transformation skill. This transformation not only altered Tang Yin's attire, but also the weapon behind his back, the ammunition expert's clips, and the various mechanical prosthetics of the alloy warrior. While these enhancements were substantial, the true marvel lay in the small helicopter that hovered beside the mechanic. It was a highly advanced artificial intelligence. Tang Yin named the male mechanic's AI Jarvis and the female's AI Alicia. Initially, he contemplated names like Skynet and Morpheus, but ultimately opted for Jarvis and Alicia, as one was born out of love for all maidens, while the other became part of the divine to achieve the same purpose. After all, Tang Yin did not consider himself a traditional scientist, and some reckless pursuits were best left untouched. As they departed from the nodding academy, both Xiao Wu and Yao felt a pang of reluctance after having lived with these robots for so long, so they decided to have Tang San take them along. Tang San readily agreed, for the AIs Tang Yin had integrated into these robots were of the same caliber as the intelligent systems seen in Iron Man movies. Such intelligence fosters emotional bonds among individuals, and Tang Yin did not object, as he had no intention of aggressively advancing technology in this world. In that moment, Tang Yin pondered whether the knowledge he had brought from another world might become forbidden in this era. The thought of ultimately becoming forgotten by this world crossed his mind, further dissuading him from pursuing technological advancements here. After all, he was no Senku. He preferred to unleash a satellite beam upon the academy instead. In the midst of this, Tang Yin remarked, with a blade in hand, "Follow me. Save the divine, slay the vile." In the third update of the day, I implored everyone for their support and appreciation. Arha expresses his gratitude. Chapter 48. Flanders almost blinded Yao. Look over there. Do you think the items for sale are related to us soul masters? At that moment, Xiao Wu pointed toward a nearby shop. Yao followed her gesture and beheld a modest establishment. Its fa-ade unremarkable, yet its sign stood in stark contrast to those of neighboring shops. However, what truly captured their attention was a uniquely inscribed symbol on the shop sign. Composed of several distinct patterns, the meaning of this symbol was lost on the average person. Yet, as soul masters, Tang Yin and his companions recognized it immediately, for it was identical to the emblem found on the tokens issued by the Spirit Hall. The shop's emblem featured a sword, a hammer, and a blue electric Tyrannosaurus, a combination reminiscent of the tokens Tang San had shown them during their visit to the soul-hunting forest, further piquing their curiosity about the shop's existence. Intrigued by the soul master insignia, Yao suggested to Xiao Wu, "Shall we take a closer look?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's spirit soared, and she hurriedly dragged Yao toward the store, neglecting to inform Tang Yin and the others. Observing this scene, the Tang brothers could only feel a sense of helplessness and despair. "Brother, should we unleash robots 1 through 12? At this rate, I fear we might meet our demise." Tang Yin lamented. Indeed, one should never accompany women on shopping excursions, lest one faces dire consequences. "Good idea," Tang San responded with a hint of breathlessness, and without hesitation. He summoned 12 cube-shaped robots from the 24 bridges under the bright moon. These were the domestic robots Tang Yin had created using his tracking skill, and due to his lack of creativity in naming, they were simply numbered from 1 to 12. "Good day, esteemed sirs. How may we assist you?" The first robot inquired. "Not right now. Just follow us for the time being," Tang Yin replied. After all, summoning them had freed up space in Tang San's 24 bridges under the bright moon, allowing them to carry additional items if Yao and the others chose to buy more later. "As you wish, gentlemen," the 12 robots replied in unison. In the next moment, the previously chaotic assembly of robots organized themselves into 2 rows of 6, trailing behind the 2 brothers. Once Tang San had stored all their belongings into his spatial pocket, both brothers finally relaxed, feeling a weight lifted off their shoulders. "Xiao Yin, let us hurry. Xiao Wu and the others have already gone ahead," Tang San remarked, glancing at the 2 sisters nearing the shop, while pulling along the resting Tang Yin. "Anzai, Tang Yin akquit." Though he was curious why the girls seemed to have such stamina while shopping. After all, he possessed an external soul bone, yet his legs trembled with fatigue, while Yao and Xiao Wu appeared unaffected. "I say, why don't you wait for us?" The brothers finally managed to catch up to the 2 soul beast pace. Why are you so slow?" Xiao Wu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Tang Yin responded, "Did you hear what they said? Where are things?" Yao questioned, noticing the brothers' empty hands. "Good day, ladies. Is there anything we can assist you with?" At that moment, a multitude of robots behind Tang Yin and Tang San leaned forward to address Yao and Xiao Wu. "Little squares? What are you doing out here?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, gently patting the top of one of the robots behind Tang San, akin to petting a creature. "So you released them, huh? It makes sense. Earlier, the terrain was quite complex, and now that we are not in a hurry, it is indeed more convenient to let them out." Upon witnessing this, Yao quickly grasped the situation. After all, the robots had limited mobility and had remained confined during their previous journey. "Is this the shop you were just discussing?" Tang San asked Xiao Wu and Yao. "Yes, we believe so," Yao replied, pointing at a sign resembling Master S insignia. Enough speculation. We shall find out once we enter, Xiao Wu said, taking the lead and opening the door. However, despite her efforts, the interior remained shrouded in shadows due to the backlighting. Yet, as the four entered, they could distinctly sense the presence of soul power emanating from various items within the dim room. Such energy fluctuations were typically found only within the Spirit Hall in Nodding City. Although the intensity here was not as potent, Tang San, having been trained by the master, quickly discerned that this specific soul power emanated from soul tools. The nature of these items was thus evident. After all, every soul tool inherently possessed soul fluctuations. If unbound by a soul master, these fluctuations would uncontrollably radiate outward. Due to the law of energy conservation, soul tools could not continuously emit soul power without maintenance. Prolonged neglect could lead to their complete depletion and eventual ruin. Presently known soul tools were primarily of limited offensive capability, mostly serving auxiliary functions, such as the 24-bridge Moonlight Knight at Tang San's waist. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that any soul tool was a rare find. The primary reason for this scarcity was the lost methods of their creation. The soul tools in use today could be considered antiques passed down through generations. Is the owner present? Xiao Wu cautiously inquired, noting the dim ambience. Here, a middle-aged voice resonated from the shadows, imparting an air of mystery. However, before this sense of intrigue could fully develop, Tang Yin directed the 12 robots to maximize their lighting systems. In an instant, the robots' eyes illuminated the room like searchlights, casting it in bright daylight. Hey, who are you? Quickly turn off those lights. My eyes are going to burn out. The previously composed figure lost his calm. That voice, is it Flender? Tang Yin and Yao exchanged knowing glances. Although they had not met before, they recalled that Flender operated a shop dealing in soul tools in the original narrative. Oh, it's you. You've arrived. Have you completed your registration? Flender acknowledged as he finally took in the sight of the brothers, having seen Tang Yin dim most of the lights, leaving only a soft glow. Today's first update. A plea from Erha for recommendations and collections. Flender felt quite vexed. The shop's layout was intended to evoke a sense of mystery, to intimidate customers and negotiate prices. However, just as he planned to execute his strategy, he was blindsided by an overwhelming brightness. He considered retaliating, but he realized Tang Yin was his special student, and he had other matters to attend to. Tang Yin, too, was surprised to find Flender here, confirming his earlier suspicions. He felt somewhat speechless now that he could easily manipulate the laws of physics across worlds, yet the will of this world was steering them along a predetermined path. At that moment, under the illumination provided by the robots, Tang Yin spotted an item strikingly similar in style to his brother's 24-bridge Moonlight Knight, a bracelet. Curious about its soul power fluctuations, he asked, Director Flender, what is this bracelet? It resembles my brother's soul tool quite a bit. Oh, this? It's a spatial soul tool, just like your 24-bridge Moonlight Knight. It's a premium item, boasting a 15-square-meter space. Among storage soul tools, it ranks quite high, Flender proudly explained. Upon hearing Flender's words, Tang Yin's interest piqued. He had long felt embarrassed for not matching up to other travelers who effortlessly wielded various spatial items. After all, look at his brother. Even he had access to such conveniences. Could one truly be considered a traveler without a storage space? Tang Yin recalled the numerous times he had inconveniently borrowed from his brother and felt both exasperated and helpless. Now, however, he found himself in a position to finally resolve this issue, as a storage space was right before him. Today Tang Yin, can finally be a person, he exclaimed. I apologize, World Will. I failed to appreciate your intentions before. Please, continue guiding us. Director Flender, how much for this bracelet? What is the price? Tang Yin Gui? Shifting his focus entirely to Flender. Flender, noticing Tang Yin's eager gaze, contemplated briefly. If you wish to purchase it, it will cost 300 gold coins. But I have one condition, he said earnestly, recalling the favor he desired from Tang Yin. In a world where soul tools are of utmost importance, the value of even a single piece cannot be underestimated. The top-tier storage soul tool that Flender offered is worth no less than 300 gold coins. Therefore, the price he quoted was undeniably a bargain for Tang Yin. However, Flender's character was well known to Tang Yin, who understood that such a low price hinted at conditions that were far from simple, especially for him. Dean Flender, would you mind revealing what those conditions are? Dan Yin Guit. It's not anything particularly outrageous. I merely wish for you to impart your tree climbing and water walking techniques to your future classmates. Additionally, we have a support type teacher at our academy, and I would like you to teach him the spiral sphere, Flinder said with an ingratiating smile as he rubbed his hands together, considering that most self-created martial techniques are personal secrets. It was audacious of Flinder to expect such knowledge in exchange for a soul tool. Had it been anyone else, they might have hesitated to ask for such a favor. Well, I might be able to agree, but I would like to take something from you in return, Tang Yin responded. Initially, he had anticipated a challenging request, but it turned out to be something he was already inclined to do. After all, he intended to share these skills with the rest of the Shrek 7 Devils, especially with their future endeavors leading them to Sea God Island, where water walking would be a tremendous asset. As for the spiral sphere, although it had high potential, Tang Yin believed it would primarily benefit support-type Soul Masters and merely enhance the offensive capabilities of attack-type Soul Masters. Thus, he surmised that perhaps only Ning Rongrong and Oscar would learn it. Given that this was something he had already planned to do, Flinder's conditions felt almost like a gift. Yet, since Flinder had introduced conditions, Tang Yin decided to ask for a bit more. After all, Tang San had been incredibly generous with him, sharing all his knowledge, including everything related to hidden weapons. This led Tang Yin to seek out the inconspicuous top-quality metal plate in Flinder's shop. When Tang Yin acquired the plate, Tang San's eyes lit up, and the two brothers shared a knowing smile, each understanding the significance of the moment without uttering a word. All right, it's the piece you have in your hand, correct? Flinder asked, eager to finalize the deal. Upon hearing Tang Yin's agreement, Flinder, relieved that it was merely a crystal, seemed to worry that Tang Yin might retract his consent. Unbeknownst to Flinder, while he believed they were on the third tier, Tang Yin was already in a realm far beyond. Here are 300 gold coins. May our transaction be pleasant, Tang Yin declared with a smile. Indeed, a delightful transaction, Flinder responded, grinning like a cat that had stolen a chicken. Yao, is there anything you desire? Just let me know, Tang Yin offered, radiating the joy of having acquired something he had long coveted. Yao, understanding Tang Yin's excitement, chose not to interrupt and meandered through Flinder's store to find some appealing trinkets. She was aware that Tang Yin, in his current exuberance, would eagerly indulge her whims. Perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt for this transaction, Flinder offered Yao as chosen items at remarkably low prices. As soon as they exited Flinder's shop, Tang Yin eagerly stored his new possessions in his soul tool, experimenting with the robots by pulling them out and putting them back in. He even had his brother release items from the night of the 24 bridges only to collect them again in playful delight. Observing his younger brother's childish enthusiasm, Tang San felt both amused and exasperated. What could he do? He had no choice but to indulge his brother. All right, little Yin, I admit I was mistaken. You indeed acquired a metal plate from Flinder, correct? Tang San remarked as he noticed Tang Yin's continued playfulness. Tang Yin had quickly stashed away the precious metal plate, not allowing Tang San even a fleeting glance. He understood that Tang Yin, having nurtured resentment for a long time, would not easily let go of his hard-earned treasure. Their bond was strong, yet Tang Yin harbored no intention of being courteous with his brother. Haha, brother, that is no ordinary metal plate. It is a top-quality one, Tang Yin exclaimed, revealing his prized possession to Tang San. A top-quality metal plate. This is indeed a rare find, Tang San exclaimed, his anticipation surging. Let us return to the inn immediately. But we just started shopping. Xiao Wu protested, displeased with Tang San's urgency. Dan Wu, do you not realize what you are saying? Tang Yin interjected. Simple enough, come, Yao, let us continue, Tang San said, disregarding her words and hastily retrieving Tang Yin's soul tool, insisting, you two continue your exploration. We shall return. Without waiting for Tang San to finish, he pulled Tang Yin swiftly away, their movements fluid and seamless, leaving Tang Yin momentarily bewildered. As he watched the distance grow between himself and his newly acquired soul tool, Tang Yin could only console himself with the thought that, ultimately, the storage bracelet would return to him, as it belonged to his beloved partner. Thus, with an expression of mild despair, Tang Yin was led back to the inn by his brother. At that moment, he noticed the shopkeeper observing them with a peculiar expression, prompting a fleeting thought of enacting a dramatic sibling rivalry. Upon returning, Tang San saw Tang Yin still in a daze and vigorously shook him to regain his attention. What else could Tang Yin do but transform his frustration into motivation? The two brothers began to explore the capabilities of the top-quality metal plate together. In truth, if the plate could speak, the brothers' relentless experimentation might well be deemed inhumane, as the plate would be subjected to endless trials without any chance of reprieve. Come here, little cloud, enjoy this special treat I made for you, Tang Yin coaxed gently. You must understand, it was not my desire to part ways. My brother forcibly took me away. The next day, while on their way to the academy, Tang Yin comforted the little creature perched on his shoulder. After all, when Tang Yin had nothing on him, the little cloud had intended to return to him, only to be abandoned when Tang San whisked him away, leaving the creature quite disgruntled and unwilling to allow Tang Yin to pet it all morning. Thus, Tang Yin is currently comforting the little Yin Mu, who is perched on his shoulder with the cat treats he had previously prepared. Meow. The little Yin Mu softly vocalizes, indicating that, in light of the cat treats, she will reluctantly forgive Tang Yin for today. Hey, Xiao Yin, that's rather unkind of you. You certainly didn't hold back on the metal plates. So why shift all the animosity onto me? That's rather inconsiderate, Tang San remarked helplessly. How can you even say that? Ultimately, it's your fault. Tang Yin thought back to the look the service staff had given him when they left the hotel, and his mood began to sour. He donned a mask, which illustrated just how despondent he was feeling. Xiao Yin, Xiao San, are you sure we are heading in the right direction? Why have we been walking for so long without seeing Shrek Academy? Xiao Wu inquired. Their group had set out early from Soto City, heading south. By now, the scenery alongside them had transformed into farmlands, confirming that the title of the granary capital of the Lark Kingdom was not unwarranted. However, this aspect piqued Xiao Wu's curiosity. After all, surrounded by fields, there was nothing obstructing their view. They could nearly see the end of the road at a glance. Yet, in such circumstances, they had yet to catch sight of anything related to the academy, only numerous villagers along the way. Having traversed several villages, Xiao Wu was left doubting whether there truly was an academy ahead with their increasingly off-course route. By all rights, we should be nearing it. However, as it is our first visit, it's normal not to find it immediately. No need for haste. Let us continue walking a bit further. After all, our direction is correct. It's merely a matter of time until we locate it. Encountering Dean Frank indicates that Shrek is indeed nearby, Tang Yin stated, possessing knowledge of Shrek's current status. Brother. Upon hearing Tang Yin's words, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with mischief as she turned to Tang San and adopted a charming demeanor. The effect was remarkable. After years of acquaintance, Tang San was well aware of Xiao Wu's intentions when she addressed him in that tone. With the current scenario, he could discern her intent even without thinking. With a hint of resignation, he said, Xiao Wu, you're no longer a child. You're already a level 29 soul master. It's not as if you can't walk. Exactly. I wonder who it was that made the two of us collapse yesterday. Tang Yin wholeheartedly agreed with his elder brother's viewpoint. I don't care. You're my brother. It's only natural for an elder brother to carry his younger sister, right? As she spoke, Xiao Wu took a running leap and landed on Tang San's back. Tang San had developed a conditioned reflex to Xiao Wu's actions with a swift motion. He caught her, slightly leaning forward to cushion her landing. I knew third brother was the best. Let us go. At that moment, Xiao Wu resembled a ship captain, dramatically waving her arm and directing her sailor, Tang San. What choice did Tang San have? Could he refuse? With a resigned shake of his head, he gestured to Tang Yin and began to run forward with Xiao Wu in tow. Observing this scene, Tang Yin smiled at Yao and made a gesture indicating for her to hop on his back as well. I don't want you to carry me, Yao retorted, immediately activating her first soul skill and transforming into a spirit that floated above Tang Yin's head. Ever since Tang Yin had first spotted her, Yao had rarely worn skirts. When Tang Yin realized that his plan to take advantage of his own wife had been discovered, he did not dwell on it. Instead, he activated his ghostly shadow technique and dashed after his elder brother. This marked the third update of the day, with Erha earnestly requesting everyone for their recommendations and collections. Chapter 51. Why must I queue as a beta tester? The two brothers from the Tang family raced down a country path, each accompanied by their future brides. However, as they continued, Tang San and Xiao Wu began to notice something amiss around them. More and more children of similar age to them appeared. Upon reaching a village entrance, They encountered a large gathering of children, all accompanied by adults, a stark contrast to the four of them. As they stepped into the village, they spotted a somewhat decrepit table, behind which sat an elderly man who appeared to be in his 60s. While Tang Yin and Yao had somewhat anticipated this scene, Tang San and Xiao Wu wore expressions of bewilderment. They knew their dean was a soul sage, yet they could hardly fathom that an academy under the stewardship of a soul sage would appear so dilapidated. To be honest, had it not been for the wooden plaque above the old man inscribed with Shrek Academy, they might have thought they had taken a wrong turn. In contrast to Tang San and Xiao Wu's shock at the shabby state of their academy, Tang Yin and Yao were more intrigued by the soul beast emblem of Shrek depicted beside the plaque. It was hard to ignore, as this creature bore an oddly charming resemblance to a green Hulk. Could it be that this is indeed Dean Flinder's Shrek Academy? Xiao Wu exclaimed, stepping down from Tang San's back, her expression one of disbelief as she scrutinized the plaque. After all, having lived with Yao for 100,000 years, she was well aware of what the color green represented. Turning her gaze towards Tang San, she noticed that he, too, wore a perplexed expression. Although such a situation had long been anticipated, the sheer simplicity was, without a doubt, exaggerated. Tang Yin and Yao could not help but voice their critiques. Having arrived at their destination, knowing they would soon have to address everyone, Yao promptly leapt down from Tang Yin's head, positioning herself beside him. It was no wonder they were inclined to complain. Without comparison, one could hardly grasp the degree of disparity. When comparing the Shrek Academy to their own modest Nodding Academy for junior soul masters, it seemed as though Shrek was merely a third of the size of Nodding Academy. In fact, from a certain perspective, it resembled a small village. Dean Flinder is, after all, a powerful soul sage. I've heard the Academy's teachers are quite formidable as well. With such a faculty, how could the Academy be this impoverished? At that moment, Tang San was filled with profound confusion. From my recollection, it seems that Dean Flinder indeed doesn't have much money. Tang Yin began to reflect on the original story. To be frank, only Tang Yin had read the original plot. Otherwise, who could have imagined that the most prestigious academy on the continent would be in such a state of disrepair? Yao, at a glance, compared to the Shrek of later generations, our current generation of teachers is indeed somewhat remarkable, Tang Yin mused quietly. They truly are a generation worthy of respect. Yao wholeheartedly agreed with Tang Yin's sentiment. At this moment, only Tang Yin and Yao held confidence in Shrek Academy. The others, including Xiao Wu and the children present, all wore frowns upon witnessing Shrek's condition. Regardless of this, it had no bearing on Tang Yin and the others, as they were determined to enter Shrek. Thus, they quietly began to queue. Wait a minute, I'm a special recruit. Why should I wait in line? Realizing that he was, in fact, a beta tester, Tang Yin finally acknowledged the distinction between himself and the ordinary players before him. Then I shall head in first. You all take care. With that, he beckoned little Yun Mu and dashed inside. Xiao Yin, you're leaving me behind? I want to eat too. Xiao Wu protested indignantly from behind Tang Yin. Seemingly oblivious to her intent, hurried directly to the admissions office. Upon arrival, he encountered an elderly man, languidly seated at the village entrance, clad in exceedingly simple attire. The old man could be described as either possessing high emotional intelligence or, conversely, lacking any redeeming qualities. This elder resembled those who bask in the sun at the village's edge, appearing on the verge of death yet inexplicably enduring, living far beyond the expected years. In truth, regarding vitality, found the village's old jack to be far more spirited than this particular elder. Just before him stood an unqualified student seeking a refund for their registration fee. The old man, accustomed to such outcomes, spoke in a tired tone. Mubai, here comes another one wishing to withdraw their fee. Please handle it. As his words faded, a figure leapt from beneath the tree beside him, revealing himself as Dai Mubai, who announced boldly, who wishes to reclaim their registration fee. It's quite simple. Defeat me, and I shall return the full amount. Since was positioned on the opposite side, obscured by the crowd, Dai Mubai did not notice him. Hey, brother, busy, are we? Called out, slipping through the throng and greeting him. The little cloud cat atop S head waved its tiny paws adorably at Dai Mubai. You've arrived. Good to see you and the little cloud cat. Where are the others? Dai Mubai greeted with a smile, acknowledging the little creature. They're still squeezing through like a human pancake, replied, gesturing backward with his thumb. So you've abandoned them? Well, Your privileges certainly set you apart from the rest. You may enter directly. Teacher Li, this is the one the dean spoke of, Dai Mubai explained to the old man beside him. Oh, you're the little prodigy that Flinder mentioned. Very well, you may proceed inside. Welcome to Shrek Academy, Liu Song remarked, having been briefed by Flinder about situation. Wait a moment. Why do you get to enter without queuing while we must stand here? Is there some backdoor operation at play? Just as he was about to step into Shrek, the father and son who had failed to secure their refund began to mock him. How annoying. Why not display your spirit ring to silence them? Dai Mubai suggested, glancing at the increasingly rowdy crowd with a hint of exasperation. Just a minor issue, replied nonchalantly. Yet, as his words fell, a striking configuration of 1 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings materialized beneath him, overwhelming the onlookers. The father and son, who had just been instigating trouble, were instantly silenced, their bravado evaporating. Gaze swept across the other raucous individuals, and immediately no one dared utter a word. Truly a monster, Liu Song could not help but exclaim, astonished by the remarkable display of spirit rings that shattered his previous perceptions. You all see now, if you possessed such strength, you too could bypass the entrance exam, Dai Mubai proclaimed with undeniable authority. With that statement, silence enveloped the crowd. All right, I shall advance then. Oh wait, suddenly recalled something and whispered into Dai Mubai's ear, on my way here. I encountered a girl with the spirit of the nether cat. She might be relevant to you, so keep an eye out. How do you know this? Dai Mubai inquired, taken aback. Although the relationship between his white tiger spirit and the nether cat was well known in the Xingluo Empire, few were aware of it in the Tiando Empire, yet seemed remarkably informed. Simple, my brother's teacher is the master, renowned for his theoretical invincibility. Knowing such common knowledge is hardly a challenge, replied, casually using the master as a shield. The master of theoretical invincibility? Thanks. I'll treat you next time. Let's have a feast, Dai Mubai expressed his gratitude. No trouble at all. I'll head in now. Please take care of my brother and the others, said as he led the little cloud cat into the academy. Meow. The little cloud cat waved its tiny paws once more at Dai Mubai, bidding farewell. As in the little cloud cat entered the academy, they were greeted by a soft, enticing call. Grilled sausages for sale. Various flavors available. Come take a look. Exclusive Oscar brand sausages from Shrek, tender and delicious, packed with flavor at an unbeatable price. 1 will invigorate you. 2 will keep fatigue at bay. 3, cough cough, strange. Why does it feel like something odd has crept in? Regardless, the quality is outstanding. Each only costs 5 copper coins. With 5 copper coins, you won't regret it. And you could buy a hearty sausage right here. Consuming my Oscar sausages might just enhance your luck. Upon hearing this barrage of enticing offers, immediately turned towards the source of the voice, spotting a mobile food cart exuding the mouth-watering aroma of grilled sausages. A queue of eager children wishing to register had already formed. Behind the cart stood a young man diligently preparing various sausages, clad in a crisp brown jacket that complemented his tidy short hair, creating a striking appearance. The only incongruity was the scruffy beard adorning his face, making realize that this was none other than the future culinary god, Oscar. At first glance, many who approached the cart mistook him for an older man, but that perception quickly changed upon hearing his unusually soft voice, reminiscent of girless. In a past life, such a voice would have belonged to a fearsome voice actor. Presently, despite his continuous work, Oscar's gaze remained fixed on the young women among the candidates, piquing his interest. After all, having ventured into the Douluo realm, it would be a tremendous loss not to indulge in the culinary god's sausages. With no reservations about eating, approached Oscar's sausage cart with a genuinely innocent demeanor, asking boss if I purchase a large quantity, might there be any discounts? Realizing the potential for a significant sale, Oscar confidently replied, little brother, that's easy. I'll offer you a buy 3 get 1 free deal. Thank you, boss. I'd like 100 gold soul coins worth of sausages, please, declared with unassuming sincerity, uttering the most ruthless statement. Oscar, are you serious? A question has arisen, knowing that 1 golden soul coin equals 1,000 copper soul coins. How many sausages must Oscar prepare for Tang Yin to conclude this business deal? That is quite a large quantity, and I may not be able to fulfill it as I do not have sufficient stock, Oscar stammered. Relax, I haven't imposed any deadline on your delivery. It's merely around 260,000 sausages. What is the big deal? I have faith in you, Tang Yin remarked with a mischievous grin. Oscar responded, but I lack confidence in myself. Rest assured, I am also studying here at Shrek. Once you're finished, you can come directly to me, Tang Yin encouraged, giving Oscar a reassuring pat on the shoulder, signaling him to persist in his endeavors. So, are you also here to enroll? Oscar's eyes brightened at Tang Yin's words, eager to shift the conversation. After all, this order was far beyond what any ordinary person could handle. It was imperative to redirect the topic. Oh, I'm not here to enroll. I'm here to commence my studies directly. Here are 100 gold coins. Boss, I'll leave them here. Thank you for your hard work. Keep it up, Tang Yin said, not allowing Oscar a chance to refuse, as he swiftly handed over a bag of coins and made his exit. Boss, I'm off to explore other places. I'll be back for a meal, he added, casting Oscar a playful glance that seemed to encourage him to keep pushing forward. Reflecting on the approximately 260,000 sausages, Oscar found himself utterly bewildered. His expressions of disbelief were captured entirely by a miniature camera on little Yunmu's pet, adding another chapter to Shrek's collection of humorous misadventures. Tang Yin, unfazed by Oscar's disarray, proceeded with little Yunmu to observe the second round of the interview. With time on his hands, he thought it would be worthwhile to investigate the third and fourth phases of Shrek's enrollment process. As he contemplated, he heard his brother's voice calling out to him. Xiao Yin, we're over here. Tang San and the others waved from short distance. Huh, brother? How did you arrive so quickly? Did you cut in line, or have Dai provide you with a backdoor entry? Tang Yin inquired, intrigued by their swift return. What do you take me for? Am I that kind of person? Tang San rolled his eyes at his younger brother's suggestion. Yet, he noticed Tang Yin's expression, which seemed to question whether he was not indeed that type. Meanwhile, Yao understood the situation and realized Tang Yin had forgotten the story's context. To summarize, shortly after Tang Yin's departure, others had attempted to create disturbances to withdraw their registration fees using alternative means. However, such maneuvers were evidently futile, prompting Teacher Li to conduct an impromptu lecture on Shrek's enrollment standards, which caused a significant number of attendees to leave. Congratulations! It seems we have good fortune today. Come, I discovered a splendid sausage shop. I bought a generous amount that is still being prepared. Let me take you there, Tang Yin said, recalling the narrative as he led his group towards Oscar's food cart. Ultimately, these items would need to be consumed, and it was merely a matter of time. By indulging now, they could spare themselves from discomfort when it was time for Flinder to serve everyone. Tang Yin was doing this solely for the benefit of his brother and sister-in-law, with no ulterior motives whatsoever. As Tang Yin's plans unfolded, they approached Oscar's stall, where he could be heard exclaiming, "My sausages! Tang Yin Fai Bam, Xiao Wu," he muttered, realizing that only Yao, who was privy to all the details, found the situation amusing. Upon seeing Tang Yin's return, Oscar assumed he had come for the sausages and quickly responded, "Hold on, boss. I'll have them ready in just a moment." He resumed calling for sausages, fully aware that producing hundreds of thousands was an impossible task. However, Oscar underestimated Tang Yin's resilience. After all, Tang Yin hailed from Guangdong, where rigorous examinations focused on culinary skills and various cooking techniques. He dismissed any notion that Oscar's sole incantations could hinder him. Thus, in front of his brother and the others undergoing tests, Tang Yin casually took a sausage and took a bite. "Delicious. This tastes quite good. Boss, I'll take these ready ones with me," he declared, packing the sausages into a container while feeding little Yunmu and making his way back. "By the way, could you add some chili? I recall my sister-in-law loves it spicy. Come everyone, try these. The flavor is indeed commendable. They are pure meat sausages with generous ingredients." Oscar encouraged as Tang Yin presented the sausages to his brother and sister-in-law. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, sensing that Xiao Yin might be playing a trick on them, and they had evidence to support their suspicion. Even Dai Mubai expressed curiosity, asking quietly, "Xiao Yin, how can you eat this?" If Tang Yin had simply consumed the sausage without hearing Oscar's incantation, Dai Mubai would not have thought much of it. However, knowing that Tang Yin could consume it despite Oscar's incantation left him genuinely impressed. Diaomans. You must understand, this world initially lacked color. It was only through excessive contemplation that hues emerged. What you see is merely a protective coloration, Tang Yin proclaimed in the tone of a river deity. What is happening? Dai Mubai appeared utterly perplexed, clearly unable to follow Tang Yin's line of reasoning. In response, Tang San and the three little dancers could only cover their faces. Not to mention them. Even the little Yunmu nestled in Tang Yin's arms used its plump little front paws to shield its eyes. As the saying goes, what the heart conceives, the eye perceives. All appearances are but illusions. The disdain you harbor towards him stems from the murky thoughts within your hearts. Indeed, one must see the mountain as a mountain and the water as water. Only by discerning the essence of things can one move freely, Tang Yin proclaimed, adopting the demeanor of an enlightened monk. Tang Xiao Yin, take note of this. Why am I so certain that Xiao Yin is merely speaking nonsense? Yet I find some truth in it. Xiao Wu shook her already overly utilized bunny head, evidently perplexed by these words, which seemed somewhat incongruous to her. A 10,000-year-old little rabbit. Meow. Yunmu tilted its head adorably, indicating that it, too, did not comprehend. Yet this scene left Tang Yin utterly amused, causing him to laugh uncontrollably. In today's third update, the Husky earnestly beseeches everyone for their recommendations and collections. The Husky expresses gratitude. Chapter 54. The Corner. Oscar Tang Yin was quite pleased with his recent maneuver, letting you all discuss me, when in truth, I am not at all perturbed. Most of the time, I am remarkably clever. Alas, since it is evident that my elder brother and sister-in-law have no intention of trying, I shall not press the matter. After all, the primary goal was to help my elder brother adapt more comfortably. If it fails, so be it. The outcome remains unchanged. Just as Tang Yin was about to finish speaking, a graceful hand reached for a roasted sausage. It was indeed quite good, though lacking in chili, thus deducting 5 points. Yao cast a disdainful glance at Oscar, indicating that while the sausage was commendable, his culinary skills left much to be desired. This display shocked Xiao Wu, as well as Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who had come over to observe, leaving even Tang Yin somewhat astonished. What is there to be surprised about? My grandmother's family is from the northeast, and my grandmother's side hails from Yunnan. What's so strange about that? Yao remarked in a northeast dialect. Upon hearing this, Tang Yin understood, for both regions are renowned for their unique delicacies, such as grilled locusts and roasted silkworm pupae, which made him shudder. In such an environment, Oscar's mere soul skill was trivial. However, only Tang Yin comprehended Yao's words. The others were still caught in astonishment at her nonchalant consumption of the roasted sausage. The one most affected was Oscar. After all, with his soul skills and abilities, finding a girlfriend who wouldn't disdain him was indeed a challenge. Now, witnessing such a beautiful lady eating his homemade sausage without a hint of reservation, he felt a glimmer of hope and promptly abandoned his work to seek her favor. Hello, beautiful. I am Oscar. If you would be willing to be my... Before Oscar could finish, a colossal beam of light shot past him. Knowing the attack was angled upwards, it carved a long groove into the ground before soaring into the sky. Nevertheless, the intense heat left Oscar drenched in cold sweat, his neck slowly turning to gaze at the ground, still smoldering and even emanating a hint of magma, and at the long, tubular object in Tang Yin's hand, which was splitting at the front and emitting smoke. A laser cannon. This was a skill Tang Yin unlocked upon acquiring his third soul ring. And what he just used was the charged laser cannon. This is a passive skill of the artillery master at level 30, which allows for a temporary charge to enhance the cannon's power. Upon completion of the charge, the front portion of the laser cannon separates, releasing a more potent laser beam. More importantly, the initial power of these artillery master skills is determined by the game settings. In simple terms, even if Flender were to defend with all his might, he would still be penetrated by the laser cannon. This is the formidable nature of the artillery master skills. This also illustrates the terrifying and powerful aspect of Tang Yin's abilities. In the game, being hit by these attacks merely deducts a certain amount of health. Yet in this reality of Douluo, if Tang Yin's critical shot were to pierce through, it would mean a true critical hit. The skills of the artillery master are particularly lethal. For these reasons, under normal circumstances, the master would seldom permit Tang Yin to utilize artillery master skills, given their destructive capacity and propensity to attract trouble. However, the current situation clearly fell outside the boundaries Tang Yin had set for himself. With a dark expression, Tang Yin's eyes glowed with golden light as he locked his gaze on Oscar. The golden hue was due to the awakening of the artillery master's 30-level potential skill, which enhances the attack power of the artillery skills. Sausage vendor, what were you about to say to my girlfriend? I'm quite curious, Tang Yin inquired, as the laser cannon in his hand began to charge once more. Oscar thought, God knows what I have experienced today. Fortunately, Tang Yin was quickly calmed down. But although he had lowered the laser cannon, Oscar remained trembling against the wall, drawing circles in fear. Unable to help it, he chose to follow his instincts. For in that instant when the laser flashed past him, it was the closest he had ever been to paradise. Seeing this scene, Dai Mubai felt a surge of relief. He wished he could return to the previous day and give himself a good beating for wanting to confront Tang Yin. Had Tang Yin employed that skill yesterday, he surmised he would have been reduced to nothing. He could not fathom how he had been so foolish as to challenge Tang Yin directly. At this moment, a second academy teacher noticed the commotion and approached. Tang Yin had no clear impression of the teacher, though he vaguely recalled that this teacher's martial spirit seemed to be related to the star Luo chess. The situation was soon clarified by Dai Mubai, who explained that while Tang Yin intended to frighten Oscar, it was primarily in jest. After all, Tang Yin would never annihilate someone merely for exchanging words with his girlfriend. That would be utterly foolish. Thus, he had ensured that his attack would not harm anyone, let alone any structures. Seeing that nothing was amiss, the teacher paid no further attention and continued with the testing. All right, now that this matter is resolved, Tang San, you all can follow me. I will take you directly to the final round. Xiao Yin, are you planning to explore further or join us? Dai Mubai inquired. I will accompany you, Tang Yin replied, as his beloved wife was present, and of course, he would stay by her side. By the way, Dai Mubai, is it acceptable for us to proceed directly to the final round? Tang Yin asked on behalf of his elder brother and the others, as they were unaware of Shrek's rules. Rest assured, this is not me giving you a backdoor pass. It is a regulation of Shrek Academy. As long as a Soul Master's soul power reaches level 25, they can directly enter the final round for assessment. Moreover, given your strength, the final round will not pose much of a challenge, Dai Mubai assured. This regulation is splendid. I am thrilled. Upon hearing that they would not have to wait any longer, Tang Yin immediately cheered. Dai Mubai, witnessing this, smiled slightly before explaining the situation to the teacher. Once the teacher learned about Tang Yin and Tang San's circumstances, he naturally did not make things difficult and waved them through. Dai Mubai then returned to Tang Yin and the others, ready to lead them further inside. However, upon witnessing this scene, another candidate could no longer contain their frustration and exclaimed, "Wait, teacher, why are they allowed to proceed without any evaluation, while we still have to undergo tests one by one?" Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Yin found himself at a loss for words. Was this age-old trope of humiliation really still in vogue? Today's third update, the two-hued canine humbly beseeches everyone for their recommendations and collections. The fifth chapter, monsters must exhibit their arrogance. Upon hearing the man's words, the teacher in charge of the second trial was overly concerned and replied nonchalantly, "If your soul power were at level 25 or above, you could proceed directly. This is our rule. Once you meet the criteria, you may advance to the fourth trial. However, the truth is that your soul power is merely in the early 20s, so you must progress through each trial sequentially." Yet, upon hearing Teacher Li's words, the examiner became even more convinced, exclaiming, "Are you suggesting that their soul powers are all above level 25? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Readers, feel free to imagine Chow Chow's voice in your minds. We are only 12 years old. Do you expect me to believe that they have all reached level 25? What a joke. Other students chimed in, their disbelief palpable. However, their skepticism stemmed not from disdain, but from the sheer incredulity of the situation. After all, those who could stand here were all above level 20 and not older than 13. Given their qualifications, they were previously regarded as the chosen ones in their former academies. Yet, despite being such exceptional talents, they encountered numerous obstacles upon arriving at this academy, leading to a natural sense of frustration. To these rowdy individuals, Dai Mubai was quite accustomed and disdainfully retorted, "If you cannot achieve it, do not belittle others. When I first entered the academy, my soul power was precisely at level 25. Tang San, you go. Let them witness the standard of Shrek Academy." As he spoke, he tossed a crystal from the table to Tang San. Tang Yin, observing the scene, felt helpless. "I prefer a low profile and abhor noise. Why must you all force me to show off?" The testing crystal was a special gem capable of measuring each individual's soul power, radiating varying degrees of brilliance. As Tang San gripped the crystal, it began to emit a dazzling white light, clearly indicating that his soul power was close to level 30. As the instructor overseeing this trial witnessed this spectacle, amusement flickered across his face, And he remarked, "It seems this year's Shrek Academy will be quite lively, as we have welcomed several remarkable little monsters." After Tang San's demonstration, he paid no mind to the astonished onlookers and handed the crystal to Xiao Wu. Having already performed, he wished to spare her from any gossip given her and Yao's levels. Once the crystal was in Xiao Wu's hands, it too shone with a brilliant light. The duo's display shattered the perceptions of the other candidates. However, Xiao Wu was not inclined to grant them time to recover. She flashed a playful smile at their surprised expressions before passing the crystal to Yao. In that moment, she seemed to grasp the thrill of showing off that Tang inexperienced. Yao, too, wasted no time on idle chatter. She infused her soul power into the crystal, which regained its previous luminescence. Just as the audience had begun to recover, their perceptions shattered once again. It was unfathomable what they were witnessing. After all, the individual before them was a mere 12 years old, yet possessed a soul power of 29. And now 3 such beings had appeared. Were they even human? As the onlookers remained bewildered, a melodious voice rang out. "Teacher, if such is the regulation, then I need not take the second and third trials." The crowd instinctively turned towards the source of the voice, and they beheld a girl with fair skin and exquisite features, moving gracefully as if she were a noble princess. With just a few steps, she approached Yao and, without hesitation, handed her the crystal. Upon receiving it, the crystal radiated once more, albeit with a less intense glow than Tang San and Xiao Wu's. This elicited a sense of consolation among the spectators. Although it lacked the brilliance of the previous displays, it still surpassed level 25. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong, also known as the Little Witch, Oscar's official partner. As she prepared to inquire with the teacher about her passage, she suddenly felt the crystal lighten in her grasp. When she looked down, it had vanished, replaced by a figure who had silently appeared beside her. In the next moment, the crystal once again glowed, though not as brightly as Tang San's, but still surpassing Ning Rongrong's. The newcomer appeared even younger than Xiao Wu and possessed long, flowing black hair and a visage that was strikingly cold. Though she appeared the youngest, her stature surpassed Ning Rongrong's. Yet, what truly captivated the audience was not merely her appearance, but her physique, which was incongruous with her age. By mere standards, not even Yao could compare favorably in terms of stature. Her stunningly youthful visage contrasted starkly with her strikingly mature figure, and her beautiful eyes bore an icy demeanor. This juxtaposition of qualities, combined with her graceful, elongated limbs, created an overwhelming impact, confirming the identity of the one who seized the crystal. It was none other than the ghostly feline, Zhu Zhuqing. Witnessing this, Tang Yin felt a twinge of regret. The original Shrek team had now reached 6 members. If only a little chubby one would join, he could summon the divine dragon. Alas, such was the fate. So what else do you have to say? Dai Mubai's icy gaze swept over the assembled candidates. Silenced by the display, no one dared to speak, yet youthful hearts are prone to impulsiveness, and it was not so easy to let the matter rest. One individual, eyeing Tang Yin, suddenly remarked, "Wait, isn't there still one individual yet to be tested?" As Tang Yin's abilities did not require the activation of soul rings, the others were unaware of his circumstances. "My dear brother, you are blissfully ignorant of the true nature of genius," Tang Yin said as he stepped forward, revealing a configuration of 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings that shattered the already crumbling perceptions of all present. "Why? We have exerted so much effort in our training." At last, someone's composure shattered. "My dear brother, you may have overlooked something. If effort alone sufficed, what purpose would there be for geniuses?" Dan Yin Zima? He had always found the deleted phrase of Li Bai to be audacious, yet it suited Shrek perfectly. After all, they were monsters and, as such, they must embody the arrogance of monsters. Today's second update, the 2-hued canine humbly beseeches everyone for their recommendations and collections. The 5th chapter, Tang Hao awaits you in the grove. Dai Mubai's gaze lingered momentarily on Zhu Zhuqing, yet neither spoke further. After dealing with these minor characters, Dai Mubai continued to lead Tang Yin and the others toward the final challenge. During the journey, upon Tang Yin's inquiry, Dai Mubai took the opportunity to introduce the levels they had previously bypassed. This greatly satisfied Tang Yin's curiosity. After hearing about Shrek's recruitment requirements and processes, everyone except for Tang Yin and Yao who possessed foresight, fell into a contemplative silence. Eventually, it was Xiao Wu who could not help but exclaim, "Are you sure Shrek is selecting students and not just picking out seasoned veterans? These standards are exceedingly stringent." Tang San, in agreement with Xiao Wu, added, "No wonder that teacher mentioned during the first level that Shrek only admits monsters. Looking at it this way, students who meet Shrek's criteria are indeed extraordinary. This must be the reason Dai Mubai mentioned that only 3 of you would be selected," he mused. Upon hearing Tang San's words, a wry smile crossed Dai Mubai's face as he regretfully replied, "It is indeed an unfortunate reality. Do you realize that Shrek has weathered many storms over the past 20 years? Yet, in this span, only 42 students have been admitted. On average, having 1 or 2 students each year is considered commendable." At this point, Dai Mubai glanced at the group and reflectively stated, "If nothing unexpected occurs, this year's selection of 5 students will undoubtedly set the highest record since Shrek's establishment. I cannot speak for other years, but during my 2 years at the academy, no new students have been enrolled. Currently, there are only 4 of us in the academy. 4? Apart from Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were already aware of Tang Yin's situation. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong gasped in astonishment. Upon hearing their surprise, Dai Mubai chuckled at his own predicament and continued, "This count even includes our special recruit, Xiao Yin. It could be said that our academy is the only one on the entire continent where the faculty outnumber the students." Intrigued, Tang San further inquired, "But if that is the case, how does the academy survive? After all, without students, there would be no income." "Ah, brother, can you guess why Flinder insisted on establishing the academy here?" "Tang Yin Vito." The reasons behind this inquiry were self-evident. Given the academy's current difficulties, why not slightly relax the requirements? This could potentially increase enrollment, Ning Rongrong curiously suggested. As the topic arose, the group noticed a distinct admiration in Dai Mubai's expression as he spoke, because our Dean Flinder believes in the principle of quality over quantity. Regardless of the academy's circumstances, he would never accept subpar students. "We will only admit true prodigies. You may not yet be familiar with our graduation criteria," Dai Mubai continued, to which Tang San and the others shook their heads. With a hint of pride, he elaborated, "Shrek Academy does not fall under the category of intermediate Soul Master academies, nor does it qualify as a senior academy. The reason is quite simple. Our graduation requirements differ significantly. You are already aware of the admission standards. Students must not be older than 13. Furthermore, they must surpass level 40 before turning 10. In other words, to graduate, one must reach the rank of Soul Master by the age of 20. A Soul Master at level 20? That requirement seems rather excessive." Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment upon learning of Shrek's criteria. In response, Dai Mubai took a deep breath before continuing, "Who can deny it? Since our establishment, we have had 62 official students, but fewer than 15 have truly graduated. To be precise, 14 have graduated, and all of them are esteemed figures across the Douluo continent. Among them is even one who became the youngest elder in the Spirit Hall, second only to the current pope in authority. As for the others, they either failed to break through to level 40 before turning 20 or met untimely ends while hunting soul beasts. Our dean's philosophy is quite straightforward. If you haven't reached level 40, you have no business embarrassing the academy." As he concluded this statement, the change in Dai Mubai's tone was palpable, revealing the profound respect and admiration he held for his dean. Witnessing this side of Dai Mubai and understanding his circumstances, Tang Yin suddenly realized that Dai Mubai was not as resigned to despair as he had initially thought. After all, if he were truly complacent, how could he choose to attend an academy like Shrek? Reflecting on this, Tang Yin remarked, "Dai Mubai, hearing your words truly makes me grateful to be studying here." Dai Mubai smiled faintly in appreciation of Tang Yin's acknowledgement, but then sighed. Initially, the royal family of the Balik Kingdom intended to sponsor our academy. However, they demanded that all graduates pledge allegiance to them. How could our dean ever agree to such terms? Thus, he outright rejected their offer. This has led to some degree of exclusion from the authorities, resulting in our misalignment with other schools. We frequently face ostracism from other academies, culminating in our current situation. Even Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at Dai Mubai in disbelief, as they found it hard to reconcile the whimsical and greedy Flinder they had seen before with the dignified leader described by Dai Mubai. They were astonished that Flinder had managed to uphold Shrek for all these years under such circumstances. At that moment, They pondered the motivations behind Flender's unwavering commitment to establishing the academy. "We have arrived," Dai Mubai announced as he came to a halt, having led Tang Yin and the others to the rear playground of the village. Although this area appeared smaller compared to the previous levels, it still measured approximately 200 square meters. In the center of the playground, a middle-aged man, seemingly around 50 years old, lay leisurely in a grand chair, basking in the sun, appearing to be asleep. "Teacher Zhao, wake up. This year, someone has reached the 4th level," Dai Mubai called out while gently shaking him. Upon seeing the man, Tang Yin couldn't help but think, "Teacher Zhao, Tang Hao is waiting for you in the grove." "Ah, is it you, Mubai? What brings you here? Has someone finally reached the final level this year? Let me see. Oh, there's 6 of you?" Zhao Wujia opened his slightly bleary eyes and, upon glancing toward Tang Yin, expressed mild surprise. Hearing Zhao Wujia's words, Dai Mubai quickly clarified, "Teacher Zhao, they have bypassed the 2nd and 3rd levels to arrive directly at the 4th. And this one is the special recruit, Tang Yin." "Oh, so you're the one Flender refers to as a monster. This should be interesting," Zhao Wujia remarked, his interest piqued as he stood up. As he rose, his full stature came into view, and despite being slightly shorter than Tang San, he exuded a solid and substantial presence. His appearance was unremarkable, yet he emanated a sense of reliability. Though not tall, his shoulders were broad, resembling a sturdy wall, complemented by an impressively muscular physique. The imposing aura of Zhao Wujia became increasingly apparent. Even though his words sounded amiable, his stature alone commanded a significant sense of pressure. With a gentle smile gracing his face, Zhao Wujia cast his gaze over Tang Yin before introducing himself. "I am Zhao Wujia, the Vice Dean here. Since you all have bypassed the 2nd and 3rd trials, I shall personally accompany you through this challenge." As he spoke, he casually tossed a stick of incense to the side and continued, "I will give you a stick of incense's worth of time to familiarize yourselves with one another and devise strategies to counter my attacks. Feel free to discuss among yourselves. Once the incense is burned out, our test will commence in earnest." With a deliberate gesture, he indicated the area around them, stating, "This is where it will take place. The objective is quite straightforward. If you can withstand my assaults for the duration of the incense, even if only one of you remains standing at the end, you shall be deemed victorious. However, I must clarify one point. Do not entertain any thoughts of employing underhanded tactics. No one can simply outrun my attacks, and relying solely on individual strength to fend them off is futile. Cooperation is your only glimmer of hope. Of course, I exclude you from this, young man, who has been dubbed a monster by Flanders. We will engage in a one-on-one practice session later." Zhao Wujia's final remark was directed at Tang Yin. Despite Tang Yin's desire for discretion and a quiet ascent in strength, he felt no pressure regarding Zhao Wujia's challenge. After all, the moniker Zhao Wujia, the one who endures hits, was not given lightly. Throughout the entirety of the battles, Zhao Wujia had been struck more often than he had delivered blows. His only notable victory might have been over a turtle that was at least 20 levels beneath him. Regrettably, Master did not possess the same proficiency with heavy artillery as Tang Yin, so he hoped Zhao would not overstep his bounds. If he dared to harm his beloved, while it might not lead to serious consequences, a thorough reprimand would be unavoidable. After all, this was the wife he had waited 2 lifetimes to find, and he treasured her dearly, having inherited such a sentiment from the Tang family legacy. If this were a game, a notification would have just appeared. Your friend, the devoted husband Gunner Xiao Yin, is now online. Dai Mubai, doesn't this regulation seem somewhat unreasonable? He queried with a hint of hesitation. Just as Dai Mubai finished speaking, Zhao Wujia cast a sharp glance in his direction, retorting, "What is unreasonable about it? Flanders is absent, and I am the highest authority in this academy. My decree is final. Now, I shall light the incense. You all need to hurry, as time is of the essence. Xiaobai, please relay to them the characteristics and information about your martial souls." With that, Zhao Wujia ignited the incense and settled back into his chair, closing his eyes in meditation. Dai Mubai found the situation rather exasperating and could only approach Tang San and the others with a serious expression, saying, "Gather around. I need to explain the characteristics of teacher Zhao Wujia, especially to you, Xiao Yin. Pay close attention." Curiosity piqued, Xiao Wu inquired, "Are these 2 teachers really that formidable? Are they comparable to the elder from the first trial?" Dai Mubai, responding to Xiao Wu's speculation, managed a wry smile, not quite. Teacher Xiao is a soul sage, correct? Yao interjected casually, indeed. What? A soul sage? You must be joking. Wait, how do you know this, Yao? Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise, only to become intrigued a moment later. That's simple. He did mention being the vice dean, indicating he ranks second in strength within the academy. And since Dai Mubai said teacher Zhao is not a soul emperor, it logically follows he is of the same rank as Dean Flanders, a soul sage. It's not hard to deduce. Yao shrugged nonchalantly. Wow, Yao, you're amazing. When did your analytical skills become so sharp? I thought you were directionally challenged. Xiao Wu remarked, as if she had just discovered a new realm of understanding, gazing at Yao, who wore a bemused expression. Yao looked at her with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. After all, she was merely her sister's reflection. Meanwhile, Tang Yin, privy to the entire truth, chuckled quietly to himself, having taught his beloved the art of logical deduction. He never anticipated she would pick up such skills. The most amusing part was Xiao Wu's timely commentary, which was truly incisive. After all, Yao had many admirable qualities, but her lack of direction was a notable flaw. If she had possessed a better sense of direction, she wouldn't have struggled to find the 7th dormitory for so long. In Tang Yin's eyes, his wife, with her endearing yet directionally challenged nature, was particularly charming. What? Someone dares to mock my wife? They must not have encountered a cannon as large as their own head. Chapter 58, no doubt about it. Indeed, Yao's reasoning was flawless. Teacher Zhao had attained the remarkable level of 76 as a soul sage, with a martial soul of beast martial soul, specializing in offensive capabilities. Dai Mubai confirmed this to the group, and upon hearing his affirmation, Tang San and the others visibly tensed, for 76 was no ordinary level. Based on their prior knowledge, soul sages were formidable beings capable of traversing battlefields with ease, facing thousands of foes without flinching. Xiao Wu, upon receiving confirmation, found herself grappling with disbelief, exclaiming, "He's a soul sage? But he looks so much younger than the teacher from the first trial." Xiao Wu, you must understand that age does not dictate capability. We're the best examples of this, Tang Yin responded. Dai Mubai echoed his sentiment. Time is limited. I will briefly outline teacher Zhao's martial soul and abilities. You must devise a strategy against him in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, not only will you fail to endure for a stick of incense, but given the disparity in soul power, even fending off his initial assault will be a challenge. Tang San and the others prepared themselves, fully aware they were confronting a bona fide soul sage. In stark contrast to their tension, Tang Yin reclined comfortably, summoning a chair from his bracelet, alongside 2 domestic robots to serve him tea and prepare popcorn. He recalled Zhao Wujia's capabilities with clarity, knowing that their encounters would follow a predictable pattern. With the ability to strike decisively, he felt no apprehension. As long as his opponent remained unaware of his true potential, he could unilaterally declare victory. You're strong, are you? Then prove your worth by breaking through my near-rule-based ability to seize control, he mused, just as Ning Rongrong's voice drew everyone's attention. Are you all right? Yao asked, concern evident in her tone. I'm perfectly fine. It was just a sudden curiosity about who he is. The unyielding and formidable Zhao Wujing, alongside Ning Rongrong, shared with everyone the tale of how Zhao Wujing single-handedly broke through the siege of 16 bishops from the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Dai Mubai remarked, though Zhao Laosher had never spoken of it, that it could only refer to one person. Zhao Laosher must be the soul master you mentioned. As of now, I have yet to witness his full strength, so you all should exercise utmost caution. Let's give our best. In response to Dai Mubai's words, Tang San shook his head in mild exasperation. Brother Dai, are you jesting with me? Perhaps we should first discuss the characteristics of Zhao Laosher's martial soul. Absolutely, Dai Mubai replied. First and foremost, regarding soul rings, Zhao Laosher possesses the optimal configuration of soul rings, primarily focused on both offense and defense. This should elucidate the terror of his attacking prowess. Let's take this time to familiarize ourselves with each other, he continued. You should all share details about your respective martial souls and abilities to better facilitate cooperation. As soon as Dai Mubai finished speaking, Tang San stepped forward. Allow me to begin. My martial soul is the weapon Martial Soul Blue Silvergrass, and I am a level 29 control system soul master. Following Tang San's introduction, Xiao Wu eagerly chimed in. I'm Xiao Wu, with dance as my name. My martial soul is a rabbit, and I am also a level 29 strength system soul master. Next, Yao introduced herself without hesitation. I am Yao, and my martial soul is the divine deer. I am a level 29 auxiliary soul master. Ning Rongrong hesitated for a moment before saying, I am Ning Rongrong. My martial soul is the 7 treasure glazed tile, and I am a level 26 auxiliary weapon soul master. Lastly, Zhu Zhuqing coolly stated, I am Zhu Zhuqing, with the phantom cat as my martial soul. I am a level 27 agility attack soul master. Wait a moment. Since we're introducing ourselves, allow me to join in. After all, we'll be classmates moving forward. I am Tang Yin, and my martial soul is the blue-silver firearm, a level 33 strength attack soul master. Tang Yin remarked with a smile, his gaze directed at Yao, with intentions that were unmistakable. Chasing anime is something I enjoy, while I detest the week-long wait for updates. As for my preferences, he said with a grin, the term chasing anime evidently surpassed Ning Rongrong's comprehension. Just disregard my younger brother if he confounds you, Tang San advised. However, since your martial soul is the 7 treasure glazed tile, you must belong to the 7 treasure glazed sect, right? This revelation was not surprising, as the lineage of the 7 treasure glazed tile was well known. All those possessing this martial soul on the continent were indeed members of the 7 treasure glazed sect, thus making Ning Rongrong's identity quite apparent. At that moment, Tang San recalled his master's remarks about the 7 treasure glazed sect. It was succinctly described as possessing the most potent auxiliary martial soul in the realm of soul masters. A coveted ally for all. Ning Rongrong, hearing Tang San's words, playfully stuck out her tongue. You need not regard me with such awe. We are not much different from ordinary folk. Let me share a secret. I snuck out this time. Observing Ning Rongrong estemeanor. Tang Yin pondered whether she was merely putting on an act. Regardless, he could not discern her true intentions. Ning Rongrong continued. I currently possess 2 soul rings that can enhance speed and strength, providing approximately a 30% boost, and with my current soul power, I can sustain these enhancements for quite a while. A 30% enhancement is already quite formidable. And the 7 treasure glazed tile is revered as the strongest auxiliary martial soul precisely because, with every 10 levels gained, it can increase all attributes by an additional 10%, and this applies cumulatively. Thus, when Ning Rongrong's martial soul reaches level 30, she will not only be able to enhance one attribute, but will see all other enhancements rise to 40% as well. Ultimately, it could culminate in an astonishing 80% increase across all 7 attributes. Tang San, being the disciple of a master, instantly recalled all the related techniques of the 7 treasure glazed tile, including how to respond to teammates and opponents alike. Observing his elder brother's serious contemplation of the 7 treasure glazed tile, Tang Yin felt a sudden urge to critique the master. Considering that the master had been overly detailed in his explanations regarding the blue lightning tyrant dragon and the 7 treasure glazed tile, while glossing over the Haotian sect with a mere mention of its current closure. Moreover, Tang Yin found fault with the educational system in this world. How can a Soul Master Academy neglect to teach even the foundational knowledge of martial soul sects and their respective martial souls? What kind of education is that? At least the Ninja Academy in Konoha teaches the shadow clone technique. Had they imparted even a fraction of knowledge, his elder brother would not still be oblivious to his own identity. Tang Yin had long viewed this as a shortcoming, especially since he was the sole disciple of the theoretically strongest master, yet remained ignorant of the Haotian hammer's appearance. As the first update of the day concluded, the playful Tang Yin humorously requested votes and collections from everyone. Chapter 59, Thick Flesh, Boundless, and Under Siege. Currently, their team comprised 2 auxiliary soul masters, and Tang San swiftly established a clear strategy. Ning Rongrong, as the enhancement auxiliary, you will support us from the rear. The main offense will be led by the strength system, Xiao Wu, while I will manage crowd control and support Xiao Wu's strikes. Zhu Zhuqing, as an agility attack soul master, your role will be to harass and reposition from the flanks, maximizing your speed advantage. The most crucial factor here is you, Yao. We lack a defensive soul master, so when facing Zhao Laosher's powerful attacks, we will need your first soul skill, the True Shield, which can absorb 1 instance of limitless damage. I'll handle it, Yao replied confidently. The group then discussed some finer details, but given their limited time and recent acquaintance, it proved challenging to cover every aspect. The results would ultimately rely on practical testing. It seems you have all discussed thoroughly. The time has come to commence the test, Zhao Wujing announced as he extinguished the first incense stick and produced another. Indeed, Zhao Laoshe, we can begin the test, Dai Mubai affirmed, nodding at Zhao Wujing. He then approached Tang Yin at his invitation, accepting a portion of the popcorn Tang Yin offered. Looking at the popcorn in his hands, Dai Mubai appeared perplexed, hesitating before asking Tang Yin, by the way, aren't you concerned about your brother and the others? Concerned? That's a joke. My old man is probably lurking nearby, eavesdropping, Tang Yin replied nonchalantly. If there's any worry, it should be Zhao Wujing's. As long as he doesn't act recklessly, everything will be fine. If he dares to behave as he did in the original story, he can expect to be left behind in the woods after school. Despite his lack of concern, Tang Yin had no intention of revealing his true thoughts, so he merely shrugged and said, "What is there to worry about? Although the master doesn't allow me to use heavy weaponry, if Zhao Laoshe fails to exercise caution, I would have the perfect excuse." Upon hearing Tang Yin's words, Dai Mubai unleashed a beam of laser energy that soared into the sky. Such a formidable assault should pose no significant challenge to their teacher, or so he believed, as he held a degree of confidence in his mentor. However, at this moment, the priority was to observe the battle, for as a fellow battle soul master, there was much to learn from Zhao Wujing's combat style. Zhao Wujing rose once more, stretching his limbs and producing a symphony of cracking bones, exuding an overwhelming aura that bore down upon the gathered onlookers. In contrast to the vigilance displayed by Tang San and his companions, Zhao Wujing casually flicked his wrist, igniting a new wave of energy. Simultaneously, Ning Rongrong began to move, invoking the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, one for strength and one for speed. As her voice echoed, a resplendent 7-colored pagoda manifested above her, casting radiant beams of light towards Tang San and the others. In an effort to alleviate the pressure on Ning Rongrong's soul skills, Yao swiftly activated her first soul skill, not wishing to detract from Ning Rongrong's enhancement. Independent on the mountain, she exclaimed, her form becoming ethereal and translucent, drifting gracefully onto Xiao Wu's shoulders, enveloping her in a protective barrier. Observing Yao and Ning Rongrong's soul skills, Zhao Wujing could not help but exclaim, "What a surprise!" This year's candidates include a 7 treasures glazed tile master. This transferable soul skill is indeed quite intriguing. Though Zhao Wujing spoke lightheartedly, there was no hint of restraint in his movements. Just as Tang San and his companions were settling into their rhythm, Zhao Wujing unleashed a powerful strike against the ground. The force was directed not to create a massive crater, but rather surged towards Ning Rongrong's position. Excellent. Tang San recognized Zhao Wujing's intent instantly, as his teacher had instructed. Once a 7 treasures glazed tile soul master appeared, they were always the primary target, and Tang San intended to exploit this, using Ning Rongrong as bait. While evasion was not an option, he would make the most of the situation, a strategy he had learned from Tang Yin, often employed by the most audacious of newcomers. With a flick of his blue silver grass, Tang San ensnared Ning Rongrong around the waist, then with a swift motion, hurled her to safety outside the combat zone. Seizing the opportunity presented by Zhao Wujing's attack on Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, the main attacker, and Zhu Zhuqing, providing support, launched their offensive, seizing the initiative. Their figures blurred as Zhu Zhuqing, leveraging her speed, struck first, forcing Zhao Wujing to defend. Following her attack, she deftly maneuvered out of Zhao Wujing's line of sight. Zhao Wujing, intent on pursuing Zhu Zhuqing, was suddenly met with Xiao Wu leaping towards him. Xiao Wu go. A flurry of blue-silver grass surged forward behind her, but she did not need to glance back. Her feet barely touched the blue-silver grass platform, and with synchronized force, she shot forth like a blade aimed at Zhao Wujing. Witnessing the seamless teamwork between his elder brother and sister-in-law, Tang Yin found himself perplexed. Brother, if you and sister-in-law are so in sync during battle, why are you so straightforward in matters of the heart? Regardless of Tang Yin's musings, Xiao Wu's assault had reached its target. She delivered a powerful kick aimed at Zhao Wujing's chest, while Tang San had already activated his Ghost Shadow perplexing track to intercept Zhao Wujing's movements. Just as the seemingly vanishing Zhu Zhuqing reappeared, her feet descended towards Zhao Wujing's shoulder. Yet, Faced with their nearly unassailable onslaught, Zhao Wuji remained unfazed, even jesting. How amusing. Let's enjoy this little game. With that, he unleashed a furious roar, summoning a tempest of soul power that sent the group sprawling. In that instant, however, Yao acted swiftly. Second soul skill. If someone is present, this skill, akin to Yao's first ability in the game, transformed her soul power into an attacking wave that surged forth, damaging enemies in its path and inflicting a brief state of dizziness upon impact. As Zhao Wuji reveled in his explosive display of power, he was abruptly struck by the energy wave, forcing him to retreat involuntarily. Although the force did not inflict significant damage, it rendered him momentarily vulnerable. This fleeting sensation of being emptied was enough for Tang San to capitalize on the moment. Shielded by Yao's protective barrier, Xiao Wu landed and launched herself into another powerful assault. Boom! Xiao Wu delivered a crushing kick to Zhao Wuji's head, the sound alone eliciting a wince from Tang Yin. While Zhao Wuji, caught off guard by the dizziness and weakness, staggered backward, only managing to regain his footing through a well-timed backflip. However, the onslaught was far from over. As Zhao Wuji landed, he found his feet ensnared by blue-silver grass once more. Xiao Wu pressed the attack, without granting Zhao Wuji a moment's respite. Tang San hurled a wooden box with blue-silver grass toward Xiao Wu, who leaped to catch it. Activating her first soul skill, her limbs elongated like springs, and with a sudden burst of force, she launched a devastating strike towards Zhao Wuji's head. Boom! The impact resonated, eclipsing the previous sounds with an explosive force. Though the display of bravado may have seemed audacious, it posed little threat to Zhao Wuji. He prepared to mock them once more, but before he could, Yao unleashed her second soul skill, once again summoning if someone is present, forcing Zhao Wuji into the ground. In the wake of this, Xiao Wu and Yao deftly leapt away from Zhao Wuji, leaving behind a shadow of chaos. As Zhao Wuji looked up, he was met with the sight of Tang San lifting a wooden gazebo with blue-silver grass. Zhu Zhuqing, agile as a spirit cat, sprinted across the roof, reaching the edge before flipping down, using her body as a pivot and unleashing a tremendous force to hurl the entire structure towards Zhao Wuji. Boom! The sound of the impact was magnified, a testament to the combined might of Tang San's blue-silver grass and Zhu Zhuqing's strength, resulting in an explosive destruction of the gazebo. Regardless of the effectiveness of the scene, Tang Yin felt a pang of discomfort as he observed it. He weakly turned to his companion Dai Mubai and inquired, Brother Dai, surely we are not liable for damages caused during the test, are we? Though Dai Mubai responded affirmatively, the inherent unpredictability of their director's character left Tang Yin feeling somewhat disheartened. He mused, you all, why indulge in such destruction? None of you graduated from New Oriental, so why engage in demolition? While such demolition may be a dream for every student at our academy, what significance does it hold for you who have yet to enroll? However, as he pondered further, he realized that New Oriental specializes in culinary arts. Could it be that his elder brother and the others were from a construction school? Yet, wasn't that school focused on excavation? Given the demolition efficiency displayed by his companions, they surely resembled a group of civil engineering students. What? You wonder why they resemble civil engineers? Let's draw a comparison. In a typical classroom setting, students often drift off, engaging in idle chatter, prompting the teacher to exclaim, "Are you here to attend my class or your own? Would you care to come up and demonstrate?" Upon hearing such words, the classroom falls silent, occasionally punctuated by the teacher's incredulous remarks. In contrast, during a civil engineering class, the same scenario unfolds, yet the teacher quips, "If you are so rowdy, you might as well take your discussions home." Instantly, the students, in perfect synchrony, produce an array of demolition tools from seemingly nowhere and head outside. Ultimately, the class monitor usually adds a remark about deadlines for submissions, which goes unheard amidst the chaos. As Tang Yin's thoughts wandered, he found himself questioning whether he was truly an otherworldly traveler or merely entangled in a battle among such travelers. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujing struggled to extricate his head from the ground. It was evident that teacher Zhao was about to get serious. Yet, in this moment of obscured vision, how could Tang San possibly let this opportunity slip? As Zhao Wujing's head remained partially embedded, Tang San seized the moment to launch his attack. Just then, Zhao Wujing felt a sudden constriction around his body, only to find himself ensnared by the relentless blue silver grass. Its potent, paralyzing toxin began to infiltrate his system, and a powerful force emanated from the grass, flinging him away. Regardless of one's strength, once both feet leave the ground, exerting power becomes exceedingly difficult. Zhao Wujing found himself spinning under Tang San's control. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, remarking, "Not bad. This spinning is quite amusing." Yet, before Zhao Wujing could finish his sentence, Zhu Zhuqing's assault commenced. With her second spirit ability, Ethereal Claw, she unleashed a flurry of concentrated attacks upon the immobilized Zhao Wujing, culminating in a final thrust that maximized her output in a brief moment. In the brief interlude following Zhu Zhuqing's offensive, Zhao Wujing prepared to retaliate, only to be intercepted by Yao, who appeared above Zhu Zhuqing to shield her from a strike while simultaneously launching another attack, sending Zhao Wujing retreating in the desired direction. In that very direction, Xiao Wu had already been poised for action. Her first spirit ability, Waist Bow, manifested once more as she charged at the airborne Zhao Wujing, delivering a powerful kick that sent him hurtling away. At that moment, Yao unleashed her third use of If Someone Were Here, inflicting damage while also inducing a stunning effect. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu seized the opportunity to leap, surpassing Zhao Wujing's height, and executed a devastating lion's leap. In the instant Zhao Wujing was momentarily dazed, the sheer force shattered the blue-silver grass binding him, sending him crashing headfirst into the ground. In quick succession, Tang San re-established his bindings around Zhao Wujing, but the latter's furious roar echoed. "You brats think this is victory? You are far from winning." A surge of power erupted from him, and without Yao's spirit ability to interrupt, his strength exploded forth, sending both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing flying. Observing this, Dai Mubai, who had been beside Tang Yin, swiftly caught Zhu Zhuqing, while Xiao Wu remained unharmed, thanks to Yao's protective presence absorbing much of the shockwave. However, Yao was depleted of spirit power, as her consumption far exceeded that of Tang Yin, whose capabilities were extraordinary. Following Yao was Ning Rongrong, who had been augmenting the attributes of all. Now, her spirit power had reached its limit, leaving only Tang San, who had been providing support throughout, with any remaining fighting spirit. As the test concluded, Zhao Wujing contemplated how to justify allowing them entry into the academy. After all, he had previously boasted excessively and faced embarrassment twice. He could not afford to lose face again. Thus, he unleashed his full force in an attempt to salvage some dignity. While Zhao Wujing remained lost in thought, Tang Yin's voice broke through. "Teacher Zhao, how about this? Since you must assess me anyway, why not allow us all to pass if I succeed?" The group turned their gazes to Tang Yin, who had somehow transformed his seat into Yao's, complete with refreshments and even a couple of robots attending to him. The art of pampering my beloved. This is my specialty. With the second update of the day, the author humbly requests votes and collections. Zhao Wujing regarded the proposal with intrigue. "Is this your confidence speaking? I am curious to see your capabilities." Yet, he recognized that this was not solely Tang Yin's endeavor. Thus, Tang Yin turned to his companions, seeking their opinions. "What do you think? Do you trust me?" Feeling somewhat fatigued from the earlier exertions, Zhu Zhuqing, held by Dai Mubai, awkwardly replied, "I have no objections." Ning Rongrong, equally exhausted, voiced her support. Yao offered a gentle smile, her trust in Tang Yin evident without words. "Certainly, little Silver. Ensure you take revenge for Sister Xiao Wu and give him a thorough beating." As the instigator of chaos, Xiao Wu was more than ready to embrace the challenge. "Little Silver, the responsibility is yours now. Are you ready?" Tang San extended his fist toward Tang Yin. "Absolutely," Tang Yin replied, returning the gesture. Seeing that the others had reached a consensus, Zhao Wujing asked, "Do you need time to prepare?" "That won't be necessary. Thank you," Tang Yin replied courteously. "Then, let us commence without delay." This time, Zhao Wujing has absorbed previous experiences to prevent any missteps. He immediately activated his first soul skill, Immovable King. Naturally, Tang Yin would not hold back. In the next moment, his feet were enveloped in flames, courtesy of the external soul bone gifted by Yunmu's mother. Tang Yin named this external soul bone Cloud Boots. After a period of elevation and evolution, the enhancement to Tang Yin's speed had reached an impressive 45%. More importantly, it not only increased his movement speed, but also enhanced his attack speed by 5%, a boost he acquired only upon reaching level 30. As a gunner-type profession, a rapid attack speed is undoubtedly advantageous. Therefore, although the increase was modest, Tang Yin felt immensely satisfied. However, the most terrifying aspect remained his movement speed. With the ghostly shadow technique paired with the speed enhancement, Tang Yin could rival agility-type soul masters of the same level. Observing the changes beneath Tang Yin's feet, Zhao Wujia's emotions intensified. No soul ring has appeared. Is this the skill of your soul bone? Interesting, but if this is your only reliance, then you might be overconfident. Relying solely on a soul bone offers no chance. Don't say I didn't give you an opportunity. Come. Seeing the transformation in Tang Yin's feet, Zhao Wujia surmised that this was Tang Yin's reliance, feeling somewhat disappointed. This was the same ability that even Flandra had praised. It seemed to be just a na-ve trick. Such individuals still had much to refine, so Zhao Wujia intended to strike a blow to Tang Yin's confidence. The best way to do this was to showcase his own strength, conveniently regaining some lost face in the process, which would also facilitate managing these young prodigies in the future. Zhao Wujia had already mapped out the subsequent steps. First, he would enhance himself, and upon witnessing Tang Yin's astonished expression when he realized he could not break through Zhao Wujia's defenses, he would directly employ gravity compression and target tracking to conclude the battle. While Zhao Wujia was still reveling in his plans, he suddenly heard a shout. Foot shot. A fragrant incense stick was extinguished amidst the unrelenting barrage. Do not misunderstand. Since Yao was unharmed this time, Tang Yin certainly would not resort to heavy weaponry. The sounds of cannon fire were merely the effects of hand cannons. However, Zhao Wujia, being a soul saint of over 70 levels and having activated a movable king, possessed formidable defense. Thus, Tang Yin's attacks, lacking any ammunition enhancements, truly did not inflict significant damage, merely causing some disarray. Nonetheless, despite the fact, Tang San and the others watched anxiously as the testing ground was engulfed in explosive smoke, worried that teacher Zhao might be severely injured. Their concern was clearly unfounded, as the explosion effects primarily raised clouds of dust. After all, even ordinary hand cannons could only inflict effective damage on soul masters of levels 40 to 50 at most. Zhao Wujia, being a powerful assault-type soul master with exceptional defensive capabilities, was not at risk of being harmed by such damage. Of course, while it was impossible to sustain severe injury, it nonetheless stung, as evidenced by Zhao Wujia's bruised visage. Teacher, the testing time has concluded. You may rise from the ground now, Tang Yin said with an innocent and kind expression. However, looking at the massive craters created by Tang Yin's continuous foot shots, it was hard for anyone to associate the current scene with innocence and kindness. Among those present, apart from Tang San, Wu, and Yao, who were well acquainted with Tang Yin, everyone, including Dai Mubai, was utterly bewildered. At that moment, they could only think, what on earth did we just witness? A soul master at level 30 battling a soul saint of 70 levels without the latter being able to retaliate? In this instant, Dai Mubai felt a second wave of relief. Had Tang Yin displayed such prowess in the previous match, he would have likely been obliterated. Tang Yin, having realized the same epiphany as Dai Mubai, raised Zhao Wujia, signaling to his older brother with a gesture indicating completion. Seeing the scene, Dai Mubai could only shake his head helplessly and lightly poke his younger brother's forehead. Didn't I win? Why are you pointing at me? Tang Yin looked at his older brother with an expression of grievance. Enough, you've overdone it this time. Let us go apologize to teacher Zhao, Tang San said, aware of his younger brother's eyes. After affectionately ruffling Tang Yin's hair, he couldn't bring himself to reprimand him. Oh, my apologies, teacher Zhao. Tang San led Tang Yin before Zhao Wujia. I didn't expect to face consecutive setbacks today. Little Silver, what was that soul skill of yours? Why was I mobilized? Zhao Wujia inquired curiously, as when he was struck by Tang Yin's foot shot, his body ceased to respond to his commands, leaving him unable to move. Oh, that's my first soul skill called foot shot. It's a binding skill. Once the opponent is hit, they will be subjected to a control effect and cannot act until my skill concludes. The current limit of the binding is still unknown, as the strongest test subject so far has been Flandra, yet even he could not escape the effect, Tang Yin explained. Is it truly that terrifying? This binding soul skill is merely your first. Dai Mubai echoed Tang Yin's explanation, feeling a pang of despair, especially for Zhu Zhuqing, who was currently in his arms. Why was there such a stark disparity among people? Indeed, from the moment Dai Mubai received Zhu Zhuqing, who had been knocked away by Zhao Wujie, he never put her down, exemplifying the ultimate form of taking advantage of someone's misfortune. However, at this moment, Dai Mubai would not think this way. As Tang Yin had taught him, holding his fiancée, he was hardly an act of exploitation. This was the first update of the day. I humbly request everyone to consider supporting with recommendations and collections. Thank you very much. Chapter 62. Shatter perspectives of Shrek. In contrast to the astonishment of others regarding Tang Yin's soul power, Zhao Wujie noted another statement from Tang Yin. You just mentioned that foot shot is one of your first soul skills. What does one of them imply? Zhao Wujie pondered, a peculiar thought forming in his mind. Yet it contradicted his understanding, leaving him uncertain. Oh, that's not urgent. We can discuss it while we eat. Come, it's on me, Tang Yin said, beckoning Oscar, who had long been drawn in by the sounds of explosions. Sausage boss, how many have you grilled? Bring me a few, and, by the way, do you have any recovery-type sausage soul skills? Tang Yin inquired, aware that he had just arrived and needed to feign some ignorance. Oh, I do. These few I just grilled will suffice. You can wait for the rest, Oscar replied. Thanks, boss. Here, teacher Zhao, please have some to recover. Consider it my apology, Tang Yin said, handing Zhao Wujie several sausages. After all, foot shot had cost him almost no energy, and even after several minutes of continuous firing, Tang Yin's soul power remained abundant. With a chuckle, Dai Mubai and Oscar could not help but laugh at Zhao Wujie's current appearance. Zhao Wujie shot them a glare, causing them to stand at attention instantly. However, Zhao Wujie was not inclined to let them off easily, stating tomorrow, both of you come to me for individual training. With that, he ignored the two, who were now squatting in a corner drawing circles. After all, having been bombarded by hand cannons for an incense stick, he indeed needed some recovery time. Tang Yin also offered a recovery sausage to his beloved wife, extending the courtesy to others, though none, including his older brother, intended to partake. Yin was indifferent to the situation, merely adopting a courteous demeanor. Since everyone had declined, he felt no obligation to be polite any longer. As he dined, he began to introduce his martial spirit, following the same format as before when presenting to the masters. He categorized his skills by profession. A detailed account of the skills will not be included here, but rest assured, every time the protagonist employs a new skill, it will be vividly described in future narratives. So, for those unfamiliar with the content, there is no need for concern. As Tang Yin continued his relentless exposition, the members of Shrek Academy underwent an experience of shattered and reconstructed worldviews, culminating in a state of helplessness. The sheer number of soul skills Tang Yin possessed seemed utterly implausible. Recognizing the necessity for teamwork in future battles, Tang Yin not only introduced his skills, but also demonstrated them to enhance their understanding, facilitating smoother collaboration. Unbeknownst to him, this further complicated the already challenging reconstruction of their worldviews. However, Tang Yin remained blissfully unaware, as he believed he had only one true soul skill, transformation. While explaining, Tang Yin suddenly recalled a crucial point. Starting from level 35, a certain item known as the colorless crystal fragment was required for skills. This item could only be acquired through decomposition machines in the game. The issue was, he didn't possess a decomposition machine. What would he do if he needed the 5-colored crystal fragments later? After pondering for a while without arriving at a solution, he could only hope that his appearance would suffice to bypass this requirement, as his external advantages had often defied the laws of the world. After all, the core of infinite energy was something even the worldview itself could not produce. Zhao Wujie silently reflected. Now I finally understand why Fran had to recruit you. He decided to let the others enroll as well, instructing Mubai to lead them to select dormitories. All right, teacher Zhao. Everyone follow me, Dai Mubai called out. At that moment, Xiao Wu dashed to Tang Yin, casting a knowing glance his way. Understanding her intent, Tang Yin realized she was seeking free labor. What is it? Ning Rong inquired curiously. Hee, it's a housekeeping robot modified from Xiao Yin's first soul skill, tracking robot. It's incredibly convenient. Xiao Wu explained. With them, you'll never have to worry about cleaning or taking out the trash again. They will handle everything for you daily. Yao added. Tang Yin initially made them, after all. With a wave of his hand, Tang Yin summoned all 8 robots, which appeared before them as rectangular shapes, roughly knee-high. Each of these robots was equipped with artificial intelligence. Wait a moment while I revoke my permissions. They will recognize you, Tang Yin clarified, noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces. Oh, they nodded, slightly bewildered, yet intrigued by the unfamiliar robots. Xiao Wu and the others were not concerned. They were already quite familiar with these robots. As Tang Yin donned his mechanic outfit, a small helicopter materialized beside him. Jarvis, reset all character information for housekeeping robots 1 to 8 and assign new service targets. Tang Yin Gongman. Of course, sir. Reset completed, Jarvis replied. Now, you may approach the robots that interest you, Tang Yin instructed. Curiosity piqued, the group gathered around the robots, which shone beams of light as they scanned their new masters before introducing themselves in unison. Housekeeping Robot 1, at your service. Housekeeping Robot 7, at your service. They bowed to their new owners, with one remaining robot unchosen, intended for the absent Ma Hongjun. Wow, this thing can talk. How fascinating, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, astonished. Yes, we can communicate with them and even name our robots. Xiao Yin is a bit lacking in creativity, so he simply named them 1, 2, etc. Xiao Wu chuckled. Oh, how delightful. Can they chat with us? Oscar asked. Absolutely. Feel free to interact with them, Tang Yin replied with a smile. Soon, everyone engaged in lively conversations with the robots, reminiscent of people's first encounters with voice-activated systems. In the midst of this, Tang Yin elaborated on the usage instructions for the housekeeping robots. Each robot had a communication channel, functioning like a telephone, but currently, without his own satellite. Communication was limited to a radius of 1 kilometer. Beyond that, the signal weakened. He also shared the disturbance mode with the girls, particularly emphasizing it to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing to prevent Dai Mubai and the others from making late-night calls. By the way, Xiao Yin, didn't I mention our academy had 3 students before? One of them hasn't arrived yet, since Ma Hongjun refers to himself as my boss. Dai Mubai sought Tang Yin for assistance in finding him. It's a small matter. There's still one left. You could take this one with you. When you meet him, you can pass it along. Tang Yin indicated the housekeeping robot he had intended for himself. As for Tang Yin, he had retained 4 robots, which were equipped with chef modules for enhanced functionality. He kept these to improve meals when his brothers were practicing under their father's rigorous training. Thinking about his father, Tang Yin wondered if he would seek out Teacher Zhao today. He couldn't help but smile at the thought of the scene. Xiao Yin, Tang Yin, lost in thought about the impending encounter with Teacher Zhao, was roused from his reverie by Dai Mubai's repeated calls. Oh, my apologies. I was momentarily distracted by my thoughts, Tang Yin admitted, feeling slightly embarrassed as he had been chatting with his friends while drifting off. No worries. Perhaps you're just a bit fatigued from the earlier tests. After all, you maintained your soul skills for quite a while, Dai Mubai expressed concern, unaware of the actual energy consumption involved. Hearing Dai Mubai's words, Xiao Wu and the others rolled their eyes, knowing the energy expenditure was likely less than what Tang Yin had used when summoning his soul bone to show off initially. Given their understanding of Tang Yin, that expression of his indicated someone was about to face misfortune. It's fine, Dai Mubai. You should lead us to the dormitories now. Tang Yin replied. All right, everyone follow me, Dai Mubai said, clearly misunderstanding Tang Yin's intentions, believing that Tang Yin was worried about the others. He hurriedly led everyone to choose their dormitories. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun shared one room, allowing Dai Mubai to directly hand the robot over to Ma Hongjun later. Oscar initially had a room to himself, given the abundance of dormitories. However, he now shared it with Tang San. On the ladies' side, Xiao Wu initially planned a room with Yao, but due to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's unfamiliarity with the robot's operations, they decided to separate. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong took one room, while Zhu Zhuqing and Yao took another. This arrangement resulted in an extra room that Tang Yin occupied, allowing him to stay in a 2-person room alone, which facilitated his research at night. Thus, Tang Yin wasted no time in handing over his older brother to Oscar and claiming a room for himself. With the rooms assigned, everyone prepared to return and rest, as their energy had been significantly depleted, particularly since they had yet to eat Oscar's recovery sausages. After having excitedly played with the robot for so long, they were now feeling somewhat fatigued. Meanwhile, Tang Yin, the only one still energetic, was busy formulating his plans in his room. I wonder if this skill will allow the old man to discover me, Tang Yin pondered aloud, stroking his chin. As the night deepened, The Shrek Academy fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the faint chirping of insects, which sounded soothing rather than jarring, lulling one into a deeper sense of drowsiness. Amidst this tranquil atmosphere, only one room remained lit, Xiao Wujia's. However, Xiao Wujia felt a bit downcast. Although he had changed into fresh clothing and his wounds had healed, the psychological impact of the day's events lingered. Reflecting on the series of unfortunate events, Xiao Wujia buried his face in his hands, frustrated. He had merely wanted to indulge in some playful combat, only to find himself bested by a 30-level freak, leaving him with a substantial psychological shadow. In the past, he would have seized the opportunity to eliminate Tang Yin, but circumstances had changed. He was now a teacher, and Tang Yin was a student. This realization brought him a semblance of joy. Xiao Wujia's emotions fluctuated between frustration and elation. Finally, he clenched his left fist against his right palm, making a resolute decision. Despite my misfortune, I must nurture this remarkable little monster. After all, jade must be carved to become a gem, and rigorous training is essential. With that, a sly smile crept across his face. Just as Xiao Wujia was plotting how to discipline the seemingly aberrant Tang Yin, a voice suddenly shattered his smile. Xiao Wujia, a formidable soul master, had survived countless brushes with death, yet he had been completely unaware of the presence that now loomed before him. At the soul sage level, an invisible aura emanated from their bodies, allowing them to sense any disturbance within their vicinity. Yet, he had felt nothing until this moment. Who goes there? Xiao Wujia understood the gravity of the situation and heightened his vigilance, scanning his surroundings. He was acutely aware that he had many enemies among the soul masters, and despite having remained in Shrek Academy for years, he could not dismiss the possibility of a powerful adversary appearing out of nowhere. Show yourself, he commanded, as an intangible presence locked onto him. However, Xiao Wujia was not one to be easily intimidated. If someone dared confront him, he would face them head-on. Without hesitation, Xiao Wujia charged toward the small grove on the academy grounds. Upon entering the grove, the presence dissipated, but Xiao Wujia was certain that the individual was still nearby. Now that I'm here, why hide? If it's a fight you want, let us get it over with. What skills do you possess? Xiao Wujia called out, noticing that his opponent still had not revealed themselves. As his voice echoed, Xiao Wujia completed his martial soul fusion, and 7 soul rings appeared beneath him, the first glowing brightly as his first soul skill activated. Instantly, Xiao Wujia's aura surged to its peak. At that moment, a figure cloaked in black emerged from behind a massive tree, obscured by the shadow of its hood. Who are you? What do you intend with this theatrics? Xiao Wujia scoffed, now fully powered up. His martial soul, the great strength King Kong Bear, had manifested, radiating an overwhelming presence. Yet, in the face of Xiao Wujia's full force, the newcomer appeared unfazed, leisurely responding, I never expected to encounter the immovable king here. I mean no harm. I merely wish to engage you in a friendly spar, to loosen up a bit. As the figure approached, a massive hammer rested on their shoulder, with each step revealing a soul ring. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. 9 perfectly matched soul rings radiated formidable power. Although the rings did not pulsate with the same intensity as Xiao Wujia's, the sheer strength and the conspicuous red ring unmistakably conveyed the might of its bearer. Indeed, the figure was none other than Tang Yin and Tang San's father, the title Douluo known as Xiao Yin, the current record holder for the youngest title Douluo. Tang Hao had initially come to check on his son's enrollment and well-being. However, upon overhearing Xiao Wujia's intent to give his son a hard time, Tang Hao found it hard to restrain himself from stepping in. After all, he could never bring himself to harm his own son, let alone allow someone else to do so. As Xiao Wujia witnessed the summoning of 9 soul rings, he was momentarily taken aback, followed by a chilling realization. Just a moment ago, he had exuded authority. Now, he felt a shiver run down his spine. As a holy soul master, he knew that at their level, each incremental advancement in power represented a qualitative leap. The disparity between them was not merely a matter of levels. It was a chasm of soul power far greater than that separating him from Tang Yin and the others. Titled Douluo, Xiao Wujia's voice faltered, losing the commanding tone he had moments before. Now he felt parched and anxious, trembling in the presence of Tang Hao, the very embodiment of the immovable king. This is the oppressive force of a titled Douluo, stemming from the absolute dominance of the elite among soul masters. At this moment, Zhao Wujie shed his earlier arrogance, bowing respectfully and saying, "May I ask which esteemed elder has graced Shrek with your presence? Please do not jest with someone as insignificant as me. I hardly possess the qualifications to engage and spar with you." Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words, Tang Hao did not rush to act, placing the enormous Haotian hammer beside him, while simultaneously relaxing his wrist and stating, "Do not concern yourself with qualifications. Weren't you just enjoying using your soul power to bully those children? It seemed you relished it quite thoroughly. Thus, I have come to the realization that occasionally bullying others can indeed be beneficial for one's mental and physical well-being. Allow me to partake in such enjoyment as well. Of course, you may perceive this as me taking advantage of the weak." Even without releasing any pressure, Tang Hao's casual gesture of massaging his hands was enough to instill boundless pressure upon Zhao Wujie. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Wujie's mind began to race. As a top-tier soul master, the number of titled Douluos on the continent was exceedingly limited. Each one was a renowned figure of great stature. Based on the martial soul he wielded, it was evident that the individual before him possessed a weapon martial soul, and those who attained the rank of titled Douluo with such a soul were exceedingly rare. He had no familiarity with the individual, prompting the question of why this elder would seek him out. Just as Tang Hao and Zhao Wujie maintained some distance, Tang Hao suddenly halted and said with an air of indifference, "Since you have come this far, you might as well join us. 1 or 2 makes little difference." No sooner had Tang Hao's voice faded than a figure appeared just in front of Zhao Wujie, visibly relaxing his demeanor upon recognizing the newcomer. "Boss, this person is none other than Flender, the dean of Shrek Academy." Zhao Wujie's inquiry was interrupted by Flender waving his hand, signaling him to remain silent. Faced with the imposing presence of the titled Douluo, he had no choice but to summon his martial soul. In the next instant, a phantom of the four-eyed cat eagle materialized behind Flender, his pupils transforming into striking orange-yellow slits. 7 soul rings, as magnificent as Zhao Wujie's, appeared at his feet, bracing him against Tang Hao's overwhelming pressure. "I am Flender, the dean of Shrek Academy. It is an honor to meet you, Your Excellency Hao Yin. I apologize for my previous neglect in welcoming you." With a respectful gesture, Flender clearly had no intention of confronting Tang Hao directly. Rather, he displayed utmost deference. Upon hearing Flender's words, Zhao Wujie's mind was thrown into turmoil. What had he just heard? The person before him was indeed the Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao. Zhao Wujie was no longer merely sweating. He felt as if his heart had constricted painfully. Heavens, when did I offend such a great figure? This is someone I would admire from afar. He reflected, recognizing that the illustrious Haotian Douluo was revered as the most powerful assault-type titled Douluo on the Douluo continent. Being an assault-type soul master himself, Zhao Wujie understood the terrifying disparity in strength. Although he too was an assault-type soul master, the gap between them could be likened to that of a firefly attempting to compete with the brilliance of the moon. At that moment, Zhao Wujie felt as if he were being trampled underfoot by Tang Hao, and the existential questions resurfaced in his mind. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? In the wake of this, the narrative shifted as Tang Hao addressed Flender's flattery with indifference, stating, "No need for such embellishments. I am here merely to seek a confrontation. Flender, you are impressive, level 78 soul power. It is no wonder you stand as a key figure in the Golden Iron Triangle." Flender, wary of Tang Hao's praise, quickly responded, "I am merely fortunate to have friends who regard me highly. I do not know how Zhao Wujie has offended you, but I apologize on his behalf. Might I beg for your leniency?" Tang Hao, retaining his cold demeanor, replied, "No need for such pleasantries. Step aside, or I shall not hesitate to include you in this." He directed his attention to Zhao Wujie. "Do not claim I am bullying you. I require no martial soul. Simply endure my onslaught for the duration of a stick of incense, and I shall take my leave. Otherwise, you will owe me a favor." Hearing this, Zhao Wujie felt a wave of relief wash over him, albeit mixed with a sense of resignation. He sighed, "Your Excellency Hao Yin, I truly do not recall having offended you in any way. Since you intend to strike, at least grant me the clarity of understanding why." While Zhao Wujie expressed his frustration, Flender, now assured that Zhao Wujie was not in mortal danger, gallantly cleared a path, showcasing the essence of superficial camaraderie. Tang Hao, unfazed, casually remarked. Isn't this straightforward? You were just plotting against me. And, as a father, I must intervene for justice. Let us begin. As Tang Hao's words fell, he vanished, only to reappear with a fist the size of a cauldron hurtling directly towards Zhao Wujia's face. The air erupted with a cacophony of collisions, a symphony of chaos underscored by anguished cries, creating a rhythm that was almost musical. The scene was so brutal that even Flinder, witnessing the brutality of the encounter, felt a pang of discomfort, instinctively covering his eyes while his lips betrayed him with a smirk. Although the agreement was to endure for a stick of incense, Tang Hao achieved his aim in far less time, not only warning Zhao Wujia against reckless behavior, but also releasing the pent-up internal injuries Zhao Wujia had accumulated over the years, thus ensuring that he owed him a debt of gratitude. After a satisfying bout, Tang Hao surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction. He appeared unscathed, his attire untouched, whereas Zhao Wujia lay battered and bruised, far worse off and after a stick of incense's worth of punishment from Tang Yin. Yet despite the pain, Zhao Wujia felt a strange sense of relief within. Do you understand now? Tang Hao remarked nonchalantly, clearly showcasing his superiority. Just then, a flash of white light caught the attention of all three present, particularly focusing on Zhao Wujia. I apologize. I forgot to turn off the flash while taking a picture. It's automatic. It adjusted to flash since it's night. A youthful voice, laced with embarrassment, rang out, surprising all three. At that moment, a boy holding an unfamiliar object appeared before them, emerging from the Haotian hammer that Tang Hao had set aside. Indeed, it was Tang Yin, who had been scheming in the dormitory for quite some time. One might wonder why Tang Yin could approach the esteemed Title Douluo without being detected. This was attributed to Tang Yin's third soul ring ability, the mechanics level 30 skill, camouflage. This disguise is not akin to the camouflage of a bodysuit, but rather resembles the cutting-edge stealth technology seen when a Marvel Sky carrier becomes invisible. Furthermore, upon arriving in the Douluo world, an additional soul power magnet was bestowed upon him to ensure that his aura remained concealed. Coupled with the fact that Tang Yin traversed the skies effortlessly, landing directly atop the old man's hammer without making a sound, it was virtually impossible for anyone present to detect his presence. Xiao Yin. The three individuals were taken aback, having failed to notice when Tang Yin had arrived. Old man, it's been quite a while. Tang Yin greeted, a playful note in his voice. As a diligent student, I should certainly keep a record of your mischief towards your teacher. Not wishing to delve into his own embarrassing past, Tang Yin leaped down from the hammer and continued. However, considering you acted in defense of me and my brother, I shall reluctantly forgive you. Thanks, old man. Approaching Tang Hao, he patted his shoulder, wearing an expression that conveyed his approval. It was a moment of joy for Tang Yin, reuniting with his father after 6 long years, a sentiment that would bring happiness to anyone. As for the parent-teacher meeting tonight, let us wrap it up here. I have some questions for my old man, he added, casting an awkward glance at Zhao Wujia and the others, feeling somewhat embarrassed at being discovered. All right, Flinder, aware of Tang Yin's connection with the Haotian Douluo, assumed he was looking for an opportunity to help them, and responded promptly, just wait a moment, I have some matters to discuss with you. Suddenly confronted by his son's discovery of his presence, Tang Hao felt as if he had been caught in a secret. Although unsure of why, he was undeterred from using the excuse of discussing matters with Zhao Wujia to make his escape. Of course, you could discuss your affairs, but I have matters to discuss with you as well, pertaining to my Haotian hammer and your mother, Tang Yin asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao hesitated momentarily, but then continued toward Zhao Wujia. Observing this, Tang Yin added, if you don't come soon, I will seek vengeance against the spirit hall myself. Should you wish to collect my remains, you need not show up. His tone remained steadfast as Tang Hao, astonished, gazed at his son with disbelief. Xiao Yin. You, seeing Tang Yin's unwavering determination, filled Tang Hao with an inexplicable sense of helplessness. He gestured to Flinder and the others, saying, you all may leave first. And remember, nothing happened today. I was never here. Understood. Wujia just tripped and fell in his room, Flinder replied, supporting Zhao Wujia as they departed. Thus, only Tang Yin remained, once again seated atop the Haotian hammer, alongside another familiar figure. As the second update of the day, the author humbly requests recommendations and collections. Chapter 66. Reviving a person is not a simple task. Noticing that his father had yet to approach him for a serious conversation, Tang Yin remained unperturbed, continuing to sit upon the Hao Yin hammer. Indeed, Tang Hao had not yet retracted the hammer, and adhering to his principle of sitting whenever possible. Tang Yin made himself comfortable on the mighty weapon. Gazing at the Hao Yin hammer beneath him, Tang Yin summoned his own Hao Yin hammer. Observing the similarity in size to the Thunder Goddess hammer, he couldn't help but compare it to his father's hammer, which was nearly human-sized. The disparity was quite remarkable. Indeed, without adding a soul ring to the Hao Yin hammer, it might not develop properly, Tang Yin remarked with a hint of frustration. While pondering how to enhance the Hao Yin hammer without adding a soul ring, Tang Hao unexpectedly appeared behind him and playfully tapped him on the shoulder, startling Tang Yin enough to make him jump off the hammer. "Hey, old man, did you not see that I was deep in thought? You could give someone a fright." Tang Yin chided. "Stop being cheeky. Tell me how you came to know about your mother and the spirit hall." Tang Hao replied, leaning against the other side of the Hao Yin hammer. "That's simple enough, just a bit of deduction," Tang Yin answered with ease. This time, it was Tang Hao who was taken aback, as he had always assumed such cerebral tasks were the responsibility of his eldest son. What could his younger son possibly contribute beyond harboring grudges? Hey, old man, what kind of look is that? Are you trying to usurp your brother's role?" Tang Yin teased, as if he were about to take out his notebook. The connections were not difficult to deduce. First, there was the Hao Yin clan, once the foremost sect on the continent. However, when a master detailed the various sects, he glossed over the Hao Yin clan entirely. My brother, trusting the master implicitly, did not inquire further, which piqued my curiosity. During that time, I scoured bookstores for information about the Hao Yin clan. Guess what I discovered? Tang Yin said, tapping the Hao Yin hammer beneath him. The representative spirit of the Hao Yin clan bears an uncanny resemblance to the hammers wielded by my brother and me. With the teachings of the chaotic hammer technique you imparted to us before we ventured to Notting Academy, it became evident that the hammers we wield are indeed inherited from your spirit, Tang Yin elaborated. According to the Master S theory, a child's spirit originates from their parents, implying that our mother's spirit must be the blue silver grass in our other hand. Thus, the statement you made about using our left-hand hammer to protect the right-hand grass becomes quite clear, he continued, taking a sip of water while observing Tang Hao's astonished expression. If all of this holds true, a new question arises. Why would someone with the most powerful weapon spirit on the continent fall in love with a mother possessing blue silver grass? This seems like a paradox. With a flick of his wrist, Tang Yin summoned the blue silver gun, its floral patterns glimmering under the moonlight, vibrant and alive. With such inquiries in mind, I approached the master for his research materials on dual spirits. Soon enough, I discovered a crucial prerequisite for the formation of a dual spirit. The quality of both parent spirits must be remarkably similar. This revelation sparked a novel idea within me. Tang Yin stated, looking earnestly at his father. Based on the information I acquired from the master regarding soul beasts, I found that the blue-silver grass can evolve into a formidable soul beast, known as the Blue-Silver King after 10,000 years. However, the Blue-Silver King alone cannot rival the might of the Hao Yin hammer, the continent's premier weapon spirit. Pausing for a moment, he continued under the astonished gaze of Tang Hao. Our mother must be a 100,000-year-old plant-type soul beast, a blue-silver emperor. Do not inquire as to how I am aware that the 10,000-year soul beast can transform. Upon your return today, you must have already encountered your future daughter-in-law. Correct? Tang Yin concluded. This time, Tang Hao was genuinely astonished. He had not anticipated that, solely relying on the master's brief mention of the Hao Yin sect, Tang Yin would uncover his lineage with such clarity. Is this truly my youngest son? Yet, what Tang Hao remained oblivious to was that this was merely Tang Yin's method of reverse reasoning to unveil the truth. Yao had also learned this technique of deduction upon hearing Tang Yin's plan. As for Yao and Xiao Wu, Tang Yin was well aware of their identities, having met them during his and Tang San school days. However, this piqued his curiosity, for upon observing Xiao Wu and Yao again today, he could no longer detect the aura of their soul beasts. Noticing his father had nearly recovered, Tang Yin continued, Your expression suggests my reasoning is correct. As for the spirit hall, it is even simpler. Now that we know Mother's identity, the next step is to seek revenge. Interestingly, while researching, I discovered that the Hao Yin sect had sealed its mountain during the same year as our brother's birth. I have never believed in coincidences, These two events are undoubtedly connected. Tang Yin et la Bozette. During this period, the most significant incident was when the previous pope of the Spirit Hall, accompanied by several titled Douluos, attempted to seize a treasure artifact from the Haotian sect. Nay, it should be referred to as the Haotian Douluo's treasure. Both parties did not hesitate to engage in fierce combat. It was in that battle that the previous pope was gravely injured and on the verge of death, while several titled Douluos met with similar fates. That very conflict led to the emergence of the youngest titled Douluo in history, the Haotian Douluo. Observing his father's bloodied hands, Tang Yin felt it inappropriate to continue. He directly expressed his purpose for visiting. So, father, take me and my brother to see mother. We shall assist in her revival, Tang Yin said with a smile, patting his father's shoulder. It is worth noting that Tang Yin had begun implementing this plan while still at the academy. His previous claims of conducting research were genuine. He sought to establish a legitimate channel for information, all in pursuit of reviving his mother. After all, he was privy to all the truths, even knowing that the previous pope, who hunted his parents, was ultimately slain by Bibi Dong. From this perspective, it would not be an exaggeration to describe Bibi Dong as a benefactor to their family. Unfortunately, the two sides held differing stances. When the time came to confront one another, there would be no need to invoke notions of justice or righteousness. The adult world is rarely as simple as good versus evil. Often, it is merely a matter of differing positions. Little Silver, what are you saying? Upon hearing Tang Yin's words, Tang Hao expressed disbelief. Isn't resurrection a simple matter? Tang Yin zet ponde non challenging Tang Hao et what vi. This is the third update for today. I humbly request everyone to support with votes and collections. Thank you. Chapter 67. The shock of a host of little monsters. The notion of resurrecting life is utterly implausible. Despite Tang Hao's fervent hope that Tang Yin spoke the truth, reason dictated that it was impossible. Well, can't you take me to find out? Let us first locate my brother, Tang Yin said, not allowing his father a moment to react, as he leaped onto Tang Hao's back and pointed towards the academy. Let us go. Tang Hao was clearly taken aback by Tang Yin's series of actions. By the time he regained his composure, he could already sense the excitement emanating from behind him. Suddenly, he felt a deep sense of indebtedness towards these two brothers. Hold on tight. With a wave of his hand, Tang Hao stowed away the Haotian hammer, then leapt into the air, quickly returning to the academy within a few breaths. As they approached the academy, Tang Yin noticed a considerable firelight in the open space before the dormitory. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the Shrek crowd was gathered around a bonfire, chatting merrily, including a chubby boy he had not seen earlier that day. Undoubtedly, this was Ma Hongjun, just as the Shrek group was enjoying their conversation. A figure adorned with 9 soul rings descended beside them. One could only imagine the shock they experienced upon witnessing such an event. The matters Tang Yin had previously discussed had been so astonishing that Tang Hao had yet to recover. The result of this was that Tang San and the others were completely bewildered. After all, who would expect a titled Douluo to suddenly appear amidst a midnight gathering of children? Hey, brother, I brought the old man back. As the Shrek members' minds short-circuited, Tang Yin's head popped out from behind Tang Hao, and he jumped down from his father's back. Little Silver. The onlookers gasped in astonishment upon seeing him perched upon a titled Douluo's back. At that moment, Tang San finally recognized the face beneath the black robe, filled with surprise, joy, and disbelief. Father. Just then, Flinder and Zhao Wujin, who had left early, returned. However, only Flinder appeared, as Zhao Wujin was in no condition to be seen. Your Excellency, Hao Yin, what brings you here? Flinder inquired, having anticipated that Tang Hao would leave after his conversation with Tang Yin, but he had not expected this turn of events. Hao Qian Douluo, Ning Rongrong, having grown up under the indulgence of 2 titled Douluos, immediately recalled the significance of the name Hao Yin, a figure known for single-handedly overwhelming several titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall. Well, you and Little Silver have worked hard these years, Tang Hao said, pulling Tang San closer. Looking at the child who had always been the most understanding and worry-free, gently ruffling his hair. Witnessing this scene, the others gazed at the dissipating 9 soul rings, as if in awe of an idol, except for Xiao Wu, who was distinctly anxious. After all, she had just learned that Tang San and Tang Yin's father was a level 90 titled Douluo. It was well known that a titled Douluo could discern their true forms. Just as Xiao Wu felt uneasy, Yao reached out to grasp her trembling hand. Xiao Wu turned her gaze to see Yao giving her a reassuring smile, indicating that everything was all right. Meanwhile, Tang Yin approached Yao and inquired, "I thought you all were resting? Why have you gathered again?" "Oh, it's nothing much. After Ma Hongjun acquired the robot, he introduced us using it. Since he brought late-night snacks today, and we had all rested earlier, we had no sleepiness. So we decided to chat and get acquainted." Yao summarized the situation. Understanding the context, Tang Yin nodded, observing his father still playfully ruffling Tang San's hair. Unable to resist commenting, "Old man, are you addicted to ruffling heads? If you keep it up, my brother's hair will be warm-bald." As he spoke, he pulled Yao and Xiao Wu closer. "Come, this is Yao, your future daughter-in-law. As for this one, Xiao Wu, you should ask my brother about her relationship." Given that his father had made an appearance, it was time to formally introduce his future wife. "Old man?" The crowd was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Tang Yin's casual reference to his father. After all, this individual is a title de law. However, considering that Tang Yin is their child, the name they choose ultimately depends on Tang Yin's wishes. Moreover, judging by Tang Hao's reaction, it seems that Tang Yin has always been addressed in this manner. "It is imperative that you conceal your matters well," Tang Hao remarked cryptically, initially leading to a misunderstanding where Xiao Wu believed that Yao referred to having a resurrection coin, thus alleviating any fears of exposure. In stark contrast to Xiao Wu's anxiety, Yao nodded seriously. "Dean Flender, tomorrow the old man will take us brothers to a certain place, and we should return in a few days. By then, my brother should have reached level 30, and Xiao Wu and Yao should be close as well. How about we wait until we return before hunting for the third spirit ring?" Tang Yin suggested, although he considered asking his father directly to assist them in obtaining the third spirit ring. He was concerned that his elder brother might miss out on the external spirit bone. Very well. Flender accepted Tang Yin's request without hesitation. Once this matter was settled, Tang Yin took his wife aside. They began discussing Ning Rongrong, for despite her current amiability, she might soon reveal her witch-like nature, leading to various confrontations with the Shrek members. Thus, Tang Yin hoped Yao would remain vigilant. Unfortunately, the academy is filled with mischievous children, and as their guardians, who else would oversee them? It is worth noting that in the original narrative, Ning Rongrong truly integrated into the team only after the soul hunting forest. Yet their timing for entering the forest has changed, introducing numerous uncertainties that could potentially trigger a butterfly effect. Tang Yin even worried that their actions might jeopardize Oscar's flying spear ability. His priority was to ensure his elder brother's external spirit bone remained intact. "Rest assured, focus on your tasks. I will handle things here," Yao replied, exhibiting the poise of a virtuous wife despite her youth. As it was already night, Tang Hao did not rush off with his two brothers. Instead, they settled down at Shrek. Tang Hao left with Flender to rest at the designated location, while the time that followed belonged to the little monsters of their group. With the elders departed, it was now time for Dai Mubai and the other Shrek members to interrogate Tang Yin and Tang San. After all, their father is a renowned title de law, the illustrious Hao Yin Douluo. It felt akin to discovering that a classmate's father is a celebrity. Of course, Tang San feigned ignorance while Tang Yin resorted to various evasions. After all, he could not reveal that all this knowledge stemmed from a book titled Limit Douluo, a rather intriguing tome he could regale them with. However, with Tang Yin's playful banter, the atmosphere lightened, and Yao even struck up a conversation with Ning Rongrong. As they chatted, time slipped away unnoticed. Perhaps it was due to the stories shared during the interrogation of Tang Yin and his brother, which prompted everyone to recount amusing encounters from their past. Ultimately, the most benefited from this exchange was Dai Mubai. His intent was to strengthen himself, and he did not succumb to idleness, which alleviated Zhu Zhuqing's initial reservations towards him. Meanwhile, Yao and Ning Rongrong had nearly become inseparable confidants, sharing valuable insights as both were support-type spirit masters. This camaraderie sparked a tinge of jealousy in Xiao Wu. "Dai, do you trust me?" Observing the rapport between his wife and Dai Mubai, Tang Yin resolved to assist Dai Mubai, especially since he had previously endured a beating from him without harboring grudges. It would be remiss not to lend a helping hand. "Of course, I trust you, Xiao Yin," Dai Mubai replied, albeit puzzled by Tang Yin's intent. "Since you are willing to trust me, I urge you to devote yourself entirely to your training. I have a plan to address matters concerning your brother and sister, providing you with an opportunity," Tang Yin stated. "Ah," Xiao Yin, our situation is rather complex. You are aware of our background, Dai Mubai began. I am well aware of your family's traditions. Still, I must ask again, do you trust me, Dai Mubai? Tang Yin reiterated, his seriousness palpable. Dai Mubai, taken aback by Tang Yin's earnest demeanor, instinctively glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who was clearly eavesdropping. The moment felt peculiar, akin to being caught in an act of clandestine listening. Zhu Zhuqing, with a haughty huff, exuded an adorable charm despite her icy facade. At that moment, Dai Mubai could not help but be captivated by Zhu Zhuqing's beauty. I trust you, Xiao Yin, he replied earnestly. Excellent. Focus on your upcoming training. Trust me, it will be immensely beneficial, Tang Yin assured him, though he felt a twinge of trepidation regarding the master's training that lay ahead. Having observed the atmosphere between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing significantly ease, Tang Yin discreetly led Dai Mubai to a secluded spot, handing him a small vial resembling a perfume bottle. Of course, if you find yourself alone with Zhu Zhuqing during training, be sure to use this, Tang Yin advised, emphasizing his point through meaningful glances. Dai Mubai regarded him with a knowing look, as if to say, are you suggesting what I think you are? Dai, keep your thoughts pure. I assure you this is not what you think. It is merely a fragrance I concocted to enhance your rapport with her. Just remember to use it, Tang Yin insisted, swiftly departing before Dai Mubai could object. Once he felt the task complete, Tang Yin settled beside Yao, gently cradling the already slumbering Xiao Yunmu in his lap. What did you just give Dai Mubai? Yao inquired, having observed Tang Yin's earlier actions with keen interest. Nothing of consequence, merely a fragrance to foster their emotional connection, Tang Yin replied. Upon hearing this, Yao instinctively distanced herself from him, her meaning unmistakable. Is it so difficult for you all to maintain a pure mindset? Do you honestly believe I am that sort of person? Tang Yin lamented, before leaning closer to whisper. If I truly desired it, would I need such a thing? Don't be ridiculous. Everyone is watching. Yao's cheeks flushed crimson at his sudden proximity. Although she often teased Tang Yin, it was usually when no one else was paying attention or in private. But now it was in front of all their classmates. As she spoke, Yao instinctively glanced at the others, realizing that none of them had noticed her. This brought her a slight sense of relief. However, how could that be the case? Everyone was gathered around the campfire, even if their gazes were averted. The corner of their eyes could still catch sight of what was happening. Initially, they all intended to cheer, only to see Tang Yin's hand cannon behind him, rendering the scene somewhat comical. Tang Yin, are you moved? The crowd, we dare not move. Thus, everyone consciously chose to heed their own hearts. Seeing this unfold, Tang Yin felt quite satisfied and refrained from teasing his wife further, putting away the hand cannon and returning to petting the cat. So, what exactly did you give Boss Dai? Yao asked, still somewhat puzzled. Oh, nothing much, just some homemade perfume. If you want, I can give you a bottle too. But this perfume is made from catnip, Tang Yin replied casually. Catnip? Yao looked at the perfume Tang Yin had produced with disbelief, then turned to Zhu Zhuqing. And back to the catnip perfume again. Is this something a person should do? Yao covered her face. Today's second update, the 200-pound dog earnestly requests everyone's recommendations and collections. The dog expresses gratitude. Chapter 69, my own Udo is quite terrifying. I think it should be fine. After all, Zhu Zhuqing has quite a few real cats. Tang Yin chuckled, while handing another bottle of catnip perfume to his wife, continuing, you can use this to tease Xiao Yumu. Starting tomorrow, we'll likely be on the move. So we want TB bringing her along this time. Yao took the catnip perfume from Tang Yin, and suddenly an enticing thought crossed her mind. What if she bathed in catnip that day? What kind of scene would that be? After all, she and Zhu Qing shared a dormitory. Hee. Thinking of this, Yao couldn't help but emit a terrifying laugh, startling Tang Yin, who was unaware of her intentions. One could say they truly influenced one another. Thus, the first gathering of the Shrek monsters came to a splendid conclusion. Just as the gathering ended, Tang San arrived outside Tang Yin's dormitory. He knocked softly and asked, Xiao Yin, are you asleep? Brother, you could just come in. I knew you would come looking for me, Tang Yin said, allowing his brother into the room and reiterating the reasoning he had previously shared with Tang Hao. After hearing Tang Yin's series of deductions, Tang San regarded him with a look of bewilderment, as if he were observing a creature from another world. Hey, brother, that look is a bit excessive, Tang Yin said with a hint of exasperation. Sorry, but your analysis has somewhat overturned my understanding. After all, in my impression, You always believed that there was no problem that couldn't be solved with a single explosion. If there was, then just use a few more. If that still didn't work, blow up the one who raised the issue. I never expected you to be so thoughtful now. Well done, Tang San remarked with a tone of admiration. Tang Yin, observing his brother's expression of satisfaction, thought about unleashing a powerful electric blast to his brother's forehead. Is this how you treat your own brother? Noticing Tang Yin's gloomy expression, Tang San decided not to tease him further and continued with a question. So, are you planning to use the resurrection coin to bring our mother back? Yes, since it was because of the old man's departure that we lost her. Now that we've encountered the old man, we must hasten to revive our mother. Otherwise, all these little notebooks I've kept would be for naught, Tang Yin replied, pulling out several notebooks specifically for recording grievances against their father. Tang San exclaimed, so your primary goal is that? Wait, this doesn't add up. Suddenly, Tang San realized a flaw in Tang Yin's statement. Didn't you start recording these notebooks from a young age? He asked. Yes, Tang Yin noted that, affirming that his brother's observation was indeed correct. But back then, we hadn't awakened our martial souls, nor did we have the resurrection coin. Who were you writing them for? Tang San grew increasingly curious about the purpose behind Tang Yin's notebooks. Of course, it was for when the old man passed away. I would burn them for our mother, and in doing so, she could help me take revenge. Tang Yin stated as if it were the most natural thing in the world. At that moment, Tang San realized how terrifying his younger brother could be, feeling as though even the king of hell would hesitate to confront him, as he could not contain his brother's ambition. Early the next morning, Tang Yin and his brother bid farewell to everyone and set off in a particular direction together. Hey, old man, I know you're excited about reviving our mother, but could you consider others? I have a foreign spirit bone and can keep up, but brother needs to run hard, Tang Yin remarked to his father. I understand. Xiao Yin, I want to see our mother soon too, Tang San replied, seemingly unconcerned, instead lamenting his own slow pace. How about this, old man? You can carry brother on your back. That would be faster, Tang Yin suggested. All right, Xiao San, hop on, Tang Hao agreed, finding the idea reasonable. After all, he had carried his younger son before, so it wouldn't be fair not to carry the elder son. Oh, okay, Tang San seemed pleasantly surprised, as the suggestion sounded quite unlike something his father would typically propose. In the past, their father's image had been overwhelmingly negative. Even for someone like Tang San, who respected his father, he couldn't help but feel a little sarcastic at that moment. However, once Tang San began studying alongside his younger siblings, becoming a competent companion, their pace indeed quickened significantly. After days and nights of continuous travel, they finally arrived at a valley under Tang Hao's guidance. Upon entering the valley, they were greeted by the roaring sound of waterfalls. Yet, aside from the sound of the waterfalls, there was utter silence. If one were to block out the sound of the falling water, the valley would seem entirely tranquil. Observing such terrain, although he hadn't seen it directly before, Tang Yin suspected this was where they would practice the chaotic wind hammer technique in the future. Xiao Yin, we're almost there. Keep up with my rhythm, Tang Hao exclaimed as he leaped towards the waterfall. Noticing Tang Yin following closely, Tang Hao moved again, swinging his arms, and a massive Haoyin hammer, nearly 3 meters long and as large as a water barrel, appeared in his grasp. Despite its size, Tang Hao effortlessly lifted it with one hand and soared into the air. Seeing this, Tang Yin swiftly followed, activating his cloud boots to help him tread the void. His 2 hand cannons fired like Iron Man's thrusters, propelling him forward. This was the reason Tang Yin could keep pace with his father. The cloud boots provided aerial stability when needed, while the hand cannons acted as boosters, combining with his ammunition expert passive skill to create a powerful propulsion system, enabling him to move at incredible speeds. As Tang Hao ascended, he swung the Haoyin hammer to gather energy. Just the act of swinging it caused the waterfall's flow to reverse, yet Tang Hao paid no mind. After reaching a certain height, he struck the roaring waterfall with the Haoyin hammer. In an instant, water splashed everywhere, and a powerful force split the immense waterfall apart, revealing a cave within. Tang Yin, witnessing this scene, was utterly bewildered. Is this the legendary flower fruit mountain, the water curtain cave? Aren't we in the world of Douluo? How does this relate to Journey to the West? Will there be a troop of monkeys in this cave? Or perhaps a celestial stone for mending the heavens hidden in this valley? If I were to stealthily acquire that stone, Would that constitute illegal trafficking of wildlife or illicit trade of mineral resources? Tang Yin's mind wandered, having only skimmed through Douluo once. It was already quite a stretch for him to deduce that this place might serve as their future training ground for the chaotic wind hammer technique. As for his mother's whereabouts, he was entirely in the dark. Chapter 70. A Yin's resurrection, though Tang Yin's thoughts were scattered. His feet instinctively followed his father's lead as they leaped into the cave behind the waterfall. The cave, likely influenced by the waterfall's proximity, exuded a damp atmosphere. Standing about 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, the three of them stood within, feeling somewhat cramped, as the cave extended straight into darkness. However, Tang Hao was evidently prepared. He produced a gem from his soul tool, radiating a golden light to illuminate their surroundings. As they proceeded deeper, ethereal blue-golden glimmers began to appear, leading them to a stone chamber approximately 10 square meters in size. The chamber contained no furnishings apart from a luminous jade stone embedded in the ceiling. Beneath this glowing jade, a small mound of earth cradled a strand of blue-silver grass, gently swaying in the breeze that wafted through the cave entrance. Tang Yin observed the grass, noting its unusual length compared to ordinary blue-silver grass. But the most remarkable feature was its veins, which shimmered in pure gold. The overall blue-golden glow harmonized beautifully with the light emanating from the jade above. San, Xiao Yin, come here and kneel, Tang Hao instructed, pointing to a clear space beside him before sitting cross-legged. Tang San, feeling a surge of emotion, immediately approached and knelt before the blue-silver grass as directed. In contrast, Tang Hao's demeanor was gentle as he gazed lovingly at the golden veins of the grass, speaking softly, Yin, I brought our children to see you today. They have grown, and even Xiao Yin can deduce the truth of our past. Can you see them? Our son, hey. Xiao Yin, what are you doing? In the blink of an eye, Tang Hao's affectionate expression shifted as he spotted Tang Yin rushing toward Yin with a shovel. Mother, let us ignore this clueless old man. Doesn't he understand that plants require photosynthesis to thrive? Tang Yin exclaimed as he swiftly began to dig up his mother's essence along with the soil surrounding it. Having completed the task, he enveloped the essence with his soul power and declared, I will take you outside to bask in the sun. We'll disregard this old man. Tang Hao felt a wave of frustration as Tang San interjected, Father, the growth of blue-silver grass indeed requires sunlight. This was also mentioned by the master. Brother, hurry out here. Help us choose a suitable spot for our mother, Tang Hao urged, knowing that Tang San possessed knowledge of herbal medicine that would aid in selecting the ideal location for their mother's essence. Coming right away, Tang San replied, immediately abandoning his father to attend to their mother. Meanwhile, Tang Hao felt a sense of helplessness watching his two sons rush out, forgetting him entirely. He sighed, wishing things could unfold according to his plans. The previous atmosphere had been perfect, yet it had quickly unraveled. When Tang Hao finally emerged from the cave, he found that Tang Yin and Tang San had already relocated their mother's essence. The essence now caressed the faces of both brothers, radiating warmth and affection, as if their mother were comforting her children. Tang Yin and Tang San savored this first experience of maternal love. Oh, you're out, old man. Come here. Tang Yin called to his father, who had just leaped down from the waterfall. All right. Tang Hao felt a swell of excitement at this family reunion and leaped to join the blue-silver emperor. Suddenly, Tang Yin smacked his forehead, realizing, since we're bringing our mother back to life, why didn't we just do it in the cave? Why bother moving her? This is all your fault, old man. Tang Yin proclaimed, shifting the blame onto Tang Hao for his lack of common knowledge, which had led to this oversight. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Gao Gao Sao et fet. Tang Hao. Tang Yin, ignoring his father's bewilderment, produced a resurrection coin and directed it towards his mother. A moment later, a brilliant column of white light erupted, sending a shockwave that pushed the three of them back as the energy radiated outward and then dissipated. Observing the extraordinary special effects reminiscent of a game, Tang Yin marveled at his clever decision to move his mother outside. The colossal light beam lasted only a brief moment before fading, much like in the game. As the light subsided, a woman appeared, her hair reminiscent of the hue of wisdom, clad in a matching blue dress, embodying unparalleled beauty and exuding infinite tenderness. At that moment, the woman gazed at her newly formed body and hands, her expression filled with disbelief. This woman was none other than the blue-silver emperor, Yin. Yin. Tang Hao, seeing the familiar figure before him, felt overwhelmed with emotion as tears welled in his eyes. In this poignant moment, Tang Yin wisely pulled his brother back, aware that they needed a moment of quiet. Tang Hao, trembling, stepped closer to Yin, his hand quivering as it brushed against her cheek. A stark contrast to the strength of a title Dulouo wielding the Haoyan hammer without a trace of tremor. As Yin gazed with a twinge of sorrow at Tang Hao, who appeared far older than his actual years, her eyes misted over, and they embraced tightly, both fearing it might all be but a dream. After their heartfelt reunion, Yin turned her attention to Tang Yin and Tang San, extending her hand to beckon them closer. This marked the first time their family truly embraced one another, a genuine reunion. "Mother, I am your youngest son, Tang Yin, and this is my brother, Tang San." Tang Yin introduced himself and his elder brother as they embraced. Tang San, overwhelmed by the warmth of maternal love for the first time, struggled to compose himself, prompting Tang Yin to include him in the introduction, especially given the tears streaming down Tang San's face, which rendered him incapable of coherent speech. "My children," Yin exclaimed, enveloping them both in her arms once more, her heart swelling with affection as she took in the sight of her two children, now nearly as tall as she was. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, witnessing this touching scene, felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, convinced that at that moment he was the happiest man in the world, until he noticed a small notebook in Yin's hand. The next day marked the return of their mother, and as for the events of the previous day, how to describe it? In simple terms, Tang Yin had utilized another resurrection coin. However, let there be no misunderstanding. Given Yin's gentle nature, the thought of avenging her children by harming her beloved was something she found difficult to entertain, despite her growing impatience after perusing a few notes. Ultimately, her gentle spirit prevailed, and she refrained from taking drastic measures. Thus, it fell to Tang San to act, though it was not a violent act in the conventional sense, but rather one of poisoning. Let it be clear, no one should misconstrue the situation. How could Tang San, a dutiful and respectful son, ever harm his father? This plan was orchestrated and directed by Tang Yin. Despite the severity of the situation, Tang Yin believed he was acting in the best interest of his father, convinced that Tang Hao would feel indebted to the Haoyan sect for all that had transpired, thus wishing to sever his ties and penance. After enduring a series of 80 punishments, including, but not limited to, kneeling on durians, and let us not question the existence of durians in this world, Tang Hao finally faced his most arduous trial. Initially, Tang Yin suggested an immediate execution of their father, asserting that nothing could be more effective than a swift end. Following this, he proposed a chaotic but gentle method of dismemberment, resulting in a truly painless severance. After all, Tang Hao had been a mentor in the art of combat for Tang Yin, as a contemporary embodiment of youthful ambition. Having grown up with the tales of the Naruto series, Tang Yin felt compelled to uphold the will of fire, even if it meant engaging in a little harmless mischief. Regrettably, all of Tang Yin's well-laid plans met with unanimous disapproval from those present, compelling him to relinquish his aspirations. Ultimately, he suggested a form of euthanasia for their father, reasoning that even if he were to draw blood, it would still serve a purpose. Thus, dear father, it is indeed for your own good that your sons have acted in this manner. There exists no personal vendetta nor any desire for retribution after all these years. After all, they were family. Wherein lies the room for lingering animosities? Under the inquisitive gazes of Tang San and Yin, Tang Hao reluctantly admitted to harboring such thoughts, leading them to concur with Tang Yin's proposal. After all, a resurrection coin was at their disposal, far preferable to living with the burdens of disability. It might even remedy Tang Hao's old injuries, restoring him to his prime. In the end, Tang Hao found himself gazing at the concoction created by Tang San, a potion for a peaceful passing, approaching him with a countenance reminiscent of a villain. His feelings were a complex tapestry of dread and resignation, akin to the moment when the 4 disciples of the journey to the West, after enduring countless hardships to retrieve sacred texts, found them reduced to ashes by a mischievous child. Fortunately, the procedure for severance was executed flawlessly. Tang San, being somewhat of a healer, skillfully extracted their father's soul bone. Within a single day, The two brothers had accomplished the extraordinary feats of paternal sacrifice and dismemberment. Tang Yin mused that such an undertaking surely warranted a significant enhancement of his forbidden skills. Once everything was settled, Tang Yin promptly utilized a resurrection coin, and in an instant, the formerly woeful figure of his father reappeared, now vibrant and full of life. All ailments and past injuries vanished. His physical condition restored to that of his youth. Even the grays in his hair noticeably diminished. Yet, the most astonishing aspect was that Tang Hao's spirit power level remained unchanged. What it had been before death, it was upon revival. As if the resurrection coin had bound the laws of Douluo back into their rightful place, securely sealing them within a coffin. As night fell, the family sought refuge in a nearby inn, booking 2 rooms for the night. Conversation flowed easily among Tang Yin and his brother, while the other side of the establishment remained quiet, attesting to the hotel's exceptional soundproofing. "Brother, we've already started lunch. Why hasn't father and mother come down yet? Should we order for them?" Tang Yin stretched and couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Tang San, having guessed the reason behind their parents' delay, found himself at a loss for words. Just as the brothers prepared to order without waiting, the door to their parents' room finally opened, revealing their mother, radiant and seemingly refreshed, as if she had just emerged from a bath. Mother? Where's father?" Tang Yin questioned, fully aware of the circumstances. After all, it was entirely natural for two lovers, separated by death for so long, to seek solace in one another's embrace. However, he couldn't help but wonder why only his mother had emerged. "Your father was quite exhausted and has only just fallen asleep. We shall set off tomorrow," Yin replied gently, affectionately stroking her son's heads. Taken aback, Tang Yin pondered the implications of their father's fatigue. He and Tang San had each retreated to their rooms the previous evening, yet it seemed their father had only just now succumbed to slumber. Observing his mother's radiant demeanor, he was left to question whether their father was truly so weak or if their mother possessed extraordinary strength. Wait, could it be that all 10,000-year-old beasts are this formidable? Although Tang Yin had been a naive youth in his previous life, he had heard tales that echoed through the ages. "By the way, this afternoon I plan to purchase some goji berries to brew tea. Would you like some, brother? I can bring you some as well." In an instant, a sense of crisis enveloped Tang Yin, prompting him to become alert. After all, he harbored numerous grudges against Yao. If he were to seek revenge and ended up being countered, would he not lose face? Perhaps I should also prepare a bit. Although Tang San did not comprehend why the seemingly straightforward Do posed such a question, an inexplicable feeling urged him to be ready as well. Do not inquire why Tang San is aware of National Highway 318. He had previously discussed it with Tang Yin. For those unfamiliar with National Highway 318, I strongly recommend searching for it. It is undoubtedly a breathtaking and formidable path. Upon hearing his elder brother's casual remark, Tang Yin responded nonchalantly, but a question surfaced in his mind. Since the Tianqing Niumang possesses the word mang, should it not also be considered a snake? I have heard that snake wine is quite nourishing. Today's second update, he added, I humbly beseech everyone for your recommendations and support. Thank you. Chapter 72, Double-Edged Word Xiao Yin. Wait a moment. Mother has some matters to discuss with you, Yin said. Let us not rush back to your academy. I shall first guide you to awaken your bloodline. Observing the strong bond between her two children brought her immense joy. Mother, after our awakening, will we possess a soul ring that is uniquely ours and can enhance with our growth? Tang Yin inquired, seeking confirmation. Oh, I did not expect you to know this. Xiao Yin replied, slightly surprised, for this secret was typically known only to soul beasts. How did Tang Yin come to know? This was told to me by Yao, my friend, who happens to be your future daughter-in-law and is also a 100,000-year soul beast. Tang Yin unabashedly attributed the knowledge to his fiancée, What? Yao is actually a 100,000-year soul beast? Tang San was evidently taken aback by this revelation. Did I not mention this to you? Tang Yin responded innocently to his astonished brother. What did you ever say that? Tang San exclaimed, incredulous. Was his brother Do intentionally trying to amuse himself at his expense? By the way, I never mentioned that Sister Xiao Wu is also a 100,000-year soul beast. Tang Yin seized the opportunity to divulge Xiao Wu's identity as well, relishing in the thrill of such revelations. The moment he learned that Xiao Wu was also a soul beast, Tang San was momentarily bewildered. His mind flooded with memories of when he had accepted Xiao Wu as his sworn sister. He recalled her words, "If one day many people wish to kill me, and their strength surpasses yours, what will you do?" Tang Yin's voice echoed in the present. "Brother, has your vow ever changed?" Reflecting on Tang Yin's words, Tang San recalled his response. "Then let them step over my corpse first." A smile crept across his face. After all, Xiao Wu's identity mattered not. She remained his sister. His Xiao Wu? Of course not. The two brothers exchanged knowing smiles, bumping their fists together. "Tang San, we are still the same youthful spirits." Tang Yin, not a trace of change. As Yin observed her two children sharing a sudden moment of camaraderie, she felt a twinge of confusion. Yet, witnessing their close relationship brought her joy as a mother. "All right, I understand your bond is strong. I shall take you both to fully awaken your martial souls," Yin announced. Mother, how about we wait until we reach level 40 to awaken?" Tang Yin scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. "Why is that, Xiao Yin?" Yin inquired gently, her gaze fixed on her youngest son. "I need not elaborate, for I am only at level 34. Even if I awaken now, I cannot directly enhance my soul ring. As for my brother," Tang Yin felt embarrassed. He could not express his desire to take his brother to hunt for the man-faced demon spider in the Star Do Great Forest to see if they could obtain an external soul bone. Could he? After all, if he revealed that rare external soul bone could be obtained from a man-faced demon spider, a question would arise. How did he know? He certainly could not admit that he had learned it from a novel titled Douluo Continent. Seeing his younger brother's troubled expression, Tang San felt a pang of sympathy and spoke first. "Mother, let us follow Xiao Yin's suggestion and wait until we reach level 40 before awakening our martial souls. I trust that Xiao Yin has his reasons for this." "Well, if you both feel this way, what more can I say? My sons have grown up and now seem to disdain their mother's soul rings." Yin feigned sadness, urging them to comfort her. "Mother, please don't tease us," Tang Yin replied. Though he had forgotten how the original text characterized his mother, he was certain she was not this playful. Initially, Yin felt somewhat uncomfortable with Tang Yin's casual address of mother, as she appeared to be barely in her 30s. However, upon hearing Tang Yin refer to Tang Hao as old man, she felt relieved. Though their time together had been short, she had already discerned that Tang Yin was the type who, while verbally sparing no mercy, genuinely cared for others, especially those close to him. Without delving into specifics, neither she nor Tang San had considered that Tang Hao would contemplate such drastic measures. Yet Tang Yin had thought of it and respected his father's choice. Rather than obstructing him, he endeavored to devise a solution that would ultimately be the best for Tang Hao, even if his words were somewhat alarming. As the saying goes, do not focus on what one says, but rather observe what one does. Hence, although she could not fathom why Tang Yin refrained from expressing his reluctance to awaken, she chose to unconditionally trust her child without imposing her will. Tang Hao had only just fallen asleep, making it impossible for him to accompany Yin, unbeknownst to whether it was due to a Yin's inherent blue-silver grass nature. Basking in the sunlight rejuvenated her spirit. Though she had not slept all night, she was brimming with energy, leading her two sons on excursions throughout the afternoon. When evening arrived and Tang Hao awoke, the family gathered once more for a meal. Afterward, they would return to rest, preparing to depart for the academy the following day. Initially, Tang Hao intended to take Yin away from Tang Yin and the others, as he feared their presence would distract Tang Yin from his training. However, Yin had only just been resurrected. How could she bear to part ways after only a few days with her children? Left with no options, Tang Hao reluctantly agreed to return them to the academy before departing himself. The next day, after Tang Yin and his elder brother completed their daily training with the purple demon eye, Tang San unexpectedly sensed a breakthrough and achieved it effortlessly. Tang Yin calculated the timing and realized it was about right. After all, in the original narrative, Tang San experienced a similar breakthrough around this time, albeit without the encounter with the granddaughter of the Dragon King and the Snake Lady that served as a catalyst. Due to this, it is quite normal to experience some discrepancies in the timing of breakthroughs. The journey ahead involves Tang Hao continuing to carry Tang San, while Yin bears Tang Yin as they progress. One should not underestimate Tang Yin's mother, as she possesses strength nearing that of a soul sage, significantly hastening their return compared to their initial departure. Remarkably, they have returned to Shrek Academy within just 3 days. Chapter 73. I will remember this grudge. Xiao Yin, come here quickly. Let me introduce you to your future mother-in-law, Yin said, pulling Tang Yin in front of a group of girls as they had just greeted Flander, the academy's director. Mom, your daughter-in-law isn't going anywhere. Director Flander and the teachers are still here, right? Master, when did you arrive? Tang Yin was about to suggest his mother greet Flander when he noticed Master standing beside him. Teacher, you have come as Shrek as well? Will you be teaching here? Seeing Master filled Tang San with joy, for he considered him a mentor. Mom and Dad, let me introduce you to this esteemed teacher who has cared for me and Xiao Yin over the years. Everyone calls him Master. This is Flander, the director of Shrek Academy, whom your father is also familiar with. Tang San took the initiative to introduce Master to his mother. Your father has mentioned all this to me. Thank you, Master, for taking care of the children over the years, Yin said, acknowledging the conversation now centered on Master. Despite her eagerness to see her future daughter-in-law, she felt compelled to greet the esteemed figure first. Long time no see, His Majesty Xiao Yin. May I inquire your lady's name? Master asked, as it was his first encounter with a Yin, and no one in the Soul Master community knew the name of Limit Douluo's wife. She is Yin, the biological mother of Xiao Yin and Xiao San, Tang Hao replied. The elders exchanged pleasantries without any particular emotions. But upon seeing Tang Yin and Tang San return with their mother, the girls felt a sudden wave of nervousness, causing even the most fearless among them to feel uncertain about where to place their hands. Mom, let me introduce you to your future daughter-in-law. Her name is Yao, and her martial spirit is the divine deer. Tang Yin, noticing Yao's anxious demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy and sought to alleviate her discomfort by introducing her to Yin. Yin silently applauded her son's initiative. After all, in this vast world, the well-being of her future daughter-in-law took precedence. Observing Yao's nervousness, Yin empathized with her. As a 100,000-year soul beast, Yin understood the arduous journey of transformation and cultivation. Although Yin had successfully taken human form, her profound connection to the entire soul beast clan instilled in her a deep resentment towards those who hunted intelligent soul beasts, a sentiment echoed in the original narrative. Even if the hunter was her own son. Although I have never heard of a martial spirit like yours, I can only imagine the challenges you have faced to reach this point. Come here. Let me embrace you, Yin said gently, enveloping Yao in her arms. Mom, we're not done yet. You can't show favoritism. This is my brother's sister, with the martial spirit of the soft-bone rabbit. As he spoke, Tang Yin emphasized the word sister, making its meaning clear. Upon hearing her son's words, Yin shot a playful glare at Tang Hao. However, being in public, she refrained from undermining Tang Hao's dignity. She extended her hand to Xiao Wu, saying, Since you are Xiao San's sister, you shall be considered my daughter as well. Come here, let me embrace you. Thank you, Aunt. Xiao Wu felt a wave of relief wash over her as Yin accepted her, allowing her initial nervousness to dissipate. Remember to address me properly from now on, Yin said, planting a gentle kiss on the foreheads of both girls. In that moment, she felt genuine happiness, realizing that she had just returned and her children had already prepared future daughters-in-law for her. At this rate, she would soon be a grandmother once these youngsters came of age. Moreover, knowing that these daughters-in-law shared her lineage as 100,000-year-soul beasts brought her immense joy. Xiao Wu, you must strive to keep up. In this regard, Xiao San may not be as agile as Xiao Yin, but I believe you can manage him. Yin whispered to Xiao Wu. Yes. Xiao Wu's face flushed with embarrassment at her future mother-in-law's teasing. Witnessing such a heartwarming scene, the male students of Shrek Academy could only envy the Tang brothers, as they were either pursuing romantic interests or remained perpetually single. Meanwhile, the Tang brothers had already introduced their parents to their future wives. By the way, are your families still around? It would be good for both sets of parents to meet, as we are to be in-laws. My mother passed away 9 years ago. Since then, I have lived with my adoptive mother, who is also Yao's adoptive mother. Xiao Wu explained, her voice tinged with sadness as she mentioned her mother's passing. My dear, I am truly sorry for bringing up such painful memories, Yin said, embracing both girls once more, sensing their shared grief. Given that Yao's adoptive mother was also her own, it indicated that Yao's parents had also departed. Don't worry, children, from now on. You will be under the protection of me and Xiao Yin's father. If anyone dares to bully you, just come to me, and I will take care of them. If I cannot manage, your father will handle it. Yin declared with an air of authority. Indeed, Tang Hao, typically reserved, asserted his support for his future daughters-in-law. His presence exuded a strong sense of security, a feeling that both Xiao Wu and Yao had not experienced in 1,000 years. Now, focus on your cultivation. We shall not intrude any longer, Tang Hao remarked, glancing at the sky. All right. Yin recognized the significance of this moment. After all, this was the best time for Tang Yin and his companions to cultivate, and she did not wish to be a hindrance. Thus, after embracing Yao and Xiao Wu once more, she bid farewell to Tang Hao and departed. Parting always brings a tinge of sadness. Tang Yin and the others took a moment to compose themselves before continuing to greet their classmates, while the master led the welcoming of the two brothers back. Upon learning that Tang San had also reached the 30th level, Master expressed his delight, particularly as Tang Yin had mentioned obtaining a soul ring alongside Oscar. Seriously, Xiao San, you can't do this to me. I just broke the record set by Dai. I haven't even celebrated for a few days, and now you pull this on me. Oscar lamented, his face filled with despair upon hearing Tang San's news. Wait a minute. Shouldn't I have been the fastest? We're talking about humans here. What does your situation have to do with mine? The crowd chorused. Wah wah wah, you are excluding me. I shall remember this grudge. This concludes today's first update. I humbly request everyone to offer their support in the form of recommendations and collections. Thank you. Chapter 74. The people's teacher Tang Xiao Yin cheerfully announced, all right everyone, let's take a moment to recuperate today. We shall embark on our quest for soul rings tomorrow. Zhao Wujia expressed his elation, as the recent breakthroughs of several 30-level soul masters in their academy warranted a grand celebration. Master, do you plan to join us this time? Tang San inquired, his concern for the master evident, given their long-standing relationship, which had led him to regard the master as a fatherly figure. This time, I shall refrain from accompanying you. Once you return with your soul rings, I must prioritize your subsequent training schedule. I will take advantage of your absence to thoroughly analyze your physical data and devise a comprehensive plan, the master replied. At these words, Tang Yin's expression fell, and he looked at the master with a pleading gaze, softly imploring, Master, I beseech you to show some mercy. From your perspective, it is indeed easier for later training. The master contemplated. Master, are you truly serious? I've taken note of your words. Once spoken, they are not easily retracted. After all, who would willingly endure torment when there was an opportunity for ease? The torment endured by the original Shrek monsters was well known. Indeed, due to the subsequent training, I intend for you to teach everyone the techniques of water walking and tree climbing. As for the spiral pill, aside from the two support-type soul masters, it will depend on everyone's personal willingness. And Tang San, you too must learn the spiral pill. As a control-type soul master, it will compensate for your deficiencies in attack. The master concluded, addressing Tang San directly. That sounds excellent. I am quite fond of it, Tang Yin remarked, for he had already contemplated teaching these skills to his companions. Now he could utilize this opportunity to take a break, while simultaneously finding a chance to continue his playful antics with his beloved. Such a dual benefit was something Tang Yin wholeheartedly embraced. Meanwhile, Flandra, having overheard the master's intentions, wore a frustrated expression. Had he known of the master's plans earlier, he would not have sold the spatial soul guide at such a meager price. After all, he regarded this batch of Shrek students as the last group he would nurture. What is this spiral pill technique? Can it be learned directly? And do we really need someone to teach us how to climb trees and walk on water? In the future, I might even be able to fly. Ma Hongjun asked, his curiosity piqued. Quite simple, since teacher Zhao has stated that we depart tomorrow, and today is for resting. Xiao Yin, why don't you demonstrate for everyone? The master suggested. Upon hearing that Tang Yin would demonstrate, Flandra immediately turned to Dai Mubai and the others, saying, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, pay close attention to Tang Yin's demonstration. It is of utmost importance. Though you, as assault-type soul masters, possess ample attacking techniques, the potential of the spiral pill is vast, and I hope you can master it as well. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun understood their principal's endorsement of the technique, realizing its significance, prompting them to take it seriously. Tang Yin, invigorated by the master's words, proclaimed, Let's delve into the spiral pill. Allow me to introduce the spiral pill, as it is the foundation of this technique, Tang Yin stated, extending his hand. In an instant, A vibrant azure sphere of soul power manifested, its dazzling exterior rotating at a high velocity. This is the spiral pill. Its potency can be controlled by the amount of soul power you infuse. The more soul power you input, the larger the spiral pill becomes, Tang Yin explained, increasing the infusion of soul power. The spiral pill grew to the size of a basketball before he halted its expansion. When the spiral pill reaches this size, or even larger, I refer to it as the Great Spiral Pill. With that, Tang Yin leaped and, in a swift motion, pressed the Great Spiral Pill against the ground. Boom! In the next moment, a massive explosion erupted, accompanied by a powerful, spiraling force. As the dust settled, a deep crater was left in its wake. This power surpasses even my full-strength attack, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, astonished by the spectacle. Naturally, I infused approximately the amount of soul power required to release a 30-level soul technique. In terms of sheer power, it can rival that of a 30-level attack soul technique. As I mentioned, the more soul power you inject, the stronger it becomes. The Great Spiral Pill can be further enhanced. Essentially, as long as your soul power is sufficient, creating a spiral pill larger than yourself is entirely feasible. However, at that point, I believe the name-tailed beast orb would be more fitting. Tang Yin whimsically suggested, appropriating a name for the technique. Isn't that effect rather exaggerated? Wouldn't the attack power of this technique only increase with the elevation of our soul power levels? Dai Mubai queried, intrigued by the implications of Tang Yin's earlier statements. Moderate, I suppose, Tang Yin replied modestly with a grin. Xiao Yin, what about the tree climbing and water walking? They must differ from our initial understanding, Dai Mubai continued, curious about how these seemingly simple techniques could hold such significance. Actually, water walking and tree climbing are techniques I developed while researching the spiral pill. From a learning perspective, one should first master tree climbing, then water walking, and finally practice the spiral pill, Tang Yin elucidated. Although I spent nearly 5 years developing the spiral pill from scratch, with reasonable training, one could typically learn this skill within a month or two. Moreover, as long as one inputs soul power, any soul master can theoretically utilize it, which is one of the spiral pill's advantages, Tang Yin explained further. The absence of a learning threshold is truly impressive, Ning Rongrong remarked, her mind racing with possibilities as she reflected on her own circumstances. Next, I shall demonstrate tree climbing, Tang Yin stated, making his way to a nearby large tree. Without pausing, he stepped onto the trunk and, to the astonished gaze of the Shrek students, effortlessly walked up the vertical surface as if it were level ground. Finally, he inverted himself, standing on a substantial branch like a bat. How is this even possible? Even Zhu Zhuqing, usually composed, stammered in disbelief. Now, do you comprehend the practical applications of Tang Yin's tree climbing? Its significance in forest combat is beyond my need to emphasize, Flandre observed, satisfied with the students' reactions, recalling his own astonishment upon witnessing it for the first time. All right, Xiao Yin, you may descend now. We still need to demonstrate water walking, Flandre instructed. Understood. Tang Yin ziplete, executing an agile somersault and landing gracefully on the ground before proceeding to a river adjacent to the academy. Soon, Tang Yin approached the riverbank, where the eager eyes of the Shrek monsters awaited. He then walked forward as if traversing solid ground, strolling leisurely upon the water's surface. Is this something a person can do? The Shrek students were once again confronted with a profound challenge to their understanding of reality. They discovered that since their acquaintance with Tang Yin, their perspectives on life had struggled to survive intact for several days. What exactly have they experienced during this time? This is akin to Xiao Yin's water treading technique. If the battlefield were a river, lake, or even a vast ocean, this skill would be nothing short of miraculous. The master also expressed his admiration for the various soul techniques Tang Yin had developed, never hesitating to shower him with praise. Well, it's just what I refer to as tree climbing, water treading, and the spiral pill. By the way, the spiral pill actually has 3 developmental directions, Tang Yin continued, capturing even the master's attention, as he had yet to discuss this matter with him. The first approach involves simply increasing the soul power within to enhance its potency, which ultimately pertains to the transformation of the spiral pill's form. However, it is also capable of undergoing a change in properties. Change in properties? Wait, Xiao Yin. Upon hearing Tang Yin's words, the master appeared enlightened, instantly grasping his meaning. Indeed, take Ma Hongjun as an example. due to the nature of his martial soul. His soul power lacks any special attributes. However, if he were to learn the spiral pill in the future and infuse his fire attribute soul power into it, he could alter the nature of the spiral pill. This represents the second developmental direction of the spiral pill, while the third naturally combines both methods, culminating in the most formidable form of the spiral pill. Tang Yin shared these insights with the members of Shrek without reservation. As the spiral pill was primarily invented for Yao, and others merely benefited from it. For him, the spiral pill held little significance. After all, with just the soul power of a spiral pill, how many skills could he unleash? Others, however, were different, akin to the seductive techniques that nearly salvaged the ninja realm. If sufficiently powerful, Tang Yin himself felt it would be extraordinary. He genuinely anticipated the Shrek members mastering the spiral pill, and once they reached the titled Douluo level, each wielding a spiral pill akin to the tailed beast balls, launching them towards the spirit hall. With their current number being 9, it would perfectly align with the 9-tailed beasts. If he were to cultivate the Rinnegan, Tang Yin felt he could summon the 10 tails. Moreover, he often referenced the spirit hall, as the connection between them was akin to a battle of wits, making it the perfect target for his jests. Xiao Yin, your talent is truly astonishing. Tang Yin's description left Dai Mubai momentarily at a loss for words. The practicality of climbing trees and treading water, alongside the high potential of the self-created spiral pill, could undoubtedly be deemed a masterpiece. Most importantly, these techniques and soul skills lacked any prerequisites. Theoretically, any soul master with soul power could practice and master them. Haha, just average the third in the world. As for the first and second, they have yet to emerge, Xiao Yin replied with a smug expression. Tang Yin, why must we start with tree climbing and water treading? Can't we directly learn the spiral pill? Ning Rongrong inquired. Rongrong's question demonstrated her understanding of the learning process regarding these techniques and soul skills. As I mentioned earlier, the essence of the spiral pill's soul power lies in its transformation. The key to this transformation is the control over soul power. Both tree climbing and water treading serve as methods to enhance your control over it, Tang Yin elucidated. Hey Xiao Yin, since practicing these has no prerequisites, let us commence our training now, Dai Mubai exclaimed with excitement. Meanwhile, he had yet to use the perfume Tang Yin had gifted him, primarily due to the unsettling expression Tang Yin wore when he presented it. Despite that, he had experimented with Ma Hongjun, who showed no reaction afterward. However, witnessing the techniques and soul skills created by Tang Yin reignited his interest. There's no rush. Mastering soul power is no simple task, and it requires a gradual approach. Training also demands a substantial amount of soul power, which will directly impact our performance tomorrow. Therefore, let's postpone it for today. Prepare well, as we will set off tomorrow to assist Xiao San and Oscar in hunting for soul rings, and we can arrange time for learning afterward, the master stated. Tang Yin, can we have a word? Just as everyone was preparing to leave, Ning Rongrong suddenly called out to Tang Yin. This immediately caught Yao's attention. Ning Rongrong, sensing Yao's gaze, hastily waved her hands to clarify. Yao, please don't misunderstand. I merely wish to negotiate a transaction with Tang Yin. Recognizing the situation, Yao, who possessed an impeccable memory, recalled a similar instance where she sought Tang San's counsel in the original text. Understanding everything, Yao smiled gracefully at Ning Rongrong and said, It's fine, Rongrong. Xiao Yin can use it freely. No need to worry about me. Hey, even if I understand, it doesn't mean I should say it, Tang Yin thought. Realizing Ning Rongrong's intentions. Yet, hearing his fiancée's casual tone left him feeling perplexed. Rongrong, I can guess what you wish to trade, but I apologize. Sharing these methods with you is my limit. I prefer not to disseminate them further, Tang Yin awkwardly stated. While he considered the Shrek members his allies, he felt no trust towards others. He intended to reserve these 3 skills for his future Tang sect, hoping they would foster significant changes and prevent the Tang sect from languishing in obscurity during the events of Douluo II. Upon hearing Tang Yin's words, Ning Rongrong appeared somewhat disheartened. I'm sorry, Ning Rongrong. Tang Yin felt a twinge of awkwardness, having rejected his classmate's initial request. You need not apologize. Truly, there is no need. My request was perhaps a bit abrupt. These self-created soul skills are inherently personal and confidential to one's sect. Your willingness to share them with me is already a great favor. I regret putting you in a difficult position, Ning Rongrong quickly reassured him. Tang Yin was momentarily bewildered by her response. Was this truly the Ning Rongrong he knew? After all, she was the epitome of civility and grace. Despite her title as the civility and grace Ning Rongrong, it bore resemblance to the likes of glorious newcomer Yi Buxiu, speed demon Yuan Zhou, and silent Huang Xiaotian. Tang Yin then turned his gaze towards his fiancée, realizing that such a transformation could only stem from her influence. He had hoped Yao would manage Ning Rongrong, but it appeared that his wife had entirely upgraded her processor. What's so surprising? I'm a female PhD from a normal university, Yao declared with pride. A female PhD? What position does that entail? Zhu Zhuqing, who was waiting to return to the dormitory with Yao, inquired curiously. Zhuqing, you must understand one thing. In our world, individuals are categorized into 3 types: men, women, and female PhDs. A PhD is akin to a fighter jet among humans, adorned with multiple accolades. Knowledge accolade. The time taken to learn new knowledge is halved. Indifferent aura, ignoring all mental attacks. Rational aura, doubling damage to all males. Tang Yin earnestly communicated this to everyone. Although they couldn't quite grasp the essence of his words, it was apparent that Yao possessed considerable prowess. Before Zhu Zhuqing could finish her sentence, Yao delivered a light blow to her man's head. Had you been playing too much World of Warcraft? Yao exclaimed, her fist still emitting smoke. This exchange left Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing even more bewildered. What were they even discussing? As the day progressed, while the others were engrossed in their own affairs, they decided to return to their dormitories for some rest. Despite being regarded as the epitome of contemporary geniuses, they all understood the significance of cultivation. The revelation of Tang Yin, an extraordinarily gifted individual, only intensified the pressure they felt. Meanwhile, Yao and Tang Yin strolled leisurely along the riverbank. Now that you've met my family, shouldn't you bring us to meet your future mother-in-law in a few days? Tang Yin held Yao's hand and inquired. That depends on your performance. If you dare to bully me or fail to meet my expectations, I'll call the Ming and Air Ming to deal with you. Yao threatened, still clutching Tang Yin's hand while gesturing with her other hand. One must adhere to reason. Well, have I ever bullied you? I'm always the one who gets bullied, Tang Yin replied, taking a sip of goji berry tea with one hand. Some habits should be cultivated from a young age. Oh, are you trying to reason with me? You must understand, I am a soul beast, not a human. Your logic holds no weight with me, Yao retorted, casting a dangerously glimmering gaze at Tang Yin. By the way, what is my future mother-in-law's name? Surely you can tell me now, and what does she enjoy? I need to prepare in advance. Not telling you. I'm quite eager to see your expression when you meet my mother, Yao playfully replied, suddenly comprehending why some people revel in the moment when Ultraman's identity is exposed. The astonished expressions of others are simply too amusing. From the tone of your words, my future mother-in-law must be someone I know, or perhaps a formidable female character from the original story. She would be one of the 2 fierce female soul beasts at the heart of the Stardow Forest. Would she? Tang Yin asked, astonishment evident on his face. Of course not. Yao shook her finger decisively. Not her. Then the only other female residing in the Stardow Forest must be my mother. You don't mean to say your mother is the Silver Dragon King, recuperating there, do you? Tang Yin expressed disbelief, realizing that if it were indeed the Silver Dragon King, his fiancée's safety in the Stardow Forest would be assured. What are you thinking? It's clear that such a scenario is impossible. I've never even been to the center. Yao responded, exasperated. Oh dear, nothing is as I imagined. This is so frustrating. Tang Yin began to scratch his head in dismay. Yao's penchant for teasing was indeed vexing. All right, let us not dwell on that. I hope that when we encounter Air Ming, you'll ask him to go easy on us. After all, he is nearly 100,000 years old as a soul master, and a hit from him is no trivial matter, Tang Yin said. Well, we'll see how things unfold then, Yao replied, fully aware that if her adoptive mother learned of her and Xiao Wu's return, she would undoubtedly come to greet them. Rendering Eming unnecessary. As she contemplated this, Yao felt a thrill of anticipation at the thought of Tang Yin's astonished expression when meeting her mother. To be honest, Yao herself found it hard to believe that she would become his adoptive mother, especially after living with her for 6 years and experiencing Xiao Wu's mother situation together. Eventually, she even took on the role of nurturing them after Xiao Wu's mother passed away. Are you all right, Xiao Yin? The next day, as the group journeyed towards the Star Doe forest, Tang San noticed Tang Yin was unusually listless and expressed his concern. Tang Yin was restless at the thought of meeting his future mother-in-law, having hardly slept the previous night. Yet, seeing his oblivious elder brother, he fell at a loss for words. "I'm fine, just didn't sleep well last night. Once we reach the nearest town, I'll rest," Tang Yin reassured his friends, knowing that his pace alongside Dai Mubai directly influenced the group's speed. Thus, he could not afford to slow down. As for the situation with Zhuxi, Zhao merely observed from the sidelines, showing no intention of joining the conversation. Regarding Shrek's financial status, it was impossible for them to afford a carriage. They had to rely solely on their own feet for the journey. Before setting off, Flinder had provided Tang San with a lesson on consuming Oscar sausages. Once he learned that everyone had become acquainted with this lesson, Tang San no longer hesitated. To be fair, Oscar sausages were indeed delectable, with substantial meat content. At this moment, the little cloud mother perched on Tang Yin's shoulder was happily gnawing on sausages that were almost as long as she was. Indeed, this time, the little cloud mother had joined the hunt for soul rings. After Tang Yin had left for an extended period without her, she had caused quite a stir. If he didn't bring her along this time, she might have resorted to setting the entire academy ablaze. Although this scenario was highly enticing for a student like Tang Yin, to prevent such a calamity from occurring due to one little cloud mother, he decisively insisted on bringing her along. To persuade the others, he resorted to physical reasoning, for as Confucius once stated, one must convince with reason. So, what issue could there be with Tang Yin employing physical persuasion? Meow. The little cloud mother noticed Tang Yin's condition and licked him with her tiny tongue. "Rest assured, I'm perfectly fine. You just focus on enjoying your roasted sausages. If you still want some later, just go ask Brother Oscar." With a gentle stroke of his little cloud beast's head, Tang Yin offered warm comfort, smiling as he spoke. As they proceeded onward, the distance between Shrek Academy and the Star Doe Forest was neither overly far nor particularly close. However, even with the enhancement of soul power, a sudden march was still a daunting endeavor, regardless of the hardships along the way. The Star Doe Forest was undeniably the optimal location for the Shrek group to acquire soul rings. Supported by Oscar's roasted sausages, they sped forth, reaching a small town on the outskirts of the Star Doe Forest within a mere day. By the time night fell, the group had already covered over 400 kilometers, and despite the sustenance provided by Oscar's sausages, fatigue weighed heavily upon them. Zhao Wujia, fully aware that reaching the Star Doe Forest in one day was impossible, decided to let everyone rest in the town for the night before continuing their journey the following day. Upon entering the town, Tang Yin and the others discovered that despite its designation as a small town, it was significantly livelier than the average small town. In terms of scale, it was 3 times the size of a typical small town, almost resembling a small city. Even at night, the town was bustling with activity, offering a plethora of goods, many of which were related to soul masters, especially items for outdoor adventures. This perfectly illustrated the principle of living off the land. Oscar couldn't help but exclaim, "This town truly thrives on the Star Doe Forest. I remember other nearby towns are quite similar." Tang San, taken aback by Oscar's observation, responded, "Is this where they start relying on the Star Doe Forest? But it's still several dozen kilometers away." In response to his brother's inquiry, Tang Yin explained, "Brother, you cannot compare the soul beasts within the hunting soul forest to the wild soul beasts here. Those we encountered were ultimately tamer than their wild counterparts, and the aggressive soul masters are quite limited. The Star Doe Forest, however, is the true domain of soul beasts, governed by the most ruthless laws of nature. In such an environment, all soul beasts are exceptionally sharp and ferocious. If the towns were built too close, a sudden beast tide could strike, leaving no chance for escape. But that is of little consequence now. What matters is finding an inn to rest, as I am utterly exhausted." Afterward, he nudged his brother, who was still eager to explore, forward. Zhao Wuji agreed with Tang Yin, pointing ahead and declaring, "Xiao Yin is right. Tomorrow we will enter the Star Doe Forest. So let us take the night to adjust our states. We'll stay here, saving us the trouble of searching further. By the way, there is a rule I should mention to you newcomers. Once we leave the academy, all expenses are on you." The group understood Zhao Wujia's rule, well aware of their academy's financial situation. They knew that both Flinder and Zhao Wujia earned very little each year, while they themselves were well funded thanks to the subsidies provided by the Spirit Hall. Soon, The Shrek group arrived at the modest establishment Zhao Wujia had indicated. A simple two-story building with a common area on the first floor and accommodations on the second. Zhao Wujia immediately took a room for himself to rest. Dai Mubai then gathered the others to discuss arrangements, and they ultimately decided on a two-person room and a three-person room for the 5 boys, while also securing two two-person rooms for the 4 girls. Let us have dinner first. We've been eating sausages all day, and I can't take it anymore. Oscar, I think you should seriously consider Yao's suggestion to diversify the sausage flavors. This monotony is quite unbearable. Ma Hongjun voiced the sentiments of the group. Even the usually reticent Zhu Qing nodded in agreement. You all eat first, don't mind me. I'll just rest for a bit, and please pack me a late-night snack, Tang Yin said as he floated upstairs. All right. Xiao Yin and Xiao Sen go to the double room. It would probably be too noisy with 3, Dai Mubai suggested, noticing Tang Yin's unusual state. Thanks, Boss Dai. I want to be polite, Tang Yin replied as he entered the room with his little cloud beast. The others were quite curious about Tang Yin's condition, as he had seemed fine the previous day. Had it not been for Yao's assurance that he was not ill, they might have suspected he was running a fever. However, the 7 soon settled at a large table. As Tang San prepared to sit down, he suddenly turned to Dai Mubai and asked, Boss Dai, aren't we inviting teacher Zhao to join us? No need. This is one of Shrek's rules. Although the academy does not cover expenses for students outside, teachers also want to accept any favors from us. I've heard this was one of the first rules set by our principal Flender, Dai Mubai explained. Really? Flender would establish such a rule? Xiao Wu expressed disbelief, as Flender was known for his greed and stinginess. Ma Hongjun chimed in, of course. When it comes to matters concerning the academy, Principal Flender is quite meticulous. I appreciate our academy's straightforwardness. Everything is clear and unpretentious. Dai Mubai shot Ma Hongjun an exasperated glance, saying, All right, fatty, we know you hold our principal in high regard. Stop rambling. You're in charge of ordering the food, since you are the biggest eater here. Ma Hongjun readily agreed. No problem, but I can't cover the bill. With your and Xiao Yin subsidies, I'm outnumbered. Now that Xiao Yin has gone to sleep, it's just you, the wealthy one. Dai Mubai laughed heartily. No worries. Since we all gathered at Shrek Academy, it's fate. As the oldest here, even with Tang Yin present, it's my responsibility to treat you all. It's a welcome back for you all. The excitement in Ma Hongjun's round face was unmistakable as he beamed. That's fantastic. Boss Dai, rest assured, I want to hold back. He swiftly showcased his knowledge of the menu, having acquired it through his ample experience. After confirming everyone's dietary restrictions, he began placing orders with remarkable speed, his mouth moving like a rapid-fire announcer. In no time, he had ordered over 10 dishes, even holding back slightly to avoid wasting food. The sight left Yao and the others in awe, their mouths agape. Impressive. Although the establishment may not be vast, it can certainly be described as a small gem, fully equipped with a diverse array of dishes. At this moment, one cannot help but wonder about the quality of their flavors. Ma Hongjun, having just finished his meal, does not hesitate to offer his critique, embodying the persona of a culinary connoisseur. In response to Ma Hongjun's demeanor, Dai Mubai, feeling somewhat exasperated, explains to the others that due to the peculiar nature of his martial soul, the plump fellow invests all his resources in food and women. Truth be told, I believe that if Ma Hongjun were not a soul master, he could indeed have a promising future as a chef. However, there are notable differences from the original narrative, particularly with the presence of Tang Yin and Yao, who have established prior connections. Currently, the camaraderie among everyone is quite amicable, especially as Zhu Qing is no longer as aloof towards Dai Mubai, coupled with the amiable disposition of Ning Rongrong. Laughter and conversation fill the dining table. Among them, Ning Rongrong exhibits the most significant deviation from her original portrayal, all thanks to Yao's efforts. As a psychologist with an understanding of the original story, Yao adeptly identified the vulnerabilities in Ning Rongrong's heart. During their initial runs together, she engaged in conversation while guiding her to forge friendships. It is precisely due to Yao's assistance that Rongrong did not succumb to laziness as she did in the original tale, but rather, she completed the run alongside Yao and Oscar. Consequently, the atmosphere at the dining table is vibrant, a stark contrast to the original narrative. This is the very aim of Tang Yin and Yao, Since their existence inherently brings about change, why not steer everything towards a positive direction? Those present had once profoundly moved them. Now, as they stand as partners to the younger generation, they naturally hold nothing back. The ambience at Shrek is lively, and as they share a meal, their relationships grow closer. With Tang Yin absent, each time a new dish arrives, they take a moment to set aside some for him, resulting in a rather plentiful dinner awaiting Tang Yin. As the dining hour continues, the remaining tables in the restaurant dwindle. At that moment, a group of individuals arrives from outside, exuding an unmistakable aura of soul power, which clearly signifies their identities. Leading this group is a middle-aged man, whose stature is reminiscent of Zhao Wujia's, yet he lacks the solid and trustworthy demeanor that Zhao possesses, instead appearing rather scheming. In stark contrast to the leader, the neatly attired young soul masters behind him are dressed in garments adorned with silver threads and golden patterns, vibrant and dynamic in appearance. This entourage consists of 5 men and 2 women, all possessing commendable looks, and the characters Zhanghui emblazoned on their attire mark their affiliation. Upon seeing the newcomers, the others from Shrek remain largely indifferent, yet Yao's expression shifts to one of curiosity. Could their influence truly be so minimal? After all, they had departed for Songhui Academy several days later than the original characters. In truth, Yao has made an error in her assumption. This group is not the same as those from the original story, but rather another cohort led by the same instructor. Songhui, being a university, naturally has students who have reached the 30th level, albeit they are older as they are nearing graduation. The restaurant owner, noticing yet another group of soul masters arriving for a meal, promptly greets them. This is not to imply that the individuals from Songhui are malicious, as Oscar mentioned. The small town reliant on the Star Dough Forest thrives on these soul masters, who are its primary consumers. After all, in this realm, being a soul master is both a noble profession and a lucrative one. Who would overlook the spending power of these individuals? Ma Hongjun, while indifferent to the others, finds his attention drawn once again to the 2 female soul masters in the group. Though they may not be extraordinary beauties in comparison to Xiao Wu or Yao, they possess their own allure, having fully matured. The temptation posed by these mature women is evidently greater for Ma Hongjun. Upon witnessing this scene, he instinctively calls out to Dai Mubai, who is startled by the invitation. Given the delicate state of his relationship with Zhu Qing, he hesitates to respond. After casting a reproachful glare at Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai cautiously redirects his gaze towards Zhu Qing, only to be met with her icy countenance. In a flurry of words, he quickly reassures her, "Zhu Qing, don't misinterpret this. I truly have no interest in them. I merely find that Songhui Academy's reputation rather absurd." Regardless of whether it is Ma Hongjun or Dai Mubai, neither shows any inclination to lower their voices. At times, they even raise their volume. Coupled with the naturally heightened hearing of soul masters, even amidst the restaurant's clamor, the newcomers from Songhui hear them distinctly, particularly the leader, who visibly frowns. Upon realizing that the comments come from a group of seemingly youthful individuals, his expression darkens further. Oscar, witnessing this, becomes intrigued and jovially informs his companions. "Congratulations, everyone. Prepare yourselves for a spectacle." At this moment, Tang San remains oblivious to the arrival of the Songhui group, as he is preoccupied with the task of preparing a meal for his dear friend, Abudu. Currently, he is focused on the presentation of Tang Yin's dinner, leaving no time to concern himself with the individuals from Songhui. Thus, he regards Oscar's sudden remark with curiosity. Not only Tang San, but also Ning Rongrong and the other new students turn their attention to Oscar, who, basking in the newfound attention, adopts an air of a senior, declaring, "This is actually part of our training at the academy." As our esteemed Dean Flander would say, a soul master who shies away from conflict is not a true soul master. After all, it has been said that those who avoid trouble are mediocre. Upon hearing Oscar's explanation, the new students of Shrek cannot help but chuckle, particularly Xiao Wu and Tang San, as the dean's image in their minds has undergone a remarkable transformation in recent days. It is at this juncture that Tang San diverts his attention slightly, scanning the area to glean a few key pieces of information. He then inquires of Oscar while arranging the dishes. These individuals appear to be over 20 years old, indicating that Songhui Academy is likely a prestigious institution. Would provoking them not bring trouble to our academy? Such matters are trivial. If any issues arise, our dean will surely handle them. Oscar replies with a grin. This is precisely why I believe that engaging with fellow students is the most favorable scenario. At this moment, the members of Tsanhui Academy had already taken their seats, just 2 tables away from Tang San and his companions. Tang San quickly noticed that the middle-aged man leading them seemed to whisper something to the 2 young men beside him. However, Tang San paid little heed to it. As long as it did not interfere with his plans to feed his younger brother, he could leave these matters to Dai Mubai. For him, the most important thing was to tend to his beloved Dudu. Just as Tang San diverted his gaze, the young men who had been instructed rose and approached him. Although Tang San was unaware of their intentions, Dai Mubai observed their approach with disdain. Tang San sensed their advance, but was focused on the crucial task at hand. He would not be distracted by these individuals. He knew that Tang Yin had even employed the purple extreme magic eye to prepare a feast for Dudu. Having arranged everything, Tang San was ready to take Tang Yin's dinner upstairs when he suddenly remembered that Zyro Yunu had also gone to rest with Tang Yin. He decided to find Oscar for sausage. However, just as Tang San turned to seek Oscar, one of the young men from Tsanhui Academy suddenly charged forward, colliding with a waiter and sending him crashing into Tang San, who had just turned around. Although it is said that turning is the moment when one is most unstable, Tang San managed to steady himself in time. Yet, this brief distraction caused the carefully arranged dishes that Tang Yin adored to tumble to the ground. The young man from Tsanhui Academy appeared quite pleased with the outcome. A sly smile unmistakably etched upon his face as he remarked, "Oh dear, how unfortunate." Yet before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly ensnared by the swiftly appearing blue-silver grass, binding him completely, even silencing him. In the next instant, Dai Mubai stood before him, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. The force of the blow sent him hurtling away, despite the restraints of the blue-silver grass. Tang San was furious. The consequences were dire. He had intended to surprise Tang Yin with a delightful dinner, especially since Tang Yin had generously shared his remarkable self-created soul skills and techniques with everyone. All were immensely grateful and wished to express their appreciation. Many had even consulted Tang San regarding Tang Yin's culinary preferences. Now, the very dishes Tang Yin cherished had been ruined. How could they endure this? If they did, they would no longer be the little monsters of Shrek Academy. Since trouble was inevitable, they decided to confront the adversaries directly. The sudden escalation prompted the middle-aged leader from Tsanhui Academy to spring into action, catching the injured student who had been sent flying. He placed a hand on the young man's back, initiating a healing process. The young man's complexion shifted dramatically, and he ultimately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, the quantity indicating a severity of at least 200 to 400. As the blood flowed, he appeared to weaken, yet it was evident that his injuries had stabilized. In response, Dai Mubai positioned himself in front of the Shrek group, addressing the opposing party with a mocking tone. "Oh dear, I seem to have lost control. I shall endeavor to be gentler next time." In that moment, the aura of the evil white tiger radiated from Dai Mubai, his gaze filled with disdain and his demeanor exuding arrogance. Even their own companions, such as Yao Yao, could not help but feel that Dai Mubai was insufferable. The spectacle of conflict erupted, causing a stir throughout the restaurant. Many timid patrons began to vacate the premises, while bolder souls remained, excitement flickering across their faces. The reason was simple. Ordinary individuals wishing to witness battles between soul masters would typically have to venture to the grand soul fighting arenas, an expense that could be quite substantial. Here, however, they could observe a soul master clash up close for free, which was undeniably thrilling. Regardless of the surrounding spectators, neither Dai Mubai nor the middle-aged leader paid them much mind. Once the young man was tended to, the leader, with a grim expression, leaned closer to Dai Mubai, whispering, "Which academy are you little rascals from? Is this the standard of your upbringing?" In response to this inquiry, Dai Mubai crossed his arms defiantly, retorting, "Are you trying to interrogate me? Do you believe you are worthy?" Witnessing this exchange, Yao Yao could not help but admire Dai Mubai's prowess and mockery. He truly was a master of taunts. The leader of the opposing group, clearly incensed by the insult, declared very well, "Since your teachers have failed to discipline you, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson. All of you attack." With the leader's command, all but 2 female students surged forward to confront Tang San and his companions. Upon witnessing this, Yao Yao swiftly positioned herself above Dai Mubai, feeling somewhat responsible for the situation. Had she not involved herself, Tang Yin's demeanor would not have been so affected. Seeing her boyfriend's lack of spirit stirred a sense of guilt within her, especially after they had just arranged the meal. This infuriated her. At that moment, the excitement escalated as Xiao Wu, the 10,000-year rogue rabbit, perked up at the prospect of a fight. Without hesitation, she leaped into action. Tang San's eyes shimmered with a hazy purple light. Neither side had activated their martial souls, leaving them unaware of each other's levels. Yet, as a 10,000-year rabbit, Xiao Wu charged in, unleashing her martial soul in an instant and attacking one of the male students with a powerful leap, wrapping her legs around his neck and delivering a crushing blow that sent him flying. As Xiao Wu landed gracefully after a backflip, she swiftly turned to the other students, casting a mesmerizing control that left them momentarily frozen. In that fleeting moment, Tang San's blue-silver grass ensnared them together, triggering a paralyzing toxin. Seizing the opportunity created by Tang San's distraction, Xiao Wu unleashed a flurry of kicks upon them, sending them reeling through the air. Tang San's trust in Xiao Wu's ability to handle the offensive stemmed from his own burgeoning powers. His purple extreme magic had reached a profound level, greatly enhancing his vision and allowing him to perceive all details within his field of view. This heightened perception slowed his opponent's movements, making them appear sluggish. However, the most significant aspect was that in the world of Douluo, at this stage, the purple extreme magic enabled him to discern the soul power levels of those before him, provided they were of a lower rank than he. Currently, this was indeed the case, as the purple extreme magic conveyed the soul power levels of the 6 students before him to Tang San. Based on his understanding of Xiao Wu, she was more than capable of overwhelming them. Moreover, given that they had ruined his beloved Adudu's dinner, Tang San could not simply stand idle. With Xiao Wu already engaged, he felt compelled to join the fray as well. In the next moment, his hands transformed, becoming as hard as jade, and he charged forward alongside her. In the next moment, the scene shifted from a one-sided domination by Xiao Wu to a mixed doubles match between Xiao Wu and Tang San, delivering a profound physiological and psychological blow to their adversaries. Observing the intensity of the combat, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun felt a surge of excitement, and the skirmish evolved into a chaotic four-way brawl. Ultimately, apart from Oscar and Ning Rongrong, who leisurely dined at the sidelines, everyone else joined the fray. The brutality of the scene was staggering. In an instant, all the students from Sanghui Academy were bested by the members of Shrek Academy, with even the 2 girls being swiftly taken down by Xiao Wu. After a flurry of blows, the Shrek students finally ceased their onslaught. However, the beaten Sanghui students were unwilling to concede defeat, believing that their failure stemmed from not unleashing their soul power in time. Once they caught their breath, they began to unleash their respective martial souls, proudly considering themselves as students from a prestigious Soul Master Academy. They believed they could easily vanquish a mere group of younger opponents. In an instant, various martial souls illuminated the arena, their soul rings flashing. Yet all they possessed were a basic configuration of 1 white and 1 yellow ring, starkly inferior to that of the Shrek members. You ladies need not participate in the next battle. Us gentlemen can handle it, Dai Mubai declared. The girls, including Yao, had no objections and returned to the dining table, though their lingering glances back suggested they were not entirely satisfied. With their female companions sidelined, Dai Mubai and the others no longer held back, summoning their martial souls. The appearance of their optimal soul ring configurations, particularly Dai Mubai's Millennium Soul Ring, plunged the Sanghui students into despair. The disparity in the number and quality of soul rings was insurmountable. In that instant, the morale of the Sanghui Academy students shattered completely. They found themselves at a loss, unable to comprehend how a group so much younger could possess such superior soul power and rings. Stripped of their fighting spirit, they lacked even the courage to face the Shrek students. Everyone, cease this at once. The voice of their leader, who had been observing from the back, finally broke the tension. He summoned his students back and approached Tang San and his companions, instructing them to return to their positions. It was not merely the Sanghui students who were taken aback. Even their leader was astonished at the sight of Shrek's soul rings and levels. Upon initially observing Tang San and his friends, one might assume they were merely children of 11 or 12 years. Even the eldest among them seemed no more than 15 at most. Yet, these seemingly youthful individuals possessed remarkable soul ring configurations, including one with 3 rings, indicating that the eldest was at least a soul sovereign. Such accomplishments at the tender age of 15 were unprecedented in the leader's experience. He even felt a twinge of envy towards Dai Mubai, who, despite being a seasoned soul master over level 50, only had 2 Millennium Rings. Due to the exceptional talent and soul ring configurations displayed by Tang San and his friends, he refrained from instigating a confrontation. Recognizing their potential status within the soul master community, especially considering the formidable forces they might be associated with. We hail from Sanghui Academy, and I am Yi Zhiqiu, the director of the External Affairs Department. May I inquire about your esteemed academy or sect? Yi Zhiqiu voiced with a solemn tone. Upon hearing his name, Yao instinctively covered her face, realizing that the character who had been beaten by Vice Dean Zhao Wujin in the original story was indeed this very individual. This knowledge cast a shadow of seriousness over Yao, as she recalled that Zhao Wujin was capable of handling opponents far beyond their current means. We are from Shrek Academy. Ma Ongjun stated proudly. Yi Zhiqiu, recalling the name, quickly assessed that they were not affiliated with any renowned Soul Master Academy. He then began to ponder whether they were descendants of any significant powers. Observing their martial souls, Yi Zhiqiu's thoughts began to race. Believing that Dai Mubai's martial soul was not widely recognized, and that Ning Rongrong had yet to summon hers, he concluded that they lacked any substantial backing, prompting him to consider teaching these students a lesson. With his mind set, Yi Zhiqiu summoned his martial soul without hesitation. Xiangui, manifest! The beast martial soul, Xiangui, emerged, and a wave of dark energy radiated from him, dispersing the combined force of Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun, pushing them back. A green silhouette of the Xiangui appeared behind him, enveloped in emerald soul power, forming an armor reminiscent of a turtle shell. 5 soul rings rose beneath him, showcasing his prowess, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple. While Yi Zhiqiu's soul ring configuration was not particularly impressive, his level of over 50 ensured a powerful soul force that immediately suppressed the Shrek members. Allow me to demonstrate why one should refrain from excessive boldness in this realm, he proclaimed, but before he could finish, a beam of energy surged towards them, creating a powerful penetrating force that sent Yi Zhiqiu crashing out of the inn. Who is causing such a ruckus outside? Can one not get a moment's rest? A voice echoed from the second floor. Everyone turned towards the source and beheld Tang Yin, who had just unleashed a laser cannon. How dare you? Who are you to attack me unprovoked? Yi Zhiqiu fumed, having been blasted outside and colliding with a tree. Tang Yin, recognizing the situation, was awakened by Yi Zhiqiu's earlier soul power eruption. Upon emerging, he saw his brother being pushed back by an opponent's soul force. Infuriated at the sight of anyone bullying his brother, he swiftly retaliated with his laser cannon, leaving Zhao Wujin, who had been observing the conflict, with no opportunity to intervene. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tang Yin leaped forward, ready to confront the onlookers. The once formidable laser cannon has vanished, replaced by a futuristic anti-tank gun. Tang Yin effortlessly hoisted the cannon with one hand, as if wielding a mere pistol, and pointed it at Yi Zhiqiu, asserting, "You may not comprehend the situation. I'm merely supporting my classmate, not here to dispense justice." No sooner had Tang Yin's words faded than he unleashed a shot from the anti-tank cannon, swiftly retracting it, only to summon another and fire once more. In an instant, both rounds were discharged. The first, from the male gunner's anti-tank cannon, exhibited a remarkable repulsion effect, forcefully knocking Yi Zhiqiu against the tree behind him, causing it to topple. The second shot, from the female gunner, reached Yi Zhiqiu shortly thereafter. The male and female gunner's anti-tank cannons differed. The male's weapon repelled the target before exploding, while the female's inflicted 3 successive explosive damages upon impact. Although the male's cannon boasted slightly greater overall damage, each had its distinct advantages. After dispatching the 2 anti-tank shots, Tang Yin executed a graceful turn. In the next moment, a series of violent explosions erupted behind him, vibrant bursts of color illuminating the air. The sheer power of the blasts and their shockwaves rendered Yi Zhiqiu, who was unprepared for such an onslaught, momentarily unconscious. Tang Yin, however, paid no heed to the fallen Yi Zhiqiu and turned to his elder brother, declaring, "Brother, this is what I've been telling you. Real men never look back at explosions." With the matter settled, Tang Yin nonchalantly stretched, disregarding the chaos he had just instigated, and ambled over to check on his fellow students from Sanghui Academy. exhibiting an air of casualness as if he had not just vanquished a soul king nearly 20 levels above him. Tang Yin felt a tinge of helplessness. The damage from his skills was no longer calculated with the precision of a game, but rather aligned more closely with reality. It seemed as though the strength of his abilities had been adjusted to match the opponent's, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Amidst the turmoil, Xiao Yunmu remained serenely perched atop Tang Yin's head, resembling a hat. Ah, Tang Yin, how ruthless! In contrast to the surrounding crowd, stunned into silence. The members of Shrek Academy had already adapted well. After all, it was merely about defeating someone 20 levels higher. Their vice principal had previously been at the mercy of Tang Yin's prowess. These were trivial matters. At that moment, Zhao Wujia's voice rang out from above. He had initially intended to train the Shrek students, but now, with Tang Yin's decisive display, he no longer concealed his thoughts, stating, "Is it all over? If you're done, head back and get some rest. It's too noisy." Although slightly disheartened by the thwarted plan, Zhao Wujia recognized that they would soon enter the Stardow Forest, where opportunities for collaboration and training would abound. He was in no rush. As Zhao Wujia descended, he admonished, "You lot are making me lose face. Remember this incident. When we return, each of you will undergo special training. It's just a 50-level opponent. Don't hesitate." "Hey, Teacher Zhao, haven't you been observing us from above? Why the sudden change in tone?" Dan Yin Feigen Yin Go Dan, concerned that some of the new students might misunderstand the situation. After all, Zhao Wujia had a tough exterior but a soft heart. While everyone would eventually learn this, Tang Yin preferred to avoid any potential misunderstandings. "Enough chatter. You half-dead lot should go back to sleep," Zhao Wujia retorted, attempting to shift the conversation away from Tang Yin's revelation, before departing with a decisive flourish. The next morning dawned, and the Tang brothers commenced their training in the purple extreme magic eyes. Just as they completed their practice, they heard Zhao Wujia calling them to rise. The brothers were unfazed, accustomed to early mornings and ready to join their peers. However, only Tang San truly woke early, as his first task was to rouse his chronically lazy brother, Tang Yin, who could sleep indefinitely unless forcibly awakened. While the brothers were indifferent to the wake-up call, the others were not so fortunate. Most were unaccustomed to such early rising, particularly the perpetually drowsy Oscar, who emerged wearing a mask of despair. The atmosphere became so heavy that even the Tang brothers felt chill. At that moment, the sun fully ascended, and the members of Shrek stepped into the light, resuming their swift journey. They were now nearing the Stardow Forest, with Oscar particularly excited about the potential enhancement from his third spirit ring. While Tang San, also at level 30, shared in the excitement, he remained composed, having been trained by the master and knowing precisely the direction for his third ring. Upon entering the Stardow Forest, he encountered a particularly appealing spirit spider, boasting over 1,500 years of age. Just as he expressed his desire to obtain its spirit ring, Tang Yin interrupted, "No, you don't want that," and led his brother away, leaving the others bemused. "Xiao San, you might not fully grasp the nature of spirit rings. If that spirit spider were a 10,000-year-old specimen, it could barely suffice for my brother's fourth ring. But otherwise, it's utterly inadequate. And this is in the absence of our martial soul's awakening. Once awakened, who would even consider it? Dan in the mak dit daifun. Shouldn't the fourth spirit ring be a 10,000-year one?" Oscar interjected, "Xiao San, do you harbor a grudge against Xiao Yin? If you feel threatened, just blink." "Ah, Xiao Yin, the fourth spirit ring must indeed be over 10,000 years. That is quite perilous," Dai Mubai added, as they considered Tang San's situation to be within the realm of normalcy. Unlike Tang Yin's exceptional prowess, such feats seemed unattainable. Moreover, what did you mean by martial soul awakening? Ma Hongjun inquired, intrigued by Tang Yin's earlier mention. "Oh, it's nothing. My brother and I possess unique martial souls. The blue silver grass and blue silver gun have not truly awakened. Our mother had intended to guide us through the awakening of 5 rings. But since I planned my brother's third spirit ring, it was cancelled," Tang Yin explained. "Martial souls can awaken again? How exciting!" Zhu Qing exclaimed, as this notion was entirely new to her. "Typically, that is not the case, but our situation is exceptional," Tang Yin replied, his tone reflecting a mix of exasperation and pride in their unique abilities. "Seriously? Xiao San is already formidable. If you awaken another martial soul, what will happen to the rest of us?" Ning Rongrong expressed her bewilderment at the prospect of Tang Yin becoming even more formidable. The perspective of Ning Rongrong instantly captivated everyone's attention. Indeed, with Tang Yin's current extraordinary strength, one cannot help but wonder how formidable he might become after awakening. Who can say? Tang Yin shrugged. But what does the awakening of martial spirits and soul rings have to do with each other? Oscar inquired curiously. My mother mentioned that upon our awakening, we would generate a soul ring, which, being our own, would correspond to the maximum age we could bear at that time. Tang San elucidated. To generate a soul ring oneself is quite impressive. Wait, wouldn't acquiring such high-age soul rings earlier be more advantageous? After all, the effectiveness of early soul skills diminishes due to age. Why not awaken our martial spirits again first to replace them? Zhao Wujing, as a teacher, had a lot on his mind. The reasoning is indeed sound. Little Yin understood this well. However, since Little Yin is insistent on bringing me to the Stardew Forest, there must be a reason, so there's no need to rush. Tang San held unwavering trust in his younger brother. Even without any words from Tang Yin, he relinquished his prized cave spider at the mere suggestion of Tang Yin. Do you see? This is what brotherhood is. My brother isn't anxious. So why should you be surprised? I'll bring my elder brother to hunt for soul rings, just for fun. Suddenly, Tang Yin trailed off mid-sentence, leaving everyone puzzled. What on earth is a heh? They collectively exclaimed. Little Yin, you'd better speak properly. If you tease Sister Xiao Wu like that again, be prepared for me to give you a beating, Xiao Wu warned angrily. You can't defeat me, Tang Yin retorted softly. Xiao Wu, it's proven that one should strike their younger brother early, or else you'll never win later. Actually, there isn't a particularly special reason. I merely want to confirm something. Don't worry, even if we fail, there won't be any significant loss, Tang Yin stated. Indeed, Tang Yin primarily sought to ascertain the extent of their influence on the narrative. After all, considering the normal butterfly effect, with the presence of a 100,000-year-old Yao, the ancestors of Shrek might have been obliterated. However, aside from minor changes in details, the overarching direction appears unchanged. The members of Shrek still originate from this realm. They continue to experience lives and circumstances akin to the original narrative. If a justification must be found for this, aside from the world's will or the historical corrections mentioned in the Flash, they truly could not conceive of any other reasons. Verifying such matters is straightforward. As the protagonist group, if they delay their departure by a few days, will Tang San still obtain the 8 spider lances? The outcome of this experiment is crucial. After all, if significant turning points remain unaltered, their plans concerning the Spirit Hall's pursuit of Xiao Wu must be approached with greater caution, especially with Yao present. The temptation posed by 2 unripe 100,000-year-soul beasts is evident. This also explains Tang Yin's ongoing efforts to enhance his own strength. After all, his stance is quite simple. The world can be adjusted as it sees fit for our benefit, but if it acts against us, it won't merely be a matter of me knocking on your coffin lid. It would be a direct upheaval of this world. Today's first update. I humbly request everyone's recommendations and collections. Thank you. Chapter 83. Entering the Stardew Forest, Little Yin. If your conjectures hold true and there exists a certain capacity for correction, will we still encounter the Dragon King and Snake Lady? Having entered the Stardew Forest, Yao quietly inquired of Tang Yin beside her. It's hard to say. Some minor events have indeed changed. Let us observe for now. By the way, here's today's revival coin. Would you like to take it? When the time comes, you can use it with Xiao Wu's mother's relic to see if it works. If it doesn't, tell Xiao Wu not to worry. There's always a way, Tang Yin said, while handing today's produced revival coin to Yao. All right, Yao responded as she accepted the revival coin and adjusted her position. After all, her designated place was in the middle of the group for protection, yet due to the uniqueness of her soul skills, she would remain closer to Tang Yin at the front. Tang Yin wasn't at the very front of the team. Dai Mubai led the way. Tang San stood behind Oscar, ensuring everyone fell within his supportive range, while Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun flanked the sides. Zhu Zhuqing was tasked with reconnaissance. This formation had been meticulously planned before entering the Stardew Forest. After all, hunting for soul rings itself posed a test for them, and Zhao Wujing was not part of this system, instead positioned at the rear to support them. The Stardew Forest spans an extensive area, directly crossing continents and connecting the 2 great empires. Naturally, the number of soul beasts here is incalculable. This forest also represents the most ambiguous boundary between the two empires. From a cartographic perspective, the portion of the Star Do forest within the Star Luo Empire is somewhat larger, though the Tiando Empire has never acknowledged this. As one of the three major soul beast gathering places on this continent, it has naturally become a favored location for soul masters, as each venture here signifies a potential enhancement of their strength. The age of the Star Do forest is shrouded in mystery, with no historical records remaining. While others may be unaware, Tang Yin and Yao are quite cognizant of the fact that it harbors the formidable beast god emperor, boasting an astonishing age of 890,000 years, undoubtedly the highest existence on the land of Douluo continent. This further implies that the forest's age may even surpass this. Of course, this pertains to strength. If we merely consider age, there exists a million-year-old sky dream ice silkworm here, albeit it lacks the grandeur typically associated with a million-year soul beast, especially when compared to the whale that is Tang Yin's future hunting target. However, such discussions are trivial. The true sovereign here is the Silver Dragon King, a soul beast princess who has carved out a space for her own healing. She possesses genuine second-level divine strength, and that while she is injured, in peak condition, she would truly be a first-level deity. Nonetheless, Tang Yin feels they might not encounter her, as they are venturing into the heart of the Star Do forest. It's understandable for Tang Yin to feel apprehensive. After all, with the connections Xiao Wu and Yao share with their mother, how could they refuse if the Silver Dragon King sought their assistance? However, what sort of matters concern the Silver Dragon King? Wouldn't it involve the interference of the Haotian hammer? Would Tang Yin then have to present himself before the assembly of gods to test the judgment of the treading shot? While Tang Yin is confident in his unique advantage within this Douluo world, he isn't audacious enough to seek divine experimentation with the treading shot. After all, if it yields no result, it would be quite the spectacle to witness. Thus, Tang Yin resolved to avoid provoking such entities whenever possible. Presently, however, there is no time for distractions, as within the Star Do forest, soul beasts aged several thousand to tens of thousands of years remain quite common. A sudden attack would spell disaster. After all, the mortality rate for Shrek students is not low. This is precisely why Zhao Wujing personally occupies the critical rear position, and all supporter personnel are stationed in the middle of the formation. Dai Mubai, as the team leader, takes the front, paving the way, while Zhu Zhuqing scouts ahead within Tang Yin's range. Tang Yin and Tang San serve as a protective shield for their comrades. After all, one specializes in ranged attacks while the other excels in control, providing substantial support and safety. Coupled with the tactical assistance and backing from other team members, their positioning is remarkably comprehensive. Naturally, amidst the tension and vigilance, there exists a sense of relaxation. For instance, the exuberance of Xiao Wu and Yao is palpable, as they are essentially returning home to reunite with their families. How could they not feel excitement? Although Yao expresses a tinge of regret for not visiting her mother in many years, she is also bringing back a boyfriend. Xiao Wu's situation is equally settled. It is only natural for a mother to feel joy upon seeing her daughter return home after such a long absence, especially accompanied by a new partner. Indeed, a mother would undoubtedly be elated, a notion Yao fervently reassures herself with, perhaps in a bid for self-deception. She remains blissfully unaware of the potential consequences of Tang Yin and Tang San encountering her mother. The pace of the Shrek team remains brisk. After all, Dai Mubai, for the sake of convenience in clearing a path, directly manifests his martial spirit. His hands transform into powerful, soul, energy-infused tiger claws, reminiscent of daggers, slashing through the air with ferocity. In terms of efficiency, he surpasses even the grass-cutting machine that nearly harmed a puppy. Meanwhile, Tang Yin has activated his purple extreme magic eye, sharpening his dynamic vision to its utmost capacity, meticulously observing his surroundings. He is acutely aware of the formidable aggression exhibited by the soul beasts residing in the Star Do Great Forest, fully cognizant of the hunters they have encountered over the years. This long-standing animosity has only deepened, particularly among the pack-dwelling soul beasts, which exhibit a formidable collective strength and are typically led by a particularly powerful individual. In such scenarios, unless one possesses exceptional individual strength or a formidable team of soul masters, the chances of survival are exceedingly slim. Thus, while Tang Yin's thoughts race, His primary focus remains on the environment. Should they inadvertently enter the territory of these soul beasts, a prompt retreat is imperative, with no margin for error, lest they encounter calamity. The purpose of activating the purple extreme magic eye extends beyond mere vigilance. At this moment, Tang Yin swiftly approaches Dai Mubai, intercepting the tiger claw strike he was about to unleash. "What is it, Xiao Yin? Have you discovered something?" Dai Mubai inquires with curiosity upon seeing Tang Yin materialize beside him. Meow. Before Tang Yin can respond, the small cloud mother perched on his shoulder lets out an adorable call toward Dai Mubai. Following the sound, everyone notices a small squirrel-like soul beast trembling beneath the underbrush, clutching its head in fear, precisely in the vicinity of Dai Mubai's intended attack. Tang Yin's eyes brighten at the sight of this small creature. He gently lifts the frightened soul beast and places it on his opposite shoulder. "Xiao Yin, do you intend to adopt this soul beast?" Dai Mubai questions, intrigued, as he observes the small squirrel curiously exploring its surroundings on Tang Yin's shoulder, showing no inclination to leave. "Yes, since we will be training and may not have time to accompany the little cloud mother. If it wishes to stay by my side, I would gladly accept it." Tang Yin replies. "Xiao Yin, while having a kind heart is commendable, this soul beast is still quite small and lacks offensive capabilities. If we encounter danger, it might become a liability. Perhaps you should release it," Zhao Wujie suggests. "Rest assured, you're unaware of its background," Tang Yin chuckles. He has encountered this small squirrel before in the Douluo universe, recognizing it as a creature that shares the same world as his elder brother. This squirrel has appeared in various scenes, from Holy Spirit Village to the Star-Do Great Forest, even accompanying Tang San to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye and the location of the Haotian Hammer's training. It eventually planted its own banner at the summit of the Haotian sect, akin to the beloved Stan Lee of the Douluo world. Indeed, the small squirrel Tang Yin has captured is renowned among netizens as the million-year soul beast, dubbed the supporting actor emperor. This is not the first time Tang Yin has seen it, but previously it had only appeared from a distance. He had no intention of nurturing it like the little cloud mother. However, considering the upcoming rigorous training tasks, he felt sorry for the little cloud mother being alone. Now that the squirrel has made its way to him, he is prepared to kidnap it instead of purchasing it if it chooses to remain on his shoulder. "Don't worry, it won't hinder our movements. In the worst-case scenario, I can always use it as a projectile in times of danger," Tang Yin reassures with a grin. Although the little squirrel does not fully comprehend human speech, it can't help but tremble slightly at that moment. The others find themselves at a loss for words in response to Tang Yin's remarks. After all, there is little they could do against him. Consequently, Tang Yin finds himself with a plump little squirrel on one shoulder and an adorable little cloud mother on the other, prompting him to imagine a notification. "Congratulations, player. You have achieved the accomplishment of cat and mouse." Surprisingly, the little squirrel's docility catches everyone off guard. It remains quiet and calm. It seems to have a particular fondness for Tang San, as it quickly shifts from Tang Yin's shoulder to Tang San's. Perhaps it senses that remaining with Tang Yin might lead to being thrown off. However, the Star-Do Great Forest is indeed dense with trees, nearly obscuring all sunlight. In such an environment, human perception of time inevitably becomes distorted, as there are too few light sources to reference. If they wait until it grows dark, it may be too late. Thus, Tang Yin repeatedly climbs to the treetops to assess the situation, as these trees stand at least 20 meters tall, making him the most adept climber. As the day progresses, fatigue begins to weigh on everyone. Around 4 in the afternoon, Zhao Wujie calls for a halt, allowing the group to rest. Their journey has led them to encounter numerous soul beasts, and they have generally opted to circumvent unnecessary confrontations. However, should they face a mandatory solo encounter, they remain unyielding. The back-and-forth battles and evasive maneuvers have left everyone on edge, making an early rest essential. "Let us rest here for the night," Zhao Wujie announces to the Shrek team, instantly alleviating their tension. Dai Mubai swings his claws to clear the surrounding underbrush, swiftly creating a clearing for their temporary campsite. The group gathers around a fire in a makeshift camp. In a surprising turn of events, Yao chooses to sit beside Tang Yin, resting her head gently on his shoulder. Her demeanor has shifted from the initial joy and excitement of their arrival. Although she was once human in her previous life and understands the necessity of hunting soul rings for advancement, Yao, as a soul beast who has lived for 100,000 years, cannot help but feel a pang of compassion upon witnessing the slaying of her kind. Xiao Wu shares a similar sentiment, perhaps even more acutely. After all, Yao straddles the line between being a soul beast and a human, reminiscent of a certain Ultraman who must defeat monsters by turning ancient beings into soup. However, Xiao Wu, being a pure spirit beast, found her spirits further dampened by the current circumstances. Tang San, aware of Xiao Wu's emotional turmoil, felt at a loss on how to console her, given his knowledge of her true identity. Ultimately, he could only gently comb her hair, striving to provide a semblance of security. Meanwhile, Tang Yin, witnessing Yao's distress, felt a pang of sympathy and looked around for a means to comfort the two women. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What better way to uplift spirits than with a pet? With that thought, he placed Xiao Yunmu into Yao's embrace, and upon observing his brother's actions, Tang San instantly understood his intent and handed over the little squirrel to Xiao Wu. This tender scene evoked envy from the other two girls, who rushed to their own roommates to find solace in their furry companions. Gradually, the atmosphere among the four women began to brighten. Eventually, Tang Yin and Tang San found themselves somewhat sidelined as their partners focused on the pets, leading Tang San to remark, "Well done, Xiao Yin. I see you had this in mind all along when you decided to adopt that little squirrel." Zhao Wujia, ever vigilant of his students' actions, patted Tang Yin's shoulder with pride. Indeed, Tang Yin unabashedly affirmed. Just as they had settled into a brief respite, the attention of the Tang brothers and Zhao Wujia suddenly shifted to a particular direction. Zhao Wujia called out before Tang Yin and the others, "All personnel, be on guard. Something is approaching us." As his voice rang out, the members of Shrek Academy instantly transitioned into combat readiness, summoning their various martial souls. Tang Yin, Tang San, and Dai Mubai quickly gathered, forming a protective barrier around their companions. In the heart of their formation, Xiao Yunmu floated gracefully, a testament to Tang Yin's choice to include her in their strategy. Now capable of aerial flight, Xiao Yunmu could defend herself, alleviating any worries from her companions. As time passed, the rustling sounds around them grew increasingly pronounced, to the point that even the support-type soul masters like Yao could discern them clearly. "I'll scout from the trees." Without hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing, tasked with reconnaissance, leaped into action, utilizing her agility as an agile attack-type soul master to ascend the trees with remarkable swiftness. Having transformed her martial soul, she possessed feline-like vision, sufficient to navigate through the dim light. The rustling intensified, and soon even Yao, the support-type soul master, could easily hear the disturbance ahead. Zhu Zhuqing's voice soon echoed down from above. "It appears to be a serpentine spirit beast, but it seems capable of flight, albeit not very high, perhaps 2 to 3 meters off the ground. It has a fleshy crest atop its head and a uniquely shaped tail resembling a fan." Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's description, Tang Yin's heart eased considerably. It was evident that they were indeed the protagonists of this world, backed by a formidable reality. Truly a child of destiny. Zhao Wujia exclaimed with delight. "If I'm not mistaken, that spirit beast is a rare phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Its crest is quite valuable." He turned to Tang San and Oscar. "You both are fortunate. This spirit beast is suitable for either of you. We just need to ascertain its age, if it's appropriate. You can decide amongst yourselves who will claim it." Zhu Zhuqing, maintaining her vigil, was instructed to alert them immediately should the creature attempt to flee. "Understood. But it seems its focus is on us, and its speed is considerable," Zhu Zhuqing remarked. "Zhuqing, observe its movements closely and check for any signs of injury or imbalance." Yao inquired. "No, it's moving swiftly and shows no signs of injury," Zhu Zhuqing replied. The absence of injuries indicated that this was not the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake they had anticipated, suggesting unforeseen developments. As Tang San began to strategize, he called up to Zhu Zhuqing. "Can you describe the length of this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake and the color of its wings?" "It appears to be around 7 to 8 meters long, with red wings," Zhu Zhuqing responded. Tang San calculated in his mind, then confidently stated, "Oscar, congratulations. This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is perfect for you. Its pale red wings can only form after evolving for a millennium. If it measures 7 to 8 meters, its age is likely between 701, 900 years, making it an ideal candidate for your third spirit ring." "And what about you, little San?" Oscar inquired, noticing Tang San's willingness to let the creature go. "Rest assured, My brother, I have already identified a suitable target for my spirit ring. You can focus on absorbing this one, Tang Yin assured Oscar with a pat on the shoulder. Really? You seem almost prescient, Oscar remarked, feeling a sense of confidence in Tang Yin's words. You needn't worry. I would never lead my brother astray. Just focus on absorbing it, Tang Yin insisted, then took out 2 machine guns, preparing to cover the direction from which the sounds approached. Without hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of fire, effectively sealing off the movements of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. As Tang Yin initiated the attack, Dai Mubai and the others sprang into action while Tang San summoned numerous blue-silver grasses, ensnaring the creature and preventing it from escaping. In that critical moment, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun unleashed their ranged spirit abilities, the White Tiger's Radiant Wave and the Phoenix's Fire Line, while Ning Rongrong provided support to amplify their attacks. Following a devastating wave of skills, the once formidable phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was rendered vulnerable. Dai Mubai seized the opportunity to grapple the creature's tail and executed a powerful throw, transitioning into a relentless series of moves that would astonish even the Hulk himself. After Dai Mubai's punishing display, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was left in a dire state. It's your turn now, Oscar, Dai Mubai signaled, brushing off the dust from his hands. He had not anticipated such seamless teamwork, executing their plan with remarkable efficiency. Observing the scene unfold, Tang Yin and Tang San embraced their respective partners, covering their ears to provide comfort amidst the chaos. Though the existence of a food chain among spirit beasts was acknowledged, these two were herbivorous, having never harmed many creatures even throughout their lengthy lives. Witnessing such a scene, they certainly required a moment to gather themselves. As Oscar began to absorb the soul rings, Dai Mubai approached the Tang brothers and, noticing the worried expressions of Xiao Wu and the others, inquired, "Are Xiao Wu and Yao all right? They are merely unaccustomed to witnessing such carnage." Tang Yin responded on behalf of Yao and the others. "That's a relief. Speaking of which, Xiao San, you are truly an encyclopedia of the Soul Master Realm. With such an impressive reservoir of knowledge," Dai Mubai remarked with admiration. He genuinely respected the Tang brothers. The elder brother possessed a calm demeanor, clear reasoning, and an extensive wealth of knowledge, while the younger brother, aside from his lack of restraint, exhibited unparalleled talents in every aspect. It's nothing extraordinary. After all, my teacher is the master. It's merely a testament to his excellent instruction, Tang San humbly replied. In the opening chapter of the day, he mentioned, Erha has some matters to attend to today. Updates will depend on the situation tonight. He concluded with a plea for votes and collections. Chapter 86. After all, we won't die. Let us indulge freely. Tang San did not feign excessive humility, for to call him an encyclopedia was somewhat of an understatement. After all, he had only been with the master for a few years and could not possibly absorb everything. However, the master's knowledge was indeed vast. It could be said that he was an absolute authority on all research pertaining to soul beasts, soul masters, and martial souls within the Douluo world. Thanks to the master's guidance, in terms of theoretical knowledge alone, Tang San was qualified to hold a position at any prestigious Soul Master Academy. Initially, Tang San would drag his brother Tang Yin to attend the master's lectures, but after the first class, Tang Yin was adamant about never returning. You mean to tell me that the book measuring over 50 centimeters in length, 30 centimeters in width, and at least 10 centimeters thick is merely a catalog of future learning materials? And the master claims this is just the tip of the iceberg, with so much more for us to learn? At that moment, Tang Yin thought to himself, Master, do you even know how to encourage people to study? I don't know if that catalog can enlighten me, but it's certainly capable of inducing a headache. If I could manage to read all that, I should be pursuing a doctorate at Tsinghua University alongside my siblings from my previous life, rather than here trying to pry the coffins open of various physics experts. Ultimately, only Tang San continued to attend the master's classes daily, observing his brother's dedication to learning. Tang Yin was certain that if his brother were to step into the world from his previous life, he would undoubtedly be the envy of others. Xiao Yin, just what kind of soul ring do you intend for your brother to absorb? What soul beast is it? Ning Rongrong could not contain her curiosity once more. In an instant, all eyes from Shrek Academy were fixed on Tang Yin, for a soul ring that could compel Tang Yin to forego his awakening was undoubtedly extraordinary. Were it not for their knowledge that Tang Yin would never jest about his brother's soul rings, they might have suspected that a soul beast had offended him, prompting Tang Yin to go to such lengths to hunt it down. Wait, it seems Xiao Yin is capable of such things as well. Well, it doesn't matter if I tell you now. With Oscar's precedent, I believe my brother's soul bone is almost certain, Tang Yin said with a villainous smile. The target I've set for my brother is a soul beast known as the man-faced demon spider, which should be over 2,000 years old. Xiao San, did you somehow offend your Xiao Yin? It seems he simply wishes to sacrifice you. Ma Hongjun could not help but clear his throat upon hearing Tang Yin's words. Although he was uncertain about the upper limit for absorbing the third soul ring, he knew that 2,000 years was beyond the norm. Xiao Yin, you didn't attend the Master S classes, so you might not be aware that the Master mentioned the upper limit for the third soul ring is generally around 1,700 years, Tang San concluded. Immediately, Tang Yin summoned his martial soul, displaying his 3 soul rings, the first at 9 years, the second at 1,200, and the third at 2,400. This left Tang San's voice dwindling. Brother, you're already aware of Xiao Wu and the others' identities. Do you think we can protect them merely through the limits of ordinary people? Tang Yin whispered in his brother's ear. Xiao Yin, what are you talking about? Is achieving godhood at level 100 not a bit too extravagant? Tang San had never heard of such a notion, yet anything pertaining to divinity was inherently complex. Brother, heed my words. A man must possess a measure of unrealistic confidence to achieve success. Dan Yin Zhuge. Unrealistic confidence? Tang San had yet to process his brother's words when Dai Mubai, upon hearing them, began to reflect deeply, contemplating the spectrum of striving for life against the backdrop of despair. After all, given the age difference between him and his brother, Dai Mubai felt his soul power was above Tang San's, and the years of experience had eroded his confidence in overcoming challenges. Yet suddenly, upon hearing Tang Yin's assertion, Dai Mubai glanced at the enchanting companion beside him, recalling their earlier conversation. With nothing left to lose, he resolved to take a chance. Just as Tang Yin had said, a man must possess a measure of unrealistic confidence to succeed. In contrast, Tang San was preoccupied with recalling the grievances he had yet to avenge. Even as thoughts of his father occupied his mind. I believe in you. So what shall we do next? Tang San ultimately confirmed that he had no unresolved issues with his brother and agreed, dismissing the earlier incident at the Rose Inn. Seeing that Tang San had acquiesced, Xiao Wu and Zhao Wujin promptly stepped in to advise against it. Third brother, it's best to reconsider. A 2,000-year soul ring is simply too much, Xiao Wu cautioned. Before Xiao Wu could finish her sentence, Yao leaned in and whispered, Sister Xiao Wu, you must have faith in your man. Yao, what are you saying? Xiao Wu was momentarily flustered, her mind overwhelmed by a combination of worry and embarrassment. Then it settled. Yao, which direction shall we head? Tang Yin inquired, recalling that his brother encountered the man-faced demon spider while pursuing Xiao Wu. The Titan giant ape was undoubtedly moving towards their home. So Tang Yin promptly asked Yao to lead the way. This direction. Yao quickly identified the path, for she would never mistake the way home. If Xiao Wu's mind had not reached its limit, she would have realized that she was entirely unfamiliar with the direction Yao indicated. Indeed, it is quite normal for Yao, possessing a chronic sense of direction issues, to frequently get lost. Xiao San, are you truly resolved? Absorbing a 2,000-year soul ring is something I have never heard of, Zhao Wujin reiterated earnestly. Rest assured, Teacher Zhao, if we tread the path of ordinary individuals, then are we not monsters ourselves? Tang Yin chuckled. Exactly. And we have absolute assurance in terms of life, Tang San added. He was confident in this regard, especially considering he still possessed several resurrection tokens that Tang Yin had not taken. In that instant, Tang San suddenly grasped the profound truth behind Tang Yin's earlier words. After all, we won't die. Let us indulge freely. The sensation of being utterly unconcerned about death. To boldly attempt anything one desires feels remarkably liberating. In that fleeting moment, Tang San sensed that he had opened a door to an entirely new realm. Chapter 87. I must speak. Ha ha ha, splendidly said. It is no wonder that we are students of Shrek. We must possess such audacity. Very well, regardless of the outcome. Today, I shall indulge you, 2 brothers, in a bout of madness. Zhao Wujia, observing the determination in the brothers' eyes, recognized that any attempt to dissuade them would be futile, and thus he chuckled heartily. The group took a moment to recuperate, while Oscar completed the absorption of his soul ring. He exhaled deeply, his eyes fluttering open. In the next instant, as Oscar's eyes widened, a radiant pink light erupted around him, enveloping him in its glow. Subsequently, 3 soul rings emerged in succession from beneath his feet, with one of them appearing exceedingly noble under the illumination of 2 yellow rings. This signified that Oscar had officially ascended to the rank of Soul Master. Congratulations, little Oscar. From this moment forth, you are a Soul Master, Xiao Wujia greeted the newly promoted Oscar. Following his acquisition of the 3rd soul ring, Oscar experienced some subtle changes. Firstly, under the refinement of the soul ring upon his body, he had gained a bit of height, exuding an invigorating aura. However, the most noticeable transformation lay in his naturally charming peach blossom eyes. Now, after his breakthrough, they shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of the energy emitted by a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. At this moment, Dai Mubai approached Oscar with a smile, saying, "Congratulations, little Oscar. You are now the second among us to successfully reach the rank of 30-level Soul Master. Quickly, showcase what skills your new soul ring has bestowed upon you." Oscar, accustomed to the indifference of his companions, merely jotted down notes. However, upon hearing Dai Mubai's request for a demonstration of his 3rd soul skill, Oscar's expression shifted to one of trepidation. The laughter that had previously adorned his face vanished. With a hint of embarrassment, he replied, "Perhaps we should hold off on that. Dai Lauda, this is something we could discuss later." Seeing Oscar's reluctance, Ma Hongjun chided him. "Little Oscar, this is where you are mistaken. What is there to fear? Are you worried we will mock your skill? We have already witnessed the humor of your previous 2 soul skills." With Ma Hongjun's encouragement, Oscar found it hard to refuse. Ultimately, he resigned himself and said, "All right, but we must establish a rule. You must not laugh after hearing my soul incantation." The group nodded vigorously, and Tang Yin assured him, "Rest assured, Oscar, we are professionally trained. No matter how amusing your soul incantation may be, we will not laugh." Despite his earnestness, the smirk at the corner of Tang Yin's mouth betrayed him. "Indeed, unless we cannot contain ourselves," Yao chimed in, their banter perfectly synchronized. Faced with this motley crew of raucous friends, Oscar had little recourse. He raised his right hand and declared, "Fantastical mushroom sausage," the moment the words left his lips. Uproarious laughter erupted from the crowd. Even Xiao Wujia, at the back, could not suppress his shaking shoulders. Watching the once serious group, now amused to the point of glee, Oscar exclaimed in dismay, "Do we not agree to refrain from laughter? Apologies, but your soul incantation is simply irresistible," Tang Yin managed to say through his laughter. In truth, his humor threshold was not so low, but the infectious atmosphere compelled him to join in. As the laughter continued to swell, Oscar finally conjured a bizarrely shaped sausage into his hand. Visually, it bore a striking resemblance to his 1st soul skill. Yet the end of the sausage featured a protrusion akin to a mushroom cap, reminiscent of the fleshy crown atop a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Xiao Wujia, the esteemed teacher of Shrek, managed to stifle his laughter and turned to Oscar, whose eyes now reflected a mixture of resentment and pride. "All right, everyone, let us contain our amusement for a moment. Little Oscar, please elucidate the capabilities of this soul skill. After all, it is a millennium-level technique, and its effects should be quite impressive." With a huff of indignation, Oscar replied, "You may laugh all you wish. This mushroom sausage will henceforth be reserved solely for the Tang brothers, leaving you all to pine for it. After all, this soul beast was technically a gift from the Tang brothers to Oscar, and he was jokingly excluding them from sharing." As the group continued to suppress their laughter, Oscar, now brimming with pride, proclaimed, "You all should know that my 3rd soul skill, Fantastical Mushroom Sausage, grants the ability to fly." At his proclamation, the laughter abruptly ceased, and astonished gazes turned towards Oscar, all because of those 2 simple words, to fly. Of course, Tang Yin remained the sole exception, still chuckling. However, as he observed that he was the only one still laughing, he felt the awkwardness of the moment increase, especially as Yao regarded him with a knowing look. "Well, it's just the ability to fly, isn't it? Why the sudden seriousness?" Tang Yin awkwardly glanced at the others around him. "Tang Yin, you must understand that this is the ability to fly, unlike the likes of Fatty or the Dean, who possess flying-type martial souls. Other soul masters require at least the rank of Title Douluo to achieve flight," Dai Mubai explained, but before he could finish, Tang Yin's feet ignited with flames, allowing him to hover in midair. He then maneuvered with the grace of a bird, demonstrating a series of aerial acrobatics before returning to the ground, wearing a smug expression. Flying is merely a matter of having hands, isn't it? Quite simple. The crowd collectively gasped, and Oscar, still beaming with pride, prepared to continue his explanation. Chapter 88, Crisis. Little San, I suddenly feel an overwhelming urge to give your brother a good thrashing. Do you have any viable plans? Dai Mubai inquired of Tang San, knowing that taking on Tang Yin solo would not be practical. Well, that poses some difficulty, primarily due to our limited manpower, Tang San mused, momentarily contemplating strategies to subdue his own brother. Count me in. Zhu Zhuqing interjected without hesitation. To deal with Little Yin, we shall join as well. Xiao Wu and Yao exhibited no awareness of their roles as each other's sisters-in-law or daughters-in-law, eagerly volunteering to join Tang San's campaign against domestic violence. I shall provide assistance, declared Ning Rongrong, expressing her willingness to contribute in any capacity. And we too, we shall join, chimed in Oscar and Ma Hongjun in unison. Excellent. I hereby announce the official establishment of the Anti-Silver Alliance. Tang San proclaimed decisively upon seeing all his companions united, satisfied with their numbers. Hey. You can't rush into this. Are you unable to play fair? Now, let us not get distracted, as we are still amidst the perilous Stardow Forest. Oscar, please continue your introduction. We have disturbed you enough, urged Tang Yin, who chose to honor his own instincts, effectively diverting the conversation. The group's focus shifted back to Oscar. Ahem. Oscar cleared his throat to regain their attention before continuing. I have yet to finish. My soul skill has a time limitation. It can only sustain flight for 1 minute. Blast. Aside from the two who have read the script, and Zhao Wujia, everyone else couldn't help but curse at this revelation. Dai Mubai, cracking his knuckles, remarked, Little A.O., you've grown bolder. How about we help you with a few bones, so you won't be gasping for breath when you speak? However, unlike Tang Yin, Oscar did not cower in the face of Dai Mubai's threat. With a grin, he retorted, Boss Dai, are you threatening me? You ought to consider carefully. Do not underestimate the significance of that 1 minute of flight. This soul skill is remarkably beneficial for everyone except Xiao Yin. Dai Mubai scoffed at Oscar's self-promotion. What is so special about a soul skill that can only allow you to fly for a minute? What could be accomplished in such a brief span? You'd struggle to cross wide cliffs or rivers. In response to Dai Mubai's comment, Oscar shook his finger. But what if we utilize the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake's maximum speed for that minute? Would that suffice? What? Oscar's assertion once again astonished everyone present. Ma Hongjun exclaimed in disbelief. Are you suggesting that if we consume your mushroom sausages, we can fly for a minute at the maximum speed of that phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake? Surely you jest. Oscar crossed his arms, pleased with their reactions, and said, What's impossible about that? Do not forget, my soul ring was obtained from that very phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. It's only natural that the soul skill is related to its capabilities. So, if you wish to enjoy my mushroom delicacies in the future, you'd best treat me well and plead earnestly, understand? In that moment, Oscar felt a surge of triumph akin to a surf singing of liberation. Indeed, in terms of effectiveness, Oscar's soul skill was exceptionally practical, especially in the early stages. Although it only allowed for a minute of flight, it was at the remarkable speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, renowned for its swiftness. Thus, with its peak speed, they could cover 2 to 3 kilometers within that minute. This meant that in the face of unforeseen dangers, they could traverse considerable distances in a straight line, free from obstacles. Oscar's soul skill was on par with many that merely granted the ability to fly, as most flight skills of that era were characterized by sluggish speeds. This was why the group had initially laughed at the notion of Oscar's skill being limited to 1 minute. Zhao Wujin nodded in satisfaction, remarking, Excellent. Everyone's efforts have not been in vain. Congratulations, Little A.O., on acquiring an outstanding third soul skill. By the way, how many of these mushroom sausages can you summon with your current soul power? After considering the soul power consumption, Oscar replied, This mushroom sausage consumes significantly more soul power than the previous sausages. Given my current soul power, I can summon at most about 10 at a time. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia glanced at their numbers and nodded approvingly. Very well, 10 is more than sufficient. As your soul power increases, so too will that limit. With this soul skill, Your sausage martial spirit has certainly elevated to an exceptional rank. Now that we have addressed Oscar's martial spirit, let's take some time to rest before we set off again tomorrow. After a night of silence, the group finally resumed their journey in the right direction. Yao, aware of her surroundings, confirmed the path with Xiao Wu before setting out. Regrettably, despite a day's travel, they found no trace of the man-faced demon spider and had to establish a temporary campsite once more. As they were in a soul beast forest, the Shrek members took turns keeping watch. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow had quietly approached their vicinity, possessing remarkable stealth that even the Tang brothers' purple extreme magic eyes could not detect. Even Zhao Wujia's soul same perception failed to sense any anomaly. As night fell once more, the figure remained concealed, observing the Shrek team from the shadows. The following day, although they discovered some remnants of the man-faced demon spider, the creature itself was still elusive. As they ventured deeper into the Stardoe forest, the watch shifted from one person to two. When it was time for Tang Yin and Yao's watch, Tang Yin was awakened by the robot he had summoned, and together with Yao, they took over the night watch from Tang San and Xiao Wu. Without a doubt, if Tang Yin hadn't set an alarm, Tang San would have kept him on watch. Thus, Tang Yin and Yao sat side by side, enjoying the night sounds of the Stardoe forest and the twinkling stars above, while petting the sleeping clouded leopard and squirrel. The scene was enchanting. However, at that moment, an overwhelming pressure descended upon them. The oppressive aura startled everyone awake, prompting Tang Yin to instinctively shield Yao, his expression grave. To his astonishment, the intensity of this pressure surpassed even that of his father. Who would have thought to encounter two such precious treasures here? A melodious female voice echoed in their ears, sending a chill through everyone, as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. Accompanied by this formidable aura, the members of Shrek swiftly emerged from their tents. Zhao Wujia rushed forward to shield everyone from the soul power pressure. May I inquire who you are, my lady? I am Zhao Wujia. If we have disturbed your presence, I humbly apologize. Yet the newcomer seemed uninterested in allowing Zhao Wujia to speak, as a more potent wave of pressure descended, rendering him momentarily speechless. At that instant, illuminated by starlight and firelight, a figure emerged from the woods. 9 perfectly coordinated soul rings appeared at her feet, with the outermost vibrant red 10,000-year soul ring vividly showcasing her formidable strength. Under the illumination of the 9 soul rings, a woman with a figure that would evoke envy and jealousy in all who beheld her embodied the essence of a timeless poem. In the north, there is a beauty, unparalleled and solitary. One glance topples cities, another sways nations. Little do they know, such a beauty is rare. Yet, this ethereal being brought forth an oppressive aura akin to an abyss, rendering onlookers hesitant to meet her gaze. With her arrival, 2 formidable presences swiftly targeted Xiao Wu and Yao, pinning them to the ground, rendering them incapable of uttering a word. The members of Shrek were overwhelmed. The sheer mastery of soul power exhibited was terrifying. I shall take these 2 girls, the rest may leave. Upon her declaration, a surge of formidable soul power forced Zhao Wujia back, revealing the Tang brothers standing protectively before Xiao Wu and Yao. Upon witnessing their predicament, the brothers spared no effort, unleashing their Xiantian Gong to resist the overwhelming soul power. Their soul rings pulsated beneath them, and Tang Yin swiftly summoned his cloud boots, maximizing his capabilities. Recognizing the spider-like martial spirit materializing behind the enchanting beauty, Tang Yin realized who she was, the very adversary he wished to avoid. The formidable Pope Bibi Dong of the Spear Hall. This unforeseen development was far from Tang Yin's plans. He had anticipated encountering her only at the Grand Spirit Master Tournament upon reaching level 50. Had he followed the trajectory of his skills according to his level, he would have awakened all abilities of his chosen gun class at that point. With such powers at his disposal, Tang Yin would have felt untroubled. However, facing her at merely level 30 was an unexpected predicament. Brother, take Xiao Wu and the others and leave. I will find a way, Tang Yin shouted, realizing that speaking softly was futile. No, I cannot abandon you, Tang San insisted, determined to shield his younger brother. As he spoke, he attempted to position himself in front of Tang Yin, only to be swiftly incapacitated by Tang Yin's cunning strike with the rifle, but the onlookers, including Bibi Dong, were momentarily taken aback. Are you certain that is your brother? Why does your method of incapacitating him seem so practiced? Nevertheless, Tang Yin remained vigilant, discerning that Bibi Dong was toying with them, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. With their combined soul power, they had already forced Zhao Wujia back. How could they possibly withstand her might? Seizing the moment of Bibi Dong's distraction, Tang Yin utilized his unconscious brother as a projectile, launching him toward Xiao Wu and Yao, who collided together and landed beside Zhao Wujia, achieving a painful blow to their teammate. This tactic was familiar to Tang Yin, as using a person as a projectile was a common practice during training sessions with his brother and companions. He executed the throw with precision, ensuring the three landed near Zhao Wujia. "Teacher Zhao, take them and leave. I will handle this," Tang Yin called out once more. Xiao Wu and Yao, initially targeted by Bibi Dong, found themselves liberated from her grasp the moment Tang San collided with them. However, before they could speak, Bibi Dong's oppressive soul power surged once again. Wu Soul Avatar. Zhao Wujia would not let his students stand in harm's way. He activated his Wu Soul Avatar and rushed to Tang Yin's side, shouting, "You all follow me. I will provide cover." Tang Yin, feeling helpless, harnessed his formidable control over soul power to envelop his voice and convey to Zhao Wujia, "Teacher Zhao, do you recall our battle? I possess a method to restrain her. Moreover, with my flight capability, my chances of escape are maximized. Your presence may hinder my progress." Tang Yin spoke with urgency, fully aware of the peril they faced. Bibi Dong was not merely any adversary. She was a terrifying woman who had accepted the formidable powers of the Rakshasa god. With a mere thought, she could obliterate their existence. How infuriating! Zhao Wujia had never felt such anger and frustration at his own helplessness. As a teacher, relying on his students for protection was deeply troubling. Yet, for the sake of the others at Shrek, he found himself at a loss for a better plan. "Interesting. Lucky boy, what gives you the confidence to believe you can restrain me? Is it that external spirit bone of yours?" Bibi Dong scoffed upon hearing Tang Yin's thoughts. At that moment, Bibi Dong was genuinely irritated. She had not anticipated that the one who had taken her precious daughter would exhibit such arrogance, claiming to possess the ability to restrain her, a mere soul master of level 30. Had she not aimed to test them, they would not be standing there. Did he truly think that such hastily gathered soul power could restrain a titled Douluo? Indeed, you did not misread. This formidable figure from the original tale was now the beloved adoptive mother of Xiao Wu and Yao, having cared for them in the years before their departure from the Stardow Forest.